Chapter 1 The Scoundrel's Wedding, Her Tragic End. The day that Shinzawei succumbed to I dissuasel Sophie day off Paiyongxia's wedding. As Hilly in her rented apartment, she opened Du Yunan stumbled upon a striking livestream title. Paiyongxiao Siufei Corporation and his wife Mengqingran finally unite after a 15-year live marathon. Shinzawei reclined in her dim Leilatabod, as desolati Saratnaser, this dwelling weighs an old rental in an urban village, merely 20 square meters in size, fills were mottled with mold, and a faint, musty odor permeated there. She was afflicted with AIDS, and no employer would take her in. Her meager existence era done scavenging for discarded plastic bottles and cardboard boxes, despite having lost all hope. She must read the courage to grasp for phony and deal Paiyongxiao's number. Hello? It wasn't Paiyongxiao Honserd, but Mengqingran. Gathering her resolve, Shinzawei spoke, it's me, Jingran. Kolio please lit Paiyongxiao to Kethical, ini to Borosamemani. Since her diagnosis, her immune system had deteriorated, leaving her susceptible to various ailments. With no funds for treat, she endured the torment from her illnesses. Fofshuous and like 31, she pared to bane Herfordies. Upon recognizing Shinzawei's voice, Mengqingran stone turned irritable, borrowing money again. How much have I taken already? Isn't tight enough? Imzakan needs some money for the hospital, Shinzawei replied. You've been reckless and contracted AIDS. What doest the fave to do with us? Does Yunzi truly owe anything? I haven't been reckless with Anyon. Desperation Sipadinto Shinzawei's voice she pleaded, Jingran, please, hello Visiu, I want both the rim again, I just need a little money a truly can't gun Lakithus. She recognized her mistakes. Had she not been a devoted full for Paiyongxiao, transferring her father's company to Hyman Hopisoff marriage, she would not find herself in such dire straits. Mengqingran to Tata Rice of Elaf, over the years, Yunziao has given a kid a bite off money. If I like the ability to earn for yourself, should I support you for life? Shinzawei countered, he only gives me 2,000 each time meal together. It's less than what I said to provide him for a month's living expenses. The company he runs was built on my contributions. When him had nothing, his father was Arfamolis Joffer, and he was the owner who supported him. You supported? The voice in Theotherin had shifted. Ike was no Paiyongxiao mission. How man years has it been since our father passed? We're still clinging to such delusions? Yower worthless, always at the bottom of the class. He helped out with our studies, and thought money came from our family fortuitoring. What taped thought our foolishness was beyond repair. How did it come to be thought you claimed to have he supported me? His cold and unfeeling words made Shinzawei reflect in her own foolishness. Paiyongxiao's academic performance was indeed commendable. Witnessing ice impoverished circumstances, she had rejected her father's offer to hire a tutor from Tsinghua Peking University, insisting instead that her father agreed to let Paiyongxiao be her tutor. With such a substantial leffy, what kind of tutor could she not afford? Paiyongxiao became her tutor, yet the look on her front the depths of his heart, constantly belittling her, declaring her as foolish as a pig, incapable of learning no matter how hard he tried. And what about my father's company? You promised that if it transferred it to you old Marime, now you're marrying some O'Neills, and Emerly is for a litmany. She had long abandoned the hope of marrying Heimelschuist for no was to survive. How do you mention the company? Paiyongxia scoffed, if it were in form, your father's company would have been squandered by a worthless fool, as for marriage if you hadn't discovered your ideas before the wedding, would I really have to marry you? Her affliction was your vulnerability, and Paiyongxia's detobered her time and again. Shinzawei could not comprehend our ancestral life had evolved into such despair. Had she not trust at the company to Paiyongxiao, even if she had sold it, she could have lived comfortably for the rest of her life, avoiding the depths of misery she now faced. Regrettably, at this point, she had no opportunity to choose anew. Lying in her bear-like clinging to life, she humbly inquired, Paiyongxiao, may I ask you something? Have you ever liken? Like you, Paiyongxiao cold leishated her hopes. How old ever like a woman as foolish as ya? Shenchiwei, asking such questions is an insult to my intelligence. These years spent entangled with you have been anything short of a nightmare. Undeterred, Shinzawei pleaded, Indeed, could you at least come to seem? Absolutely not, you, a filthy woman, Aranota ven worthy of me collecting more corpse. With that, Paiyongxiao hung the phone. Shinzawei's consciousness began to fade. After an indeterminate time, her phone rang again. It was Mengqinran's voice. How are you? Upon hearing her voice, a flicker of dim light appeared in Shinzawei's tear swollenies. Was she finally showing some conscience, perhaps willing to help her? Did Paiyongxia skew to count? Of course not, Mengqinran stonuously said with superiority. No Thevis president of Pay Corporation, she declared, I collide you myself. I can't help but have a distaste for stupidity, witnessing you this foolish is unbearable, and I had to remind you. Shinchiwei, what do you still arbor hope for Paiyongxiao? He doesn't like you, can't you see that? Shinzawei replied, in his eyes, there eyes in lie you. Mengqinran laughed derisively. Have I ever considered how you contracted AIDS? You. What do you mean? Could it be? Of course, it was because didn't want to marry you and Simeon injected out with us syringe from an ID patient. How else could he so easily dismiss you? It's appity, truly appity, thought you still even figure red thighs out. That's why so our genuinely foolish. The old red Zyamaphone slipped from Shinzawei's grasp, falling into the damp floor. Mengqinran yadel reedy and dead fecal. Lying in her, Shinzawei reminisced about them of her years spent devoted to Paiyongxiao. She had given him everything, yet in fiend, she could not warm even a fragment of his heart. Shinzawei's final consciousness lingered red in the hospital, where a man in military uniform had brought her. Since falling ill, she had really felt kindness from others. Confused, she asked, Wario, why are you helping? Had he not intervened, she might have perished in the room unnoticed. Theman looked at her earnestly. Ike was her commander wo arranged for me to find du, heisen his way her no. Upon hearing the surname Zhao Shinzaiwei recollected Thimen Ho Hadan Saint Ten Dead to take her away from Yun City. He was supposed to the marriage partner her father had arranged it for her, but because her heart was in pain she had refused to leave with him, even uttering many harsh words. Now upon hearing about this man again, she realized how foolish she had been all these years. How has she been all these years? The man replied calmly, has been very busy in Thermi, hasn't married, and still they swore his fiance. Ultimately Shinzaiwei could no tendera the Pianzia married Simi O'Neill's, her memorias froze just before the clock struck midnight. When she appeared Harius again, Shinzaiwa found herself back in her senior year of high school dozing gather desk, only to barust be Pianxia's voice, King Grania Sherperiadandas in pain go be here a box of ibuprofen, and when you get the food, make sure it tuggeth the rich trumich stew the nan need store cuperate. Chapter 2 After rebirth, no longer a doormat. At this moment, Meng King Gran was sprawled over herdisk, enveloped by a throng of admirers. Shuffle Tunwell, and Diverio was concerned for hair well-being. Theomastatin Tavito hair was, of course, Pei and Show. In Ruth, he was Meng King Gran's boyfriend, thought the public like him and Tobamir like friends. In every examination, the consistent Lyran Ket for Stanskind, with Peonziao exhibiting indifference towards others while being exceptionally kind to Meng King Ran to the outside world, the upper ed to be much Medine heaven an exquisite couple, perfectly balanced. As for Shinshiwei, she was merely Peonzio's devoted follower. Each day, she would doze off in class and fetch meal send rings for him after lessons. Now witnessing Peonzio command her to be medicine for his girlfriend how was suffering from menstrual discomfort, Shinshiwei, having realized that she had been reborn, found the situation utterly amusing. We had failed to sight before, she had Rivla Dinby and Gathas beck and call, even believe in Jid Waysitstement to their closer relationship. After all, why would he unlike summon Heron not others? But now having faced Athens, Shekel Don Lolog hat Peonxius audacity how to redemean her in such a manner? Notice Singer days, Peonxius snapped, Ariade dreaming, a hurry up and go. With that, Hema Vedto Meng Kingran side, gently patting her back. Meng King glanced at Shinzaiwi and Sato Peoncio isotrially rightisender, I can go myself. What's there to fear, she enjoys doing this sort of thing, Peonxi replied, I fi don't leather, shall be upset, right, header net to Shinshiwei. In the past, she would have undoubtedly led and dogreed rushing off to fulfill Peonxio's request she had always feared his displeasure, if you were upset, he'll ignore her. Whenever they had a disagreement Tansha saw his angry expression, she would but have fierce to Pelagian Sudahim. At this moment, observing Peonxi's present demeanor, Shinzaiwi couldn't help but curl her lips in amusement. The cafeteria at Thirshal was run by an outside contractor, and the tastiest dishes real was in limited supply during lunchers. Ivan wished to savor something delightful, the had to hurry to seize it, arriving late mean there would be nothing left. In the past, Shinzaiwi would consistently purchase a trois portions in for herself and in for Peoncio as a top student, he devote to list amito studying, unlike her, hopeful the type made a little difference whether she studied or not, the twa she had always perceived it. Day after day Sheka read to him, treating him like a Starantheski, over time Thien Tyra skill to recognize a Harris Peonxios devoted follower. Eventually, Peoncio grew closer to Meng Qingran and Shinzaiwa found that their trois portions were no longer sufficient. This was because Peoncio would give his share to Meng Qingran, and naturally Shinzaiwi would relinquish her own portion to him. These often left their hungry achel. Now, as Shinzaiwa stood in line, she collected was serving softly to classmate near Bichuk led softly the devoted follower Haskomato Serbethishali Arthrobe again, but let's be honest, the master prefers Simeon like Meng Qingran was equally exceptional, he wouldn't have influenced a Simeon like you. What do you mean by Simeon like him? Shinzaiwa inquired, curiosity piqued. You're just the Dotero phaser vant, dreaming thought you could marry and Tawilth because you go to school with the unmaster, wake up, with the hour luck of talent and worth y'all just dupa some in his household washing clothes and cleaning, perhaps even changing Issen's diapers. Fedistain and their words was palpable. Did Peonxia tell you the Dotero a servant? She retorted. Her father was the richest man in Yun City, while Peonxia was Merlid's son of her from a listjoffer. She had allowed him to ride in the car that Picadera Pandrop Terrafacula Verade, yet now, in face of others, he had become the unmaster while she was reduced to fested as Phaser Vant's daughter? Upon hearing her question, the classmater led fire eyes waddle seckled it be, hurry up and take lint to the unmaster, don't be late. Phila fed again, and soon others joined in, mocking Shinzaiwa for her devout antiques and their foolish infatuation with Peoncio. After leaving the cafeteria, Shinzaiwa Kosanada returned to the classroom. Instead, she sat with the flour beaten consumed both portions of food. She could hardly recall the last time she had a proper meal. Due to her financial constraints, she could never afford neath a good chieftain scavenged for discarded vegetable leaves at the market when it closed, and betways a luxury she couldn't dream of. The cafeteria braised pork was delicious, but the portions were meager. She finished both servings, would come slightly alleviate her hunger. Upon returning to class, the first bell had already rung. Peonziao blared at her as he entered, irritation evident in his voice. Why are you so late? Where is the medicine? What medicine? Shinzaiwa replied coolly. Her gaze as he regarded him. She felt enough the warmth she had once had when looking at Peoncio. In the past, she had loved him deeply, pouring out their most intense and sincere affections. Even if he did not reciprocate, she had believed that the T-short had hard na and gave him her best. One day he would come to love her. Now having been given a second chance, she realized if they'd been a grain delusion. Sometimes, when you treat some meal, they do not perceive a task in this. Instead, they might think kitis their excellence at that draws your attention, believing that till hour affords sermerly what they'd serve. Peoncio stared at her, speechless. I asked de out of ibuprofen for Qingran. Told us she's not feeling well. Airy your ear, Steph. You can't even handle such a trivial task. What is a relationship with her? Wish'll did we her medicine? Shinzaiwa shot back, glancing at Meng Qingran, who sat at her desk, palely and suffering from menstrual cramps. Did that mean she was expected to care for her as well? Would she have to tend to her postpartum needs in the future? Meng Qingran came from a modest background, but after meeting Pei Yunxiao had treated her exceptionally well, sharing everything Shinzai offered with Meng Qingran. Everyone said Meng Qingran was beautiful, wealthy, and charming. These were very enjoying the benefits of Shinzai's generosity while treating her like a mere servant. Pei Yunxia snapped, alright Shinzai, is the show you want to plate? If you keep this up, don't expect meadow acknowledge next time, y'all but hiena begging for my forgiveness. Shinzai stared at him, finding his words slobbled. What have I done if fate requires your forgiveness? What have I done wrong? Seeing Shinzai turning toward others turned to watch, bewildered what was happening. Had his devoted follower suddenly transformed? Pei Yunxia was momentarily taken aback by a response, hergergether, recalling how she'll waste to him pleading, you warn you, if you have the audacity, don't come home with us this afternoon. Every time you ways angry and diner at her, shwould come back within yours, pleading for his attention, since she'd read Toba so brazeno, Ike was to me to teach her a lesson even if she come to apologize, he would not forgive her easily this time. Chapter 3 The driver's son fails to recognize his position. Shin Shiwei nodded, alright. As she spoke, she walked to her designated seat and sat down, seemingly oblivious to what Pei Yunxiao had just said, readily acquiescing. Wang Yan, Meng Qingran's deskmate, witnessed this scene and boldly stepped forward to advocate for justice. Wait, Shin Shiwei, what is the matter with you? It's merely a matter of buying some medicine, and you can't even manage that. Since that is the case, why don't you go and buy it now? Aren't you friends with Meng Qingran? Shin Shiwei cast a cold glance at her. Wang Yan, with righteous indignation, retorted, this is your responsibility, why should I go? I should? Shin Shiwei's lips curled into a faintly disdainful smile, I have no familial ties with her. Why should I buy her medicine? Her period had arrived, as if it were a matter of life and death. In her previous life, when she felt unwell, she had witnessed their lack of sympathy towards her. Wang Yan pointed an accusing finger at Shin Shiwei, you're the maid of the school's heartthrob, I am not, it's only natural for you to buy medicine for the heartthrob's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Shin Shiwei turned her attention to Pei Yunxiao and inquired, Pei Yunxiao, have you been spreading rumors that I am your family's maid? As she focused her gaze on him, Pei Yunxiao felt a twinge of guilt. These rumors had circulated because others saw him being chauffeured around in luxury cars, but he had never bothered to clarify that he could never admit that his father was merely a driver, and that he was the son of Shin Shiwei's family as chauffeur. Fearing that the situation would escalate with Shin Shiwei throwing a fit, Pei Yunxiao approached her, for they were deskmates. If you didn't buy it, then forget it, I'll go and purchase it myself. It was only natural for Shin Shiwei to prioritize herself, as her reluctance to procure items for Meng Qingran was understandable. Pei Yunxiao glanced at her and asked, what about your lunch? Surely, she had at least bought that. Furthermore, he had heard from their classmates that she had just served herself 2 portions. He had given his own portion to Meng Qingran, and she had no valid reason to object. After all, in the end, she wouldn't want to see him go hungry. Shin Shiwei replied calmly, I've eaten. What did you say, you finished both portions? Observing Pei Yunxiao's slightly agitated demeanor, Shin Shiwei nodded, yes. The classmates in front turned their disdainful gazes towards Shin Shiwei, are you a pig? How could you possibly eat 2 portions? They were accustomed to fawning over Pei Yunxiao and looking down on her. Previously, out of consideration for their friendship with Pei Yunxiao, she had chosen to spare them her disdain, hoping they would speak well of her. Now she realized, she had been too lenient with them. Each time Pei Yunxiao treated them to a meal, it was with his own money. Shin Shiwei stated calmly, I spend my own money. Don't say I can't eat 2 portions, I could eat 20, and it would still be my right. Upon hearing Shin Shiwei's words, the classmates' expressions darkened, and one muttered under their breath, your own money? Isn't it all provided by the school's heartthrob? Shin Shiwei couldn't be bothered to explain, while Pei Yunxiao was already seething, particularly since Shin Shiwei hadn't even bought him lunch, and he hadn't eaten. His frustration was mounting. Was Shin Shiwei deliberately trying to provoke him? He said to Shin Shiwei, you brought this upon yourself, but I hope you can endure this for a few more days. With that, he stood up, gathered his belongings, and addressed Wang Yan, I'll switch with you. You can sit with her. Whenever he was displeased, this was how he punished Shin Shiwei, that he was unwilling to sit with her any longer, especially since it was she who had initially begged him to sit beside her. He was her tutor, and his presence was meant to assist her in her studies, but reflecting on it now, Pei Yunxiao had never actually taught her anything. He merely ordered her around. He seemed to believe that this would intimidate Shin Shiwei, yet she paid him no mind. Pei Yunxiao hadn't eaten, and Meng Qingran was also feeling unwell, suffering in silence. He sat beside them, his face darkening as he glanced at Shin Shiwei by the window. This time, he was genuinely angry. When she came to apologize, he would make her aware of his displeasure. In the afternoon, as school dismissed, a Maybach pulled up at the entrance to pick up Shin Shiwei. As she exited the school gate, she noticed Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran had already gotten into the car. Shin Shiwei hurried over. The entire school was now aware that she had offended Pei Yunxiao and were eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Seeing her shamelessly approach the car, they couldn't help but point and whisper. She really thinks she can sever ties with the school's heartthrob. She is such a sycophant. How could she possibly change? Pei Yunxiao's temper is just too forgiving. If it were me, I'd have expelled the daughter of a mere maid without hesitation. Listening to the derisive remarks, Shin Shiwei couldn't be bothered to respond. She glanced at the 2 individuals now seated in the car, and before she could speak, Pei Yunxiao interjected, didn't you say you wouldn't be coming home with me? She had seen shamelessness before, but not to this extent. Shin Shiwei retorted, I may not be going home with you, but that doesn't mean you can just ride in my family's car. Pei Yunxiao froze momentarily. After all this time, he had nearly forgotten that this car belonged to the Shin family. Observing Shin Shiwei's angry demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder what was driving her madness. It was she who had invited him into the car, and now she was displeased? Uncle Pei, the driver, noticing the tension, quickly attempted to ease the atmosphere. Wei, get in the car, why are you still feuding with the young master? After speaking, he shot a glance at Pei Yunxiao, signaling him to temper his temperament. Pei Yunxiao looked at Shin Shiwei and, with an air of magnanimity, declared, "Alright, hurry up and get in, I won hold today's incident against you, consider it another chance." Seeing her generally obedient behavior, he decided to let her off the hook for now. When Shin Shiwei heard him say he would give her another chance, she nearly thought she had misheard. "You're giving me another chance? Pei Yunxiao, who do you think you are? Get your girlfriend out of my car this instant." He was being generous and claiming to grant her a chance. Moreover, his father was equally brazen, calling him young master and referring to her as Wei. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but berate Shin Shiwei. What is wrong with Shin Shiwei? How dare she speak to the heartthrob like that? Indeed, the heartthrob has been more than courteous to her. She clearly doesn't know her place. Somebody expel her already, I can't bear to watch. They couldn't comprehend what had driven Shin Shiwei to behave so defiantly today, refusing to step down even when offered an olive branch. Pei Yunxiao's expression hardened. "Do you really want to pursue this? I've already chosen not to hold a grudge over lunch. Are you truly intent on escalating this, Shin Shiwei?" Shin Shiwei replied, "From this day forth, there is no place for you in my car." He thought he could play games with her. Chapter 4 of The Innocent Young Master. Zhao Tingshan. Upon hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao's expression stiffened, and he resolved not to reason with her any longer. "Since that is the case, you might as well walk back home." As he uttered this statement, he felt no shame. He turned to his father and said, "Drive." The driver glanced at Shin Shimei, then at his son, recalling Shin Shimei's attitude towards Pei Yunxiao. Regardless of the current anger, it would surely pass in a couple of days. She was typically quite amiable, thus, he disregarded her pretentious demeanor and drove away without a second thought, leaving Shin Shimei standing there. She had never anticipated he would resort to such tactics. The two of them were utterly shameless. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but laugh. "Well done, that's how you should treat her, she truly is unreasonable." Shin Shimei, infuriated to the point of laughter, took out her phone. This phone belonged to Pei Yunxiao. He had purchased it himself, a Nokia worth a few hundred. To please him, Shin Shimei had given him the Apple III her father had gifted her on her birthday, taking the shabby phone in exchange. At that time, she believed this would preserve his dignity, but now, seeing this poor device, she found it rather amusing. Nevertheless, she dialed her father's number. Before long, the Maybach that had just left returned, parking once more at the entrance. Pei Hong stepped out of the car and, upon seeing Shin Shimei, wore a somewhat grim expression. "Mississippi." His demeanor clearly indicated he had been reprimanded. Shin Shimei remarked, "You can do it." Pei Hong glanced at the two individuals in the car. Pei Yunxiao was assisting Meng Qingran out. Meng Qingran, taken aback by the unfolding drama, looked at Shin Shimei, her complexion paling. "Shimei, while it's understandable if you harbor disdain for me, there is no need to target Pei Yunxiao. He has always treated you quite well, hasn't he?" Pei Yunxiao interjected, "Do not speak to her like that." Shin Shimei had truly provoked him this time. With both of them having exited the vehicle, Shin Shimei finally got in. Just before departing, she lowered the window and called out to Pei Yunxiao, "Farewell." After leaving the school, Pei Hong caught a glimpse of Shin Shimei in the mirror, astonished by her resolute stance. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke, "Miss, it is quite normal for two individuals to quarrel. Do not be upset. I shall have Pei Yunxiao apologize to you later. However, he currently has no vehicle and will likely have to take public transportation home, which may take quite a while. Everyone else can take the bus. Why can't he?" Shin Shimei replied indifferently, "Have you forgotten who pays your salary? If you find me displeasing, why not simply resign? How dare you instruct me on how to conduct myself?" Just because he was enamored with his son, he felt entitled to disregard her? Had she not called her father, he would have left her stranded today. Hearing Shin Shimei's words, Pei Uncle was so startled that he hastily fell silent. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhou greeted her. "Miss, why are you back alone? Where is young Master Pei?" Shin Shimei responded, "There will be no young Master Pei in our household anymore." Aunt Zhou was taken aback by her words, astonished that their young lady had finally awakened to reality. She had always treated Pei Yunxiao exceptionally well, causing both him and his father to become somewhat oblivious to their social standings. Numerous times, Aunt Zhou had wanted to voice her concerns but refrained, fearing it would upset Shin Shimei. Hearing her speak in this manner now touched Aunt Zhou's heart. Shin Shimei looked at her. She was the most kind-hearted among the household staff, yet, due to her constant involvement with Pei Yunxiao, Shin Shimei had previously found her insufferable. After Pei Yunxiao took over the household, Aunt Zhou was the first to be dismissed. Reflecting on the past, seeing Aunt Zhou now made Shin Shimei's eyes well with tears. She told Aunt Zhou, "I will go upstairs for a while." Aunt Zhou replied, "All right, young Master Zhao has arrived, I will have him return home directly." In truth, Zhao Tingshan frequently visited their home, but as he was a person arranged by her father, and Shin Shimei favored Pei Yunxiao, she found Zhao Tingshan exceedingly bothersome. Each time he came, she would ignore him entirely, sending him away without so much as a glance. Consequently, by the end, she had hardly seen Zhao Tingshan at all. She recalled that it was his driver who had taken her to the hospital before she left, and he still remembered that she was his fiancée. Shin Shimei stopped Aunt Zhou. "I wish to see him. Where is he?" "In the backyard, playing with Dabai." Shen Shimei made her way to the backyard, where she found Zhao Tingshan feeding Dabai, the dog she had wanted to keep, but had refrained from doing so because Pei Yunxiao claimed he disliked dogs. She had not expected Zhao Tingshan to bond so well with Dabai. He was currently clad in his blue school uniform. Despite its simplicity, he wore it with such grace. Remembering hearing about him before her demise, she noted that despite his excellent circumstances, he had remained single for many years, and her eyes grew misty. After finishing feeding Dabai, Zhao Tingshan looked up at her. Noticing her standing at the door, he began to approach, only to halt, recalling her evident aversion towards him. Miss Shen. Zhao Tingshan was handsome, yet his demeanor was composed. Although he was the same age as her, he appeared to possess the maturity of someone in their 20s. Indeed, when she had passed, he had already been a commanding officer in the military district. His academic achievements had always placed him at the top in the province. He was the person Pei Yunxiao despised the most. Pei Yunxiao had often claimed that Zhao Tingshan was merely fortunate, as his family had provided him with ample educational resources, enabling his excellence. Had he possessed Zhao Tingshan's advantages, he would surely have surpassed him. Every time Pei Yunxiao saw Zhao Tingshan's accomplishments, he was filled with discomfort. Consequently, Shen Shimei had inadvertently viewed Zhao Tingshan as an adversary. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had never had any personal conflict with him. He had never wronged her in any way. Now, seeing him, Shen Shimei struggled to suppress her emotions and inquired, "Do you need something from me?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "I came to check on you." After speaking, he noticed Shen Shimei remained silent and, understanding her reluctance, added, "I know you do not wish to see me. I shall take my leave." He had not expected to see her at all. He had merely intended to check on Dabai, yet he was grateful she was willing to meet with him. That alone was more than enough for him. Observing his intention to leave, Shen Shimei asked, "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Taken aback, Zhao Tingshan looked at her in surprise. "Is that all right?" The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her, enhancing her amiability. Of course. Pei Yunxiao had yet to return, as he was escorting Meng Qingran home. In the past, Shen Shimei would invariably wait for him to come back before dining. However, witnessing Shen Shimei's eagerness to eat early today, Aunt Zhou was somewhat taken aback. "Aren't you waiting for Pei Yunxiao? What is there to wait for him for?" The household staff had grown accustomed to her fawning over Pei Yunxiao, and now that she had ceased to do so, they found it quite unfamiliar. Aunt Zhou did not press further. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." "Oh, and," Shen Shimei added, "please inform Pei Uncle that he need not come tomorrow." "Ah." Aunt Zhou was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that she should not pry into her employer's affairs. Understood. Having dismissed Pei Yunxiao's father, Shen Shimei finally settled down in the dining room. Zhao Tingshan had been discreetly observing her, but upon seeing her seated, he awkwardly averted his gaze. Shen Shimei, she had not expected Zhao Tingshan to be so innocent at this moment. Chapter 5 Expulsion of the Pei family. She could not resist the urge to tease him. "Why aren't you looking at me? Am I that unappealing?" Despite her poor academic performance, she was not lacking in physical allure. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never been exposed to the sun, resulting in a porcelain-like complexion reminiscent of a doll. Had it not been for the treachery of Pei Yunxiao, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Zhao Tingshan shifted his gaze back and replied, "Not at all." He looked at Shen Shiwei with a calm demeanor, though upon closer inspection, one could see his ears were tinged with pink. Shen Shiwei smiled slightly and inquired, "By the way, I heard your academic performance has always been excellent?" Faced with Shen Shiwei's enthusiasm, Zhao Tingshan felt somewhat unaccustomed. "It's acceptable. Do you have any reliable tutors you could recommend?" Relying on Pei Yunxiao was no longer an option. In this lifetime, she had no intention of repeating the mistakes of her past, where she believed her father could protect her forever and never even opened her books properly. With the opportunity before her, she was determined to improve her grades. Zhao Tingshan had good resources. If he recommended a tutor, it might prove beneficial. "Are you looking for a tutor?" "I heard Pei Yunxiao." He recalled hearing that she had a tutor who was also his classmate, which explained why Pei Yunxiao had been living at her house. "He has been dismissed." Pei Yunxiao looked down on her and would never have the patience to teach her. All the money she had paid him had gone to waste. Zhao Tingshan was taken aback. Seeing Shen Shiwei's serious expression, he took a sip from his cup to mask his nervousness. "I don't have a tutor. I've learned everything on my own. But if you don't mind, I can come over every day to tutor you." Although he suspected she would likely decline, after all, she had previously been too indifferent to even glance at him. The fact that she was willing to have him stay for dinner today had already surprised him. To his astonishment, Shen Shiwei's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Really?" Zhao Tingshan, slightly flustered, nodded. "As long as you are willing, I can do it." Shen Shiwei replied, "I certainly have no objections, but I fear it might interfere with your studies." "Aren't you also preparing for exams?" "That's not a concern." Although Zhao Tingshan's expression remained stoic, his gaze softened. "It won't affect me." He had already completed his high school coursework and had a guaranteed admission spot, but he refrained from mentioning it, fearing it might displease Shen Shiwei. Shen Shiwei expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my grades are quite poor, I hope you won't find me too dull." Pei Yunxiao also had excellent grades, yet he displayed no patience with her. If she failed to understand a problem after he explained it once, he would scold her. Initially, her grades had been average, but under his tutelage, she had regressed significantly, leaving her devoid of confidence. "Not at all. I will come find you after school." As they dined, noticing Zhao Tingshan's quiet demeanor, Shen Shiwei picked up her chopsticks and served him some food. "Make yourself at home. There's no need to be formal." At that moment, Pei Yunxiao entered after dropping Meng Qin ran off. He had just received news of his father's dismissal and had been scolded by him. Seeing Shen Shiwei dining without waiting for him, and noticing that the dishes on the table had already been touched, his expression darkened immediately. Shen Shiwei. Shen Shiwei cast a dispassionate glance at him before continuing her meal. Pei Yunxiao had intended to inquire about his father's situation, but upon seeing Zhao Tingshan present, he irritably asked, "What is he doing here?" Previously, to curry favor with him, Shen Shiwei had never gotten too close to other boys. Each time Zhao Tingshan visited, she would dismiss him without a second thought, yet now, she had chosen to invite him to dinner. Shen Shiwei replied, "He is my guest. Do you have an issue with that?" Pei Yunxiao took a seat and looked at her. "You specifically invited him to accompany you to provoke me, didn't you?" She was fully aware that he despised Zhao Tingshan. In every competition, as long as Zhao Tingshan was present, the top position was out of reach. Zhao Tingshan sat quietly beside them, saying nothing. Shen Shiwei turned to Pei Yunxiao and said, "You're overthinking it. Pei Yunxiao, you're not that important." Once, she had regarded this man as her entire world, believing everything revolved around him. However, given a second chance, she now viewed him with disdain and contempt. Continuing to harbor feelings for such a person would only lead her down a path of ruin. If you think that being with other boys will anger me, Shen Shiwei, you're sorely mistaken. Seeing you with someone else is precisely what I want. It saves me from having to deal with your incessant pestering. With that, he stormed upstairs to his room. Shen Shiwei, once Pei Yunxiao left, she noticed Zhao Tingshan's expression had grown increasingly complex. She hurried to explain, "Don't mind what he said. Surely, he wouldn't be upset over this." Shen Shiwei felt uncertain, yet, Zhao Tingshan remained silent, his demeanor calm. After dinner, she saw Zhao Tingshan to the door, looking at him, "Be careful on your way back." Okay. He stepped outside without saying much more, maintaining his reticent nature. Returning home, Shen Shiwei found Pei Yunxiao descending the stairs again. He had changed out of his school uniform into a short-sleeved shirt. Although he had committed many wrongdoings later, he was undeniably handsome, exuding an air of righteousness. In the past, Shen Shiwei had been deceived by his appearance. At this moment, Pei Yunxiao confronted Shen Shiwei, "Why did you expel my father?" He had refrained from voicing these thoughts in front of others, not wanting anyone to know he was merely the son of the Shen family's chauffeur, especially not wanting to lose face in front of Zhao Tingshan. Shen Shiwei retorted, "Do I need to explain myself for dismissing his chauffeur? He's my father." Pei Yunxiao insisted, "Today's incident was orchestrated by me. It has nothing to do with him. If you have the guts, come at me directly and expel me instead." "Expel you?" Shen Shiwei's eyes brightened as she looked at Pei Yunxiao. "All right. What did you just say?" Pei Yunxiao stared at Shen Shiwei in shock. Shen Shiwei declared, "You've always thought I was foolish. If that's the case, then let us end this. You should move out of my house. I will seek another tutor. Ever since you started tutoring me, my grades have plummeted. I believe you are unworthy of the substantial pay I offered you." Pei Yunxiao assumed Shen Shiwei was merely jesting, but to his astonishment, she was now planning to expel him? No longer wanting him as her tutor? "Your poor grades stem from your lack of ability. When I explain the same problem to Qingran, she comprehends it immediately. You, on the other hand, are as dull as a pig. How is that my fault? Even if you switch to another teacher, it would be the same. No one can teach you." "That's my own concern." Shen Shiwei, seeing he was still searching for excuses, urged, "You should move out." "Shen Shiwei." Pei Yunxiao furrowed his brow, "You are still a student. Your focus should be on your studies. All you think about is pursuing me, which explains your poor grades." "What are you talking about?" Pei Yunxiao scoffed, "This is all just jealousy because I have a good relationship with Qingran, isn't it? You're upset that I won't date you, but right now, I just want to study hard and get into a good university. Unlike you, even if you don't go to school, you'll never run out of money at home. So I cannot be with you." Shen Shiwei stared at the man before her, somewhat taken aback. After a few seconds, she finally responded, "Who said I wanted to be with you?" "What? Pei Yunxiao, where do you get the confidence to think I want to be with you?" If she did not even glance at him, he was nothing at all. Chapter 6, the scoundrel turns into a sycophant. Pei Yunxiao regarded her defiance with indifference. "Think whatever you wish, but I warn you, if you invite Zhao Tingshan over for dinner again, do not expect me to acknowledge you." Having spoken, he retreated to his room and shut the door firmly. Shen Shiwei was left speechless. How brazen of him. Did he think this was his own home? Upon returning to her room, she called Aunt Zhou, instructing her to remove Pei Yunxiao's belongings from the house by tomorrow. There was no room in her life for someone who sought to trample over her. She then requested Zhao Tingshan's phone number, saving it into her device. She also sent him a message, "Have you reached home?" He did not respond. The following morning, Shen Shiwei awoke, initially believing that Pei Yunxiao had departed. To her surprise, she found him seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. She sat down and began her breakfast. Noticing him there, she remarked, "Aren't you going to pick up your girlfriend? You could leave early." "We're merely friends, do not make unfounded assumptions," he retorted. Despite their clandestine romance, they refrained from acknowledging it publicly, for early relationships were frowned upon among students of their caliber. Were it not for Meng Qingran's careless slip of the tongue, Shen Shiwei would have remained uncertain. As she raised her gaze, observing his obstinate demeanor, it appeared he still fancied himself clever. After finishing her meal, as she exited, Pei Yunxiao trailed behind her, the driver having been replaced. He proactively opened the car door for her, and Shen Shiwei entered the vehicle, with Pei Yunxiao following suit. Casting a glance at him, she queried, "What does this mean, Pei, the campus heartthrob? Did you not assert that you would not accompany me anymore? I distinctly remember your words from yesterday." Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together, refusing to respond. Were it not for his father's insistence that he appease her, he would not be so inclined to do so. Just because they had a bit of wealth, he felt no need to bully others. Yet, his father required this job. Shinshime, disinterested in wasting further time with him, instructed the driver to proceed. Upon reaching the school entrance, Shinshime alighted from the car, with Pei Yunxiao following. Previously, they had always arrived with Meng Qingran. Today, she had taken the bus alone. Spotting Pei Yunxiao, she hurried over. Yunxiao. Pei Yunxiao acknowledged her. Morning. Meng Qingran's gaze fell upon Shinshime, perplexed by the commotion from the previous day. How audacious for the daughter of a servant to confront Pei Yunxiao in such a manner. Seeing them arrive together, she inquired, have you two reconciled? Shinshime paid no heed to them, striding forward. Pei Yunxiao, observing her indifference, frowned. Addressing Meng Qingran, he stated, there is nothing between us worth discussing. Meng Qingran replied, regardless, allowing a servant's daughter to bully you to this extent shows remarkable patience. Everyone is speculating that Shinshime is the true heiress. Pei Yunxiao countered, I care not for their opinions. My father has a good relationship with Shinshime and has asked me to look after her. It would be remiss of me to neglect her. Very well. With this insight into his motives, Meng Qingran felt somewhat reassured. Upon entering the classroom. Shinshime found Wang Yan already there, occupying her seat and blocking her entry. Shinshime stated, move aside. Wang Yan glared at her, how shameless can you be? Yesterday, you simply abandoned Pei Yunxiao and Qingran, leaving in your chauffeur-driven car. Shinshime regarded Wang Yan with a faint smile, it is my car. I have the right to refuse others a ride. Why should you concern yourself? Who are you? Wang Yan's brazen demeanor piqued the curiosity of onlookers. Are you implying that the Maybach belongs to your family? Is there any doubt? Shinshime shot a dispassionate glance at the speaker. Wang Yan laughed derisively. You, Shinshime, we are all too familiar with your standing. Do you truly believe you can play the heiress here? You are not worthy. I heard that driver is your father, and your family works for the Pei family. Pei Yunxiao is a decent person and does not hold it against you, otherwise, you would have been expelled long ago, but do not take advantage of his kindness. As Wang Yan maintained her close ties with Meng Qingran, who frequently associated with Pei Yunxiao, her words gained traction among their peers. Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran appeared at the classroom door. Pei Yunxiao's expression stiffened. Wang Yan's remarks were not merely an affront to Shinshime but a slight against him as well. He approached Wang Yan, stating, return to your seat. Wang Yan was momentarily speechless, casting a timid glance at Pei Yunxiao. Sensing his irritation, she reluctantly moved her belongings. Pei Yunxiao resumed his seat beside Shinshime. Shinshime paid him no mind. He was favored by the teachers and well-liked, so no one would question his seat change. Wang Yan, sitting next to Meng Qingran, remained unsatisfied, turning to her. Qingran, what does Pei Yunxiao mean by this? Shinshime rides roughshod over him, yet he protects her and even moves to sit beside her. Meng Qingran replied, his father instructed him to take care of Shinshime. There is nothing more to it, so do not overthink it. Ah, so that is the reason. Wang Yan remarked, I wondered why Shinshime was so self-satisfied, claiming that car belonged to her family. Pei Yunxiao's phone was evidently expensive, while Shinshime's device was of similar quality to his. How could she possibly pretend to be an heiress? Who would believe her? Seated at her desk, Shinshime discreetly checked her phone, and at last, Zhao Tingshan replied to her message with a single word, He seemed particularly aloof. Reflecting on his pleasant demeanor from the previous day, she noted a stark change upon his return. Now he was indifferent. It was puzzling that he replied to a message sent the night before only now. Pei Yunxiao, observing her engrossed in her phone, frowned upon seeing Zhao Tingshan's name in her contacts. Although everything appeared unchanged, since yesterday, he felt as though Shinshime had transformed into an entirely different person. Shinshime picked up her phone and texted Zhao Tingshan, are you still coming for afternoon classes? Zhao Tingshan responded with another single word, As long as he was coming, that sufficed. Shinshime chose not to dwell on the matter further and focused intently on her studies. At noon, Meng Qingran approached, joining Pei Yunxiao for lunch. Pei Yunxiao instinctively glanced toward Shinshime, asking, aren't you going to eat? Her level of concentration today astonished him. She was not even dozing off during class and was now diligently organizing her notes. How absurd. Shinshime, who usually only thought of herself, was actually applying herself. Noticing her continued focus post-class, Pei Yunxiao could not help but ask. However, Shinshime appeared entirely oblivious to his presence, dismissing him with indifference. Chapter 70 Pei Yunxiao's outburst. Meng Qingran cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao and said, if Shiwei won't go, then we'll go ourselves. We'll bring her along later. No need. Shiwei declined Meng Qingran's kind offer. Meng Qingran was a good person, at least in the eyes of others. She had always been perceived as such. Thus, even though everyone else was amused by her predicament, Meng Qingran still treated her with kindness. However, Shiwei did not wish to owe her any favors. She gathered her belongings, stood up, and opted to leave the building alone. Meng Qingran followed Pei Yunxiao's side and inquired, what is wrong with her? She is ignoring you. What did you do to offend her? Pei Yunxiao could only remain silent. He, too, was perplexed. Despite his usual indifference towards her, she would always approach him like a loyal puppy. Yet, since yesterday, without undoing anything, she had adopted this cold demeanor. It was truly baffling. Meng Qingran continued, by the way, are you going to invite her to your birthday party this weekend? This week happened to be Pei Yunxiao's birthday. Last year, he celebrated at the Royal Court Hotel, where Shiwei arranged everything and invited classmates, spending tens of thousands in a single evening. Those who attended spoke highly of it, considering it an honor to be part of Pei Yunxiao's birthday celebration. This time would surely be no different. A few days prior, Shin Shiwei had mentioned that she had everything organized. If she hadn't said she was going to dismiss him, Pei Yunxiao wouldn't have thought much of it. However, after her remarks yesterday and her continued coldness today, he couldn't help but speculate. If she chose not to attend, would he still celebrate his birthday? Watching her retreating figure, Pei Yunxiao comforted himself internally, thinking, forget it, what was he worried about? Shin Shiwei would undoubtedly come. Would she truly neglect his birthday? Perhaps her deliberate aloofness was merely a ruse to surprise him. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. He turned to Meng Qingran and declared, she will definitely come. Meng Qingran agreed, indeed. She has never missed any of your birthdays. In the afternoon, Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran rehearsed for the school anniversary program while Shin Shiwei did not wait for him and returned home directly. Zhao Tingshan had already arrived. Upon her return, he and Dabaid welcomed her. Seeing him there, Shin Shiwei smiled. Perhaps due to her past life experiences, she felt that each encounter with him was particularly precious. Noticing the smile on her face, Zhao Tingshan was momentarily taken aback. Accustomed to her capricious and cold demeanor, her recent warmth made him feel somewhat shy. Shin Shiwei remarked, you arrived quite early. Yes, he replied. Let us head to the study. She led Zhao Tingshan upstairs. She had discovered many parts of the lesson that she did not understand and could seek his guidance. Once in the study, they settled down on the seat beside her, once occupied by Pei Yunxiao, had never been used for earnest instruction. In fact, Pei Yunxiao often seemed to think her presence hindered his studies as Zhao Tingshan sat beside her, bringing 2 test papers to gauge her current level. Shin Shiwei diligently completed the papers and handed them to him. Zhao Tingshan quietly examined them for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shin Shiwei said, I'm sorry, I really am quite slow. It's not your fault, Zhao Tingshan replied. It's merely a matter of ineffective study methods. Let me help you strengthen your foundations, if that is alright? Shin Shiwei nodded, sure. As Zhao Tingshan explained, he kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, yet spoke earnestly. His approach to problem-solving was exceedingly clear to Shin Shiwei. Many concepts that had previously eluded her were easily grasped through his explanations. After a while, feeling thirsty, Zhao Tingshan lifted his gaze only to find Shin Shiwei watching him. He felt a twinge of discomfort and swallowed before asking, what is the matter? Do you have a question? I just think you're quite patient with me, yet on the phone, you come off as so aloof, responding with only 2 words the entire time. Is it because of my relationship with Pei Yunxiao that you have reservations about me? Zhao Tingshan quickly denied, no, my family visited yesterday, so I was quite busy. I didn't reply to your messages, and by the time I saw them, it was already morning. In the future, feel free to call me directly if you need anything. Alright. As they were engrossed in their studies, Shin Shiwei's phone rang, she answered, and it was Pei Yunxiao. Shin Shiwei, what do you mean by this? What have I done? Hearing his accusatory tone, Shin Shiwei was bewildered as to how she had provoked him. Pei Yunxiao retorted, did you have someone throw out all my things? Shin Shiwei glanced at Zhao Tingshan but did not conceal anything from him. She replied directly to Pei Yunxiao, I told you yesterday that you were dismissed. Since that is the case, you have no reason to remain in my house, do you? I'm still in class, so please don't bother me. With that, she hung up the phone. Pei Yunxiao stood at the doorway, staring incredulously at his belongings that had been packed and disposed of. He could hardly believe that this was something Shin Shiwei could do. Was she truly going to force him out? Why, after hanging up, Shin Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingshan and said, let us continue. Zhao Tingshan responded affirmatively. Moments later, the study door was flung open violently, and Pei Yunxiao appeared in the doorway, his face marred by anger. Upon seeing her with Zhao Tingshan, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Shin Shiwei, noticing his presence, stood up and asked, what are you doing here? Wasn't he the one who claimed to dislike her? Wasn't he the one who looked down on her, yet now he was beginning to cling to her? Pei Yunxiao approached, questioning her, Shin Shiwei, do you find it amusing to humiliate me like this? Zhao Tingshan instinctively stood in front of Shin Shiwei. Humbug? Shin Shiwei retorted, seeing Pei Yunxiao's fury, have you mistaken something? How have I humiliated you? Pei Yunxiao, the one truly humiliating me is you, isn't it? I cover all your living expenses, yet you spend every day with Meng Qingran while I trail behind like a servant, enduring your coldness. Doesn't that count as humiliation? Now, simply reclaiming what she had given him had become humiliation in his eyes. Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together, gazing at Shin Shiwei, don't think that just because you bring someone along, you can coerce me into doing anything. I will never like you, nor will I ever date you. I'm not afraid to tell you, I like Meng Qingran, and we are together. As for you, I will never develop feelings for you. With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Shin Shiwei opened the window and watched as he descended the stairs, taking his luggage and leaving with decisive finality. Pei Yunxiao had always held a sense of pride in her presence. Despite his impoverished background, he bore an indomitable spirit. And no matter how well she treated him, he would never stoop for wealth. She had once admired this quality, but now found it laughable. Zhao Tingshan, noticing her standing by the window, reminded her, Miss Shin. Chapter 8 Pei Yunxiao's birthday banquet. Shin Shiwei turned around and noticed Zhao Tingshan still present. My apologies, shall we continue? Zhao Tingshan glanced at her, would you prefer if I left first? You seem a bit troubled. Not at all, I'm in quite good spirits, she replied. It was merely the recollection of her past life's foolishness that weighed on her mind, not sorrow for Pei Yunxiao. In fact, seeing him like this brought her a sense of joy. At the very least, she no longer needed to worry about her future. By distancing herself from Pei Yunxiao, she believed she could avoid the fate of contracting AIDS again and the tragic end that had befallen her previously. Zhao Tingshan said, I think I shall take my leave. Upon uttering these words, he turned to exit. Qin Shiwei stepped forward and grasped his hand and Zhao Tingshan paused, turning back to her, what is it? Qin Shiwei was uncertain of her own actions. However, she was not naive, she could see that he was somewhat displeased. It appeared that every time Pei Yunxiao made an appearance and uttered those words, Zhao Tingshan instinctively sought to distance himself. Previously, when she had been close to Pei Yunxiao, she had never concealed her affections for him. It was likely that everyone, including Zhao Tingshan, believed she was enamored with Pei Yunxiao. Indeed, she had once held such feelings. Had her previous life not ended so tragically, she might never have awakened to the truth. As Zhao Tingshan regarded her, Qin Shiwei released his hand and inquired, are you free this Saturday? I would like to dine at the Royal Court Hotel, would you care to join me? The cuisine at the Royal Court Hotel was exquisite. After having lived through a past life of deprivation, she now yearned to savor the pleasures of fine dining. In the past, she would have certainly invited Pei Yunxiao, but now, she was more inclined to bring Zhao Tingshan along. After all, he was the marriage partner her father had arranged for her, and as long as she behaved herself, it was highly probable that she would wed Zhao Tingshan after graduation. Previously, she had felt that her father disrespected her, yet upon reflection, he was not inferior to Pei Yunxiao, he was even a bit taller, handsome, and came from a good family. It seemed that she was the one benefiting from his affections. Zhao Tingshan asked, are you not going with him? Understanding he was referring to Pei Yunxiao, Qin Shiwei retorted, so, you are quite eager for me to be with him? Do you wish for me to avoid you as I did before? Of course not. Zhao Tingshan vehemently protested. Qin Shiwei concluded, then it is settled, see you on Saturday. On Saturday afternoon, Qin Shiwei arrived a bit late. Upon her arrival, she spotted numerous acquaintances at the entrance, all adorned in their finest attire. Wang Yan, a close friend of Meng Qingran, couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing her. Qin Shiwei, how dare you show your face here? Qin Shiwei frowned in confusion, why should I feel embarrassed to come? The proprietor of the Royal Court Hotel was a dear friend of her father, and as a super VIP, she could visit anytime she pleased. She was curious to know why she shouldn't be here. Wang Yan scoffed, recently at school, Pei Xiaoqiao has been ignoring you, and now, on his birthday, you still have the audacity to show up. Pei Yunxiao's birthday. Oh yes, today was his birthday. Qin Shiwei had been preoccupied with classes and had almost forgotten about it. Had they not reminded her, she might have overlooked it entirely. She had previously coordinated with the staff at the Royal Court Hotel for this occasion. This year marked Pei Yunxiao's 18th birthday. The last time he celebrated his 18th, she had organized a grand affair at the Royal Court Hotel, a spectacle to behold. It was also on this day that she discovered Meng Qingran was in a relationship with Pei Yunxiao. When she confronted him, he had brazenly replied, Meng Qingran and I share mutual affections, why shouldn't we be together? Qin Shiwei, can you refrain from meddling in my affairs? In a fit of anger, she had ignored him, leading to 2 days of Cold War until she ultimately relented and apologized first. From that birthday onward, they had brazenly flaunted their relationship in front of her. Eventually, she found herself pleading with Pei Yunxiao to be with her, even to the extent of relinquishing her father's company to secure their marriage, a foolish act indeed. At this moment, observing the lively scene before her, Qin Shiwei chose to ignore them. Everything concerning Pei Yunxiao's celebration had been arranged by her. Naturally, the expenses were also her responsibility. However, now that she no longer paid him any mind, she was curious how he intended to conclude this gathering. Ignoring the jeers of her classmates, Qin Shiwei proceeded directly to the elevator, where she and Zhao Tingshan had already secured a reservation. She wondered if he had arrived yet. Just as she exited the elevator, she spotted Pei Yunxiao engaged in conversation with Meng Qingran. Upon noticing Qin Shiwei's presence, Pei Yunxiao's gaze swiftly fell upon her. He had predicted she would come. He had thought she might truly not show up. Pei Yunxiao approached her, a smug expression on his face. Didn't you say you weren't coming? Humph, don't think that just because you showed up, I will forgive you for what you did before. Qin Shiwei, I am still upset. He always resorted to using his anger as a means of intimidation against Qin Shiwei. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Do you have a problem? Pei Yunxiao replied, aren't you here to celebrate my birthday? Why should I celebrate your birthday? Qin Shiwei countered, you didn't invite me, did you? With so many classmates here for your birthday, I doubt my absence would matter. What do you mean, Qin Shiwei? Pei Yunxiao asked, his irritation evident as he regarded her. Even on his birthday, she refused to make things easy for him? Did she need to provoke him to feel satisfied? At that moment, the restaurant manager noticed Qin Shiwei and approached her, addressing her politely, Miss Shen. Has Zhao Tingshan arrived? Qin Shiwei inquired. The manager nodded, he is already here. Qin Shiwei said, please lead me to him, thank you. Certainly. The manager began to escort Qin Shiwei to Zhao Tingshan, but Pei Yunxiao followed closely behind her. Qin Shiwei, have you caused enough trouble? She was still intent on seeking out Zhao Tingshan. Was he simply too easygoing? Qin Shiwei cast a glance at him. I am not causing trouble, you are the one causing a ruckus, aren't you? You said you didn't want me to bother you, that I was annoying. Now that I'm not bothering you, what is your issue? Your girlfriend is still waiting for you. As she spoke, she glanced at Meng Qingran, who seemed hesitant to follow. Meng Qingran had never witnessed Pei Yunxiao being so proactive with Qin Shiwei before. Of course, Qin Shiwei understood that Pei Yunxiao's motivation for his eagerness was not out of affection for her but rather a reluctance to part with her financial support. Previously, he had clearly shown no interest in her, yet he had readily accepted everything she offered, rejecting her verbally yet relishing in the benefits. Now that she was ignoring him, he seemed flustered. After all the effort put into planning this birthday banquet, how could it end abruptly? Pei Yunxiao said, if your issue is my relationship with Meng Qingran, I can keep my distance from her. Would that suffice? Can you please stop causing a scene? Chapter 9 let him settle the bill in an unprecedented turn of events. He actually took a step back. This was sufficient to reveal just how reluctant he was to part with this birthday celebration. After all, if he didn't care about his image, he wouldn't have crafted the persona of a wealthy heir at school, nor would he have invited so many people to partake in his birthday festivities. It appeared that he too feared the prospect of embarrassment. Having witnessed Pei Yunxiao's aloof and noble demeanor, it was rather amusing for Qin Shiwei to see him compromise for the sake of a birthday party. She nodded and said, I understand it's your birthday today, it wouldn't be right to dampen everyone's spirits, would it? After speaking, she turned to the manager and added, I previously reserved the Jade Room under Pei Yunxiao's name. The manager perused the records and confirmed, yes, Miss Shin, since classmate Pei is celebrating his birthday today, let him use the room, Qin Shiwei concluded, glancing at Pei Yunxiao and inquiring, is that acceptable? Seeing her relent, Pei Yunxiao let out a sigh of relief. He gazed at Qin Shiwei and remarked, you're doing all this to ensure that I break up with Meng Qingran. You simply cannot stand to see us together. You're overthinking it, Qin Shiwei replied to Pei Yunxiao, who you choose to be with is of no concern to me. Pei Yunxiao, in due time, you shall realize that without me, Qin Shiwei, you are a nothing. The manager stood by, and Qin Shiwei's words left Pei Yunxiao feeling quite humiliated. I can't be bothered with you, he retorted, turning on his heel to leave. The manager looked at Qin Shiwei and said, I will have the arrangements for the Jade Room taken care of. Qin Shiwei nodded, yes, but remember, he must settle all expenses before leaving. No one is permitted to depart until the bill is paid. Understood, Miss Shin. Once everything was arranged, Qin Shiwei set off to find Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao returned to Meng Qingran's side, noticing his sullen expression. Meng Qingran asked, what happened? What were you discussing? Nothing much, Pei Yunxiao replied, casting a glance at the considerate and gentle Meng Qingran. The thought of breaking up with her seemed quite fanciful. After today's birthday celebration, he vowed never to have any further connection with Qin Shiwei, and he certainly wouldn't show her a pleasant face again. Zhao Tingshan was not in his school uniform today. He wore a simple white t-shirt. Although it was a basic style, he exuded an air of sophistication. When Qin Shiwei entered, he was engrossed in the menu, only raising his gaze to meet hers upon hearing her approach. Qin Shiwei smiled and said, have you been waiting long? Not at all, I just arrived, Zhao Tingshan replied, observing Qin Shiwei in her pleated skirt, which made her look quite adorable. However, he noted she appeared somewhat slender. Qin Shiwei naturally took a seat beside him, an unexpected closeness that made Zhao Tingshan somewhat uneasy. With so many available seats, she could have chosen another. Seemingly oblivious to his discomfort, Qin Shiwei asked, have you ordered yet? Not yet, still browsing, he answered. Let me take a look, she said, leaning closer to examine the menu alongside him. Zhao Tingshan found it difficult to focus on the menu, his attention drawn entirely to her. He was uncertain what shampoo she used, but it had a delightful fragrance, fresh and not at all cloying. Qin Shiwei ordered some spicy Hunan cuisine, craving something bold to remind herself that she was still alive. The days of hunger, inadequate clothing, and restless nights had been a torment for her. Even with her rebirth, there were moments when she dreamt of returning to her past life. After sampling the spicy dishes, she fanned herself with her hand and took a sip of watermelon juice. Zhao Tingshan glanced at her and asked, do you enjoy spicy food? It's alright, she replied, looking up at him. What about you? I like it as well, he said, cooperating as he picked up his chopsticks and added some dishes to his plate. The server was poised nearby, ready to assist. Before long, the owner of Huangting, named Li Yang, approached. Upon seeing him, Qin Shiwei politely greeted, Uncle Li looked at her and smiled, Wei is here too. From his words, Qin Shiwei understood that he wasn't there for her. Indeed, he walked directly to Zhao Tingshan and said politely, young Master Zhao, welcome to our restaurant. Should there be any lapses in service, please feel free to inform me. Having close ties with Qin Shiwei's father, he was now aware of Zhao Tingshan's true identity. Most people remained oblivious to the fact that the young heir of the Zhao family was hidden within Yun City. Zhao Tingshan acknowledged with a brief, before returning to his meal. He was quite indifferent. Qin Shiwei had originally perceived him as a warm person, but upon this encounter, she realized he preferred not to engage in conversation with others. Li Yan lingered for a moment, pouring him water personally, yet Zhao Tingshan remained silent. The atmosphere of aloofness spread throughout the room, prompting Li Yang to tactfully remark, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal, Wei. Take your time. Wait, Uncle Li, Qin Shiwei called after him. Upon hearing her, Li Yang halted and returned, is there anything else you need? Wei, his cheerful demeanor made him appear quite affable, and Qin Shiwei had always held a favorable impression of him. However, if her memory served her correctly, in her previous life, Huangting Hotel had suffered a fire 3 days after Pei Yunxiao's birthday party. Due to inadequate fire safety measures, it was discovered that their fire extinguishers were ineffective. The incident resulted in casualties, and as a consequence, Huangting, once the premier hotel in Yun City, fell into decline. Rumor had it that Li Yang fell ill due to the stress from the incident. Qin Shiwei looked at Li Yang and inquired, is your hotel's fire safety in order? Li Yang appeared taken aback by her sudden question. Why the sudden concern? Wei, I merely think it would be prudent for you to have it inspected, particularly the kitchen, she suggested. Rest assured, Li Yang replied, our hotel's fire safety protocols are robust, there will be no issues. We are committed to ensuring the safety of our guests. Qin Shiwei continued, Uncle Li, perhaps you should personally oversee the inspection? Seeing her insistence, Li Yang regarded her with a hint of displeasure. What do you mean by this, Wei? Do you not trust my word? I am a friend of your father. Are you not aware of my character? My business practices are always above board. Your words imply a doubt in my integrity. To him, Qin Shiwei was akin to a child, too young to grasp such matters. Zhao Tingshan interjected, since she has raised the concern, perhaps you should take a look. Li Yang, who had received no engagement from Zhao Tingshan since his arrival, now found himself conceding to his request. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Zhao Tingshan's calm demeanor, coupled with his esteemed status, lent weight to his words. Although he was not much older than Qin Shiwei, his assertions carried more credibility than hers. Chapter 10, publicly exposing the identity of the driver's son. After Li Yang exited, Qin Shiwei gazed at Zhao Tingshan with a hint of surprise. Why did you help me? She inquired. She had merely made this request because she was indeed privy to a great deal of information. However, from Zhao Tingshan's perspective, he should have known nothing at all. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan replied, since you have spoken up, is it not my duty to assist you? Are you not afraid that I might be speaking nonsense? What difference does it make? Zhao Tingshan responded calmly. Even if it were merely a jest, it bears no harm. It simply requires him to make a trip. As he spoke, he exuded an air of tranquility, yet Qin Shiwei found her heart warmed by his demeanor. It was a feeling of being believed in. She recalled the time when she was diagnosed with HIV. Not a single person believed in her innocence. They all accused her of being promiscuous. Had she truly been so, she might have accepted it. Everyone condemned her, despised her, to the point where she grew to loathe herself. Yet, she never anticipated that the truth was not their unwillingness to believe, but rather that those who conspired against her were acutely aware of her injustice. Qin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan lingered over their meal for an extended period, and even after finishing, they did not depart, allowing the restaurant to serve dessert. She had also brought her homework along, taking the opportunity to complete it while Zhao Tingshan assisted her with the questions. The two remained together until evening. As Pei Yunxiao's birthday banquet concluded and they prepared to leave, everyone was detained because Pei Yunxiao had failed to settle the bill. Pei Yunxiao called Qin Shiwei, but she did not answer the first time. Zhao Tingshan, sitting beside her, observed, not answering? I know who is calling, Qin Shiwei replied, disregarding it. It was only after Pei Yunxiao made 2 more calls that she finally picked up. Qin Shiwei, what is the meaning of this? Pei Yunxiao's voice crackled with anger on the other end. The more incensed he became, the better Qin Shiwei felt. Although she claimed to no longer wish to associate with him, the grievances from her past life still demanded retribution, otherwise, she could not swallow that bitterness. She smiled. What seems to be the matter, Pei school hunk, why the outburst? Come and pay the bill. Pei Yunxiao lowered his voice, do not cause trouble. He had initially thought that after the birthday party concluded, he would no longer have to interact with Qin Shiwei. He had not anticipated that she would wait for him here and now, lacking the funds to cover the bill. Everyone was waiting for him. Qin Shiwei remarked, how odd, it is your birthday, and I have not consumed anything, so why should I pay the bill? Perhaps you could ask your classmates to chip in, they seem quite fond of you and often dine with you. Previously, Qin Shiwei would provide Pei Yunxiao with tens of thousands in pocket money each month, and he felt justified in accepting it, believing it to be his rightful earnings from tutoring. He was also generous, frequently treating everyone to meals. Consequently, others perceived Pei Yunxiao as wealthy and were eager to befriend him, yet the money he spent was his own. Qin Shiwei, must you persist in this manner? What must I do for you to come and pay the bill? Qin Shiwei replied, if you are asking for a favor, at the very least, you should adopt a tone befitting one who is requesting assistance, don't you think? Through the phone, she could hear Pei Yunxiao exhale in frustration. Unlike before, when she would unconditionally cater to him, her newfound defiance incensed him. Qin Shiwei raised an eyebrow, not willing. Very well, I shall hang up, please. Pei Yunxiao clenched his teeth, gripping the phone tightly. They were currently blocked from leaving by the hotel staff. After hanging up, Qin Shiwei stood and addressed Zhao Tingshan, I will step outside for a moment. Upon entering the Emerald Hall, she found all the classmates attending the birthday party still present. They were waiting for Pei Yunxiao to settle the bill, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere, unable to leave, while Pei Yunxiao remained there, subjected to their scrutiny. Upon Qin Shiwei's arrival, the manager approached her politely, Miss Qin. Qin Shiwei scanned the room, observing that everyone was dressed splendidly. Earlier, they had looked down upon her, but now their arrogance had dissipated. After all, nothing is more embarrassing than being trapped here without the means to pay. With a smile, Qin Shiwei inquired, what seems to be the issue? Is this not Pei School Hunk's birthday celebration? You all appear rather glum. She deliberately scrutinized Pei Yunxiao, whose expression was darker than anyone else's. Meng Qingran stood nearby, equally perplexed. The manager explained, this Mr. Pei has not settled the bill, I merely instructed them to request payment. Qin Shiwei responded with composure, oh, is that so? Such a trivial matter need not escalate to this extent. They are my classmates, and I shall cover the bill for tonight. Having spoken, she handed her card to the manager, who took it to process the payment. The expressions of the others turned complex as they regarded Qin Shiwei. It was astonishing that, on Pei Yunxiao's birthday, it was she who was paying the bill. What was going on? Could he not afford it himself? Pei Yunxiao felt his face flush with heat. He gazed at Qin Shiwei, incredulous that she had so easily acquiesced. Was her intention merely to humiliate him? To let everyone know he was a pauper dependent on Qin Shiwei for financial support. Previously, she had discreetly handled the matter of payments, but now she was making it so ostentatious, swiping her card in front of everyone. This woman, she had truly lost her mind. Soon, the manager returned with the completed transaction, handing Qin Shiwei the bill along with her card. Miss Shun, the transaction is complete. Here is the bill. Qin Shiwei glanced at the bill and deliberately announced the amount, 860,000, Pei School Hunk, happy birthday. This year, I shall cover the bill for your birthday, but there shall be no next time. After all, I can support you, but I cannot sustain your girlfriend as well. As she finished, she cast a glance at Meng Qingran, who stood nearby, her face paling to a ghostly hue. What was happening? Pei Yunxiao's funds were provided by Shen Shiwei. Was he not a wealthy heir? This scene was overwhelmingly humiliating for everyone present. Wang Yan stepped forward, addressing Shen Shiwei. Shen Shiwei, what sort of joke is this? Just because Pei School Hunk's money is with you, does that mean it belongs to you? You are merely the daughter of their family's servant, entrusted to look after the card. What are you so proud of? Is your family's money meant to be managed by servants? Shen Shiwei regarded Wang Yan with a light chuckle. Since you assert that I am merely the daughter of Pei Yunxiao's family's servant, I shall clarify. I am not. His father is my family's driver. That day at the school gate, he dropped me off and took Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran away. He has since been dismissed. If you do not believe me, you might as well ask Pei Yunxiao. Having said this, Shen Shiwei turned to Pei Yunxiao. What do you say, Pei School Hunk? Chapter 11. Leaning against the young master, she fell asleep. He glared at her, his eyes filled with resentment. Throughout his life, no matter how impoverished he had never endured such humiliation. Now, everyone was witnessing his folly, yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Shen Shiwei was likely to refund the money and keep him here. He ignored her and turned to leave, with Meng Qingran following suit. The scene before them was too disgraceful, but she felt compelled to exit. Especially today, when she had boastfully shared with her classmates about her relationship with Pei Yunxiao. She had thought that since Pei Yunxiao was a wealthy heir, announcing their relationship would be justified and would elicit envy from others. However, she never anticipated that he was, in fact, the son of a chauffeur. What was the point of his pretense as a wealthy heir? Once the two had departed, Shen Shiwei glanced at the onlookers and said, if there is nothing else, you may disperse. Please be cautious on your way home, it's getting late. One by one, the crowd left the Emerald Hall. Only after they had all exited did Shen Shiwei step out, with the manager accompanying her to the elevator, just as Zhao Tingshan arrived. Shen Shiwei halted, regarding him. You haven't left yet. Zhao Tingshan approached. Have you finished your business? Shen Shiwei nodded, yes. They entered the elevator together, and at that moment, Shen Shiwei remained silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. Although she had clarified her identity before the crowd, she felt no joy. The punishment meted out to Pei Yunxiao was but a trifling recompense for the grievances she had endured over the years. It did not alleviate the turmoil within her heart. Noticing her silence, Zhao Tingshan refrained from intruding upon her thoughts. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted Li Yang as well. Upon seeing Shen Shiwei, he hurried over. Wei. This time, his attention was solely on Shen Shiwei, not Zhao Tingshan. Shen Shiwei politely greeted him, Uncle Li. Li Yang took her hand. Wei, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, our hotel would have faced a calamity. I just conducted a thorough inspection and uncovered numerous issues, all due to my cousin's incompetence. I've sent him home. Shen Shiwei felt relieved. It was nothing. Curious, Li Yang inquired, how did you know there were fire safety issues at our hotel? Shen Shiwei was momentarily taken aback by the question. She could only fabricate an excuse. I dreamt about it last night. Li Yang chuckled at her response. Alright, I won tea pry. By the way, I arranged for some gifts for both of you. He signaled his assistant to bring forth the gifts, neatly packaged. Just a small token of appreciation. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. He would certainly remember this favor. Li Yang escorted them to the exit, where the Zhao family car was already waiting. As Shen Shiwei settled into the vehicle, she gazed out the window. The streets were now sparse with pedestrians. Though there was still a fair amount of traffic, there was a slight congestion. When she had been with Zhao Tingshan earlier, they had conversed animatedly, but now a heavy silence enveloped them. Zhao Tingshan did not disturb her. He pondered how she had managed to foresee the fire safety issues at the Royal Court Hotel. Logically, she should not have been more informed than Li Yang regarding their establishment. He had also heard of the events in the Emerald Hall today. It was Pei Yunxiao's birthday, and instead of accompanying him, she had chosen to stay with him. Not only that, but she had also left Pei Yunxiao in such a humiliating position. Was she intent on severing ties with Pei Yunxiao entirely? Then what was the source of her apparent despondency? In truth, Shen Shiwei only felt sorrow for a brief moment before it dissipated. She understood that she had been given a second chance at life, and everything still held the potential for renewal. As long as she refrained from repeating her past mistakes, there was still time to amend many things. Thus, she soon grew drowsy. Having diligently attended school lately, wearing herself out, she felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. Before long, she nestled closer and fell asleep against Zhao Tingshan and Zhao Tingshan. By the time they arrived at the Shen residence, Zhao Tingshan's arm had grown somewhat weary, yet he dared not change his position for fear of waking her. He maintained this posture. Young master, we've arrived. Zhao Tingshan glanced outside, his gaze resting on Shen Shiwei's delicate visage, hesitating whether to rouse her. The driver exited the vehicle to wait outside, yet Zhao Tingshan remained silent. Feeling the car had halted, Shen Shiwei awoke. Glancing outside to discover they had reached home, she lifted her head to look at Zhao Tingshan, only to find him sitting upright, unable to meet her gaze. She rubbed her sore neck and straightened her posture. We're here. Zhao Tingshan replied, yes. Why didn't you wake me? I thought you were sleeping soundly. His expression remained perpetually impassive as he spoke. Shen Shiwei observed him and noticed a hint of pink at his ears, recalling his inherent innocence, yet she had not expected him to be this naive. Zhao Tingshan. Upon hearing her call his name, he turned to her. Shen Shiwei asked, are you afraid of me? Zhao Tingshan replied, no. But why do you avoid looking at me? When we're together, you seem to dislike me. Zhao Tingshan cleared his throat. I'm simply unaccustomed to being so close to others. She was the first. Hearing his words, Shen Shiwei laughed, then why not let me distance myself from you? Zhao Tingshan, sensing her challenge, questioned to assert his independence, why did you break up with Pei Yinxiao? I thought you liked him. The mention of this topic caught Shen Shiwei off guard. She stared ahead at the empty private road. I simply realized I didn't like him anymore. It's nothing. I am going back. Just as Shen Shiwei stepped out of the car, the grand entrance of the Shen residence swung open. Her father, Shen Wenbin, appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing her father, Shen Shiwei's face lit up. Dad. You back. Shen Wenbin was often busy with work, leaving Shen Shiwei to fend for herself at home. Although there were plenty of servants, few could truly manage her. To make matters worse, her father, having doted on her, seldom imposed any restrictions. He believed that as long as she was happy, that was enough. With her father's affection, she experienced the most carefree days of her life. However, in her previous life, her father had advised her not to fixate on Pei Yinxiao, but she had been deaf to his words. Now, seeing her father again, a warm sense of familiarity washed over her. Standing before him, a long-forgotten sense of grievance surged within her, and she rushed into her father's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad. In truth, one only reveals their vulnerability in front of those closest to them. Initially, Shen Wenbin had intended to maintain a stern demeanor upon seeing her return so late, hoping to reclaim some semblance of paternal authority. Yet, when she suddenly broke down and cried, he panicked, gently patting her back. Daddy's here. What's wrong? Who has bullied our precious girl? Was it that scoundrel Pei Yinxiao? I heard you dismissed both him and his father. Shen Shiwei clung to her father. It's nothing, I just missed you. Chapter 12. Pei Yinxiao's beating. Foolish girl, you often complain when I call you a few times. By the way, is that the Zhao family's car? Upon hearing her father's mention, Shen Shiwei turned her head and saw the Zhao family's vehicle parked at the entrance, from which Zhao Tingshan had already alighted. Her eyes were red, and feeling a tad embarrassed under his gaze, she responded to her father, yes, Zhao Tingshan brought me back. We went out for dinner last night. Shen Wenbin cast a surprised glance at Shen Shiwei. He recalled how vehemently she had resisted the idea of engagement previously. She had even asserted that she could never possibly have any relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Now, they had evidently spent time together? Although he was oblivious to what had prompted this change in his daughter, Shen Wenbin nonetheless addressed Zhao Tingshan, saying, Tingshan, please come in and sit for a while. Hello, Uncle Shen, Zhao Tingshan replied, I won tea intrude today. I'll head back now. He glanced at Shen Shiwei before turning to get into the car. The Zhao family's vehicle drove off, and Shen Shiwei followed her father back inside. Did Zhao Tingshan bully you? Noticing her red-rimmed eyes and aggrieved expression, Shen Wenbin inquired. Shen Shiwei shook her head. No, he has treated me quite well. She settled onto the sofa, aware that her father was observing her closely. At this moment, he still appeared youthful. Of course, when he eventually departed, he wouldn't seem old either. Yet, Shen Shiwei always remembered that her father appeared quite aged when he left. Shen Wenbin repeatedly questioned her until he was assured that Shen Shiwei had not been mistreated by Pei Yinxiao, allowing him to finally relax. Early Monday morning, as Shen Shiwei had just risen from bed, she heard An Zhou announcing that Pei Yinxiao had arrived. Recalling the tumultuous scene from the previous night, she realized that her relationship with him had irrevocably soured. Pei Yinxiao should have understood that she would no longer indulge him. To her surprise, he had come. Descending the stairs, Shen Shiwei discovered that it was not just Pei Yinxiao who had come, but his father as well. Uncle Pei sat on the sofa and addressed Shen Wenbin. Mr. Shen, it is entirely our Yinxiao's fault. I have already chastised him. He will never bully Wei again. Wei? Shen Wenbin frowned. Is that how you refer to my daughter? He had long harbored a dislike for the Pei father-son duo. Were it not for the fear of his daughter severing ties with him, he would never have tolerated them. Aware of his blunder, Pei Hong quickly apologized. I mean, Miss Shen, of course. Upon seeing Shen Shiwei descend from the upstairs, he swiftly shifted his gaze to her. Miss Shen, good morning. I have brought Pei Yinxiao here today to apologize to you. Shen Shiwei looked at Pei Yinxiao, who sat there sullenly, silent as ever. Apologize. Shen Shiwei did not believe for a moment that Pei Yinxiao had come to offer an apology, for his expression betrayed his unwillingness. Clearly, he still harbored resentment over the birthday incident. How could he possibly seek her forgiveness? Shen Shiwei replied, what Uncle Pei said is unnecessary. Pei Yinxiao has not wronged me in any way, so there is no need for an apology. But I heard you dismissed him, Pei Hong remarked, seemingly more concerned about Pei Yinxiao's dismissal than when it had initially happened. After all, his own salary was not substantial, and he worked long hours, yet Pei Yinxiao's situation was different. He merely needed to tutor Shen Shiwei and could earn a significant amount of money. Perhaps one day, the entire Shen family would belong to him. Now that he had fallen out with Shen Shiwei, how could Pei Hong agree to this? Shen Shiwei clarified, during these years he tutored me, my grades have only declined, and Pei Yinxiao himself feels he is inadequate for this job, as I am too slow-witted for him to teach her. Therefore, I had to fulfill his wish and let him go. There is no animosity between us. He has not wronged me in any way, so an apology is unnecessary. Shen Wenbin glanced at Shen Shiwei, noting her calm demeanor as she spoke. He had previously insisted on her being with Pei Yinxiao and had acquiesced to her desire for him to tutor her. Now, however, she had actually dismissed Pei Yinxiao. Shen Wenbin was taken aback, but also somewhat pleased. Had his daughter matured, Shen Shiwei needed to attend class and eat. Shen Wenbin instructed someone to escort the father-son duo out. After lunch, Shen Shiwei emerged from her home, where the driver awaited her in the courtyard. She entered the car, and as it pulled away from the Shen residence, she noticed Pei Yinxiao still lingering at the gate, with his father present as well. In stark contrast to his earlier, gentler demeanor, Uncle Pei raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Pei Yunxiao. Shen Shiwei was aware of Pei Yunxiao's background. His father was a gambler, and his mother had left him, unable to endure it. Over the years, he had lived with his father, borrowing money for school from relatives. As he matured, he had begun to fend for himself. Given such a background, it was remarkable that he excelled academically, consistently ranking first in his school. Shen Shiwei, therefore, cherished and cared for him deeply, providing him with the best of everything in hopes of improving his circumstances. Unfortunately, while she felt compassion for him, he had never reciprocated, viewing her merely as a source of financial support. The person he truly cared for was not her. Retracting her gaze, she proceeded directly to school. Following the events of the previous day, her peers' attitudes toward Shen Shiwei had softened, and some classmates even approached her to converse. Shiwei, is your family truly that wealthy? So, is all of Pei Yunxiao's money from you? We always thought he was a rich second generation. Shen Shiwei replied, haven't you already figured that out? We just found it peculiar. Why are you so kind to Pei Yunxiao when he isn't with you? Why is he still with Meng Qingran? Miss Shen, why don't you consider me? I assure you I would be more obedient than Pei Yunxiao. Shen Shiwei gazed at the slightly chubby boy with glasses before her, unable to suppress a laugh at his words. Just then, Pei Yunxiao arrived. Hearing the boy's comment, Pei Yunxiao let out a cold laugh. You can wish all you want, but she wouldn't even spare you a glance. She already has a new target. You'll have to wait your turn. New target? Upon hearing Pei Yunxiao's words, everyone turned to look. What new target could Shen Shiwei possibly have? Who could be better than Pei Yunxiao? Surely no one at their school could surpass him. Although he was no longer a rich second generation, Pei Yunxiao was academically gifted and handsome. Everyone believed he had a bright future ahead. Pei Yunxiao did not respond to his peers' inquiries. He merely fixed his gaze on Shen Shiwei and remarked, after being your devoted admirer for so long, you treat me this way simply because I refuse to date you. Shen Shiwei, even if you resort to these tactics, Pei Yunxiao, will never develop feelings for you. A girl like you, who relies solely on her family's wealth yet performs poorly academically, cannot compare even to Qingran's little finger. Only then did the crowd recall Shen Shiwei's dismal academic performance. Not only was she Pei Yunxiao's admirer, but she was also considered rather inept. Indeed, while she possessed some wealth, it was merely inherited. Given her poor grades, it was only natural that Pei Yunxiao would look down on her. Chapter 13. Shen Shiwei is supported by an older man. Before Shen Shiwei could utter a word, Pei Yunxiao continued, the birthday party was an event you insisted I organize. I had no desire to attend. Yet in the end, you deliberately embarrassed your classmates. Do you truly believe that your wealth grants you the right to toy with others' dignity? Furthermore, do not twist the truth by claiming that you are supporting me. That money was merely the fee for the tutoring I provided. I shall not accept your money again, but do not expect me to assist you any further. After delivering this scathing remark, Pei Yunxiao promptly switched seats, displaying a clear desire to sever all ties with Shen Shiwei. Goodness, he was once again adopting the persona of the aloof academic. He had always been this way. Shen Shiwei had not forgotten how he had once pleaded with her. Initially, she felt a twinge of pity when she saw his father strike him, but now it seemed it was a deserved punishment. Shen Shiwei did not indulge him either. Tutoring, Pei Yunxiao, how dare you speak of tutoring? Ever since you began tutoring me, have you accomplished anything other than squandering my money? My monthly dismal grades are the result of your so-called tutoring? Pei Yunxiao, his expression icy, retorted, I told you, you were simply not bright. That is not my concern. Shen Shiwei, with your wealth, why not invest in a better brain? Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter. Observing his brazen demeanor, Shen Shiwei countered, are you certain it is I who is lacking intellect, rather than your method of teaching being flawed? Pei Yunxiao recalled Zhao Tingshan and realized that Shen Shiwei had enlisted his help for tutoring. He scoffed, in that case, let us see your performance in the next monthly exam. Just to be clear, I expect you to improve by 100 places. If you do, I will concede that the fault lies with me. He was genuinely curious whether Zhao Tingshan could indeed teach her anything. After all, her mind seemed utterly incapable. Very well. Shen Shiwei met his gaze. His demand for a mere 100-place improvement was hardly excessive, revealing just how little regard he held for her. In his eyes, she must truly be quite dim-witted. Upon her agreement, Pei Yunxiao addressed the group. You all heard her. If she can improve her rank by 100 places in the next monthly exam, I, Pei Yunxiao, will punish myself by running 10 kilometers. Wow. The crowd looked at Pei Yunxiao, their faces alight with excitement. Wang Yan turned to Shen Shiwei, since the campus heartthrob is running 10 kilometers, why not make it a bet? If you lose, you must run 10 kilometers as well. But Shen Shiwei, can you even manage that? If you back down, just admit defeat. Shen Shiwei regarded them and replied, sure. 100-place improvement was not overly challenging, especially since she had been attending classes with Zhao Tingshan recently. The concepts he taught her were clear and comprehensible, and she could feel her progress. Thus, she readily accepted the challenge. After all, having a goal would drive her to strive harder. Pei Yunxiao, unable to contain a derisive laugh, muttered, fool. He sat down, genuinely astonished that Shen Shiwei had agreed. Surely, she could not believe she would succeed. He was well aware of her struggles with the material. Her level of understanding was painfully evident to him. He was already looking forward to witnessing Shen Shiwei attempting to run those 10 kilometers. Just as they concluded their wager, Meng Qingran entered the room. She had overheard Pei Yunxiao's earlier comments. After a night of brooding, she had come to a realization: Pei Yunxiao was academically gifted and handsome. Even if his family background was modest, his relentless hard work far surpassed Shen Shiwei's frivolity by 100-fold. It was clear that he would achieve great things through his own efforts, and being associated with him was not a disadvantage. With this in mind, she approached Pei Yunxiao and said, Pei Yunxiao, although your father is merely a driver, he earns his living through hard work. Moreover, you have consistently excelled academically. It must have been quite challenging to reach this point given your circumstances. I will always support you. Upon hearing Meng Qingran's words, all the classmates who had doubted Pei Yunxiao were suddenly moved. Her unwavering loyalty was truly commendable. Looking at Pei Yunxiao, who had always been a top student, it was evident that people admired him not solely because of his wealth, but for his exceptional character and diligence. In stark contrast, Shen Shiwei, who failed to put in effort herself, had the audacity to expect others to associate with her. It was utterly shameless. Watching the two of them play off each other, Shen Shiwei could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for their seemingly perfect love. It was heartwarming. These two were destined to be together. How foolish she had been to interfere. Following Pei Yunxiao's scathing remarks, everyone now viewed Shen Shiwei as a mere airhead. She had finally shed the burdens of being a simpering follower and a servant's daughter, only to find herself isolated once more due to her academic performance. However, Shen Shiwei was unfazed. Compared to the isolation she had endured in her previous life, this was merely a trifling annoyance. After all, she still had wealth and her father. She focused on her studies, indifferent to their opinions. After school, Shen Wenbin came to pick her up personally. At over 40, he still bore an air of youthful handsomeness and gentlemanly charm. Upon seeing his daughter, he embraced her warmly before opening the car door and encouraging her to get inside. Pei Yunxiao had just exited the school with Meng Qingran when he noticed the scene. A few classmates accompanying them looked on with curiosity. Could that man be Shen Shiwei's new target? This morning, Pei Yunxiao had mentioned something similar and Meng Qingran remarked, that man must be around 40 years old, right? What is their relationship? Others began speculating, so that's why Shen Shiwei could never be a true heiress. She is being supported by an older man. I can't believe she thought she was so special. No wonder Pei Yunxiao would not associate with her. If I were him, I wouldn't want to be linked to someone like this. Engaging in such behavior at her age is simply disgusting. Hearing their disparagement of Shen Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao could not be bothered to defend her. After all, he had not spoken ill of her, it was merely the opinions of others, and she could hardly blame him. Meng Qingran glanced at Pei Yunxiao, noticing his silence, and felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although Shen Shiwei's academic performance was poor, her wealth allowed her to spend extravagant sums effortlessly. This thought had always irked Meng Qingran, making her feel inferior. Now discovering that Shen Shiwei's fortune was merely a result of an older man's support, she felt a newfound balance. At least she would never resort to such shamelessness. She would achieve her dreams through her own hard work. One day, whatever Shen Shiwei possessed, she would possess as well. Chapter 14 Indulge her. Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao boarded the bus, and Pei Yunxiao remarked, I won't be seeing you off today. He could no longer tutor Shen Shiwei for extra income, so he had taken up a part-time job. His father had amassed a considerable gambling debt, and in the past, much of his earnings had been siphoned away by his father, and now, he had to devise ways to earn a living on his own. Meng Qingran responded, all right. Shen Wenbin accompanied Shen Shiwei to purchase a new mobile phone for her before taking her out for a meal. By the time they were dining, Zhao Tingshan had already arrived. Zhao Tingshan lived in Yun City, residing with his uncle Qi Chang, who had a cordial relationship with Shen Wenbin. This gathering marked the formal introduction of the two families, an arrangement Shen Wenbin had long desired to orchestrate. However, it had been thwarted previously due to Shen Shiwei's vehement opposition, as her affections were solely directed towards Pei Yunxiao. Today, Shen Shiwei's willingness to join the meal brought Shen Wenbin great satisfaction. His daughter had finally matured and was open to his counsel. During the meal, Shen Wenbin engaged in conversation with Zhao Tingshan's uncle, Shen Shiwei, sitting nearby, recounted her wager with them regarding 100-place improvement in her grades. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshan offered no further commentary, merely acknowledging her words. Not comprehending his demeanor, Shen Shiwei inquired, do you think I'm being reckless? Is the pressure overwhelming? Zhao Tingshan met her gaze, responding, not at all. Then do you believe I have a chance? Shen Shiwei continued, I can comprehend the problems you've been explaining to me lately. That's fine, Zhao Tingshan reassured her. Leave it to me. Besides, you're quite intelligent, you're not as foolish as others claim. The others he referred to were, of course, Pei Yunxiao. Although Zhao Tingshan had refrained from commenting at the time, he had taken note of Pei Yunxiao's disparagement. Shen Shiwei smiled, feeling relieved by his words. Your reassurance puts me at ease. I suppose I shall be relying on you quite a bit during this period. Of course, he replied. As they conversed, Shen Shiwei suddenly noticed the room had fallen silent. Turning her gaze, she discovered that both her father and Zhao Tingshan's uncle were observing her intently. This caused her some embarrassment. Dad, why are you both looking at me? Nothing, please continue, Shen Wenbin urged as he resumed his conversation with Qi Chang. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but reflect on the strong rapport between the two young men. Although this fiancé was a choice made by Shen Wenbin himself, he felt an inexplicable sense of protectiveness, as if his cherished daughter were in danger of being whisked away. After dinner, Shen Wenbin and Qi Chang had matters to discuss, so Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan departed first. Instead of heading home, they sought out a CAF where Shen Shiwei, craving ice cream, went to make a purchase. After placing her order, she returned to sit beside Zhao Tingshan, and they continued discussing their studies. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of class, as the impending 10-kilometer run loomed ominously, threatening to exhaust her completely. Your order, came the prompt voice of the waiter as he delivered their items. Shen Shiwei looked up to find that the waiter, clad in a uniform, was none other than Pei Yunxiao. Surprised, she exclaimed, what are you doing here? Pei Yunxiao shot her a cold glance. I should be asking you that. Did you come here to annoy me, knowing I work here? Though Shen Shiwei maintained a facade of indifference towards him, Pei Yunxiao could discern that she still harbored feelings for him. She merely sought to provoke a reaction, otherwise, what were the odds that she would coincidentally appear at his workplace? Shen Shiwei replied, "You're overthinking it, this is merely a coincidence." Pei Yunxiao cast a glance at Zhao Tingshan, made no further remarks, and turned to leave, evidently uninterested in engaging with them further. Observing his haughty demeanor, Shen Shiwei was at a loss as to what he had to be proud of. She then turned to offer her ice cream to Zhao Tingshan, who declined it, saying, "You should eat it yourself." He helped her with her bag as they exited the CAF together. Shen Shiwei had intended to linger a while longer, but encountering Pei Yunxiao had dampened her spirits considerably. In the following fortnight, Shen Shiwei diligently pursued her studies, with Zhao Tingshan frequently visiting the Shen household to assist her. Her grade showed considerable improvement, yet, each time Pei Yunxiao witnessed her earnest efforts, he couldn't resist mocking her. Sitting beside her, he taunted, "Shen Shiwei, you might just regret this, it's not too late to concede now. Otherwise, once the results are out, don't blame me if you embarrass yourself. You're disturbing me." Shen Shiwei frowned and plugged her ears with her headphones. As the monthly exam concluded, Shen Shiwei was in high spirits, eager to return home. Although her results had yet to be released, she felt she had performed quite well. Zhao Tingshan was seated in the courtyard, sipping tea while keeping company with the increasingly plump Bai. Shen Shiwei approached, embracing Bai, and asked Zhao Tingshan, "You arrived quite early today?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "I should be here early every day. I'm just curious, don't you have other activities at school?" Pei Yunxiao was also a top student at their institution, and he and Meng Qingran had previously engaged in numerous activities. In comparison, Zhao Tingshan seemed to enjoy a more leisurely pace. Each time she returned, he was already present. Zhao Tingshan explained, "I have more freedom, they don't keep tabs on me." So you don't have any school activities to attend?" "I generally don't participate." "Not even the student council?" Zhao Tingshan shook his head. "Sometimes I'll join competitions, but I usually don't go." "Why not?" "Because it lacks significance. Furthermore, the teachers believed it would create an unfair advantage that could undermine the confidence of other students." Shen Shiwei remarked, "But I seem to recall you participating in quite a few competitions. For instance, Pei Yunxiao mentioned you were present at those events, and you even outperformed him, which is why he dislikes you so much." Zhao Tingshan lifted his cup, silently taking a sip of water. He typically did not miss competitions where Pei Yunxiao was involved. Shen Shiwei continued, "I heard that next weekend, there will be a basketball match between your school and ours. Will you be participating? Can you play basketball?" Noticing his intrigued expression, she eagerly added, "Wait for me a moment, I'll change my clothes, and later, could you help me check the answers to today's questions? Although I feel I did quite well." She was anxious to discover her results. Upon entering her home, Zhao Tingshan retrieved his phone and saw a message from Ku Yang of the student council sent 2 days prior. "Brother Shen, next week we'll be facing off against the students from the 8th middle school. Would you like to join?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "Sure." Moments later, the response came, brimming with enthusiasm. "Really, you actually agreed? That's wonderful, what changed your mind?" Chapter 15. Young Master, your phone. He had previously shown no anticipation whatsoever and seemed devoid of interest. After changing her clothes, Shen Shiwei descended from the upper floor and exchanged answers with Zhao Tingshan in the courtyard. Discovering that she had gotten many questions correct lifted her spirits considerably. When the results were announced, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and, as was customary, praised Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran, who once again secured the first and second positions, respectively. After their accolades, the teacher continued, "However, this time I must also commend another individual, that is, Shen Shiwei." Upon hearing this, Shen Shiwei perked up. Pei Yunxiao cast her a glance, his eyes brimming with mockery. The homeroom teacher added, "Shen Shiwei has performed admirably this time. She has consistently been at the bottom, yet she has made significant strides. Her results have now placed her among the top 200 in the grade. If she continues to put in the effort, she is sure to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination." Top 200? At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Pei Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely hoped for Shen Shiwei to improve by 100 places, yet she had somehow entered the top 200. Shen Shiwei herself was equally astonished at such a remarkable leap. Perhaps it was due to the hardship she endured in her previous life, that she now found no time for indulgence, resulting in her exceptional focus during classes. Each day, she engaged earnestly in her studies, then reviewed the material with Zhao Tingshan, who excelled at teaching her. The difficult problems he explained suddenly became much simpler. The evidence was clear: effort always yields rewards. "Teacher, you must be mistaken, right? Shen Shiwei has always performed poorly. How could she possibly? I am certainly not mistaken." The homeroom teacher regarded Shen Shiwei with a look of approval. Previously, she had been troubled by the presence of a student who was dragging the class down, yet who could have imagined that Shen Shiwei would show such remarkable improvement? After receiving the teacher's affirmation, Shen Shiwei felt a surge of happiness. Noticing Pei Yunxiao watching her from the side, she remarked, "Well, did you not say I was foolish? Don't forget the 10 kilometers. Pei Yunxiao pursed his lips, utterly bewildered. How could she, who had been so dim-witted, have improved so drastically? Was Zhao Tingshan truly that formidable? After school, Pei Yunxiao was reluctantly compelled to run 10 kilometers, while Shen Shiwei chose to linger behind to witness the spectacle. Sitting nearby, she relished the sight of his misfortune, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. It was delightful. Meng Qingran stood beside her, casting a cold glance at Shen Shiwei. Wang Yan, observing Shen Shiwei, whispered to Meng Qingran, "So what if she made it into the top 200? She is acting as if she has come first. Pei Yunxiao secured the top spot and the ISNT as proud as she is, our Qingran even came in second. Meng Qingran's gaze shifted to Pei Yunxiao as she coolly replied, a bet is a bet. Yunxiao is not the type to take a loss lightly. Exactly, Wang Yan added, even if her grades improved, what of it, she still has to serve that old man when she goes home. Ugh, just the thought of her sleeping with an old man makes me feel sick. Meng Qingran retorted, let us refrain from speaking ill of others. Qingran, you are just too kind. Wang Yan wrapped her arm around Meng Qingran's. By the time Pei Yunxiao completed the 10 kilometers, dusk was nearly upon them. He returned, drenched in sweat, and upon seeing Shen Shiwei, inquired, are you satisfied? Shen Shiwei nodded, well done. I look forward to our next wager. She stood and walked out of the school, satisfied. Pei Yunxiao watched her retreating figure, noting her evident joy as she skipped along. In his memories, she had always been like a devoted admirer to him, yet now she could scarcely spare him a glance. Contemplating her connection with Zhao Tingshan, did this mean she was truly going to be with him? Both she and Zhao Tingshan hailed from well-off families, and they were indeed a good match. If she were to truly end up with Zhao Tingshan, as this thought arose within him, Pei Yunxiao felt a wave of discomfort. It was as if something he held dear was being snatched away. Yunxiao. Noticing his unwavering gaze fixed on Shen Shiwei's direction, Meng Qingran remarked, are you tired? Have some water. Handing him a bottle of mineral water, Pei Yunxiao accepted it, replying, thank you. He was always courteous in front of Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran said, you've worked hard, however, it is strange. Shiwei's grades were consistently poor, how did she suddenly improve so significantly this time? Perhaps she cheated. Wang Yan interjected, I suspect she did it just to ensure Pei Yunxiao lost, otherwise, how could she have improved so much after Pei Yunxiao tutored her daily when her grades were so abysmal? Only you would think of such things. Meng Qingran shot a glance at Wang Yan, no evidence means you shouldn't speak carelessly. What if she decides to cause trouble for you, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Wang Yan declared, I'll inform the teacher tomorrow. Upon leaving school, Shen Shiwei took a car home, eager to share the news with Zhao Tingshan. After all, it was partly his influence that had led her to triumph over Pei Yunxiao. However, she was met with disappointment when Aunt Zhou informed her, young Master Tingshan did not come over today. Oh, really? Shen Shiwei felt a twinge of sadness. After changing into something more comfortable, she went to the dining room to eat. With her father away, she was alone in the house. She decided to call Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Tingshan was swimming at home when the butler reminded him, young master, your phone. The man in the pool seemed oblivious. The butler added, it's a call from Miss Shun. Zhao Tingshan emerged from the water and made his way to the shore. The butler promptly handed him a towel to drape over his shoulders. After accepting the phone, a gentle expression crossed his otherwise cold face as he answered, hello. Shen Shiwei inquired, are you busy? I hope I'm not interrupting you. I was just swimming. Shen Shiwei continued, I heard you didn't come over today, so I thought I'd call and check in. Zhao Tingshan replied, I have a few matters to attend to. Shen Shiwei smiled, I made significant progress this time, managing to rank in the top 200, Pei Yunxiao had to run 10 kilometers today. Watching him get his comeuppance was simply delightful. Zhao Tingshan moved to a nearby lounge chair, sitting down patiently as he listened to her joy-filled recounting. After a moment, Shen Shiwei asked, are you still there? Zhao Tingshan responded, I am listening. Congratulations. I hope this call isn't a bother? Not at all, it's a perfect time for a chat. You've been coming over every day to tutor me, it must be exhausting, why don't you take a couple of days off? I can study on my own, and if I have any questions, I'll message you on QQ. That sounds reasonable. Zhao Tingshan, Shen Shiwei did not rush to end the call, you sound a bit down. Is something bothering you, can I help? Her question left him momentarily speechless. Chapter 16 Shen Shiwei, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Tingshan felt that his demeanor was no different from usual, yet to his surprise, she could discern his discontent over the phone. Noticing his silence, Shen Shiwei remarked, I am aware that you tend to keep your troubles to yourself, but Zhao Tingshan, we are comrades now, aren't we? You have assisted me immensely, and I wish to return the favor. Without his help in her studies, achieving such commendable results would have been impossible. She could not simply bask in his generosity, especially considering he was not financially strained. Upon hearing her words, particularly the characterization of their relationship as comrades, Zhao Tingshan could not help but smile wryly, all right. The following day, when Shen Shiwei arrived at school, the homeroom teacher entered with a stern expression. Standing at the front of the class, she exuded an air of authority and anger. Fixing her gaze on Shen Shiwei, she commanded, Shen Shiwei, please stand up. Shen Shiwei complied, confusion evident on her face as she looked at the teacher. The teacher continued, someone has reported that you cheated on this month's exam. Do you have anything to say? Upon hearing the word cheating, Shen Shiwei glanced around, noticing that all eyes were upon her. Especially Wang Yan, who sat beside Meng Qingran, wearing a look of malicious glee. Shen Shiwei inquired, teacher, may I ask what evidence there is to support this accusation? The homeroom teacher furrowed her brow, responding, your previous exam scores were quite poor, and yet this time you have shown an unexpected improvement, which raises suspicions. Therefore, we have decided to set new questions for you to take another exam. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing that she would need to retake the exam, Shen Shiwei replied, of course I do. Wang Yan could hardly contain herself, standing up eagerly, see, I told you she cheated. If your results were truly your own, why fear a retest? What is the harm in taking it again?
Seeing Wang Yan's smug expression, as if she had caught her in a trap, Shen Shiwei found it rather amusing.
You have no evidence to accuse me of cheating? The principle of he who asserts must prove applies to you as well, otherwise, it is mere slander. If everyone were like you, running around making baseless accusations, would I have to keep retaking exams? I might as well stop attending classes altogether. As Shen Shiwei spoke, Pei Yunxiao looked on in surprise. Shen Shiwei had always been rather soft-spoken. When others confronted her, she typically struggled to defend herself. Yet now, her thoughts were remarkably clear. Could this truly be the same Shen Shiwei he had known for so long? Seeing her articulate her defense with conviction, the homeroom teacher replied, "It is not unreasonable for others to question you. This retest is merely to confirm your integrity. Surely, you would not want your peers to harbor doubts about you?" Noticing the teacher's insistence, which seemed to imply disbelief in her legitimate achievements, Shen Shiwei smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, I am certainly willing to take the retest. However, I find it absurd to be unjustly questioned. We are classmates. After all, Wang Yan's accusations seem to stem from some ulterior motive. If I perform better in the next exam, will she not have something else to say? Therefore, since she has chosen to report me without grounds, shouldn't there be some consequence? If it is proven that I did not cheat, perhaps she should be expelled?" Expelled? The homeroom teacher hesitated at the mention of expulsion. Wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Wang Yan did indeed have better grades than Shen Shiwei, so the teacher naturally showed some favoritism. Shen Shiwei countered, "Her baseless claims of cheating have the potential to severely tarnish my reputation. If I were to succumb to the pressure and take drastic measures, wouldn't that be an even greater tragedy?" Upon hearing Shen Shiwei mention suicide, others in the room turned pale. Shen Shiwei turned to Wang Yan and said, "What is the matter? You were so certain I cheated, yet now you hesitate to wager." "Of course I dare." Wang Yan, provoked by Shen Shiwei's challenge, replied vehemently. She turned to the homeroom teacher, declaring, "Teacher, I am willing to stake my future on this. Everyone knows Shen Shiwei's academic performance. I am certain she cheated." Shen Shiwei refused to back down from retaking the exam, and Wang Yan was convinced that Shen Shiwei was merely trying to mask her guilt. She addressed the homeroom teacher, "However, if it is determined that Shen Shiwei cheated, she should certainly be expelled. I do not wish to attend classes alongside someone like her." "Very well." Without waiting for the teacher's response, Shen Shiwei had already accepted the terms. The homeroom teacher stated, "Then Shen Shiwei, after class, please come to my office." With that, she exited the room. Wang Yan looked at Shen Shiwei with an expression of anticipation. Pei Yunxiao observed Shen Shiwei, unable to restrain himself from advising, "Shen Shiwei, are you certain you want to wager? If it is proven that you cheated, you will face expulsion, which would be quite humiliating. If I were you, I would apologize to the teacher. An exam is not a matter of great importance. As long as your apology is sincere, I could plead your case with the teacher. After all, you have seen me run 10 kilometers just to win your favor. I could let this slide." Seeing Pei Yunxiao feigning concern for her, Shen Shiwei regarded him skeptically, noting that he had been avoiding her lately, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Now, however, he was putting on a facade of concern. Shen Shiwei smirked, "Aren't you the one who believes my results were achieved through copying? If you truly care, perhaps you should advise Wang Yan instead. After all, she is your girlfriend's close friend." Though Wang Yan was the one taking the lead, Meng Qingran was not blameless either. She had simply grown accustomed to maintaining a delicate persona. Shen Shiwei did not believe that this situation was unrelated to her. In her past life, she had seen Meng Qingran's true colors clearly. Whenever there was tension between Shen Shiwei and Pei Yunxiao, she would always be there, making snide comments, her demeanor dripping with insincerity. Pei Yunxiao had initially offered his advice out of goodwill, but now, witnessing Shen Shiwei's ungratefulness, his expression grew cold. "I am doing this for your benefit, yet you cannot comprehend that? Are you truly incapable of discerning between good advice and ill intent? For my benefit?" Shen Shiwei scrutinized Pei Yunxiao curiously. "What, is working in the cafeteria proving too challenging? Regretting it, are we? Longing for the comforts of a pampered life again?" At the mention of a pampered life, Pei Yunxiao's expression darkened. He remained silent, his face taut. Recently, his part-time work had not been going well. Balancing his studies and the student council kept him occupied until late into the night, and the meager earnings were insufficient to cover his expenses. Shen Shiwei had spoiled him with a lavish lifestyle. Now he realized how difficult it was to adjust from luxury to frugality, especially when it came to Shen Shiwei. That he had initially thought her to be merely a capricious young lady looking to impose a few challenges on him, but now, what was with her demeanor? She no longer clung to him as she once did. How could she, who had always stuck by him regardless of how he treated her, suddenly become so distant? Chapter 17. Not indulging the White Lotus. Noticing his silence and lack of rebuttal, Shen Shiwei curled her lips into a smile. "Are you still hoping that after a few days of anger, I will return to appease you?" She could understand, after all. Having once lived extravagantly, the stark contrast of being cast out and left penniless had left an indelible mark on her. If one had always led a frugal life from the start, perhaps it would not have mattered much. However, the agony of transitioning from a life of abundance to one of destitution was truly harrowing. During those days, she would lie in bed, daydreaming about the moment Pei Yunxiao would suddenly realize her innocence, come to forgive her, and take her back. Yet, no matter how long she waited, until her dying day, she never witnessed him believing in her. Instead, she only saw him marry another and the truth of his betrayal unfold before her eyes. Pei Yunxiao's current life could not be any better, for she had supported him for quite some time. "No way." Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together firmly. Shen Shiwei retorted, "If you still believe that I will return to soothe you, then you are merely indulging in fantasies. If you truly wish for me to reconsider, why not plead with me? Perhaps, out of pity, I might show you a modicum of kindness and lend you some money. She spoke with a smile, yet her heart was as cold as ice. Shen Shiwei was not genuinely inclined to forgive him simply because he begged, rather, she was curious to see Pei Yunxiao grovel before her, his pride was unbearable, she could not stand to see him like this. In her past life, he had caused her untold suffering, not in this life, she had no intention of letting him off so easily, thus, it was better to provide him with a glimmer of hope. Pei Yunxiao replied, dream on. His demeanor was frigid, and he turned his gaze away from Shen Shiwei. She was in no hurry. After class, Shen Shiwei proceeded to the teacher's office. In addition to the homeroom teacher, the head of the department was present, along with 2 other teachers from the same grade. They devised new questions for Shen Shiwei to answer. Once completed, the teachers collectively graded the papers and reached a conclusion. Shen Shiwei's performance was indeed commendable, proving that her scores in the monthly exam were not a product of cheating. The homeroom teacher looked at Shen Shiwei with a hint of surprise. It appears you truly did not cheat, but how could your previous grades have been so poor? Shen Shiwei recalled her infatuation with Pei Yunxiao, saying, I was immature and did not study diligently. Recently, my family hired a new tutor, and the results are evident. Perhaps only those who had left school could comprehend the true value of academic time. After all, school was one of the few relatively equitable places. Here, hard work bore fruit. It was only upon leaving school that one would realize the harshness of society. Upon returning to the classroom, the homeroom teacher and the head of the department came to announce the results. Once it was confirmed that Shen Shiwei had not cheated, Wang Yan appeared flustered. How could this be? How could she not have cheated? The homeroom teacher maintained a stern expression. The atmosphere in our class is truly concerning. Students should support one another, but your baseless assumptions about a classmate's progress are the greatest discouragement to them. I hope everyone learns from this. Shen Shiwei turned to Wang Yan. You claimed you would withdraw. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Wang Yan stammered. It seems you are reconsidering. How surprising that some people cannot even adhere to their own words. Since that is the case, perhaps you should refrain from making bets in the future? Shiwei. Meng Qingran, witnessing her friend being bullied, stepped forward to mediate. We are all classmates. There is no need for such hostility. Wang Yan only means well. She is concerned that you might take a wrong turn in a moment of confusion. She harbors no ill intent. Just give her another chance. As Meng Qingran spoke, other classmates turned their attention to Shen Shiwei, saying, exactly, withdrawing is too extreme. Shen Shiwei smiled, observing the faces of those who stood up for Meng Qingran. They were genuinely trying to curry favor with her. Whatever Meng Qingran said was taken as gospel. Shen Shiwei looked at Meng Qingran and said, since you are so sympathetic towards her, why not take her place and withdraw instead? Meng Qingran pressed her lips together, gazing at Shen Shiwei, her eyes soon brimming with tears, as if she had been wronged. This prompted others to chime in, accusing Shen Shiwei, it is Wang Yan who has wronged you, not Meng Qingran. Why direct your ire at her? Yes, Qingran has spoken up for you in the past. She treats every classmate equally. Seeing everyone turn against her, Shen Shiwei smiled. Equal treatment? Hardly. If I were the one facing expulsion today, would she speak on my behalf? I would absolutely advocate for you, Meng Qingran replied. I have always encouraged the class to treat you better. Enough. Shen Shiwei could no longer tolerate her facade of benevolence and said to Wang Yan, if you wish to avoid expulsion, then so be it. After all, you are a person of no integrity. Since you do not desire to withdraw, how about running 20 kilometers instead? Wang Yan looked at Shen Shiwei, realizing just how vindictive she was. 20 kilometers, wasn't that tantamount to a death sentence? She had always been athletically challenged. Should you fail to complete it, you might as well resign yourself to expulsion. Shen Shiwei huffed, taking a seat. In truth, Wang Yan's withdrawal would not significantly affect her. However, if she were not punished, everyone would feel emboldened to trample upon her in the future. There had to be a price to pay. Wang Yan said, fine, I'll run. But that's not all. Shen Shiwei added, while you run, remember to shout an apology, proclaiming that you wrongfully accused Shen Shiwei of cheating. Let everyone know what you have done. Are you being a bit excessive? Wouldn't that humiliate her in front of the entire school? I believe that, in comparison to your actions, I am being rather merciful. After class, Wang Yan began her run. 20 kilometers, for a chance to avoid expulsion. She had no choice but to comply. Shen Shiwei did not let up and sat on the steps, watching her run, determined not to let her off the hook. In terms of stamina, she was no match for Pei Yunxiao, and her pace was sluggish, especially with the added requirement to shout. She soon found herself exhausted and nearly fainting. Meng Qingran approached Shen Shiwei and said, Shiwei, Wang Yan has realized her mistake. Please let her off this time. She is not like Pei Yunxiao, who possesses great stamina. Running 20 kilometers could be detrimental to her health. So, are you suggesting that if I were to succumb to your rumors, it would be justly deserved? But you seem fine now, Meng Qingran countered. You are not the type to be easily disheartened. Shen Shiwei turned her gaze to Meng Qingran's face, the afternoon light casting shadows upon her, rendering her expression inscrutable, almost lofty. Shen Shiwei recalled the time before her tragic demise, when Meng Qingran had called to mock her for having a distaste for ignorance. As for Pei Yunxiao's actions, Meng Qingran may or may not have participated, but she had always been aware of the truth. They had colluded to bring about her end, and now they stood here claiming she was being unreasonable. You truly possess no shame. Shen Shiwei exclaimed, how long do you intend to maintain this White Lotus persona? You cannot expect me to be like the other students, blindly accepting your words and indulging you, can you? If you are dissatisfied, why not take Wang Yan's place and run instead? Stop hiding behind your hypocritical words.
Chapter 18. I just want to live for myself. Upon witnessing Meng Qingran being attacked, Pei Yunxiao approached and said, Shen Shiwei, do not go too far. Qingran only meant well by warning you, fearing that something might happen that you cannot bear the consequences of.
Shen Shiwei lifted her gaze to him. What is this?
A hero saving a damsel in distress. Unfortunately, it is your girlfriend who is provoking me. If she wishes to avoid my ire, she ought to keep her distance. The gifts you've previously bestowed upon her were purchased with my money.
Had it not been for my wealth, would you have won her affection? Surely you do not believe she is drawn to you solely out of admiration for your impoverished background and your gambling father?
Meng Qingran was aware that Pei Yunxiao's father was a driver but remained oblivious to the fact that he was also a gambler. A gambler, indeed. If she were to remain with him, would that not lead her into an abyss? She cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao, noticing his ashen complexion, and decided against broaching the topic of his family background. Addressing Shen Shiwei, she said, Shen Shiwei, is your animosity towards me and your hostility towards my friend rooted in your feelings for Pei Yunxiao? Do you believe I have stolen him from you? If so, I shall return him to you. Qingran, Pei Yunxiao interjected, do not speak such nonsense. I have no affection for her whatsoever. Pei Yunxiao promptly declared his loyalty to Meng Qingran, creating an image of a couple deeply in love, while Shen Shiwei appeared to be the malicious third party. Shen Shiwei smiled and retorted, very well, Pei Yunxiao, you may keep him. I do not accept refuse here. Pei Yunxiao, before he could respond, Shen Shiwei continued, as for your claim that I bullied Wang Yan, the entire school knows it is she who has bullied me. I have shown remarkable restraint. If she does not wish to run, she ought to simply withdraw. I have not impeded her. She had once contemplated being a good person, establishing a virtuous reputation, and refraining from bullying others. Yet, in the end, she had become the victim. In this new life, she only wished to live for her own satisfaction, indifferent to the opinions of others. Pei Yunxiao, seeing her irredeemable state, turned to Meng Qingran and said, Qingran, there is no need for us to worry about her. If something were to truly happen to Wang Yan, Shen Shiwei would regret it far too late. Let us go. With that, he took Meng Qingran by the hand and left Shen Shiwei behind. Wang Yan, lacking stamina and already somewhat overweight, collapsed after merely 10 kilometers. Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran called for help and took her to the hospital. Shen Shiwei followed them to the hospital. Pei Yunxiao, relishing the situation, glanced at Shen Shiwei. Are you pleased now? I am indeed pleased. What is there to be unhappy about? Shen Shiwei replied, picking up her phone to call the director, requesting the finest doctors to attend to Wang Yan, and then she covered all medical expenses. Initially, Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran intended to exploit Wang Yan's collapse for their own gain, but now they had nothing to say. Meng Qingran stayed by the bedside, watching as Wang Yan awoke from her slumber. Are you all right? She asked. Wang Yan opened her eyes and, upon seeing Meng Qingran, whimpered, Qingran boo-hoo. Meng Qingran embraced her, gently patting her shoulder. How do you feel now? I feel unwell all over. Wang Yan began to feign distress. Shen Shiwei, leisurely sipping a box of yogurt, remarked, the specialists have just examined you, and you are in perfect health. Your only issue is your poor stamina. I suggest you exercise more. Remember to make up the remaining 10 kilometers tomorrow at school. Wang Yan's eyes widened. Having fainted, Shen Shiwei still insisted that she run another 10 kilometers. But was this woman not excessively cruel? Are you trying to kill me? Rest assured, you will not die. Shen Shiwei retorted, if you were to faint again, the entire hospital specialists would attend to you. Observing Wang Yan's face turn a shade of purplish hue, Shen Shiwei raised an eyebrow and gently said, what is this? You wouldn't consider trying to avoid your obligations, would you? If so, perhaps you should consider withdrawing from school? You are going too far. Shen Shiwei responded, I have heard your parents work at Jintian Group. Upon hearing Shen Shiwei divulge details about her family, Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Shen Shiwei, have you investigated me? And if I have? Wang Yan clenched her fists. I will finish the run tomorrow. Then I can rest easy. The medical fees have been settled, so fear not. As long as you have not completed your 10 kilometers, even if you were to perish, I would ensure the doctors revive you. With that, Shen Shiwei exited the room. Pei Yunxiao furrowed his brow at the sight of her cold demeanor as she walked away. Wang Yan faced no significant issues. After resting and receiving intravenous fluids at the hospital, Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao took her home. Shen Shiwei did not idle either. Upon returning home, she photographed the payment receipt and the hospital's diagnosis, sharing them in the class group chat. Having witnessed countless scams, she would not allow anyone to exploit her. Once she had dealt with everything, she lay down on her bed the following day. Wang Yan dutifully completed her 10 kilometers. Following this incident, she no longer dared to act as brazenly in front of Shen Shiwei as she had before. Even if she harbored some discontent, she only dared to voice it behind her back, refraining from confronting Shen Shiwei directly. Other classmates, upon seeing Shen Shiwei, regarded her with a newfound respect. They had all witnessed the consequences of crossing Shen Shiwei. Moreover, she was quite wealthy. Offending her meant she could cover your medical expenses. Now, they no longer referred to her as a sycophant, nor did they speak ill of her academic performance. They merely whispered behind her back about her alleged involvement with older men. The rumors even made their way to the school forum, and someone had even posted her photo alongside the gossip. When Shen Shiwei saw it, there were already numerous replies underneath. They no longer dared to confront her directly, opting instead to voice their opinions online, cloaked in anonymity. On Monday afternoon, as Shen Shiwei exited the school, she noticed two handsome young men standing at the entrance. Judging by their uniforms, they appeared to be from No. 1 high school, as Zhao Tingshan wore the same. A few girls nearby could not help but exclaim, so handsome. That's Ke Yang, from the school team. Previously, Shin Shiwei had only had eyes for Pei Yinxiao and had paid little attention to others. She seemed to recall having heard of Ku Yang, but she had no clear impression of his appearance now. Upon glancing at him, she noted he was quite tall. However, in terms of handsomeness, he paled in comparison to Zhao Tingshan. She wondered how she had been so blind in her past life to reject Zhao Tingshan. Now, seeing him, she realized he was exceptionally attractive, surpassing anyone else. The driver was already waiting at the entrance, and as Shin Shiwei prepared to enter the car, Ku Yang blocked her path. "Are you Shin Shiwei?" Ku Yang, sporting a buzz cut, regarded her with curiosity. Shin Shiwei replied coolly, "And you are?" She believed they had no prior acquaintance. Ke Yang smirked, "You are that high school girl being kept by an older man. Your news has spread to our school through the forums." Chapter 19. In a house without mirrors, there is always urine, right? Of course, there are those who say she is not to be trifled with. The tale of how she taught Wang Yan a lesson has been recounted with great embellishment. When confronted boldly, Shin Shiwei found it rather amusing. Perhaps for these men, it is a delightful spectacle to see a girl being slandered. Shin Shiwei remained unperturbed and calmly inquired, "Are you Ku Yang?" Ku Yang looked taken aback, exclaiming, "You know me? I heard you used to keep Pei Yinxiao. Is that true? You aren't interested in me, are you? I'm not the type to live off others." As he spoke, he clutched his chest tightly, as if Shin Shiwei's inquiry about his name was an affront to his dignity. Observing his self-absorbed demeanor, Shin Shiwei found it amusing. "Your house lacks mirrors, but surely you have a toilet. Why not take a moment to reflect on yourself there, as if I would ever take a liking to you?" "Fool." With that, Shin Shiwei slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked away. Ke Yang, stung by her insult, felt his pride wounded. "Hey, why do you speak like that? I'm still quite handsome, you know." Shin Shiwei paid him no mind and simply got into her car. Ku Yang stood there, his lips curling into a smirk. So it was Shin Shiwei. How dare she call him ugly? He would remember her. Upon returning home, Shin Shiwei found Zhao Tingshan waiting for her. He had been absent for several days and had finally reappeared. The dog, Bai, who had missed him dearly, greeted him with extra affection. Shin Shiwei asked, "Have you finished your business?" Zhao Tingshan stood up, and Shin Shiwei glanced at him, noticing how tall he had become. Shin Shiwei remarked, "I thought you found teaching me to be a bother and wouldn't come back." Lately, she had sought out other tutors, but found their teaching methods far less effective than Zhao Tingshan's. Zhao Tingshan replied, "Not at all. It's just that I had a lot on my plate, so you don't need to explain," Shin Shiwei interjected. "I'm simply delighted that you're here to help me with my studies. Feel free to attend to your other matters." In her previous life, she had treated him similarly, and in the end, he still thought of her. He even had his people collect her remains. Compared to her actions towards him, his absence for a few days hardly registered as a significant issue. Seeing her so content, Zhao Tingshan nodded in agreement. Shin Shiwei eagerly suggested, "Shall we go to class?" Together, they made their way to the study. After several days apart, Shin Shiwei had accumulated a plethora of questions for him. While she worked on her assignments, Zhao Tingshan observed her attentively. Of course, he had seen the news online. Initially, he was somewhat concerned, wondering if she might be feeling down, but upon seeing her, he realized she was in good spirits. The words of concern he had intended to voice remained unspoken. Suddenly, Zhao Tingshan's phone chimed with a message. He glanced at it. It was from Ku Yang. "Bro, you're coming to the basketball game on Thursday, right?" Although Zhao Tingshan had already confirmed his attendance, he still worried that Ku Yang might doubt him. After all, Zhao Tingshan was known for his capricious nature. He replied with a simple, After their lesson, Zhao Tingshan mentioned, "I'll be visiting your school this week." "Ah?" Shin Shiwei looked at him in surprise. Zhao Tingshan explained, "There's a basketball game. The match would take place at the gymnasium of number 8 middle school." Shin Shiwei responded, "Then I'll go cheer for you." Hearing her say this, Zhao Tingshan nodded, He recalled how, in the past, she had always been by Pei Yinxiao's side. Her eyes seemed to hold only him, failing to notice anyone else. Perhaps she had never truly seen him, yet now, hearing her express her intention to support him brought a subtle smile to Zhao Tingshan's lips. The game was scheduled for Thursday afternoon. Even before it began, excitement buzzed throughout the school. The basketball team from number 1 middle school had always been quite formidable. Whispers filled the air that day. "Ku Yang came to our school. He is so handsome." "Handsome? He pales in comparison to our Pei school hunk." Pei Yinxiao was genuinely exceptional, academically gifted, athletically talented, and strikingly handsome. Thus, he garnered a substantial fanbase. Meng Qingran had been in a rather foul mood these past few days, particularly since Shin Shiwei had mentioned that Pei Yinxiao's father was a gambler, a fact that troubled her deeply. Having witnessed the devastation caused by gambling, hearing others discuss Pei Yinxiao allowed her spirits to lift slightly regardless of his father's situation. It was a matter for the older generation. Pei Yinxiao himself was undeniably outstanding. There was no one at number 8 middle school who could rival him. Being associated with him brought her a sense of pride. Shin Shiwei observed her book, uninterested in their chatter. In the past, she would have been the first to rally others to cheer for Pei Yinxiao during his matches. Her enthusiasm was unmatched. She was his number 1 fangirl now. Reflecting on that behavior seemed rather laughable. Since everyone was gossiping about her relationship with an older man, no one invited her to cheer for Pei Yinxiao. Instead, discussions arose. "I heard Zhao Tingshan is also from number 1 middle school. I wonder if he'll come." Zhao Tingshan was the only one who consistently ranked ahead of Pei Yinxiao in examinations, and everyone had a strong impression of his name. "He probably won't come. I heard he rarely attends games. Seeing him once is quite a rarity." As they discussed Zhao Tingshan, Pei Yunxiao sat beside Qin Shiwei, his expression dark and uncomfortable. His gaze shifted to her, noticing she was absorbed in her book, feeling a twinge of annoyance.
Was she genuinely not planning to cheer for him? He addressed Qin Shiwei. Does studying like this really help?
Of course it does, Qin Shiwei replied, glancing at him, surprised that he cared about her studies. She smirked, I'm not like you. My grades aren't naturally high, so I need to invest more time. What's the matter? Can't stand to see me improve? Pei Yunxiao retorted, how could I possibly dislike your progress? After all, I'm so wealthy and good-looking. If my grades surpass yours and Meng Qingran's, how will you both survive? Pei Yunxiao could only remain speechless. He chuckled lightly, Qin Shiwei, you have made progress, but you've merely just squeezed into the top 200. The competition only intensifies the closer you get to the top. You might very well fall back down next time. Am I supposed to be afraid you'll surpass me? It was already a miracle that she made it into the top 200. The thought of her surpassing him seemed utterly implausible. Zhao Tingshan could exceed him due to his exceptional talent, but Pei Yunxiao couldn't fathom how Qin Shiwei, no matter how hard she tried, could surpass years of his accumulated knowledge. Qin Shiwei replied, who knows, the future is unpredictable. Too lazy to debate with you, I'm going to prepare for the game. Pei Yunxiao stood up and left the classroom. Meng Qingran, seated nearby, did not miss the exchange between Pei Yunxiao and Qin Shiwei, her fingers instinctively clenching. Clearly, Qin Shiwei was being kept by someone yet still thought about seducing Pei Yunxiao. Did she not feel any disgust? Nonetheless, she approached Qin Shiwei with a facade of generosity, asking, Shiwei, we're going to cheer for Pei Yunxiao soon. Would you like to join us? Chapter 20 Pei Yunxiao's regret. Ever since Qin Shiwei ceased all communication with Pei Yunxiao, he no longer bestowed her with gifts. Meng Qingran believed it was imperative to draw Qin Shiwei back to their side. They could not allow their relationship to wither into oblivion. As long as Qin Shiwei continued to harbor affection for Pei Yunxiao, she would undoubtedly support him financially, ensuring that their lives were not fraught with hardship. Currently, Pei Yunxiao was working part-time daily, earning barely enough for his own needs, and he could no longer escort her home as he once did. The disparity between his present circumstances and the time when Qin Shiwei supported him was stark. After all, Pei Yunxiao would never find himself enamored with someone who shared a bed with an older man. Even if Qin Shiwei's feelings for him persisted, there was little for her to fret about. Upon hearing Meng Qingran's suggestion, Qin Shiwei flatly refused, I'm not going. Meng Qingran gazed at her, why not? In truth, Yunxiao has always treated you quite well, he often speaks highly of you, regardless of the past, we were all friends. There is no need to let our relationship grow so strained. Qin Shiwei lifted her gaze to Meng Qingran, recalling her previous life. That in her quest to marry Pei Yunxiao, she had transferred her family's company to him, and during that time, Meng Qingran had been the intermediary, extolling Pei Yunxiao's virtues. She had been magnanimous, never concerned about whether he might covet Pei Yunxiao for herself. That she had once thought Meng Qingran quite amiable, only to later realize that Meng Qingran's indifference stemmed from her understanding that Pei Yunxiao was fond of her, rather than herself. Pei Yunxiao's association with her merely afforded him numerous advantages. Now, witnessing Meng Qingran's praises for Pei Yunxiao, Qin Shiwei was wholly unimpressed. I have standards when it comes to friendships.
Meng Qingran froze momentarily.
Others observing Qin Shiwei's lack of deference towards Meng Qingran quickly chimed in, enough, Qingran, why bother with her? If she is unwilling, so be it.
With that, they departed, intent on cheering for Pei Yunxiao.
After a flurry of activity, Qin Shiwei made her way to the gymnasium. Pei Yunxiao had already changed into his sports attire and stood before Meng Qingran, who looked at him with a smile. He was undeniably handsome, but without his school uniform, the muscles in his arms became evident. He had a passion for sports. Observing him caused Meng Qingran to blush slightly.
Upon spotting Qin Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao's gaze fell upon her. Didn't you say you wouldn't come?
Meng Qingran followed his line of sight, seeing Qin Shiwei, and called out, Shiwei. Qin Shiwei, observing their affectionate interaction, chose to ignore them and proceeded to the stands, seeking a convenient spot. After searching for a while, she found a seat in the front row, deliberately distancing herself from Meng Qingran and the others. Just as she settled, she did not see Zhao Tingshan, but instead spotted Ke Yang, whom she had encountered a couple of days prior.
Ke Yang whistled and approached her, saying, Qin Shiwei. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of nearby girls. Ke Yang stared at her and declared, about the last time you insulted me, shouldn't you apologize? Qin Shiwei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Are you sure it wasn't you who provoked me first? If he hadn't accused her of being supported by an older man, she would never have insulted him. Ke Yang looked at her, perplexed. What did I provoke you about? You claimed I was being supported by an older man, was that not rude? Qin Shiwei retorted, you enjoy spreading such slander about girls. Who else should I reprimand? Everyone says that, then what about the rumors that you're gay, does that make you one too? Who said that? Ke Yang asked warily, finding his naivety amusing. Qin Shiwei thought, what a fool. Ke Yang, undeterred, insisted, when you inquired about my name last time, were you hoping to be my benefactor? It seems you haven't looked in the mirror lately. Who do you think is more handsome, me or Pei Yunxiao? Although Pei Yunxiao held sway at their school, Ke Yang believed he was not lacking in comparison. Qin Shiwei smiled, what, are you hoping to get into a relationship with him? Ke Yang replied, I meant to ask if I stood a chance. After all, you liked him so much before. Why not like me instead? As he spoke, he deliberately lifted his shirt, revealing his abs, prompting nearby girls to gasp in admiration, so impressive. Qin Shiwei had never encountered someone so crass.
She couldn't be bothered to engage with him. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted within the gymnasium. Following the sound, Shen Shiwei turned towards the entrance, where Zhao Tingshan had just arrived. Their team's jerseys were white, and he wore number 11. Initially, the crowd had shown interest in Yang, but upon seeing Zhao Tingshan, all eyes gravitated towards him, as his presence was unexpected.
Upon noticing Zhao Tingshan, Yang ceased his conversation with Shen Shiwei and hurried over. Brother Shen.
Shen Shiwei, seeing Zhao Tingshan, smiled and waved at him. Zhao Tingshan acknowledged her with a faint expression. Yang stood beside Zhao Tingshan, following his gaze. Observing Shen Shiwei warmly waving at Zhao Tingshan, he smirked. So the reason she dismissed him was due to her infatuation with Brother Shen? Unfortunately, Brother Shen was known for his disinterest in women, rarely paying attention to them. She was likely to be disappointed. Zhao Tingshan joined Yang and the others for warm-ups, yet everyone's attention remained fixated on him. Pei Yunxiao, having noted Shen Shiwei's expression, couldn't help but chuckle lightly when he saw her acting like a lovesick puppy. The moment Zhao Tingshan appeared, Meng Qingran remarked, "Is Shiwei falling for Zhao Tingshan?" Although Meng Qingran had also been captivated by Zhao Tingshan's entrance, she was acutely aware that a person like him was beyond her reach. Not only was he outstanding in every respect, but she had also heard he came from a privileged background. Moreover, it was said he had no interest in women. Compared to Pei Yunxiao, she could never entertain feelings for someone entirely unattainable. Yet, she hadn't expected Shen Shiwei to harbor such lofty daydreams. A girl reliant on an older man as support was audacious enough to aspire for the moon. Zhao Tingshan excelled academically, came from a better family, and was wealthier. While her affection for Pei Yunxiao was understandable, her aspirations towards Zhao Tingshan baffled Meng Qingran. Pei Yunxiao remained silent. "I'm off to warm up." He had initially thought Shen Shiwei was there to see him, but it turned out she had come to cheer for Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. He had once believed that when that woman ceased to regard him, he would be happier than anyone else. After all, she had clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Yet now, she had detached herself throughout it all. He had viewed Zhao Tingshan as a rival. While living in the Shen household, he had known that Shen's father intended to introduce marriage prospects for Shen Shiwei, and that person was Zhao Tingshan. During that time, he had thought, so what if Zhao Tingshan surpassed me in every way? The woman you wish to marry is my devoted admirer. She clearly has no interest in you. Each time he pondered this, he felt a surge of satisfaction, a particularly sweet vindication. After enduring humiliation for so long, he finally felt a sense of release. But now, Shen Shiwei had run off. She had completely shifted her focus onto Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao felt deeply unsettled. Chapter 21. My pursuit of her. Wang Yan stood beside Meng Qingran, noticing Shen Shiwei seated in the stands. She had brought some water and shared it with the other girls nearby, some of whom had previously spoken ill of Shen Shiwei. After all, they were not in the same class, so it was quite normal for them to gossip about her. However, having spent some time with Shen Shiwei, they discovered that she was quite amiable. Upon receiving her offerings, the girls' gazes softened considerably. Wang Yan remarked to Meng Qingran, "Is she trying to win people over? With Zhao Tingshan around, she must be eager to showcase herself. Wasn't she the same when she pursued Yun Xiao?" Meng Qingran replied. Wang Yan looked at Meng Qingran in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that she wants to chase Zhao Tingshan? Good heavens, has she lost her mind? What, is Zhao Tingshan going to be her gigolo? Who would be interested in someone like her, who's been with older men?" Meng Qingran remained silent. Wang Yan scoffed. "I've never seen someone so brazen about having been with an older man. She doesn't even try to hide it. Just now, I saw Kuyang talking to her. Is she the type that will flirt with anyone decent looking? She possesses that kind of capital. She is not here merely for academics," sighed Meng Qingran. "In truth, she is quite pitiable. If she had parents to guide her, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up like this. She is pitiable. My foot, you're just too kind-hearted, always thinking of others." Wang Yan now only dared to criticize Shen Shiwei behind her back, too intimidated to say anything in her presence. The competition commenced swiftly, with Shen Shiwei sipping iced red tea, watching intently. Today's match was particularly fierce. Right from the start, both Kuyang and Pei Yunxiao incurred fouls one after the other, causing the audience to widen their eyes in disbelief. Typically, such intense play wouldn't occur at the onset. Pei Yunxiao had initially aimed to outshine Zhao Tingshan, believing he needed to impress Shen Shiwei to regain her favor. Though he might not harbor feelings for Shen Shiwei, he was determined that she should not overlook him. He wanted to prove to her that he was the one worthy of her admiration. However, Kuyang's relentless focus on him made it impossible for him to even approach Zhao Tingshan. For Zhao Tingshan, this match was rather effortless. Although the school team from number 1 high school was formidable, Zhao Tingshan was not on their level, and after making a few shots, he began to coast through the game. Shen Shiwei observed him from the sidelines, noting that his approach distinctly contrasted with the others. While Pei Yunxiao was desperately trying to win, unable to touch the ball, Zhao Tingshan appeared to be merely enjoying himself. At halftime, they rested right in front of Shen Shiwei. Zhao Tingshan looked at Kuyang. "Why are you so fired up today?" He noticed Kuyang fixated on Pei Yunxiao. In the past, he wouldn't have behaved this way. Yang replied, "Some girl called me ugly. I need to prove myself and show her what I'm capable of." Zhao Tingshan dismissed Kuyang's comment, not taking it to heart. After finishing his drink, Kuyang turned around and, spotting Shen Shiwei in the stands, grinned broadly, proclaiming, "What do you think? Am I handsome? Your Pei Yunxiao is being thoroughly shut down by me." As soon as Kuyang spoke, Zhao Tingshan cast him a sidelong glance. Kuyang couldn't quite fathom why, but he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. In contrast to Kuyang's exuberance, Shen Shiwei noticed that Zhao Tingshan was rather indifferent towards her. For instance, when Kuyang turned to look at her, Zhao Tingshan remained seated, not even glancing her way. It made sense. Given his cool demeanor, he likely shunned the spotlight in such settings. Yet, the more aloof he appeared, the more intrigued she became. prompting her to call out with a smile, Zhao Tingxin, you're so handsome. Upon hearing Shen Shiwei shout Zhao Tingxin's name, Guiyang huffed and remarked to Zhao Tingxin, my woman is intentionally trying to provoke me. We had a spat a few days ago, and she is holding a grudge.
Zhao Tingxin glanced at the chattering Guiyang, is that so?
He didn't turn to look at Shen Shiwei, but if one observed closely, they would notice a hint of crimson creeping up his ears. During the second half of the match, Zhao Tingxin played with remarkable seriousness. In the first half, Pei Yunxiao had managed to touch the ball despite Guiyang's defense. However, in the second half, with Guiyang no longer guarding him, Pei Yunxiao failed to score a single point. All the action revolved around Zhao Tingxin, who was unimpeded. Ultimately, the game concluded with an overwhelming score, and the 8th grade team suffered a dismal defeat. Pei Yunxiao bore the brunt of the loss, as rumors had long circulated comparing Zhao Tingxin from number 1 high school with Pei Yunxiao from number 8 high school, leading many to believe their skills were comparable. Yet, today's match revealed the stark truth that Pei Yunxiao had no ground to stand on when compared to Zhao Tingxin. Watching Zhao Tingxin score, Shen Shiwei was beside herself with excitement. She acknowledged that she had previously been rather vocal. She had never truly observed Zhao Tingxin or grasped his capabilities. In hindsight, her judgment was severely lacking. Wang Yan and Meng Qingran had organized a group to cheer for Pei Yunxiao, but now found themselves at a loss for words. In contrast, Shen Shiwei's side was filled with Zhao Tingxin's fans, who were ecstatic. Shen Shiwei, too, was overwhelmed with joy, her gaze fixed on Zhao Tingxin as she quietly cheered for him. Wang Yan commented, she probably doesn't even realize she is from number 8 high school. Fortunately, Zhao Tingxin isn't interested in her, otherwise it would be utterly unbearable. Just as Wang Yan finished her remark, Zhao Tingxin approached the stands, standing directly in front of Shen Shiwei. As he drew near, other girls erupted in squeals. Shen Shiwei looked at him and said, you were amazing. Give me a bottle of water, Zhao Tingxin requested, his voice deep and resonant, akin to that of a cello. Never had she anticipated encountering someone so exceptional, whose voice was equally enchanting. The girl closest to him swiftly handed him the water, but Zhao Tingxin did not accept it. Instead, he gazed at Shen Shiwei, prompting her to take the bottle and present it to him. You were incredible. Her tone was gentle, yet those words made his throat tighten. Had he heard them in a different setting, he could scarcely imagine the effect. He looked at her, and under her attentive gaze, he gulped down the water. Yang, who had initially intended to showcase his prowess, stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him. What was happening? He had been striving to impress Shen Shiwei, hoping to win her over, yet now, Zhao Tingxin had stolen the spotlight. The crux of the matter was that Zhao Tingxin had never shown interest in women. Even during games, he would bring his own water and avoid any interaction with girls. He preferred solitude, maintaining a distance from others at school. Why was he behaving differently now? Could it be that Zhao Tingxin had developed an interest in Shen Shiwei? This realization left Guiyang utterly taken aback. Having finished drinking, Zhao Tingxin addressed Shen Shiwei, I'll go change, let us head back together after school.
Shen Shiwei nodded, okay.
As Zhao Tingxin walked away, Guiyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Jin.
Jin Ge, do you know her?
Zhao Tingxin replied nonchalantly, I'm pursuing her. Chapter 22 Pei Yunxiao chased after her. At present, rumors abound that Shen Shiwei is being kept by an older man. However, Zhao Tingxin claims he is pursuing her, and he specifically used the word pursue. Does Zhao Tingxin also need to chase after someone? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a mere nod from him have others eagerly vying to be his girlfriend?
Noticing Guiyang gazing at him, Zhao Tingxin inquired, what is the matter, do you have any objections? None. Guiyang would never dare voice any dissent. He was simply astonished that Shen Shiwei was the object of Zhao Tingxin's affections. Thus, after all his flirtations today, it turned out that the woman he had been pursuing was someone already coveted by Brother Shen. The thought of the words he had just uttered in Zhao Tingxin's presence made Guiyang wish he could vanish. He quickly apologized, Brother Shen, I didn't mean to, had I known she was, I wouldn't have dared to treat your sister-in-law this way. It's fine, Zhao Tingxin replied nonchalantly, she is not interested in you. Guiyang, he truly wanted to ask if that was polite. Observing Zhao Tingxin's serious demeanor, Guiyang pressed, so, what is the status of your relationship? She hasn't taken a liking to me yet. Although he was her tutor, Zhao Tingxin felt that Shen Shiwei likely did not see him in that light. She was enamored with Pei Yunxiao, while he perhaps was merely a tool for her to provoke Pei Yunxiao. Nevertheless, he held no objections to being of some use to her. Just being near her filled him with joy. Upon hearing Zhao Tingxin's words, Guiyang couldn't help but glance back at Shen Shiwei, who stood in the audience. She was gazing in his direction, and after her earnest calls earlier, he had mistakenly thought she was merely Zhao Tingxin's devoted admirer. It was, in fact, Brother Shen who was the one smitten. In contrast to the calm demeanor of the parties involved, others buzzed with excitement as if they had stumbled upon a sensational scandal. In the group chat, discussions erupted. Could it be that Zhao Tingxin has his sights set on Shen Shiwei? It was well known that Shen Shiwei had once been infatuated with Pei Yunxiao, who had never reciprocated her feelings, yet she had dutifully flitted about him like a servant. And now, Zhao Tingxin, who seemed to outshine Pei Yunxiao in every regard, was entangled with Shen Shiwei. Pei Yunxiao changed his clothes and exited the gym, his expression dark and brooding. Having lost the match was one thing, but losing so thoroughly to Zhao Tingxin was another blow entirely. Meng Qingran and Wang Yan followed closely behind, unsure how to console him, as they themselves were equally disheartened. Just a moment ago, they believed someone like Zhao Tingxin would never be interested in Shen Shiwei, but now, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Tingxin had approached Shen Shiwei. Wang Yan exclaimed, is Zhao Tingxin blind? How could he possibly be attracted to Shen Shiwei? Does he not know who she is? Meng Qingran wore a serious expression. Initially, she had thought that no matter how hard Shen Shiwei tried, Pei Yunxiao would always stand by her side.
But now, witnessing Zhao Tingshan's involvement with Xin Shiwei made her feel an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Why was it that someone like Xin Shiwei, who was already wealthy, could also capture the interest of someone like Zhao Tingshan? Was it possible that they simply hadn't worked hard enough? If only they had cheered for Zhao Tingshan today, perhaps. As Xin Shiwei stepped out of the gym, the girls who had been with her looked on curiously. Xin Shiwei, did you know Zhao Tingshan before? Yes, Xin Shiwei replied. Are you two dating now? They had been close enough to notice the distinctive glint in Zhao Tingshan's eyes when he looked at her. Xin Shiwei responded, no. Their relationship was merely that of betrothed partners. Although Xin Shiwei had shown some initiative towards Zhao Tingshan, it was only due to circumstances from her previous life. This time around, she was uncertain of Zhao Tingshan's feelings beyond their betrothal. After the events involving Pei Yunxiao, she was wary of being too presumptuous, fearful of becoming a mere infatuated admirer in the eyes of others. Noticing their concerned expressions, Xin Shiwei remarked, it's just that our families are acquainted, so we happen to be closer.
I see. They regarded Xin Shiwei with newfound interest. So your family is really quite wealthy? We thought you thought I was being kept by an older man?
Xin Shiwei did not shy away from the topic. The others felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing her mention it, given the rampant rumors online. They had heard stories of someone waiting for Xin Shiwei at the school gates. Xin Shiwei smiled lightly. Let them think what they wish, it doesn't bother me. It was all rather amusing. Did she truly need to be supported by someone? After bidding farewell to the girls from other classes, Xin Shiwei returned to her classroom. Upon her arrival, she noticed everyone staring at her. Xin Shiwei had grown accustomed to their exaggerated reactions. She settled into her seat, and the boy in front of her remarked sarcastically, we lost the match, yet you seem quite pleased.
He was Pei Yunxiao's teammate. Xin Shiwei smiled, you lost the match, not me. Why shouldn't I be happy? Feeling proud to be noticed by Zhao Tingshan, huh? Xin Shiwei chuckled lightly, what is this, are you upset that he didn't take a liking to you? Caught off guard by her retort, he fell silent, fuming. After a while, Pei Yunxiao returned with Meng Qingran and Wang Yan. He took his seat, and Xin Shiwei glanced at him, sensing that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Each time he lost to Zhao Tingshan, he became infuriated. In the past, she would have rallied beside him in solidarity, but now, she found it rather amusing. Pei Yunxiao's gaze fell upon her, and upon seeing her smile, his expression darkened further. What are you looking at me for? If you lack the skill, should you blame me? Pei Yunxiao stared at her, feeling vexed that she offered no comfort for his defeat, but instead mocked him. In the past, after a loss to Zhao Tingshan, Xin Shiwei would bring him gifts, trying to cheer him up and insisting he was far superior to Zhao Tingshan. But now she had begun to deride him. As class was about to end, Xin Shiwei packed her belongings and stood up, addressing Pei Yunxiao, alright, I'm heading back. Pei Yunxiao stepped aside to let her pass, and as Xin Shiwei exited the classroom, he quickly gathered his things and followed her out, his movements swift enough that Meng Qingran struggled to keep pace. As Xin Shiwei reached the stairwell, Pei Yunxiao caught up with her, grasping her arm. Xin Shiwei looked at him, taken aback. Pei Yunxiao, what are you doing? Pei Yunxiao fixed his tear-streaked gaze upon her. Xin Shiwei was momentarily stunned by his appearance. Pei Yunxiao's voice trembled as he asked, are you truly planning to be with Zhao Tingshan from now on? His question caught Xin Shiwei off guard. In the past, he would have never cared about such matters. What had changed now? Seeing Pei Yunxiao look at her as if she had betrayed him, she reached to pry his hand off her wrist, only to discover he was holding her tightly. Reluctantly, she laughed. Didn't you say you detest me clinging to you? You claimed that every day I clung to you felt like a nightmare. Chapter 23. Fearful of their inability to quarrel, these were the words he uttered to her just before her demise. Had he not spoken, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that her affection for him repulsed him. So it became evident that her wholehearted love, in the eyes of others, was not only undervalued but also perceived as a burden. Nexio paused momentarily upon hearing SHNXWI's words, reflecting, I never said such a thing. He could not recall expressing anything of the sort. SHNXWI was acutely aware that the current Nexio had not uttered those words, yet it did not preclude the possibility that he had harbored such sentiments. She replied, but you have always despised me, haven to you, if you did not harbor such disdain, why would you spend every day with MNQNGRN, bestowing upon her my belongings and treating her so kindly, while regarding me as nothing more than a servant? As she spoke, tears welled in SHNXWI's eyes. Her affection for Nexio had long since dissipated. After enduring so much, all that remained in her heart was resentment. Having faced death once, how could she still harbor feelings for him? Yet, in her previous life, she had spent an eternity yearning for his love, longing for him to cherish her just a little more. Ultimately, she had met with a tragic fate. Every recollection of those times brought her profound sorrow, a powerful grief that surged within her. Were it not for this opportunity of rebirth, how pitiable would the SHNXWI, abandoned in the urban village's rental unit, have been? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes glistened with moisture. Nexio, observing her reddened eyes, had initially approached her out of discontent regarding her close association with ZHOT and GSHN. Yet now, he detected an unprecedented depth of sorrow in her gaze. His feelings for her had merely been indifference, his heart belonged to MNQNGRN, but why did her anguished expression make him feel as if he had committed an unthinkable atrocity? Had he inflicted such profound hurt upon her? Nexio stated, I do not know, I merely wish to avoid discussing matters of the heart. Even at this juncture, he was still searching for excuses. SHNXWI wiped her tears away. I understand, you simply do not wish to discuss emotions with me. You and MNQNGRN are truly a match made in heaven, are you not? If that is the case, then my relationship with ZHOT and GSHN, or even LT and GSHN, is none of your concern, is it? PIY Nexio began, SHNXWI, he wanted to say more. Her reaction indeed stirred a twinge of guilt within him. As the two faced off, MNQNGRN and WNYN had already approached. MNQNGRN stood at the top of the staircase, observing SHNXWI and PIY Nexio. Surprised, MNQNGRN noted the proximity of the two. SHNXWI's hand was still clasped by PIY Nexio. The moment MNQNGRN appeared, PIY Nexio instinctively released her hand. Witnessing his automatic reaction, SHNXWI managed a bitter smile. Indeed, PIY Nexio should still be in a relationship with MNQNGRN. Seeing her with ZHOT and GSHN might have stirred some urgency within him, especially since he had lost his wallet, yet, the most significant person in his heart remained MNQNGRN. Fearing that they might not quarrel, SHNXWI lowered her head and said, "You are currently in a relationship, it would be best not to seek me out privately." I fear that QNGRN might misunderstand. Upon finishing, she did not linger but turned and descended the stairs. Once downstairs, she swiftly dried her tear-stained eyes. She would not shed tears for such a scoundrel. Her earlier behavior had merely been a playful jest. In her previous life, he had toyed with her emotions. In this life, she would not grant him the same ease. In his moments of despair, she would ensure he held on to a glimmer of hope that she still cared for him. As SHNXWI departed, MNQNGRN approached PIY Nexio and inquired, "What transpired between you two? I just saw her crying." PIY Nexio replied, "I'm leaving." He felt devoid of any mood and was uncertain how to explain to MNQNGRN. SHNXWI's recent demeanor confirmed that she still held feelings for him. Thus, had he been too indifferent towards her? Was that why she chose ZHOT and GSHN? Perhaps he should have concealed his relationship with MNQNGRN from her. Upon exiting the school, SHNXWI spotted ZHOT and GSHN waiting for her at the entrance. He had changed out of his sportswear and donned the school uniform of YZHing. KYing stood beside him, and together they awaited SHNXWI's arrival. As soon as she appeared, KYing noticed her first and exclaimed to ZHOT and GSHN, "Sister-in-law is here." ZHOT and GSHN turned to look at SHNXWI. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around them at the school gate, creating quite a spectacle. Seeing him on the court was one thing, but witnessing him here evoked an entirely different aura. The same school uniform worn by KYing appeared somewhat shabby and haphazardly adorned. In contrast, the pristine uniform on ZHOT and GSHN exuded an undeniable handsomeness. Approaching SHNXWI, he took her backpack, a gesture reflecting his genuine kindness towards her, not merely her fawning over him. ZHOT and GSHN seemed unconcerned with the opinions of onlookers, his gaze fixated on SHNXWI as he suggested, "Shall we go for a meal?" SHNXWI nodded, "Sure." Her spirits were unaffected by PIY Nexio's presence. That scoundrel did not merit such influence over her emotions. KYing, spotting SHNXWI, greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." SHNXWI glanced up and shot him a disapproving look. Sensing her disdain, KYing stammered, "Well, you see, it was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. I inadvertently offended you. Please don't hold it against me. I was wrong." His incessant use of sister-in-law left SHNXWI disinterested in arguing. Instead, she turned to ZHOT and GSHN and asked, "Are you friends with him?" Her tone clearly conveyed her distaste. ZHOT and GSHN glanced at KYing before replying, "Not really." KYing was taken aback. "What? Am I no longer worthy of being called Deep Brother's friend?" He lamented, "Please, sister-in-law, it is all my fault, I apologize." SHNXWI retorted, "You are the first to suggest that I am being kept by an older man." She recalled it vividly. KYing apologized, "I was mistaken, it's all those online rumors. I'll investigate and find out who spread them. I promise to avenge you." At that moment, the ZHO family's car arrived. Ignoring KYing, ZHOT and GSHN opened the car door, saying to SHNXWI, "Get in." KYing stood by the roadside, watching as SHNXWI and ZHOT and GSHN climbed into the car. He politely waved to them, "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back, sister-in-law. Until next time, wishing you and Deep Brother a lifetime of happiness and many offspring." SHNXWI could only stare in disbelief. ZHOT and GSHN rolled up the car window and remarked to SHNXWI, "Don't mind him." SHNXWI replied, "I didn't realize you knew him." "It's just that we occasionally play basketball together," ZHOT and GSHN said, reaching over to fasten her seatbelt for her. Speaking of basketball, SHNXWI exclaimed, "ZHOT and GSHN, you played exceptionally well, you scored so many points today, you should have seen how furious PIY Nexio looked." ZHOT and GSHN regarded her praise with composure, stating, "He simply lacks skill." Chapter 24. Pei Yunxiao waits for her in the pouring rain. If it weren't for Pei Yunxiao, he wouldn't have bothered to participate in this competition. Hearing Zhao Tingshan's earnest evaluation of Pei Yunxiao, Shen Shiwei found it quite amusing. She never expected him to speak ill of others, albeit it was the truth. Shen Shiwei remarked, "You are simply remarkable, Sai. I truly cannot fathom what flaws you possess. You're handsome, academically accomplished, and excel at sports. The girls sitting with me today are all particularly fond of you." "I do not know them," Zhao Tingshan replied. Shen Shiwei countered, "Of course, I know you don't know them, I just think you are extraordinary." Zhao Tingshan sat quietly beside her. She continued, however, your appearance at our school today, walking so closely with me, don't you fear the rumors others might spread? What rumors?
Zhao Tingshan turned to look at her. Shen Shiwei explained, people online are saying that I am being supported by an older man, they're even whispering behind my back, insinuating that my reputation isn't very good. I am indifferent, Zhao Tingshan stated.
Do you need to be supported by an older man?
At these words, Shen Shiwei smiled faintly. Judging by Zhao Tingshan's demeanor, he seemed to have known about the rumors regarding her, yet, in the past few days, he had not mentioned it in her presence that he hadn't come today merely to defend her honor, had he? The driver took the two of them to the restaurant. Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan settled in for a meal. Just as they sat down, Shen Shiwei's phone chimed with a message. She opened it to find a text from Pei Yunxiao, I'm sorry. Staring at those 3 words, Shen Shiwei was momentarily taken aback, thinking he actually apologized. It seemed he truly did not wish for her to grow closer to Zhao Tingshan. Perhaps this is how men are, even if he regards her with disdain, seeing her associate with someone else and ignoring him makes him anxious. Zhao Tingshan inquired, what would you like to eat?
Shen Shiwei replied, I'm fine with anything.
You should choose what you want first. Zhao Tingshan ordered several dishes, recalling that Shen Shiwei enjoyed spicy food, and added some for her. They had recently been dining together frequently in the evenings, and Zhao Tingshan had grown quite familiar with her.
Has Uncle Shen returned recently? Zhao Tingshan asked.
Shen Shiwei responded, he is quite busy. Speaking of this made Shen Shiwei feel uneasy that in her previous life, her father had passed away in a car accident before her college entrance examination. Now, she found herself preoccupied with improving her grades, leaving little time to spend with her father. Of course, he had always been so busy that even if she wished to spend more time with him, he had little time to spare. However, she was mentally prepared, believing that if she could prevent him from going out as the time approached, she might be able to avert the tragedy. Noticing Shen Shiwei chewing thoughtfully with her eyes fixed on the table, Zhao Tingshan observed that she often appeared lost in her thoughts. His intuition hinted that she harbored some secret, yet, if she was unwilling to share, he would not pry. Upon returning home, Pei Yunxiao found his father, who had been gambling, waiting in his room. Seeing him, Pei Hong's expression was grim as he asked, how is your relationship with Shen Shiwei progressing?
It hasn't progressed at all.
On his way home, Pei Yunxiao had been contemplating his situation with Shen Shiwei, and upon seeing his father, his mood turned just as cold.
It hasn't progressed? Did I not instruct you to win her over? Have you failed?
Seeing his father's demeanor, Pei Yunxiao retorted, why must I win her over? She has already dismissed me. Am I to beg her?
Do I have no dignity?
Though he regretted Shen Shiwei being with Zhao Tingshan, feeling a strong impulse to reclaim her, Pei Yunxiao was nonetheless relieved to have separated from her upon witnessing his father's attitude. Before he could finish his thought, Pei Hong lunged at him, striking him across the face, you little brat, if you don't win her back, how will we afford our expenses?
Hurry up, how much money do you have on you, hand it over. Clearly, he had lost money gambling again. Pei Yunxiao blared at his father, did you gamble again?
Mind your own business, don't be as disgusting as your mother.
Do you dare to defy me? You were doing just fine with Shen Shiwei. I had enough money that I could afford to gamble, but you insist on being with that impoverished girl. Now look what you've done, you let a big fish slip away, get her back immediately, or I will not spare you. With that, Pei Hong stormed out, but once he left, Pei Yunxiao rummaged beneath his bed where he had hidden some money, only to discover that, indeed, the cash he had stashed away was gone. The Pei family home was not large. Having lived with his father for as long as he could remember, he had little privacy. There were only a few places to hide money. When he was with Shen Shiwei, he had secretly stashed away some of the money she had given him, knowing he would soon be heading to college. After all, once school began, expenses would be everywhere, and he could not rely on his father. He would have to fend for himself, yet, he hadn't anticipated that his father would find and take the money. As Pei Yunxiao left, his father had already gone. Watching his retreating figure, Pei Yunxiao couldn't help but kick the wall in frustration. After finishing their meal, Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan exited the restaurant. The rain poured outside as Zhao's family driver escorted Shen Shiwei to the entrance, holding an umbrella for her. As she stepped out of the car, Zhao Tingshan took the umbrella and walked her to the door. Shen Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingshan and said, alright, it's raining quite heavily. You should head back. Zhao Tingshan looked at her gently, good night. His voice was soft. Shen Shiwei met his gaze, noticing the sparkle in his eyes, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She nodded, alright, you too, get some rest, and I'll see you tomorrow. Zhao Tingshan nodded. As he returned to the car under the umbrella, Shen Shiwei watched his figure, realizing that being with him truly brought her joy. The driver soon drove away, and just as Shen Shiwei was about to enter her home, she heard a familiar voice call out, Shen Shiwei. Turning around, she saw Pei Yunxiao emerging from the shadows. He was without an umbrella and soaked through, and she was taken aback. What are you doing here? First, he sent her a message apologizing, and now he was here. It seemed her little performance earlier had been quite effective. Pei Yunxiao looked at her, noticing the smile that had graced her face moments ago had now vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Are you so happy with Zhao Tingshan? I am quite happy. Shen Shiwei replied, he treats me well, unlike you. And you, a man with a girlfriend, what brings you here? If I were to part ways with Meng Qingran, would you still have feelings for me? Would it be like before chapter 25? Pei Yunxiao ordered her to leave. Before Shen Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao consistently maintained an icy demeanor, rarely displaying any semblance of warmth, although she was aware that his heart was as cold as iron and that all his actions were mere performances. Witnessing a side of him that was previously unseen still brought her a peculiar joy. Shen Shiwei remarked, I won't.
Hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao raised the corner of his mouth. It seems you truly have no intention of being with me any longer.
Shen Shiwei replied, what, are you short on money again?
You only exhibit this expression in front of me when you're financially strained.
Pei Yunxiao gazed at her, you think too much, I merely came to see you that I'm leaving.
Having said that, he turned to depart, but after a brief moment, Shen Shiwei witnessed him collapse.
Shen Shiwei summoned Aunt Zhou, who upon seeing Pei Yunxiao lying there exclaimed, isn't this young Master Pei, what has happened to him? I don't know, he fainted. Aunt Zhou opened her umbrella and reached out to touch his forehead, it's quite hot. He must have a fever, what shall we do now, should we tend to him? Shen Shiwei responded, let us bring him inside, get a doctor for him. Should he stay in his old room? Aunt Zhou asked uncertainly.
Shen Shiwei stated, wasn't there a room Pei Shu prepared for him, let him stay there for now. The accommodations Shen Shiwei had arranged for him previously were based on her own standards. Allowing him to occupy them now would be a waste, given his current state, he was only deserving of the driver's quarters. Aunt Zhou instructed the staff to transfer Pei Yunxiao to the servants' quarters and called for a physician, who confirmed that he merely had a fever and was otherwise fine, allowing him to rest. Shen Shiwei stood by the window, gazing out at the courtyard. The rain was indeed heavy tonight. Having just finished her bath, she found herself unable to sleep. Zhao Tingshan messaged her, I've arrived.
Shen Shiwei replied, I just finished bathing. Then get some rest early. Good night.
After finishing her correspondence with him, Shen Shiwei fell asleep. The following morning, she awoke to find Aunt Zhou had prepared breakfast for her. Sitting at the breakfast table, Shen Shiwei inquired, how is Pei Yunxiao?
He woke up just before dawn and left early, Aunt Zhou replied. Shen Shiwei was somewhat surprised, looking at Aunt Zhou, is that so?
She had assumed he was still there. Aunt Zhou said, I told him to wait for you to wake up before leaving, but he wouldn't listen sometimes. I truly cannot comprehend what he is thinking.
Shen Shiwei commented, I feel the same. It's as if he is unwell.
Aunt Zhou observed Shen Shiwei and remarked, I believe young Master Tingshan is far better than him. Miss, you should refrain from associating with Pei Yunxiao in the future. Aunt Zhou was concerned that Shen Shiwei might fall back into her infatuation and rekindle her relationship with Pei Yunxiao. Upon hearing Aunt Zhou's words, Shen Shiwei chuckled, rest assured, if it weren't for him fainting at my doorstep yesterday, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all.
That's good to hear.
Since Shen Shiwei had ceased her infatuation, Aunt Zhou no longer worried about her as much as before. It seemed that the once willful young lady had matured considerably. In the morning, upon arriving at school, Shen Shiwei discovered that Pei Yunxiao had already returned, changed, and was attending classes. Upon seeing Shen Shiwei, he lowered his head and ignored her, seemingly reverting to his previous frigid demeanor. Shen Shiwei found his behavior quite outrageous. After all, she had saved his life the previous night, yet he offered no words of gratitude. She took her seat without acknowledging him, as though she was still his devoted follower. After class, Meng Qingran approached her, mentioning that she and Pei Yunxiao were headed to a student council meeting together.
Meng Qingran looked at Pei Yunxiao and asked, are you feeling better today? Pei Yunxiao glanced at her, I'm perfectly fine.
Actually, losing the competition yesterday isn't a big deal. Noticing Pei Yunxiao with Shen Shiwei the previous day had left Meng Qingran feeling anxious. Would Pei Yunxiao truly break up with her for Shen Shiwei? Pei Yunxiao remained silent. After having his money taken by his father the previous day, he was still in a foul mood. Seeing that he was not engaging in conversation, Meng Qingran said, Yunxiao, if you wish to be with Shen Shiwei, I would support you in that.
You're overthinking it. Pei Yunxiao looked at Meng Qingran and replied, I have no feelings for Shen Shiwei whatsoever.
I won't be with her, I merely felt a bit disgruntled seeing her with Zhao Tingshan. I don't want to make things too easy for them.
Meng Qingran smiled, that's good. Yunxiao, no matter what, I will support you. Pei Yunxiao nodded,
He recalled how his father sought to exploit him to deceive the Shen family out of their wealth, but he had no intention of allowing that to happen. Pei Yunxiao considered his father to be utterly unscrupulous. He refused to let himself be used to do things he despised. Thus, upon waking that morning, he left the Shen residence directly, wishing to sever any ties with Shen Shiwei. For a period thereafter, Pei Yunxiao spent each day in the company of Meng Qingran, avoiding any encounters with Shen Shiwei, who paid them no mind. She diligently attended her classes, and in her free time, she indulged in leisurely strolls and property shopping. As the current housing prices were still reasonable, they were bound to soar in the future. In the afternoon, Shen Shiwei exited the school. She had been writing her assignments and was slightly delayed. When she emerged, the school gate was relatively empty.
Miss Shen.
As soon as Shen Shiwei stepped out, she was called.
Lifting her head, she saw Pei Hong. Upon recognizing him, Shen Shiwei said, Uncle Pei, are you here to see Pei Yunxiao?
Pei Hong looked at her and replied, indeed, I came to check on him.
That rascal, I've been scolding him lately.
It's all his fault for insisting on being with that Meng girl. He really doesn't know what's good for him. You shouldn't be angry with him.
I have nothing to be angry about.
Noticing that Pei Hong's hair appeared unwashed for 2 days and his dark circles were quite pronounced, giving him a rather disheveled appearance, Shen Shiwei furrowed her brows.
At that moment, Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran emerged from the school. Upon seeing Shen Shiwei and Pei Hong together, he approached, abruptly pulling Shen Shiwei aside and glaring at Pei Hong. What are you doing here?
Last time, Pei Hong had taken his money and disappeared for days. Now that he was back, it was clear that he had lost money again. Pei Hong shot him a disdainful look. I'm merely having a chat with my daughter-in-law. What concern is it of yours?
Just step aside. Pei Yunxiao retorted, who is your daughter-in-law? He glanced at Shen Shiwei. Why are you still standing there? Do you genuinely wish to be my father's daughter-in-law? You should consider whether you are worthy of that. Hurry up and leave. He scolded Shen Shiwei vehemently. Although she knew he had always treated her poorly, she was still taken aback by Pei Yunxiao's words. She glared at him, realizing that he consistently spoke to her in this manner. Chapter 26, he did it intentionally. She was taken aback for a few seconds before regaining her composure. You think too much, who would even look at you? After delivering her retort, Shen Shiwei hurriedly departed. Pei Hong, observing her retreating figure, remarked, Daughter-in-law, fret not, in a couple of days, I shall have Yunxiao seek you out, that scoundrel. I shall certainly give him a good talking to when he returns. He attempted to follow her, but Pei Yunxiao barred his way. Pei Hong, filled with ire, glared at Pei Yunxiao. What do you mean by this, Pei Yunxiao? Are you so lacking in ambition that you won't allow me to strive? After all this time, I finally get to see her, and you scare her off. Can't you do something commendable for once? By this time, Shen Shiwei had already taken her seat in the car. Seeing Pei Yunxiao obstructing his father, she maintained a stern expression. Could you refrain from coming to the school? I must come. Pei Hong retorted. What about the money? Do you have any? All you do is indulge in romance instead of making money every day. I have no money. Pei Yunxiao replied. You took all of the money I had last time. That was my university fund. So, what have you been doing lately? Still gallivanting with that girlfriend of yours? The mention of this made Pei Hong exceedingly irate. He had previously been indifferent when Pei Yunxiao was able to manage Shen Shiwei. He paid no heed to whether Pei Yunxiao spent his days with Meng Qingran, as Shen Shiwei herself showed no concern. However, that was no longer the case. Since Shen Shiwei had ceased her interactions with Pei Yunxiao due to Meng Qingran, he could no longer tolerate Pei Yunxiao's behavior. He had to intervene. Pei Yunxiao declared, This is my affair, you should leave at once, I have a job to attend to. Job? Pei Hong exclaimed in exasperation, all you know is to toil at that miserable job. How much can you possibly earn in a month? You would do better to charm Shen Shiwei. Look at the state you just left her in. I simply do not fancy her type. So what? Pei Hong could hardly restrain himself from confronting Pei Yunxiao, but he recalled they were at school. I will discuss this with you later. Money, hurry up and give it to me. If you don't, I shall seek out Shen Shiwei. Pei Yunxiao regarded his father, retrieving a few hundred yuan from his pocket. This is all I have, is this paltry sum sufficient? Pei Hong demanded, you need to get more money, do you hear me? Surely you don't want to see them sever your father's hand, do you? Just like your mother, you have no sense of conscience. Knowing that others might harm you, you ought not to gamble. Pei Yunxiao replied coldly, your life or death is of no concern to me. With that, he boarded the bus at the entrance, leaving his father behind. Pei Hong, infuriated, glanced at the few hundred yuan in his hand before following suit. His son was growing increasingly disobedient. Meng Qingran, who had originally accompanied Pei Yunxiao, dared not emerge upon witnessing this scene. She merely hid to the side, watching in silence until they had departed. Before stepping out, she had only known Pei Hong as a driver, unaware that he was actually Pei Yunxiao's father. Moreover, Pei Yunxiao was now out of money, and yet he still came to ask for more. That was rather excessive, wasn't it? Considering how embarrassing it might be after she went out, she decided to wait until they had left before making her appearance. Shen Shiwei sat in the car for a while before instructing the driver to proceed. The fact that Pei Yunxiao had scolded her struck her as rather amusing. She did not even harbor feelings for him. Why would he fear her marrying him, just because his father had spoken a few kind words to her? Upon returning home, Aunt Zhou greeted her with a cheerful smile. Miss, you have returned. Shen Shiwei responded with a Who has upset you? Noticing her somber demeanor, Aunt Zhou immediately sensed her discontent. Shen Shiwei replied, it's nothing. Just some ill-fated person. If Zhao Tingshan comes over later, tell him to find me in the study. Recently, Zhao Tingshan had been arriving quite late. Shen Shiwei was uncertain what he had been occupied with. Not long after she ascended the stairs, Zhao Tingshan arrived. Miss seems a bit down today. What happened to her? Zhao Tingshan inquired. She hasn't said, but it appears to be related to Pei Yunxiao. Only matters concerning Pei Yunxiao could render her so indifferent. Zhao Tingshan ascended the stairs, opened the study door, and found Shen Shiwei engrossed in watching this year's most popular Spring Festival gala skits on her computer. She was thoroughly engaged, laughing joyfully. Zhao Tingshan approached and sat down in the empty spot beside her. Shen Shiwei glanced at him. You've come. Zhao Tingshan met her gaze and replied, yes, I was held up by a few matters. Have you been very busy lately? Previously, he would always arrive early even before she finished school. Given his recent demeanor, it seemed he had quite a bit on his plate. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tingshan nodded, yes. He looked at her and continued, however, the tutoring sessions will remain unaffected. I will make every effort to come. Your grades have improved significantly lately. Shen Shiwei regarded Zhao Tingshan. You plan to attend university in the capital, right? Taken aback by her inquiry, Zhao Tingshan paused. In fact, his family had been eager for him to leave, yet he had not done so. He looked at Shen Shiwei and asked, how did you know? Upon hearing his words, Shen Shiwei smiled. She was well aware of the events from her previous life. However, that was all contingent upon the aftermath of the college entrance examination. At that time, she had never contemplated leaving for another place. Pei Yunxiao had chosen a local university, and she remained here. In truth, in her previous life, Pei Yunxiao had scored exceptionally well and could have attended prestigious universities, yet he opted to stay in Yun City.
Shen Shiwei never understood why. Perhaps he was reluctant to part with this place, or perhaps it was Meng Qingran he couldn't bear to leave. She never concealed anything from him, yet he never shared his matters with her. Furthermore, during that period, her father had passed away. Zhao Tingshan stated, I should be going, but I will likely wait until after the college entrance examination.
Shen Shiwei asked, do you think my grades are sufficient to get into a university in the capital? Zhao Tingshan looked at her and nodded, yes. As long as you desire it, you can achieve it.
Shen Shiwei closed the video on her computer and stretched, then let us strive toward that goal.
Zhao Tingshan looked at her in surprise, you wish to go to the capital? Shen Shiwei replied, I just want to give it my all. After all, this was a second chance. Her aspirations should be lofty. If she didn't dare to dream big, even with the blessings of the Bodhisattva, fortune would not simply fall from the sky. Zhao Tingshan observed her renewed confidence, feeling better. It's just that Pei Yunxiao got on my nerves. Shen Shiwei recounted the incident at the school gate. Isn't it amusing? I never indicated I wanted to marry him, yet he acts as if he fears I might, and he was so fierce with me. What a lunatic. Is it such a crime to like Meng Qingran? It's as if I'm the only one for him. I only blame myself for being blind in the past, allowing him to think he was of great importance. Zhao Tingshan regarded her, saying, our Weiwei is the best. She would never look at him. Chapter 27. A Pei Yunxiao is injured. Shen Shiwei, upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's words, turned to look at him. She was taken aback to find him staring intently at her, which made her feel a bit shy. Goodness, she had thought that after her previous life, her heart had turned to stone, yet, when Zhao Tingshan spoke to her in such a manner, she still experienced a flutter of bashfulness. After a considerable pause, Shen Shiwei finally regained her composure. Do you speak to everyone like this? No, Zhao Tingshan replied, I am not that frivolous. Does that mean I hold a special place in your heart? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan stiffened momentarily. Without meeting her gaze, he assumed a serious demeanor and stated, I promised Uncle Shen to take good care of you. The mention of her father instantly drained Shen Shiwei of her enthusiasm. He was far too obedient. If your family insisted you be with someone else in the future, would you acquiesce? Zhao Tingshan, he looked at Shen Shiwei, his expression complex. Seeing that the question had rendered him speechless, Shen Shiwei added, alright, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously, your demeanor makes me feel as though I am bullying you. Shen Shiwei sensed that Zhao Tingshan did not seem to harbor deep feelings for her. Zhao Tingshan, do you have a girl you like? Zhao Tingshan, taken aback by her inquiry, responded, why do you ask that? Just out of curiosity, Shen Shiwei replied, although my dad has asked you to look after me, you must have your own thoughts, right? If you have someone you like, don't force yourself. Zhao Tingshan gazed at Shen Shiwei for a long while before replying, is it that being together every day has begun to annoy you? His eyes bore a hint of hurt. Shen Shiwei, he had already stood up, I'll be leaving now. That is not what I meant, I'm not trying to chase you away. Hey, Zhao Tingshan, you have quite the temper. He did not linger but walked straight out. Aunt Zhou saw him emerge and said, young Master Tingshan. I'm heading back now, Zhao Tingshan replied, his expression grim. Alright, take care, Aunt Zhou said. As Shen Shiwei descended the stairs, she noticed Zhao Tingshan had already exited. Aunt Zhou looked at her, miss, what happened? He is angry again. Shen Shiwei exclaimed, I was merely trying to chat with him, and he gets upset, what a petty person. Shen Shiwei was about to leave in search of him when Aunt Zhou reminded her, the people from the real estate company are coming to see you soon. Recalling her recent house hunting endeavors, Shen Shiwei refrained and decided to handle her matters at home first. Upon returning home after work, Pei Yunxiao found Pei Hong still present. Normally, he would have left by now, but with no money, he remained. After rummaging through the house for a while without finding any cash, he sat down to smoke. Seeing Pei Yunxiao return, Pei Hong remarked, after a long night, how much did you earn? 1,000 yuan a month would be quite commendable. Compared to Shen Shiwei, it was laughable. Pei Yunxiao replied, earning a little money is all through my own effort. What good is your effort? Pei Hong retorted. The money Shen Shiwei previously gave you, you could work your whole life and never earn that much. Pei Yunxiao, don't think you're something special just because you've made a little progress. The world is all about family background. Look at how we lived when you were in the Shen family, and now what kind of life are we leading? I will not do such things. Pei Yunxiao stated firmly, you should be wary of being labeled a fraud one day and end up in jail. Your life would be ruined, don't drag me down with you. At this point, Pei Yunxiao turned to his father, and if it's all about family background, then why don't you strive for success as a father? Pei Hong was momentarily taken aback, then he responded, I was just unlucky back then, compounded by marrying your useless mother who was always ill, which left me impoverished. That is why I wanted you to be with Shen Shiwei. What use is it being with Meng Qingran? After marriage, you'd still live a life of poverty. The Shen family is wealthy, and Shen Shiwei likes you so much. As long as you treat her well, that dimwit will be completely at your mercy. I don't like her. Pei Yunxiao declared, and I will never be with a woman I do not love. Like or dislike. What is the value of affection? I'm not asking you to truly love Shen Shiwei, I just want you to get her money. Is that so wrong? I want to do it. Thinking of Shen Shiwei, he realized they were from entirely different worlds. Pei Yunxiao simply did not wish to be with her. He had to admit that with her around, his life was indeed quite simple. However, seeing his father's smug expression made him quite unhappy. He had pushed his mother away, endured abuse throughout his childhood, and now his father wanted to use him for his own gain. All he did was gamble. What right did such a person have?
Pei Hong scoffed, "Ha, if it weren't for me having given you such good looks, do you think you would have attracted anyone's attention? And I know you perform well in school, but I wasn't a slouch either. Shen Wenbin is nothing special, he didn't even score higher than me in exams, he simply relies on his family's wealth to be a boss." Pei Yunxiao, with a stony expression, strode directly into his room and slammed the door shut. Pei Hong stood outside, cursing for a long time. He simply stuffed his ears with tissue. The next morning, Shen Shiwei spotted Pei Yunxiao at school. When he entered, his face bore signs of injury, with a bruise at the corner of his mouth. Shen Shiwei was momentarily stunned. What had happened to him? Had he been beaten? Recalling his argument with his father the previous day, she wondered if he had been assaulted upon returning home. Pei Yunxiao sat down beside her, and the others, witnessing the scene, dared not utter a word. Meng Qingran also noticed Pei Yunxiao's condition and was startled to see him injured. Pei Yunxiao remained silent as he sat beside her, and Shen Shiwei, observing his unfortunate yet stubborn demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Did your dad hit you?" At her words, Pei Yunxiao maintained a stern face, glanced at Shen Shiwei, and retorted, "What, do you want to help me? Fine, lend me a few million, he owes a lot of gambling debts. If you give me a few million, I'll date you, how about that?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, as if mocking her foolishness. It ignited anger in those who witnessed it. Shen Shiwei replied, "I was merely asking casually, and you immediately mention millions while proposing a relationship. Your imagination knows no bounds. Then mind your own business." Pei Yunxiao said coldly, lowering his head. In truth, he hadn't been beaten by his father. Rather, early that morning, some debt collectors had arrived at their home, causing trouble for his father. Chapter 28, Your girlfriend no longer wants you. His father was nearly maimed, and he too found himself entangled and injured as a consequence. They warned him sternly to repay the debt post-haste. During his time living with the Shen family, he would never have faced such tribulations. His father's substantial salary, coupled with the occasional financial assistance from Shen Shimei, meant that, although his father often borrowed money from him, he never took it all, as he had already spent a considerable portion. His extravagant spending was an intentional act to avoid surrendering all his funds to his father, and now, however, his life was a chaotic mess compared to those earlier days. Yet, he found himself unwilling to maintain a close relationship with Shen Shimei any longer. If he were to heed his father's instructions and continue to keep her around solely for financial gain, he feared that he too might devolve into a scoundrel, becoming just like his father. Shen Shimei gazed at Pei Yunxiao with deep affection, stating, "Actually, I care about you quite a bit." Care, the mere utterance of that word left Pei Yunxiao momentarily stunned. He turned to look at her. Shen Shimei smiled slightly. "I care about whether you are doing well. If I were to learn that you were not, I would feel relieved." Pei Yunxiao remained silent, taken aback by her seemingly affectionate yet biting words. Shen Shimei continued, "Next time your father strikes you, remember to inform me. I shall come over to applaud him." Pei Yunxiao took out a book, his expression darkening considerably. Confronted by Shen Shimei's audacity, he finally spoke up. "Surely you don't believe that being with Zhao Tingshan will bring you happiness? With his superior qualifications in every regard, how could he possibly be attracted to someone as foolish as you? His intentions in approaching you must be ulterior." Shen Shimei clenched her teeth, replying, "Whatever I do with him is none of your concern. However, look at you injured, and yet your girlfriend hasn't even bothered to check on you." She observed Meng Qingran seated nearby, diligently engaged in writing something. Normally, she would have come over to express her concern for Pei Yunxiao by now, yet today she didn't even cast a glance in his direction. Pei Yunxiao remarked, "She is merely focused on her studies." "Indeed," Shen Shimei responded, "when your father visited yesterday, she was right there but kept her distance." Pei Yunxiao, "Tell me, you wouldn't have been dumped by me only to be discarded by her too, would you?" Meng Qingran had always been a shrewd individual, never allowing herself to fall into unfavorable circumstances. Although Pei Yunxiao had many commendable qualities, Meng Qingran surely held reservations about his gambling father. In their previous life, their profound love for one another was merely sustained by the Shen family's support. Pei Yunxiao had access to unlimited funds for his father during his time with the Shens. But now that Shen Shimei had distanced herself from him, the issues of the Pei family were laid bare. In his previous life, how could Pei Yunxiao have possibly sustained injuries? Shen Shimei had managed everything for him long before her current remarks rendered Pei Yunxiao's expression somewhat grim. As Shen Shimei had pointed out, once classes concluded, Meng Qingran did not seek him out. She appeared to be quite busy. Wang Yan approached, glancing at Pei Yunxiao. "Pei, what happened to your face? Did you get into a fight?" He was, after all, a model student, typically not one to engage in such altercations. Pei Yunxiao replied, "It's nothing." Wang Yan looked over at Shen Shimei. "Do you need us to report this or assist you in any way?" "No need," Shen Shimei interjected, noticing Wang Yan's concern for Pei Yunxiao. "What is Meng Qingran so busy with?" Wang Yan turned to glance at Meng Qingran, responding to Shen Shimei. "Qingran has been preoccupied with writing a speech as assigned by the teacher." "Why do you ask?" "Oh," Shen Shimei remarked, "she does indeed seem quite occupied." Pei Yunxiao was injured, and yet she shows no concern. Upon hearing Shen Shimei's words, Wang Yan said, "Their relationship is their own affair. They know what is going on." "What do you mean by that?" "When Pei Yunxiao is hurt, Qingran undoubtedly cares the most. She has always looked out for him. In the future, they might even attend the same university. Of course, you certainly want to make the cut. No matter how wealthy your family is, you can't rely on connections for the college entrance exam, can you?" Wang Yan's words reached Meng Qingran's ears, who wished she could cover her mouth. She had been striving to diminish her presence, yet Wang Yan's chatter revealed her relationship with Pei Yunxiao to everyone now. All were aware that Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao were a couple. Meng Qingran felt immense regret. Pei Yunxiao's father was a gambler, and she had no desire to be involved with such a family. However, if she were to initiate a breakup now, how would others perceive her? What would Pei Yunxiao think of her? Shen Shimei turned to Pei Yunxiao. "Which school do you plan to apply to?" In their previous life, both Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran had attended Yun City University. However, Qin Shimei was genuinely curious why Pei Yunxiao suddenly aimed for Yun City University instead of Qingbei. Back then, she had even speculated that it must be because of her. Upon hearing Qin Shimei's inquiry, Pei Yunxiao replied, "Why do you ask?" Qin Shimei said, "Just out of curiosity, I thought it would be nice to see which school you all attend. If we all end up at the same place, it would be splendid, wouldn't it? That way, I could observe if your relationship endures." "Are you joking?" Wang Yan interjected. "Your grades are dismal. How could you possibly compare to the academic achievements of the school as heartthrob and Qingran? Although you've improved, you still can't even break into the top 10 of our class. Are you sure you can attend the same university as them?" Pei Yunxiao seemed to agree that Qin Shimei was somewhat out of touch with reality. "Well then, let us all aim for Qingbei together." "What do you say?" Pei Yunxiao genuinely wished to attend Qingbei. That way, he could distance himself from Pei Hong and no longer be harassed by him. Furthermore, he could also venture to the capital to seek out his mother. "Not aiming for Yun City University," Qin Shimei exclaimed in surprise. Pei Yunxiao replied, "Why would I apply to Yun City University? Perhaps it is a ceiling for you, but it's certainly isn't for me." "Alright then, I shall aim for Qingbei as well," Qin Shimei declared with a smile. Wang Yan found Qin Shimei's statement rather amusing. She chose not to rebut Qin Shimei, fearing her words might provoke her anger. Returning to Meng Qingran's side, she sat down and remarked, "Qin Shimei is utterly ridiculous. She actually said she wanted to aim for Qingbei. Does she genuinely believe her current grades are commendable?" Meng Qingran lifted her gaze to Qin Shimei, having previously hoped to rekindle Qin Shimei's feelings for Pei Yunxiao. However, with Zhao Tingshan's emergence, Meng Qingran felt that hope was exceedingly dim. Her gaze remained fixed on Qin Shimei as she turned to Wang Yan. "Do you think Qin Shimei still harbors feelings for Pei Yunxiao? If that were the case, how wonderful it would be." If Qin Shimei continued to love Pei Yunxiao, at the very least, Pei Yunxiao's father wouldn't constantly show up at school unannounced. Pei Yunxiao would have money to spare as well. Wang Yan responded to Meng Qingran's remark, "If she dares to have feelings for Pei Yunxiao, I'll verbally tear her apart." Meng Qingran merely sighed, casting a glance at Wang Yan. She felt an immense fatigue from having a friend who utterly failed to understand her sentiments. Chapter 29. Asking for help. In the afternoon, Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao attended a meeting together. She turned to Pei Yunxiao and inquired, "What happened to your injury? Did your father do this?" "No," Pei Yunxiao replied. "Someone came to see my father, and a conflict arose." "Was it over money?" Meng Qingran had witnessed something yesterday and could roughly guess the situation. Pei Yunxiao nodded, "Yes." Pei Yunxiao, Meng Qingran gazed at him, gathered her courage, and expressed her thoughts, continuing, "Like this isn't a solution. Shouldn't you consult Qin Shiwei for some advice?" "What can I ask her for?" Pei Yunxiao looked at Meng Qingran in confusion. "Weren't you tutoring her before? Why not return to that role now? Our previous attitude towards her wasn't quite right. After all, she is a young lady, and we should indulge her a little. It wouldn't hurt her to have another tutor." "Absolutely not." Pei Yunxiao rejected the idea. "I have no desire to do that." He had already been dismissed by Qin Shiwei, and he did not wish to beg her. Despite his financial struggles, he still held his dignity. "What is the harm in it?" Meng Qingran replied. "It's merely a means to earn money. Tutoring her would undoubtedly yield more than a part-time job at a CAF. Moreover, you could also resolve your father's issues." Feeling uncomfortable with her suggestion of pushing him towards Qin Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao retorted, "We are currently in a relationship. Wouldn't you be displeased if I tutored her?" Meng Qingran smiled. "Why would I be displeased? After all, you don't harbor any feelings for her. For Qin Shiwei, having the opportunity to spend money on you would surely delight her." Pei Yunxiao said, "Everyone at school knows about her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. What would it look like if I went back to her? I refuse to do something I dislike merely for money." Meng Qingran replied, "Zhao Tingshan will eventually discover that Qin Shiwei is being supported by someone. At that time, he will no longer want her to. It's only natural for you to care for her as a friend. Isn't it? Besides, you wouldn't want to see her end up with Zhao Tingshan, only to face a miserable fate, would you?" Pei Yunxiao fell silent, agreeing with Meng Qingran's perspective. Zhao Tingshan was indeed exceptional in many aspects. However, their union was orchestrated by their elders, and it was unlikely that Zhao Tingshan would genuinely care for her. Seeing him in contemplation, Meng Qingran tentatively suggested, "If you find it difficult to approach her, I can speak to Qin Shiwei on your behalf. I can persuade her to allow you to resume your role as her tutor. Trust me, I can handle it." "Yunxiao, regardless of the circumstances, you must complete your high school education. If things continue like this with your father, you may not even graduate." Pei Yunxiao looked at Meng Qingran, but he still felt uneasy about the idea. He even felt a bit angry. "Do you think I can survive without Qin Shiwei?" Meng Qingran replied, "That's not what I meant. The way Qin Shiwei treats me is merely to provoke me. But I refuse to bow down to her. With my father's situation, seeking her out and dragging her into my troubles would be utterly lacking in conscience." Having said that, Pei Yunxiao made no further delay and headed directly to the multimedia classroom for the meeting. In the afternoon, during physical education class, after Qin Shiwei dismissed her peers, she squatted beneath a tree to rest. Meng Qingran approached her, expressing concern. "Why are you here all alone?" Qin Shiwei glanced up at Meng Qingran, immediately sensing that she had come for a specific purpose. "What? Do I have any other friends at school?" Since her fallout with Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao, others had been reluctant to associate closely with her. Unlike Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao, who were both immensely popular, she did not have the same social standing. Fortunately, Shen Shiwei did not find this situation particularly troubling, otherwise, the ostracism might have driven her to despair. Meng Qingran squatted down beside Shen Shiwei, observing her athletic attire, which was undeniably expensive. It was evident that Shen Shiwei was indeed wealthy. "By the way, Shen Shiwei, can I discuss something with you?" "Go ahead." Shen Shiwei replied, her mouth occupied with a lollipop. Ever since her rebirth, she had developed a peculiar obsession with food, indulging in it at every opportunity. Thankfully, she had previously been slim and had merely returned to a more normal state. Meng Qingran continued, "Could you allow Pei Yunxiao to continue being your tutor?" Shen Shiwei subtly scooted away. "Why not?" Meng Qingran explained, "Yunxiao is having a tough time right now, you know about his father's situation." "I am aware, but what does that have to do with me? Please, help him out." Meng Qingran adopted a benevolent demeanor. "If Yunxiao continues like this, things will only worsen. Besides, you're not short on money. I assure you, he will teach you diligently. I will also assist him in tutoring you, ensuring your academic performance improves, then we can all aim for the same university together. How does that sound?" Although Shen Shiwei's talent was questionable, the possibility of her admission remained uncertain. However, once Pei Yunxiao completed his college entrance exams, he would be free and no longer burdened by these concerns. Shen Shiwei regarded Meng Qingran in silence. Meng Qingran asked, "Why are you staring at me? Do I look like a fool in your eyes?" Shen Shiwei retorted, "You two are enamored with each other, yet you now present him to me as a tutor. Do you expect me to pay him as I did before, and foolishly support both of you?" Meng Qingran pursed her lips, staring at Shen Shiwei. "You're not lacking in funds. Spending a few $100,000 on his birthday is trivial for you, isn't it? That amount is mere pocket change. My money, even if donated to build a hope school in impoverished areas, will not be given to Pei Yunxiao. I refuse to spend on him again. I have no habit of financially supporting his girlfriend," Shen Shiwei declared. Removing the lollipop from her mouth, she scrutinized Meng Qingran, surprised that she had come to plead with her, which must have taken considerable resolve. But did she not feel any shame in doing so? Meng Qingran stated, "If your disdain for him stems from my relationship with Yunxiao, I can break up with him right now." No sooner had she uttered the word break up than Shen Shiwei interrupted, "No. Absolutely not. If you want to win things, do not involve me. I can't have Pei Yunxiao thinking that I pressured you to leave." Meng Qingran studied her and asked, "What do you wish to do then?" Shen Shiwei stood, her legs having grown numb from squatting. "Meng Qingran, have you grown tired of Pei Yunxiao so quickly?" Upon hearing Shen Shiwei's words, Meng Qingran's expression hardened. "What do you mean by that? You once admired him for being the school heartthrob, the top student, excelling in every aspect. Hence, during his birthday celebration, you eagerly announced your relationship, but now, you realize he is not the wealthy heir you envisioned, but rather the son of a gambling addict with a plethora of family issues. So, you regret your choice. However, while regretting, you still use me as an excuse, which seems rather calculating, don't you think?" Chapter 30. The persona of a person is pure as a chrysanthemum. Meng Qingran has always maintained the persona of a person is pure as a chrysanthemum. Whenever someone accuses her of being scheming, she becomes visibly upset. "I am not the person you described. My only concern is for Yunxiao. I wish for him to have a bright future." Then, Shen Shiwei interjected, "If he does not fare well in the future, how could he possibly be worthy of being with you?" This remark greatly displeased Meng Qingran. "If you do not wish to be with him, so be it. I am merely trying to facilitate your relationship out of goodwill. You once adored him. Do you truly harbor no feelings for him now, Shiwei? I only pity you. Since your fallout with Pei Yunxiao, you have no friends at school. I long for the days when the three of us would walk home together. If you choose to reject my efforts, that is your prerogative, but there is no need to belittle me. Your constant negativity towards others is precisely why Yunxiao is disenchanted with you." Shen Shiwei smiled faintly. "That last statement is your true sentiment, isn't it? Pei Yunxiao is infatuated with you, yet he shows no affection for me. You cannot possibly deny the satisfaction you derive from this." Meng Qingran. Faced with repeated attacks, Meng Qingran decided to forego any semblance of courtesy. "I have always believed that women should support one another, yet you persist in slandering me. Is it because my grades surpass yours, or because Pei Yunxiao favors me? I have never considered you an adversary. I have always sought your friendship, yet you consistently attribute the worst intentions to me. Why must women be so cruel to one another? I slander you?" Shen Shiwei gazed at Meng Qingran. In the past, she had indeed believed that Meng Qingran embodied the essence of purity. Yet, in her previous life, she had witnessed the deception that led her to her demise at the hands of Pei Yunxiao. While Meng Qingran had stood by, aiding him, she had been accused of immorality, of associating with others, which supposedly led to her contracting HIV. It was only at the moment of her death that Meng Qingran had approached her, reveling in her triumph, revealing the truth. Such treachery, and now she pretends to be virtuous? Shen Shiwei retorted, "You truly consider yourself a paragon of virtue. You know well that the Pei family is a treacherous pit. You do not wish to leap into it, yet you expect me to do so. I never once heard you offer to relinquish him to me." "You misunderstand," Meng Qingran replied earnestly. "Yunxiao is ambitious. He is destined to become an exceptional individual. He merely requires assistance at this moment. If you extend your hand to help him, he will be eternally grateful. Conversely, if Zhao Tingshan discovers that you are being supported by someone, do you think he will continue to harbor feelings for you?" Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Shen Shiwei recalled that he had not responded to her messages that morning and was still upset. Observing her silence, Meng Qingran assumed she had been swayed. In truth, Yunxiao's reluctance to be with you stems from a deeper reason that he still harbors feelings for you. He likes me?
Qin Shiwei looked at Meng Qingran in astonishment. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Indeed.
Meng Qingran insisted, her expression serious. I saw him injured and encouraged him to seek you out.
However, he said that the matters concerning the Pei family should not involve you.
Qin Shiwei smiled wryly. In the past, she might have believed such words, but now, it was utterly implausible. If Pei Yunxiao possessed even a modicum of conscience, he would not have allowed her to suffer so terribly. At the moment he caused her to contract HIV, he did not show her any compassion. Meng Qingran continued, Yunxiao is a pitiable soul, I only wish to offer him my assistance. If you agree to be with him, I promise not to intrude upon your lives any further.
How does that sound?
After all, within a year's time, following the college entrance examination, she could have him part ways with Qin Shiwei. Qin Shiwei replied, very well, have him come to me directly and speak for himself. Perhaps if he came to her and bowed a few times, she might consider it. Yet, Meng Qingran knew that Pei Yunxiao would not agree to approach her directly. She turned to Qin Shiwei, saying, Yunxiao is a man of pride, he will certainly not seek you out.
If you truly wish to assist him, you should take the initiative to find him, would that not be better?
If Qin Shiwei continued to act as she had in the past, Pei Yunxiao would likely acquiesce.
Qin Shiwei regarded Meng Qingran and remarked, so, you mean to say that I should beg him, while simultaneously arranging a job for him and helping him pay off his gambling debts? Meng Qingran saw nothing wrong with this approach.
After all, Qin Shiwei had engaged in such matters before. If you help him, he will undoubtedly be grateful.
Qin Shiwei nearly burst into laughter. What is his gratitude worth? Am I to beg him for appreciation?
Ever since he stopped tutoring me, my grades have soared. Am I to fear that I am progressing too swiftly? Should I seek out someone to drag me down? Seeing that Qin Shiwei was not pleased, Meng Qingran assured her, if you agree, I can guarantee that in the future, Yunxiao's gaze will be fixed solely on you, and he will no longer lose his temper with you as he did before. Should he bully you, I will certainly stand by your side.
Qin Shiwei replied, so, I must provide him with money, and you will protect me so that he will not mistreat me? Good heavens, people nowadays are becoming increasingly shameless.
With that, Qin Shiwei walked away. Continuing this conversation was merely a waste of time. Meng Qingran watched her retreating figure, sighing in exasperation. She had already offered Pei Yunxiao to her. How could Qin Shiwei respond in such a manner? It seemed she would have to confront Pei Yunxiao directly. Meng Qingran sought out Pei Yunxiao, who was currently engaged in a game of basketball with several classmates. Upon her arrival, the others began to tease, your girlfriend is here. Pei Yunxiao glanced at Meng Qingran standing nearby and approached her, asking, where have you been? I just went to see Shiwei, Meng Qingran replied, looking somewhat despondent.
Did she bully you? Pei Yunxiao's expression turned wary.
Meng Qingran explained, you know her temperament, but it's nothing serious. She mentioned that if you approach her, she would offer you a job. However, you need to adopt a more amiable demeanor.
I have already told you not to bring this up again.
Why did you go see her? Pei Yunxiao expressed his confusion. Meng Qingran urged, it's only a matter of months, bear with it. Once the college entrance examination is over, everything will improve. Pei Yunxiao, please do not be stubborn. Do you think I wish to seek her out? You have no idea how difficult it was for me. She even said some hurtful things about me, claiming I was manipulative. I did not hold it against her, as it was all for your sake. Enduring a little hardship is no trouble at all. I hope you can understand my intentions.
She actually said that about you?
Previously, when Qin Shiwei had cried before him, Pei Yunxiao had felt a twinge of guilt. Yet now, she was attacking Meng Qingran. How could she disparage such a good person like Qingran? His displeasure grew. He turned to Meng Qingran and declared, I will go speak with her.
Make sure to communicate well. Meng Qingran advised. Do not provoke her. She once admired you greatly. If you simply soothe her, she will calm down. Also, tell her that we have broken up. We should avoid any interactions in her presence in the future.
Pei Yunxiao looked at her, questioning, break up?
Chapter 31.
The young master is unwell. He immediately recalled the words of Qin Shiwei from earlier that day, your girlfriend no longer wants you. Meng Qingran, noticing his displeasure, reassured him, Yunxiao, it's merely a fabricated breakup. In my heart, you remain the best. We are merely toying with her feelings. Once we graduate, we'll both attend Qingbei together. If she wishes to take the examination, she surely will not succeed.
Do you not know how much I cherish you?
Pei Yunxiao, touched by her consideration, replied, Qingran, there is truly no need for you to put yourself in such a position.
She had even approached Qin Shiwei on his behalf. No one else would have done such a thing. I'm fine with it. Go ahead.
Meng Qingran concluded, offering him an encouraging glance. As Qin Shiwei continued to write in the classroom, Pei Yunxiao approached her. Standing before her, he felt she blocked the light, prompting Qin Shiwei to lift her gaze toward him. What's wrong?
Why do you bully Qingran? Bully her? Qin Shiwei was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden accusation. Qin Shiwei.
Pei Yunxiao asserted, our family may not be affluent, but that does not give you the right to mistreat us. You simply happen to be born into better circumstances. Qingran is diligent and has never wronged you.
How have I bullied her? On what basis do you label her a scheming woman? Qin Shiwei assumed Meng Qingran had fabricated something before Pei Yunxiao, yet was this it? So, because I referred to her as a scheming woman, it is tantamount to slandering her? This was absurd.
She had endured far worse insults. Meng Qingran even believed she was being supported. Pei Yunxiao, fully aware of the truth, had not uttered a word in her defense, merely stating that Meng Qingran was calculating and his eyes equated to bullying her. Truly, the disparity between love and indifference is vast. Pei Yunxiao addressed Qin Shiwei. I admit, I may have been somewhat excessive towards you before, however, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. Do not take it out on Qingran, she is innocent. Alright, I understand, I shall apologize to her. She is not a scheming woman, she is simply a pure and innocent flower, a truly good person.
It was I who overstepped.
Pei Yunxiao glared at Qin Shiwei, stating, do not speak with such sarcasm.
Make sure to protect her well.
Qin Shiwei remarked, do not allow the winds to topple her. Your girlfriend is exceedingly delicate. Pei Yunxiao shot her a defiant look, clearly displeased. Qin Shiwei added, oh, she truly adores you, she even came to beseech me to help you find work, but judging by your demeanor, it seems you do not require it.
How capable you are. After class, Qin Shiwei departed without delay. Meng Qingran approached Pei Yunxiao, observing that he was still occupied and had no intention of leaving. Aren't you going?
I'll be busy for a while longer.
Pei Yunxiao had the day off and did not wish to return home.
He dreaded his father's incessant nagging. Meng Qingran, concerned, asked, how did your conversation with her go? Qingran, Pei Yunxiao raised his head to meet her gaze, I have no intention of seeking her out.
No matter what, I refuse to rely on her money, I will find a way to earn my own. My boss has offered me a tutoring position for his son, paying 1,000 yuan per lesson.
His boss was quite generous. Pei Yunxiao excelled academically, ranking first in his grade. Tutoring would provide him far greater financial reward than working in the shop each day. Meng Qingran had initially believed Pei Yunxiao had resolved matters. Yet, he had not established a good rapport with Qin Shiwei.
For your sake, I approached Qin Shiwei, but since you are unwilling, I suppose it was my overreach.
After speaking, Meng Qingran turned and left.
After class, Qin Shiwei made her way to the Royal Court Hotel. Li Yang approached her, Wei, have you come alone?
Since Qin Shiwei had assisted him previously, he had been particularly warm towards her.
Qin Shiwei nodded, yes. Is young Master Zhao not accompanying you?
Oh, he has some matters to attend to these days. Earlier in the car, she had sent him a message, but he had not responded.
Li Yang inquired, what would you like to eat today? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Anything is fine.
Qin Shiwei replied, I came here to discuss business with you.
Business? Li Yang looked at her with curiosity, how did your father allow you to engage in business?
It has nothing to do with my father. I came on my own accord. I wish to purchase a few plots of land. Hearing her intention to buy land, Li Yang stared at her in astonishment. Wei, this is no jest.
You re in good health, and buying clothes or jewelry would suffice. Why consider purchasing land?
Qin Shiwei was aware that Li Yang had several plots of land he wished to sell but was struggling to find buyers. He had been troubled, searching for someone to take over. Those plots eventually landed in Pei Yunxiao's hands, yielding him substantial profits. Although Pei Yunxiao was insufferable, he indeed possessed keen insight. After transferring the company to him, Pei Yunxiao diligently focused on real estate and the internet, two industries destined for immense growth. Qin Shiwei refrained from elaborating, merely expressing her desire to explore on her own. The plots she sought were those Li Yang was eager to relinquish. Upon hearing her request, he was taken aback, considering her a friend's daughter who had previously assisted him. He felt uneasy about selling the land to her without due consideration. How about this? I must discuss the matter with your father first. If he agrees, I will sell it to you.
How does that sound? Qin Shiwei responded, that works.
Initially, she had come merely to inquire. After a light meal, as Qin Shiwei exited, she encountered Ke Yang. Upon seeing her, Ke Yang approached with a smile, sister-in-law, what a coincidence to run into you here. Qin Shiwei had not held a favorable impression of him, yet noticing his cordial demeanor, she decided not to dwell on past grievances.
Indeed. My luck is quite poor to encounter you here. How can you say that, sister-in-law? Ke Yang replied with some discontent, where is my brother, did he not accompany you? Upon hearing him mention Zhao Tingshan, Qin Shiwei inquired, did he attend class today?
No, he did not.
He did not go to class? Qin Shiwei furrowed her brow.
Ke Yang nodded, yes. He often skips school, but since his grades are excellent, the teachers have no recourse. His absence from school did not hinder his academic performance. The teachers were reluctant to discipline him, especially since he often demonstrated his prowess by teaching them a thing or two. Zhao Tingshan was also quite busy, sometimes assisting his uncle in managing the company. Upon leaving the hotel, Qin Shiwei instructed the driver to take her to Zhao Tingshan's residence. She had sought her father's help to locate it. Upon arrival at the entrance, the security guard recognized her and, upon confirming her identity as Qin Shiwei, allowed her entry. As the car came to a stop, the butler emerged, Miss Qin.
He appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. Qin Shiwei inquired, is Zhao Tingshan home?
Yes, he is, but the young master is unwell.
Unwell? Qin Shiwei asked, what seems to be the problem? Chapter 32 then, may I come to see you every day from now on?
I have a slight cold. It shouldn't be a significant issue. The doctor has already seen me, he replied. Qin Shiwei inquired, may I visit him? The butler responded, of course. Zhao Tingshan had been experiencing poor sleep lately. However, he had never been a sound sleeper. Ever since the incident involving his mother, he had been this way. The butler led Qin Shiwei upstairs and arrived at Zhao Tingshan's room, stating, young master is inside. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open upon seeing Zhao Tingshan in his pajamas, lying on the bed. The butler announced, "Young master, Miss Shen has arrived." Zhao Tingshan immediately sat up. When he noticed Qin Shiwei standing at the door, he froze momentarily and said to the butler, "Why did you let her come up?" The butler explained, "Miss Shen expressed a desire to see you." Zhao Tingshan's expression turned cold. "Please take her back downstairs, I will come down shortly." The butler glanced at Qin Shiwei and said, "Miss Shen, please. No need," Qin Shiwei replied to the butler. "I merely came to check on him, and I will leave afterward." With that, she walked in and noticing Zhao Tingshan's pallor compared to his usual self, she remarked, "I heard you were unwell. Why didn't you inform me? I have been worried about you all day." Zhao Tingshan looked at Qin Shiwei and realized she treated this place as if it were her own home, showing no sense of being an outsider. "You should have informed me beforehand of your visit." "What's the matter?" Qin Shiwei replied. "Did I disturb you? You aren't engaged in anything inappropriate, are you?" Zhao Tingshan remained silent. He stared at Qin Shiwei, his expression frosty. I haven't even washed up. He felt a tinge of embarrassment presenting himself to her in such a state. Qin Shiwei responded, "Isn't that what being sick entails? I don't mind. When I'm unwell at home, I also lie in bed all day. In fact, you look quite handsome even in this condition. To be good looking is to be somewhat willful." Even appearing ill, he still managed to look appealing. Upon hearing her compliment, Zhao Tingshan felt less resistant to her unexpected visit. "What made you come over?" "I dined at the Royal Hotel and happened to see Ke Yang. He mentioned you hadn't been to school, so I thought I would come to your home and check on you." As Qin Shiwei surveyed the room, she noted that Zhao Tingshan's room was quite simple. Unlike her own, her bedroom was adorned in soft pinks, filled with various gifts from her father. However, Zhao Tingshan's room was starkly black and white. It appeared quite minimalist and somewhat oppressive. She addressed Zhao Tingshan, saying, "You often come to my house, yet this is my first time visiting yours." Zhao Tingshan sat on the bed, gazing at her as she spoke, her lips curling into a smile. Qin Shiwei possessed a naturally cheerful demeanor, making her appearance delightful. She radiated brightness, much like the sun. Shiwei, his tone suddenly grew exceptionally serious, carrying a hint of gravity. Qin Shiwei looked at him. "What's wrong? Why so serious all of a sudden?" "I believe it is prudent for us to maintain a certain distance." His words left Qin Shiwei momentarily stunned. She regarded him. "Do you already dislike me? Have I been too forward?" Due to the circumstances of her previous life, she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw Zhao Tingshan, which led her to treat him as if he were not an outsider. However, now that he expressed a desire for distance, did that imply she had overstepped? Not at all. Zhao Tingshan's expression bore a hint of melancholy. "I am not as good a person as you perceive." He feared that growing too close to her might lead him to do something that would upset her. "What kind of person are you then?" Qin Shiwei asked curiously. "Although we have become quite close, your reticence leaves me in the dark regarding your true character." Zhao Tingshan replied, "I have quite a temper. Moreover, I am not as gentle as you think." "Oh," Qin Shiwei exclaimed, "then why have I never witnessed you lose your temper? Is it because you have always regarded me as an outsider?" Zhao Tingshan stared at her. Qin Shiwei wore a smile, appearing adorably out of place with the room's style. He cleared his throat. "Is it alright if I get you some water? Would you like a drink?" She stood up to pour him some warm water. As Zhao Tingshan lay on the bed, Qin Shiwei brought the water over and handed it to him. She perched on the edge of the bed, observing Zhao Tingshan. "Have you taken your medicine?" Then continue to rest. I will watch over you." Zhao Tingshan looked at her. "Aren't you going back? I can have the butler escort you. I just arrived." Qin Shiwei had no intention of leaving so soon. "I will leave once you fall asleep." Zhao Tingshan sipped the water, gazing at Qin Shiwei. He remained silent. The previous day, they had quarreled a bit. Zhao Tingshan wished to maintain some distance. Recently, they had grown too close, and he found himself unable to resist focusing his thoughts on her. Thus, even when he fell ill today, he did not respond to her messages. Yet, he hadn't anticipated she would find her way to his home, despite knowing that eventually, she would return to Baiyueguang. Zhao Tingshan lay on the bed, with Qin Shiwei sitting beside him. He struggled to sleep. After a short while, he awoke. Qin Shiwei was still there. He opened his beautiful eyes. "You haven't left?" He had expected that upon waking in the cold room, he would find himself alone, but instead, she remained. This feeling resembled receiving an unexpected gift. "Are you suffering from insomnia?" When she had been unwell, she often experienced sleeplessness, waking after merely half an hour. Zhao Tingshan did not respond, merely observing her. His insomnia had ceased to be a surprise. Fearing he might think her overly intrusive, Qin Shiwei explained, "I intended to leave, but you woke up." Zhao Tingshan asked, "Have you finished your homework?" Qin Shiwei replied, "I completed it at school." Her days were now filled with purpose, her schedule meticulously arranged. She endeavored to utilize every available moment. While conversing, Zhao Tingshan's uncle, Qi Chang, returned home. Upon learning of Zhao Tingshan's illness, he came to check on him, only to find Qin Shiwei there. "Shiwei, what brings you here?" Qin Shiwei politely greeted. "Hello, Uncle Qi. I heard Zhao Tingshan was unwell, so I came to see him." Qi Chang remarked. "Well, continue your conversation. His happiness at your visit is immeasurable." Qi Chang knew Zhao Tingshan all too well. The previous commotion surrounding Qin Shiwei and Baiyueguang had drawn considerable attention. Qi Chang had initially intended to advise him to let it go. Yet, he still frequently visited the Shen household. Each time he returned after being turned away, he felt displeased, but he would still go back. Qi Chang's words left Zhao Tingshan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Qi Chang paid him no heed and walked out. Qin Shiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan. "Are you happy to see me?" Zhao Tingshan feigned calmness. It's acceptable that he pretended to pick up a book from the bedside, starting to read. Qin Shiwei fixed her gaze on Zhao Tingshan and said, "Then I shall visit you every day from now on, shall I?" Chapter 33. Just want to hug you. Zhao Tingshan was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Qin Shiwei. "In the future? Every day?" He looked at her in confusion. "Why?" Qin Shiwei replied, "Don't you want me to come see you?" Not really, Zhao Tingshin explained, aren't you supposed to attend class? I could just visit you.
But you're unwell right now.
I can't have you coming over to teach me while you're sick, I'll bring my assignments and come find you myself. Upon hearing her mention bringing assignments, Zhao Tingshin breathed a sigh of relief.
All right.
Now he could comprehend her intention of visiting him to explain the lessons. Otherwise, he had almost read too much into the situation, he had even entertained the thought that she might have had other intentions. Shin Shiwei observed Zhao Tingshin and noticed that when she mentioned bringing assignments, he visibly relaxed. It was as if she might devour him. Shin Shiwei stood up and stretched, feeling her body stiffen after sitting for so long.
Well, I should head back now and come see you tomorrow.
Zhao Tingshin also rose, I'll have the butler see you off. No need, Shin Shiwei said, feeling embarrassed to have someone who was ill escort her.
You should rest.
The driver is waiting downstairs, I can manage on my own. Despite her insistence, Zhao Tingshin stood firm.
Actually, I'm not that unwell, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Is it really that quick?
Shin Shiwei asked, looking at him. Zhao Tingshin had already stepped in front of her, towering over her even dressed in pajamas. He still looked quite handsome when Zhao Tingshin said, I'll escort you downstairs. He accompanied Shin Shiwei down the stairs, appearing significantly more spirited now. Shin Shiwei had assumed he needed to rest in bed due to his illness, but to her surprise, he looked quite well upon reaching the ground floor. Shi Chang was seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call.
Spotting them, he put down his phone. Is Wei Wei leaving? Shin Shiwei nodded, yes.
Why not stay a little longer? Just stay here, I can have someone prepare a room for you, and tomorrow I'll arrange for you to go to school. Since she and Zhao Tingshin did not attend the same school, the journey from here to the 8th middle school was indeed a bit far. No need, Uncle Chi, Shin Shiwei replied, I should head back now to get some sleep. Zhao Tingshin accompanied Shin Shiwei out of the living room, and outside, the Shin family driver was already waiting.
The butler politely opened the car door for Shin Shiwei. Take care, Miss Shin.
Shin Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingshin, saying, get some good rest, and if you're feeling better tomorrow, remember to message me.
If I don't hear from you, I'll come check on you.
Her tone was quite stern, akin to a little leader, yet, there was a gentle fierceness about her. Zhao Tingshin's gaze softened, alright, let me know when you arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Shiwei embraced him. Zhao Tingshin froze, unsure of how to respond. He looked at her in bewilderment. The butler stood nearby, a smirk creeping onto his face. Their young master was certainly growing up. After a moment, Zhao Tingshin finally said, this is Shin Shiwei released him, her eyes sparkling like stars. I don't know why, but seeing you like this made me want to hug you.
You don't dislike me, do you?
He only appeared rather unhappy. Shin Shiwei was perplexed by his demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshin was momentarily stunned.
Of course not. How could he possibly dislike her?
He merely feared becoming accustomed to her kindness. One day, if she chose to distance herself or reconcile with Pei Yunxiao, he would feel utterly ashamed. Perhaps in Shin Shiwei's eyes, he was a good person, capable of being magnanimous under any circumstance. But that was not entirely true. If it involved something he deeply desired, he might very well go to great lengths to reclaim it. Yet, at that moment, she would surely resent him, wouldn't she? He had been trying his utmost to restrain himself and not to interfere in her matters. Shin Shiwei stated, well, I'm off now, butler. Please take good care of Zhao Tingshin and ensure he recovers swiftly. The butler cast a discreet glance at his master. I will, Miss Shin. As Shin Shiwei entered the car, she murmured, I'm heading home to sleep.
I am feeling a bit tired.
After she spoke, the Shin family car departed from the Qi family estate. Zhao Tingshin stood rooted in place, still clad in his pajamas, staring intently in the direction she had left.
The butler remarked, young master, it's getting a bit chilly outside, shall we go inside?
The summer in Yun City had long since passed. The recent days had been marked by an autumn heatwave, but now the weather had returned to typical autumnal conditions. The night breeze felt somewhat cool as Zhao Tingshin turned back and walked inside. The butler followed closely. I noticed Miss Shin seems quite fond of you.
Zhao Tingshin replied, we are comrades, not in the way you might think. Comrades?
The butler looked at him, surprised. He did not quite understand what kind of relationship was that. Zhao Tingshin, however, appeared to relish the notion. I help her with her studies, which is why she comes to visit me. She must be concerned about my health affecting her progress. She mentioned she would come again tomorrow.
With this thought, Zhao Tingshin felt a surge of anticipation. The butler, however, was speechless.
Was their young master really being so humble? Zhao Tingshin ascended the stairs and meanwhile, Shin Shiwei was also on her way home. She gazed out at the nighttime scenery, her thoughts drifting to Zhao Tingshin. She recalled that before her death, although he hadn't come to her, that small act of kindness had been sufficient to comfort her. At least before her demise, she was not entirely alone in her cold, desolate apartment. There was still one person who cared about her predicament. Upon arriving home, Aunt Jo was already waiting at the door. Seeing Shin Shiwei return, she exclaimed, Mrs. back.
Shin Shiwei nodded. Has my father returned? He has. He has been waiting for you.
Entering the house, Shin Shiwei saw her father, Shin Wenbin, sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. He seemed a bit displeased at her late return. Shin Shiwei approached him. Dad. Shin Wenbin adjusted his glasses and looked up. Though he possessed a dignified countenance, he now appeared rather stern.
You're back. Qi Chang called to say you were staying there tonight and wouldn't be returning. How could that be?
Shin Shiwei understood her father was upset due to her tardiness. If I were going to be late, I would have informed you myself, not let someone else call.
Uncle Qi must have misunderstood. Xin Wenbin said, Wei Wei, while your father hopes you will eventually marry Zhao Tingshan, that is a matter for the future, understood? You two can cultivate your feelings and get to know each other a bit, but it's not time for a serious relationship yet. If he brings you home and tries anything, you must not agree. Though it was an engagement of her own accord, she had yet to graduate. Xin Wenbin was very concerned that she might make a foolish decision. Seeing her father's serious demeanor, Shen Shiwei reassured him, Dad, don't worry, I understand. In her previous life, having been so vilified, she was naturally more cautious in such matters. Noticing Shen Shiwei's obedient response, Xin Wenbin, who initially intended to assert his authority, now felt a pang of guilt. My precious daughter, when I say these things, it's all for your own good. You not angry with your father, are you? Chapter 34. A Pei Yunxiao was taken away. Shen Shiwei nodded. How could that be? Xin Wenbin remarked, this world harbors deep-seated malice towards girls. We cannot change others. We can only be more cautious ourselves. Dad, I understand. Once the conversation on this matter concluded, Xin Wenbin inquired about her land purchase. Shen Shiwei explained that she merely wished to experiment with investments. Xin Wenbin had no objections. Previously, she had shown little interest in business affairs. Unlike Zhao Tingshan, who was now assisting his uncle in managing various company matters since Shen Shiwei lacked interest, Xin Wenbin did not press her. He was content with the thought that he could support her. Now that Shen Shiwei was eager to undertake some endeavors on her own, he was naturally pleased. I will call Uncle Li shortly and have him transfer the land to you. Additionally, I shall arrange for 2 assistants to help you. This way, should you require assistance, they will be at your service. Really? Shen Shiwei beamed at her father's support. Thank you, Dad. Once I am capable, I will also assist you in your work. Shen Wenbin chuckled. You've suddenly become so sensible. Your father is at a loss for words. What has inspired this change in you? To be honest, I preferred the carefree version of you from before. Seeing her newfound maturity, Shen Wenbin felt a pang of heartache, sensing that she had endured something profound. Shen Shiwei gazed at her father before her. Since he had left early, she had not seen him in over a decade. During that time, all those in his company had aligned themselves with Pei Yunxiao, who had completely usurped the Shen family's business. She had long lost her voice and had no one to rely on, yet now, witnessing her father before her, still able to dote on her, filled Shen Shiwei with immense joy. I just feel that I was so naive before. I devoted myself entirely to one man, playing outside every time you returned home. She had followed Pei Yunxiao around daily, as if she could not breathe without him, neglecting her father. When she finally wished to see him, she realized it was too late. Trees desire tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Children wish to care for their parents, yet they do not wait. The following day, the 2 assistants arranged by Shen Wenbin commenced their duties, assisting Shen Shiwei with various tasks. With their help, her efficiency considerably improved. In the afternoon, Shen Shiwei first visited Li Yang. Since Shen Wenbin had made the request, Li Yang was quite agreeable and eagerly signed the agreement with Shen Shiwei. After concluding these matters, Shen Shiwei sent her assistants home and proceeded to Zhao Tingshan's residence. He was seated in his study, attending to some work. Shen Shiwei settled on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Zhao Tingshan was now arranging her extracurricular courses for each day, as she had fallen behind significantly. He was determined to help her catch up. Otherwise, given the school's pace, her aspirations of entering a prestigious institution would be nearly impossible. At that moment, someone entered the room. Brother! A charming young girl appeared at the door, looking quite youthful, likely still in junior high. Upon noticing Shen Shiwei, she paused and asked, Who is she? Zhao Tingshan replied curtly, Leave. He appeared disinclined to acknowledge her. Ji pouted, When will you help me with my homework? I heard you've been tutoring that Shen Shiwei every day. Why should that be? Shen Shiwei remained silent, glancing weakly at Ji. Hello, I am Shen Shiwei. Ji regarded her with a complex expression, stating, Oh, it's you, you're the one who often annoys my brother and has a crush on Pei Yunxiao? With someone like you, you dare to aspire to be my brother's fiancé. Brother, why did you let her in? Chiyu's displeasure was evident. She had long heard of Shen Shiwei's name and held a very negative impression of her. She could not fathom her father's reasoning behind wanting such a person to marry her brother. Zhao Tingshan rose, grasped Chiyu by the collar, and unceremoniously tossed her out the door. Shen Shiwei was taken aback by this scene. She is your sister? She is my uncle's daughter. Shen Shiwei felt unfamiliar with the girl. I've never met her. My uncle and aunt are divorced. She comes over sometimes but often does not stay here. Given Shen Shiwei's limited interactions with them, it was unsurprising that she had never met Chiyu. She did not overlook Chiyu's previous words. Turning to Zhao Tingshan, she said, I often annoy you? When did that happen? Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tingshan looked at her. Don't listen to her nonsense. That's not true. Weiwei, don't come over tomorrow. I will visit you instead. It will be more convenient. If she came over a couple more times, he wouldn't be able to keep his secrets hidden. Zhao Tingshan wished to maintain some semblance of dignity before her. Shen Shiwei nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. That works. It was clear that Zhao Tingshan preferred her not to visit. He was evidently someone who valued boundaries, while she lacked them entirely. After completing her homework, Zhao Tingshan personally escorted her home. During the journey, Zhao Tingshan remained quiet, while Shen Shiwei sat beside him, scrolling through her QQ space on her phone. Zhao Tingshan stole glances at her, relishing this moment of solitude with her. Upon reaching the Shen residence, as they arrived at the entrance, they spotted Pei Hong standing there. Let me meet Shen Zong. I truly have urgent matters to discuss with him. You're a nuisance. Shinzong is not someone you can see at your whim. The security guard expressed irritation. Though Pei Hong had previously been the Shin family's chauffeur, he had always been the one they most disliked, as he would boast about how Shin Shiwei was destined to marry his son, leading everyone to believe it. Now that Shin Shiwei had severed ties with Pei Yunxiao, they would not allow Pei Hong, and seeing Shin Shiwei's car approach, Pei Hong hurriedly walked over and stood in front of the vehicle. Unable to enter, Shin Shiwei rolled down the window. What is it? The security guard approached Shin Shiwei, saying, Miss, he insists on seeing Mr. Shen. Shin Shiwei replied, my father should not be home at this hour. I've informed him, but he refuses to listen. As the security guard spoke, Pei Hong had already come close. Wei, please help Yunxiao. He has been taken away. Taken away? Shin Shiwei inquired, puzzled. By whom? Those who demand money. It's all my fault. I should not have owed them money. They intend to take Pei Yunxiao to settle the debt. They even said that if the money is not provided, they will chop off one of his hands. Hearing the words chop off, Shin Shiwei frowned at Pei Hong, looked at her earnestly. Please help, considering how close you and Yunxiao were. It is all my fault for gambling and accumulating so much debt. I promise I will never gamble again. With the thought of his son being taken away, Pei Hong could no longer concern himself with pride. Despite his usual harshness towards Pei Yunxiao, he was still his biological son and his future hope, making it unbearable for him. Chapter 35 of the theatrical Shin Shiwei never anticipated that Pei Yunxiao's predicament would escalate to such an extent. Nearly 2 days of neglect, and he finds himself both beaten and kidnapped. With a father like Pei Hong, his life is indeed quite eventful. Shin Shiwei had no intention of offering assistance. Since you find yourself in such a situation, why not report it to the police? Surely, they would be more effective than I. Absolutely not. Pei Hong exclaimed, visibly anxious. We cannot involve the police. If we do, they might harm Yunxiao. You wouldn't want to see him return missing an arm or a leg, would you? Actually, I would quite like to see that, Shin Shiwei replied calmly. After all, it's merely a matter of losing a limb. It's not as though he would die. Upon uttering these words, Shin Shiwei noticed Pei Hong staring at her with immense tension, seemingly perceiving her as malevolent. She was not like this before. If anything were to happen to Pei Yunxiao, she would undoubtedly be more concerned than anyone else. Zhao Tingshan, too, did not miss Shin Shiwei's indifference. Observing her lack of concern over Pei Yunxiao's abduction was quite surprising. Has she truly ceased to harbor any feelings for him? Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from behind. It was Shin Wenbin returning. His vehicle had been ensnared in traffic. Upon seeing Shin Wenbin arrive, Pei Hong hurriedly abandoned Shin Shiwei to seek him out. Shin Wenbin did not refuse him, allowing Pei Hong to accompany him in the car. Once they arrived in the living room at home, Shin Wenbin settled down as Pei Hong implored, Shinzong, please save my son. After all, we have been old classmates for many years. If you do not assist me, Yunxiao is truly doomed. Initially, it was out of respect for an old classmate that Shin Wenbin had allowed Pei Hong to work as a driver for him. Later, upon discovering Pei Hong's penchant for gambling, he considered replacing him. Now, witnessing Pei Hong's desperation for Pei Yunxiao, Shin Wenbin remarked, I have already told you before, do not gamble again. Your son is no longer a child. If not for yourself, you should at least plan for him. I will never gamble again. It was my momentary lapse in judgment, but Yunxiao is innocent in this matter. Please, help me just one last time, I beg you. Shin Wenbin turned to his secretary, Secretary Yan, you shall handle this matter, bring Pei Yunxiao back. Though he disapproved of Pei Yunxiao's previous indifference towards Shin Shiwei, he recognized that he was merely a child who had not committed any heinous acts. Such an offense did not warrant a death sentence. Shin Wenbin could not simply disregard this situation. Shin Shiwei remained silent, fully aware that her father would ultimately rescue Pei Yunxiao due to his camaraderie with Pei Hong. He would not act too ruthlessly, nor could he ignore such a promising young man. The actions of Pei Yunxiao were remnants of a previous life. In this lifetime, he was still merely a high school student, perhaps with a slight temper, but he had not engaged in any truly unforgivable deeds. Pei Hong's relief at Shin Wenbin's acquiescence was palpable. Thank you, Shinzong, I am deeply grateful. Once Yunxiao graduates, I will ensure he joins your company to work for you. Our family may be poor, but this boy has always been at the top of his class. He will undoubtedly become a talented individual. Shin Wenbin, uninterested in indulging in Pei Hong's fantasies, replied, this will be the last time I assist you. If there is a next time, and you find yourself in trouble again, do not expect my help. Agreed. Pei Hong promised fervently, eager to save his son. Secretary Yan was tasked with retrieving Pei Yunxiao, and Pei Hong followed suit. Shin Shiwei spoke up, Dad, I would like to go as well. Shin Wenbin looked at her, aren't you going to rest? It's quite late. It's fine, we can discuss it when we return. Shin Shiwei insisted. Shin Wenbin, somewhat resigned, replied, very well, go ahead. He was aware that she and Pei Yunxiao were classmates, and as long as Shin Shiwei was not overly infatuated, he had no objections. At the entrance, the car awaited. As Shin Shiwei stepped outside, she glanced at Zhao Tingshan, suggesting, why don't you head back? Zhao Tingshan was reluctant to leave. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Then will you accompany me? Shin Shiwei asked, testing the waters. She wanted to fetch Pei Yunxiao and feared he might be unwilling to join. Although she felt at ease within herself, she was uncertain how Zhao Tingshan would perceive the situation. Very well, I will accompany you. It is rather late, and I am not entirely at ease, Zhao Tingshan conceded. Shin Shiwei nodded, all right then, let us go together. They boarded the car, instructing the driver to follow Secretary Yan's vehicle.
Soon, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Secretary Yan had already alerted the authorities, and the culprits had been apprehended. Pei Yunxiao was brought out. Appearing quite disheveled, Qin Shiwei gazed at his dismal state and could not suppress a smirk. For reasons unknown, seeing Pei Yunxiao in trouble brought her a peculiar sense of joy. Perhaps it was due to the tragic end he met in her past life, twisting her sentiments. She turned to Zhao Tingshan. I'll go check on him. Without hesitation, she rushed to Pei Yunxiao, anxiously observing him. Yunxiao, are you alright? How are you? Are you hurt? Her eyes brimmed with concern, as if genuinely distressed. Pei Yunxiao met her gaze. Her gentle demeanor stirred something within him, yet, recalling her previous coldness, he hardened his expression, stating, no need to worry, I am fine. Qin Shiwei pressed her lips together, regarding him with a look of profound grievance. She began to voice her complaints. I care so much about you, yet you can't spare a kind word for me. If I hadn't begged my father to save you, you might have ended up with a severed limb. Zhao Tingshan remained silent. Had it not been for witnessing Qin Shiwei's rejection of Pei Hong at the Shen residence, he might have been inclined to believe her words. Her demeanor was perplexing, yet he found it rather amusing, content to observe the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Qin Shiwei claim responsibility for persuading Shen Wenbin to rescue him, Pei Yunxiao was taken aback that he genuinely believed she would no longer concern herself with him. It seemed she still cared after all. During his abduction, Pei Yunxiao had struggled against his captors, resulting in minor scrapes and bruises. Upon returning to the Shen home, Shen Wenbin felt a measure of relief when he saw Secretary Yan had brought Pei Yunxiao back without any significant injuries. Yunxiao, how are you?
Shen Wenbin inquired. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Shen.
I am well, Pei Yunxiao replied politely. Despite his less than cordial attitude towards Qin Shiwei, he maintained a respectful demeanor in front of Shen Wenbin.
That is good to hear. I have already spoken to your father. He must refrain from gambling in the future. You should take a shower and tend to your wounds. Aunt Zhou, has the doctor arrived? Aunt Zhou responded, they are on their way.
There's no need for fuss. My injuries are merely superficial. I can manage them myself shortly. Pei Yunxiao headed off to shower, while Pei Hong stood nearby, ingratiating himself with Shen Wenbin through idle chatter. Qin Shiwei escorted Zhao Tingshan to the door and, recalling he was still unwell, remarked, you should return to rest. You haven't fully recovered yet, have you? If you don't take care of yourself, don't let me find you ill again tomorrow.
Chapter 36, just want to play with him. Zhao Tingshan remarked, I am perfectly well. Then who was ill before?
Shen Shimei was unconvinced by his words.
Zhao Tingshan could only respond with silence. How can one be so healthy yet still fall ill? You ought to rest properly, do you hear me? I overheard your butler mentioning that you often suffer from insomnia and do not sleep well. Why don't you take care of your sleep? Zhao Tingshan averted his gaze. Her concern made him acutely aware that upon his return, he must ensure he gets adequate rest. I will sleep well. That's good to hear. Shen Shimei's expression softened. Now, go back. See you tomorrow. Zhao Tingshan gazed at Qin Shimei, yet he had no intention of leaving. He looked at her, as if he had more to say. With a smile, Qin Shimei inquired, what is wrong? Can T bear to part with me? Zhao Tingshan asked, did you plead with your father to rescue Pei Yunxiao? He typically refrained from meddling in her affairs, yet he couldn't resist the urge to ask this time. Surprised by his direct question, Qin Shimei shyly touched her nose. You heard that, did you? She had assumed he was unaware. Fortunately, he hadn't mentioned it in front of Pei Yunxiao. Otherwise, it would have exposed her intentions. Zhao Tingshan pressed, what is the current situation between you and Pei Yunxiao? Qin Shimei turned her gaze toward Zhao Tingshan and replied, I'm not certain how to articulate it. In any case, I will no longer harbor feelings for Pei Yunxiao, I merely want to toy with him. When she mentioned playing with him, her demeanor was remarkably composed. Zhao Tingshan nodded, I understand. Knowing that her relationship with Pei Yunxiao was trivial alleviated some of his concerns. I shall take my leave now. I will return to see you tomorrow. Go ahead. Qin Shimei accompanied him to the car, standing by the door, gently waving him off. Once Zhao Tingshan departed, she returned indoors. Pei Yunxiao had just emerged from the shower. He was clad in a short-sleeved shirt and t-shirt, with injuries apparent on his hands and arms. He had requested Aunt Zhou to fetch the family's medicine kit for him to tend to his wounds. The injuries were not severe, so Aunt Zhou had allowed the doctor to leave. Observing Pei Yunxiao struggling to apply the ointment, Qin Shimei suggested, shall I help you? Pei Yunxiao glanced at her, no need. I insist, she replied, seating herself beside him, snatching the medicine from his grasp, and began to apply it to his wounds. Pei Hong, watching this scene unfold, felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Qin Shimei's concern for Pei Yunxiao upon seeing his injuries had rekindled her feelings for him. He had always believed that Qin Shimei could never truly reject his son. It appeared that this incident had turned into a blessing in disguise for Pei Yunxiao. Pei Hong stood up, saying, I shall take my leave for today. I must work tomorrow. He had just been assigned a security job by Shen Wenbin. Although it was significantly less than his former salary as a driver, he accepted nonetheless. After all that had transpired, Pei Hong wished to avoid causing any displeasure to Shen Wenbin. Pei Yunxiao interjected, Dad, I'll return with you. Why would you want to go back? Pei Hong glanced at him, stay here, don't you have classes tomorrow? You should stay and take care of Shimei. Your uncle Shen has been very kind to you, and you mustn't bully her any longer. Previously, when he had urged Pei Yunxiao to reconcile with Shen Shimei, he had refused. Now that the two had a chance to spend time together, Pei Hong was not about to let that slip away. He left Pei Yunxiao behind and departed alone. Pei Yunxiao felt somewhat out of place.
Shin Wenbin, noticing his discomfort, said, Yunxiao, why not stay here, it's quite late, and returning would be troublesome. Pei Yunxiao looked at Shin Wenbin, feeling a sense of shame. My father has inconvenienced you again.
Not at all, Shin Wenbin sighed. Your father has a penchant for gambling.
You have your own struggles, you are not much older than Shimei. Seeing a child roughly the same age as his daughter enduring such hardships, yet excelling academically, Shin Wenbin held him in high regard. Without a resolute spirit and innate talent, it would be impossible for him to thrive in such an environment and maintain commendable performance across the board. He addressed Pei Yunxiao, focus on your studies. I will cover your tuition in the future, you excel academically, and I wouldn't want your family circumstances to hinder your potential. I will strive to do my best, however.
Uncle Shin, I'm uncertain how I can repay your kindness. What nonsense about repayment?
Shin Wenbin replied, once you graduate, if you wish to join my company, that would be quite agreeable.
If not, that is perfectly fine too.
He was not in need of that little sum. He regularly supported students and contributed funds to rebuild Hope Elementary schools each year. Just as Shin Wenbin finished speaking, Shin Shimei, who had been diligently applying ointment to Pei Yunxiao's wounds, accidentally jabbed the cotton swab into his injury with a bit too much force. Pei Yunxiao winced in pain, casting a glance at her. Why are you so clumsy? You're making this more painful.
It felt like she was forcefully prodding at the wound, lacking any gentleness.
Yet her demeanor was so sincere that Pei Yunxiao could only conclude that she was simply inept. After glaring at Shin Shimei, Pei Yunxiao nodded toward Shin Wenbin. Thank you, Uncle Shin.
Being able to join Shin Wenbin's company was not a bad opportunity.
Many aspired to gain entry but could not. Having concluded his conversation, Shin Wenbin left them to their own devices and went upstairs to rest. Once Shin Shimei finished applying the ointment on Pei Yunxiao, she instructed Aunt Zhou to put the medicine away.
She looked at Pei Yunxiao. Can you walk? Do you need my assistance? No need.
Pei Yunxiao replied coldly, I can manage on my own. Shin Shimei regarded him, letting out a sigh of regret.
Why are you sighing? Pei Yunxiao frowned. Did she think he was bullying her again? Fortunately, your leg isn't broken, that would have been such a pity. Shin Shimei's expression was one of genuine regret.
Pei Yunxiao looked at her, feeling as though she was lamenting the fact that his leg had not been broken. Opting not to return to the upstairs room, Pei Yunxiao went to the servants' quarters he had stayed in during his last visit. Shin Shimei followed him, observing his limping gait due to his injuries, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a shame, why hadn't those people been a bit more ruthless? Upon reaching the door, Pei Yunxiao noticed Shin Shimei staring at him exasperated. He asked, what are you following me for, Shin Shimei? Do not think that because you helped me, I owe you gratitude.
I currently have a girlfriend.
His affections lay with Meng Qingran. While it was true that Shin Shimei possessed wealth, Pei Yunxiao believed he was not the type to be swayed by money. He would not feel obligated to date her simply because she had rescued him. Such a relationship would lack authenticity. Hearing his words, Shin Shimei lifted her gaze to meet his.
Oh really?
But I distinctly remember Meng Qingran ignoring you at school today. Pei Yunxiao fell silent. Shin Shimei's remark reminded him that Meng Qingran was indeed upset. It was because he had refused to reconcile with Shin Shimei, thereby rebuffing her goodwill. She had not acknowledged him since, ignoring his messages and giving him the cold shoulder at school.
That is irrelevant to you.
Considering he owed her a favor, Pei Yunxiao refrained from shutting the door in her face and instead offered her a few polite words.
Do take care of yourself. Chapter 37.
Forcing him to get out of the car, claiming it's for his own good, Shin Shimei gazed at him. Shall I call Qingran to come and take care of you?
No need.
Pei Yunxiao coldly rejected her. The mere mention of Meng Qingran always made him feel as though she harbored ulterior motives. Pei Yunxiao asserted, that is a matter between her and me, you should not interfere.
Shin Shimei replied, but you have no one to care for you.
Pei Yunxiao, honestly, I am no longer angry about you being with her. As long as you can live well, I will be at ease.
Wasn't it Meng Qingran's generosity that endeared him to her?
As long as she didn't like him, she too could be magnanimous. Pei Yunxiao noticed her unwavering gaze, surprised that Shin Shimei could be so sincere. Shin Shimei continued, alright, I won't bother you any longer.
I'm going to bed.
After saying this, she turned away despondently, instantly stirring a pang of guilt within Pei Yunxiao. Lying in bed, he recalled the sight of Shin Shimei walking away, her expression of disappointment. He remembered how she had come to rescue him late at night, and how coldly he had treated her. That was he becoming somewhat inhuman. Since Shin Shimei had grown closer to Zhao Tingshan, Pei Yunxiao often found himself observing her reactions. Sometimes, when he felt he had crossed a line, he would reflect on his shortcomings. That night, Shin Shimei lay in bed, receiving a message from Zhao Tingshan, I've arrived.
Shin Shimei smiled slightly, good night. Zhao Tingshan inquired, how is he?
Shin Shimei replied, he just went to sleep. Pei Yunxiao's attitude towards her, his savior, seemed to have improved a tad. Although he still retained that pretentious demeanor in her presence, it was indeed somewhat better than before. Zhao Tingshan advised, you should rest early, too. The following day, Shin Shimei accompanied Pei Yunxiao to school. Due to his injury, his father had instructed the driver to take him there as well. Before they reached the school, Shin Shimei instructed the driver to stop. She looked at Pei Yunxiao, get out of the car.
Pei Yunxiao was taken aback, are you trying to drive me away? Where's the evidence?
Although she was indeed trying to send him off, she felt embarrassed at the thought of attending school together. But could Qin Shiwei admit it? She had already devised a justification, her expression feigning innocence. What if we arrive at the school gate and your girlfriend sees us? You wouldn't want her to misunderstand the nature of our relationship, would you? I'm merely considering your well-being. If you feel it's unnecessary, then we can go together. After speaking, Qin Shiwei urged the driver to proceed. However, upon hearing her reminder, Pei Yunxiao found her reasoning somewhat persuasive.
No need.
He opened the car door and stepped out. Seeing him exit the vehicle, Qin Shiwei couldn't help but smile. She instructed the driver to continue on. Previously, her fondness for him had led her to embellish his character in her mind. Now, however, he didn't seem particularly astute. Though he was accompanying her to school, she certainly did not wish to be misunderstood regarding their relationship. Upon arriving at school, Qin Shiwei alighted from the car.
Meng Qingran noticed her and approached. Wei, good morning.
Nearby classmates, upon seeing Meng Qingran, praised, "Wow, Qingran is so wonderful." Despite Qin Shiwei being so rude to her all day, she doesn't seem the least bit upset.
Qin Shiwei was utterly speechless at their thoughtless remarks.
With individuals like them, if a scam were to occur in the future, they would undoubtedly be the first to fall for it. She turned to Meng Qingran. "I passed by earlier and saw Pei Yunxiao.
It seems he is injured. Would you like to check on him?" Injured?
Upon hearing those words, Meng Qingran furrowed her brow. It was easy to deduce that it had to do with Pei Yunxiao's father.
She asked Qin Shiwei, "Do you still have a chance to reconcile with Pei Yunxiao?"
Qin Shiwei observed Meng Qingran's determination to see her reunited with Pei Yunxiao. She was quite persistent. It made Qin Shiwei almost want to discuss it with her.
With a sigh, Qin Shiwei replied, "What good would it do to want reconciliation? He only has you in his heart, doesn't he? Wei, as long as you have that thought, I will assist you. Girls should support one another." "Well, you are truly too kind."
Helping her to win over Pei Yunxiao, she was immensely grateful. Pei Yunxiao soon arrived at spotting Meng Qingran. He approached her. "Qingran."
However, Meng Qingran's expression turned cold as she turned away, ignoring him completely.
Pei Yunxiao was met with a frosty reception. Undeterred, he followed closely behind her. "Why are you so angry with me?"
Meng Qingran retorted, "You disregard what I say and overlook my efforts. How can you not understand why I'm upset? Wasn't it simply about wanting him to be with Qin Shiwei, playing along?"
Yet he seemed unwilling. So why was she still with him? Pei Yunxiao gazed at her. "Do you truly wish to push me away?" "I am merely looking out for your best interests. Just look at yourself." Meng Qingran scrutinized him from head to toe. "With Qin Shiwei around, would you still be injured?
Do you enjoy suffering, or what?"
After scolding him, Meng Qingran assumed a helpless demeanor, her voice softening. "Jinxiao, seeing you hurt pains me more than anyone else. I only wish for your well-being.
For your sake, I am willing to endure hardship. Why can't you understand?"
Pei Yunxiao's irritation at her coldness was quickly soothed. Meng Qingran sighed, her face etched with heartache. "If you do not reconcile with Qin Shiwei, then perhaps we should part ways." If he continued this way, she would prefer to distance herself. She did not want his family troubles to entangle her life. Unlike Qin Shiwei, she did not possess the wealth to cover for Pei Yunxiao's gambling father. Meng Qingran turned away, leaving Pei Yunxiao behind.
Qin Shiwei approached Pei Yunxiao. "What happened? Did you really have a fight? Is this a breakup?" Pei Yunxiao's gaze fell upon Qin Shiwei. "Did you say something to her?" "Huh, am I involved again?"
Qin Shiwei looked at him innocently. It was truly absurd that she could be blamed for this. Pei Yunxiao, recalling how Qin Shiwei had not been particularly concerned about her own matters lately, turned and walked away. Upon reaching the classroom, Meng Qingran resumed her tasks, seemingly indifferent to Pei Yunxiao. Qin Shiwei sat nearby, observing the two, finding it rather amusing. While she was focused on them, Pei Yunxiao suddenly turned to her, saying, "This afternoon, I will go home with you."
Qin Shiwei was taken aback. Good heavens!
Was he using her to provoke Meng Qingran? So, she had become a pawn in their game. Nevertheless, Qin Shiwei did not refuse. At that moment, if she were to decline, wouldn't Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran lose their chance? Meng Qingran was eager for Pei Yunxiao to be with her just as much. Qin Shiwei desired for Pei Yunxiao to be with Meng Qingran. She would not rest until she witnessed these two wed and have children. The previous life of Qin Shiwei could not end without resolution. In the afternoon, Qin Shiwei returned home with Pei Yunxiao. Her father had arranged a job for Pei Hong and hoped to have Pei Yunxiao join his company in the future. For now, living at home was not an issue. Their household had more than enough rooms. As she observed Pei Yunxiao and Qin Shiwei getting into the car, Wang Yan stood by the window, remarking to Meng Qingran, "Wait, are they together now?" "Why?" Chapter 38. Do you like Zhao Tingshan? Meng Qingran, witnessing the scene, let out a sigh of relief. As long as Pei Yunxiao was willing to be with Qin Shiwei, that was all that mattered. Observing her calm demeanor, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. "Qingran, let me call and scold Pei Yunxiao." "No need." Meng Qingran stopped Wang Yan. "Isn't everything fine now?" If they weren't together, she would still be worried. Once in the car, Qin Shiwei turned to Pei Yunxiao and asked, "Where are you going?" Pei Yunxiao looked at Qin Shiwei and replied, "Can't I go to your house?" Qin Shiwei gazed at him, noticing his eagerness to return with her. Sure. If he wished to go, she wouldn't deter him. Pei Yunxiao sat beside her, observing Qin Shiwei. Memories of Meng Qingran's coldness towards him flooded his mind. In that moment, he genuinely desired to be with Qin Shiwei. Wasn't she the one who enjoyed pushing him towards others? Then he would acquiesce to her wishes. Upon arriving home, Zhao Tingshan was already there. Qin Shiwei exited the car and felt a flicker of joy upon seeing him, distinctly different from the facade she put on in front of Pei Yunxiao. She approached Zhao Tingshan and asked, "Why are you here so early today?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "I wanted to come over earlier." Shin Shiwei suggested, why not head upstairs for class, you can wait for me in the study. I'll change my clothes and join you shortly. As she spoke, she entered the house. Zhao Tingshan lingered outside, and Pei Yunxiao followed him and he addressed Shin Shiwei, did you invite him?
He is my tutor now. Shin Shiwei looked at Pei Yunxiao and inquired, what's wrong? Can't he come?
She thought to herself, who does he think he is? Pei Yunxiao gazed at Shin Shiwei and declared, I can tutor you too. He had no desire to see Zhao Tingshan in this house.
Upon hearing his words, Shin Shiwei couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Did you not notice how well I performed after he tutored me? Shin Shiwei remarked, if I were to rely on you, could I possibly get into Qingbei? Recalling their previous tutoring sessions, Pei Yunxiao frowned.
He had been quite impatient with Shin Shiwei back then, even finding her bothersome, yet now, faced with her words, he found himself at a loss for a retort. Shin Shiwei ascended the stairs, and Pei Yunxiao turned to see Zhao Tingshan entering, blocking his path directly. He took the initiative to say, Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Tingshan's gaze settled on Pei Yunxiao. In fact, this was the first time Pei Yunxiao had spoken so formally to Zhao Tingshan since their rivalry began. Previously, their encounters had been filled with subtle competition, with neither directly addressing the other. Pei Yunxiao adopted a host's demeanor, stating, please ensure you tutor Wei Wei well, the college entrance exam is approaching. If she fails to gain admission to a good university, you shall bear the blame. Zhao Tingshan pondered for a moment, using his consistently high marks to consider why Pei Yunxiao would make such claims. He replied calmly, she is my fiancée, and assisting her with her studies is my responsibility. Hearing him assert the term fiancée so confidently, Pei Yunxiao felt momentarily speechless. Although Shin Wenbin was kind to him and wished to have him join his company, Pei Yunxiao understood that Shin Wenbin's expectations were merely a reflection of his hopes for all underprivileged students. He treated others in the same manner, however, only Zhao Tingshan was the ideal son-in-law in Shin Wenbin's eyes. To maintain his composure, Pei Yunxiao sincerely remarked, I am well aware that you are her fiancé. Although Wei Wei has always held affection for me, rest assured, I will not compete with you for her, as I have someone I truly care for. His words implied that he was graciously relinquishing Shin Shiwei to Zhao Tingshan. Despite not harboring feelings for Shin Shiwei, he couldn't stand Zhao Tingshan's lofty demeanor, always seeking to provoke him. Shin Shiwei returned to her room to change clothes. Upon entering the study, she found Zhao Tingshan standing by the window, gazing outside. The day was neither hot nor cold, and the house had its windows open. Zhao Tingshan's black jacket was set aside, leaving him clad in a t-shirt.
Shin Shiwei announced, I'm back.
He turned to look at her, replying, Shin Shiwei took a seat at the desk as Zhao Tingshan approached and sat beside her. Having prepared the questions beforehand, he handed them to her for her to work on. Shin Shiwei focused intently on her writing. Zhao Tingshan quietly observed her, recalling Pei Yunxiao's ludicrous provocations from earlier. Pei Yunxiao had asserted, Wei Wei likes me, yet Zhao Tingshan remembered how, upon returning yesterday, he had witnessed Pei Hong's plea for help, and Shin Shiwei had been utterly indifferent, suggesting that they call the police. Did she truly like Pei Yunxiao? It seemed unlikely. In stark contrast to Zhao Tingshan's composure, Pei Yunxiao downstairs was growing increasingly restless. He recalled how, after he had made his remark, Zhao Tingshan had shown no reaction and had simply gone upstairs. It had been half an hour, and he still hadn't come down. Wasn't he supposed to be furious and confront Shin Shiwei? Did he possess no sense of self-respect? Or perhaps... Pei Yunxiao began to doubt whether Zhao Tingshan had understood his implication. That seemed implausible. Pei Yunxiao completed his assignment and messaged his boss online, taking a temporary leave. He read a book until he finally saw Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan coming downstairs. Today, Shin Wenbin was also present. Along with Pei Yunxiao and Zhao Tingshan, they all shared a meal together. Shin Shiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, observing his elegance as he ate. She picked up the serving chopsticks and offered him food. You should eat some of this. Aunt Zhou said that eating more celery will improve your sleep.
Zhao Tingshan replied, thank you.
Seeing their amicable relationship, unaffected by Pei Yunxiao's presence, Shin Wenbin felt reassured. In truth, his desire to have Pei Yunxiao stay was somewhat self-serving. He was concerned that Zhao Tingshan might harbor thoughts about the commotion surrounding Shin Shiwei and Pei Yunxiao. Seated beside them, Pei Yunxiao observed Shin Shiwei's genuine concern for Zhao Tingshan with a sense of disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to like him? Why was she being so attentive to Zhao Tingshan? Just yesterday, she had feigned concern for him. After dinner, Zhao Tingshan took his leave. Shin Shiwei escorted him to the door, inquiring about his sleeping arrangements before watching him get into his car. Turning around, she spotted Pei Yunxiao emerging, standing to the side with a knowing gaze fixed upon her. Shin Shiwei remarked, why are you standing there silently? You startled me.
Pei Yunxiao scrutinized her. Do you like Zhao Tingshan? Not at all, Shin Shiwei quickly replied without hesitation. But I see you treating him rather well. Pei Yunxiao remarked, somewhat perplexed.
Shin Shiwei pressed her lips together, choosing not to engage further. She patiently countered, he's someone my father introduced. I must give my father face. It's all an act. Recalling her past life, where she had transferred the company to Pei Yunxiao, she remembered how he had acted similarly in front of her during that time. Each time she caught him with Meng Qingran, he always had various excuses. His tongue is stubborn as ever. Chapter 39 of The Pure and Clear Moonlight. Is that so? Pei Yunxiao gazed at Shin Shiwei, who nodded earnestly.
Do you not believe me?
Her eyes radiated sincerity. Pei Yunxiao scrutinized her, momentarily unable to discern her authenticity. At that moment, his phone chimed. He retrieved it to find a message from Meng Qingran, inquiring, Yunxiao, have you finished your homework?
I am struggling with a problem. Could you explain it to me?
Pei Yunxiao had grown closer to Meng Qingran due to her frequent requests for assistance with her studies. Her already commendable academic performance only heightened his sense of accomplishment.
However, their recent quarrel had left her unresponsive, and he had assumed their relationship had reached a breaking point, yet, here she was, reaching out again. Qin Shiwei leaned in, glancing at Pei Yunxiao's phone, and read the message in a mimicry of Meng Qingran's tone. Yunxiao, have you finished your homework? I have a question I don't quite understand, could you help me, please? The last phrase was her addition. Pei Yunxiao shot her an irritated look and quickly turned off his screen. Why are you looking at my phone, he asked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. Qin Shiwei replied, I merely took a glance. Is her messaging you a sign of forgiveness? How swiftly she had turned. Now that they were not together, she seemed eager to rekindle her connection with him. Pei Yunxiao felt a twinge of discomfort at Qin Shiwei's apparent concern over his relationship with Meng Qingran. We were doing just fine. Then why did you return home with me today? Someone else reaching out to you, and you're not rushing to reconcile? Qin Shiwei pressed, exasperated. Pei Yunxiao regarded her warily. What does it matter to you if I reconcile with her? Is it not my concern for you? Qin Shiwei met his gaze. Tell me, why do you think she messaged you the moment you returned home with me? Pei Yunxiao recalled Meng Qingran's earlier words, where she had asked him to pretend to be with Qin Shiwei and even suggested they act as though they had broken up. All this time, he had believed Meng Qingran to be above such manipulations, a beacon of purity and innocence, yet, reflecting on her recent words in this message, he felt a sense of disbelief. He glanced at Qin Shiwei, attempting to defend Meng Qingran. Qingran isn't like that, she probably just genuinely doesn't understand the problem. Oh, how fortuitous. Qin Shiwei remarked, noting his stubborn defense of Meng Qingran, before retreating upstairs to rest. Pei Yunxiao returned to his room, replying to Meng Qingran's message and asking her to send the problem over. As usual, after explaining his thought process just once, she understood that they exchanged a few more messages, and she expressed, I was a bit anxious this morning. You're not upset with me, are you? Pei Yunxiao clenched his jaw. No. Yunxiao, Meng Qingran continued, I truly like you. I worry about you every day, thinking of your pain hurts me more than anyone else. I believe that to love someone is to care for them. You and Qin Shiwei are together now, which is wonderful. She has finally accepted you, please don't make her angry again, alright? Hearing her incessant mentions of Qin Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao found himself questioning whether she loved him or Qin Shiwei more. Perhaps it would be better for her to pursue a relationship with Qin Shiwei instead. He chose not to respond to Meng Qingran further and went to bed the following morning. Pei Yunxiao shared breakfast with Qin Shiwei at home, with Qin Wenbin present as well. Secretary Yan approached. Mr. Qin, it's time for us to leave. Alright, Qin Wenbin replied, glancing at Qin Shiwei and Pei Yunxiao. I'll be off now, take your time eating. Qin Shiwei nodded, okay, Dad, goodbye. As Qin Wenbin exited, Secretary Yan followed closely behind, adjusting her glasses as she observed him. Didn't you previously disapprove of Pei Yunxiao? He is quite talented. Qin Wenbin found himself drawn into conversation with Pei Yunxiao, impressed by the young man's innovative ideas. Once seated in the car, he remarked to Secretary Yan, once he graduates, if he could join the company to assist Shiwei in managing it, he would be a fine candidate. With only one daughter, Qin Wenbin recognized the need for capable assistants as they aged and prepared to step back. In the past, Pei Yunxiao had struggled to navigate the complexities of their relationship dynamics. However, if properly guided, he could indeed become a valuable asset. There are no individuals in this world who will be unconditionally loyal to you. Everyone has their flaws. Secretary Yan inquired, what about young Master Zhao? Zhao Tingshan is a different case, Qin Wenbin replied, fully aware of Zhao Tingshan's ambitions. He will inevitably return to the capital and would likely not consider my modest company. He has his own agenda. Are you not concerned that he may harbor feelings due to Pei Yunxiao's involvement? If a man cannot maintain his confidence before arrival, then his relationship with Shiwei will not bode well in the future. Now is the perfect time to observe his character before they become entwined. Secretary Yan nodded in agreement, opting for silence. Qin Shiwei and Pei Yunxiao arrived at school together. Today, Pei Yunxiao did not alight from the vehicle early. He accompanied Qin Shiwei into the institution. As she sat in the car, watching him, she remarked, you don't seem the least bit concerned about being seen with me. Are you not pleased with my company? I have no interest in someone who already has a girlfriend. I fear being labeled a homewrecker. The audacity of him, flaunting his relationship status while still seeking her proximity, was quite amusing. Pei Yunxiao ignored Qin Shiwei's teasing as he exited the vehicle, prompting her to follow suit. Observers at school noted their entrance together, now devoid of Meng Qingran's presence, leading to speculation that Pei Yunxiao had cast her aside for Qin Shiwei. This perception painted him in a somewhat unflattering light, akin to a gigolo, drawing some disdain. Upon entering the classroom, Meng Qingran's demeanor shifted upon seeing Pei Yunxiao. Her gaze softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier indifference. However, Pei Yunxiao did not reciprocate her attention as he typically would. Only after Qin Shiwei settled into her seat did he choose to join her, his icy expression causing Meng Qingran's heart to race. Did he appear displeased with her? Days passed in this manner. Pei Yunxiao remained glued to Qin Shiwei's side, particularly in Meng Qingran's presence, showering Qin Shiwei with affection. Although she understood his motivations were to provoke Meng Qingran, Qin Shiwei found little reason to confront him. In fact, she relished the sight of Pei Yunxiao playing the devoted admirer. At noon, upon returning from lunch with classmates from a neighboring class, Qin Shiwei noticed Pei Yunxiao had wandered into a small grove. Approaching, she spotted Meng Qingran standing there. Chapter 40. Qin Shiwei, let us be together. Meng Qingran was slender, clad in her school uniform. Although it was the winter attire, it appeared somewhat loose on her.
The wind in the forest tousled her hair. Currently, she sported the most popular heavy bangs among high school students, yet her attractive features lent her an air of vulnerability. Her eyes were notably red.
Yunxiao, are you planning to ignore me from now on?
Shin Shiwei crossed her arms, gazing at the scene with a detached demeanor. In her previous life, she had lacked discernment, missing many subtleties. Now, she had a rare opportunity to observe how Meng Qingran skillfully navigated her dynamics with Pei Yunxiao. It was evident that Pei Yunxiao was still miffed at Meng Qingran. Seeing her approach, he felt a sense of satisfaction, adopting a defensive stance. Didn't you tell me to be with her, and to avoid upsetting her? What if I get too close to you and provoke her?
Upon hearing his words, Meng Qingran's eyes reddened further. Yes, it is my fault. Then why did you ask me to come over?
I simply miss you a little. Meng Qingran looked down. I let you go to Shin Shiwei hoping you would be happy. I thought I could manage my feelings, but evidently, I cannot.
With that, tears cascaded down her cheeks.
Shin Shiwei, goodness, if Meng Qingran does not pursue an acting career after this, it would be a waste. Not just Pei Yunxiao, even she herself felt somewhat moved. Here she was, wishing for your well-being by encouraging you to be with someone else, yet struggling to control her own affections for you. Who wouldn't he be touched? As expected, after hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao fell silent for a considerable time, his anger towards her dissipating, his tone softened noticeably. Please don't cry.
Meng Qingran wiped her tears away. I'm sorry. I will try my best not to bother you anymore. How are things with Shiwei? She isn't giving you a hard time, is she? Pei Yunxiao frowned. I don't want to hear you talk about her all the time. Then I won't mention her anymore. As long as you are doing well now, I will be at ease. Please go back. Don't let Shin Shiwei see you here. Pei Yunxiao regarded Meng Qingran. If I were not with Shin Shiwei, would you still consider being with me? Meng Qingran looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Hadn't they been together every day recently?
Shin Shiwei had clearly calmed down. Otherwise, how could she possibly spend so much time with Pei Yunxiao after previously disliking him so intensely? Seeing her astonishment and lack of response to his question, Pei Yunxiao seemed to arrive at an answer in his heart.
Yet, unwilling to relent, he continued questioning. I just want to know, is it only if I'm with Shin Shiwei that you would be willing to maintain contact with me? Meng Qingran stared at him blankly.
After a few seconds of silence, she concealed her emotions.
Yunxiao, of course not.
Then I will not associate with her any longer. Pei Yunxiao felt he had been acting painfully these past few days. Each day, he had to endure Shin Shiwei's moods and watch her display affection with Zhao Tingshan. Although Shin Shiwei claimed it was all an act, he couldn't shake the discomfort it caused him. Ultimately, he concluded it was because he loathed Zhao Tingshan so much. He despised seeing Shin Shiwei being kind to him. If it weren't for his stubbornness regarding Meng Qingran, he wouldn't want to endure such torment. I only wish to be with you. I have no interest in anyone else, nor do I desire to be with her.
Upon hearing him speak thus, Meng Qingran's expression turned icy. What did he mean? Was he planning to break up with Shin Shiwei again?
Would he, once more, offend Shin Shiwei out of pride? Pei Yunxiao stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Qingran, I truly wish to be with you every day. However, Meng Qingran evaded his touch, stepping back.
Why are you so infatuated? Your disregard for the bigger picture is quite disheartening. Don't you understand? Did you not heed the words I spoke to you before? Seeing Meng Qingran's sudden shift in demeanor, so starkly different from before, Pei Yunxiao fell silent, observing her. Each time Shin Shiwei teased him about this, he had stubbornly believed Qingran would not be like that, yet now, her attitude left him feeling despondent. Meng Qingran, noticing his stunned expression, said, let us only communicate through our phones from now on. Until graduation, we'll act as ordinary friends. After the college entrance examination, I will wait for you, please believe me, alright? She spoke in a gentle tone, as though soothing a child. After her reassurance, she did not linger and walked away. Pei Yunxiao stood rooted to the spot, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. What is this love, this absurd notion of romance? Shin Shiwei observed him and felt it was well-deserved. Previously, they had conspired together to deceive her, and now, it was amusing to watch them engage in their own petty squabbles. Two selfish individuals, perhaps competing in their ability to perform. Shin Shiwei returned to the classroom, refraining from seeking out Pei Yunxiao to mock him directly, despite her desire to do so. She settled at her desk, working on assignments until Pei Yunxiao returned just before class began. He approached and sat beside her. While Shin Shiwei was immersed in her studies, he suddenly seized her wrist. Startled, she exclaimed, what are you doing? The others turned to look. Seeing her wary expression, Pei Yunxiao released her hand. Shin Shiwei rubbed her wrist and resumed her work. Pei Yunxiao sat beside her, contemplating how, regardless of circumstances, she remained by his side, treating him kindly. Even when they quarreled, she still thought of asking her father to aid him. In contrast to Meng Qingran's callousness, he realized for the first time that Shin Shiwei was genuinely good to him. Her kindness left him feeling guilty. He had caused her sorrow, made her shed tears for him. He addressed Shin Shiwei, please don't leave this afternoon. I have something important to discuss with you after my meeting. What is it? His serious demeanor caught Shin Shiwei off guard. Nevertheless, she waited for him. Pei Yunxiao had a student council meeting that day. Shin Shiwei was nearly finished with her assignments when he finally returned. Standing nearby, he watched her for a moment in silence. Shin Shiwei was deeply focused on her writing this time. Her performance in the monthly exam had improved by 50 places. She was making swift progress, and the teachers praised her profusely, urging Pei Yunxiao to assist her more. Just as she began to pack her things, she asked, are you done writing? Shin Shiwei replied, yes. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Please go ahead.
Pei Yunxiao gazed into her clear eyes and declared, I have broken up with Meng Qingran.
Weren't you already separated?
She feigned ignorance about the events of that afternoon. Pei Yunxiao's eyes darkened, seemingly hurt by Meng Qingran's actions. He stated, now it's official, I will never be with her again.
All right.
Was that the reason for making her wait? The next moment, Pei Yunxiao added, Xin Shiwei, let us be together.
Chapter 41.
Once you surpass Zhao Tingxian, I shall be with you this time. Pei Yunxiao was earnest. Why should he simply acquiesce to Meng Qingran's wishes? Why could he not choose someone else? Although Meng Qingran had suggested he feign a relationship with Xin Shiwei, his sentiments had shifted dramatically. From this moment forth, he would genuinely cherish Xin Shiwei. He would devote himself to her, no longer squandering his energy on others. Upon hearing his declaration, Xin Shiwei regarded him as though he were a creature from another realm. Was Pei Yunxiao confessing his feelings to her? Goodness, but in their previous life, he had always displayed reluctance when with her, often presenting himself as though he were being coerced into their relationship. As if his willingness to be with her were a grand favor, now he was claiming he wished to be with her. Pei Yunxiao noticed her fixed gaze and inquired, what is it? He had anticipated a swift acceptance from Xin Shiwei, yet her response was unexpectedly evasive. Xin Shiwei turned her head, cleared her throat, and feigned discomfort as she replied, I am still merely a high school student, solely focused on my studies. As for romance, I have not given it any thought for the time being. Pei Yunxiao had uttered similar words in the past.
Are you intentionally trying to provoke me because I once rejected you? Xin Shiwei shot him a glance. How could that be?
Her eyes were still brimming with affection for him.
It's just, well, you've seen how my father greatly admires Zhao Tingxian. And so? Was he being turned down? Sensing his displeasure, Xin Shiwei, aware of his fragile pride, endeavored to soothe him.
My father loves and dotes on me. In his eyes, I should marry the most exceptional individual. After speaking, she looked at him with an innocent expression. You know your grades are consistently behind Zhao Tingxian's.
Why not put in a little effort? Once you surpass him, I will agree to be with you. Pei Yunxiao remained stoic, his gaze fixed on Xin Shiwei. Did she truly believe he was trailing Zhao Tingxian out of lack of desire? If he could surpass him, he would have done so long ago. Did she truly need to point that out? Pei Yunxiao retorted, if you wish to refuse me, just say so directly. There is no need to fabricate such excuses. I am not rejecting you.
Xin Shiwei replied earnestly, I believe in you, you possess the capability, our family is among the wealthiest in Yin City, if you marry me, everything in my family would belong to you.
My father has certain expectations, but are they unreasonable? Noting his silence, Xin Shiwei pressed on, or do you secretly feel inferior to Zhao Tingxian?
In the past, when her grades were poor, he would often vent his frustration, calling her foolish and claiming she was inferior to Meng Qingran. Yet here he was, displaying his intelligence. If he had the ability, he should strive to surpass Zhao Tingxian. Xin Shiwei slung her backpack over her shoulder and, with a hint of regret, addressed Pei Yunxiao, if you believe my request is excessive, then so be it. However, Pei Yunxiao, my feelings for you are as vast as the heavens and as enduring as the sun and moon. I am tirelessly striving to ensure we attend the same university, even when others deem it impossible and mock me. I refuse to halt my progress. Your rankings are not vastly different from Zhao Tingxian's. Perhaps he merely possesses better luck, yet you are unwilling to exert even a modicum of effort for me. If it were Meng Qingran, you would surely be more willing, since your heart still belongs to her. Cease to toy with my emotions, I cannot bear to lose. As she concluded, her voice softened, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Xin Shiwei had already walked past him and exited the classroom. After practicing a few moves with Meng Qingran during lunch, she felt she had performed well. She settled into the car and said, let us go.
The driver glanced at her. Aren't you waiting for young Master Pei?
Xin Shiwei cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao, who was just emerging from the school gates. It was but a short distance, and she chose not to wait for him. Let us go, she instructed the driver. Why would she wait for him? Had he mistakenly thought she still held feelings for him? In the past, she might have been pleased, but now, if he wished to be with her, he ought to consider her feelings as well. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingxian was somewhat surprised to see Xin Shiwei arriving alone. Where is Pei Yunxiao? I do not know, Xin Shiwei replied with a smile as she approached Zhao Tingxian.
Do you still think about him? Not at all.
Zhao Tingxian observed Xin Shiwei, noting the joy illuminating her eyes.
She appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. What mischief have you been up to?
Xin Shiwei grinned and replied, he was dumped by Meng Qingran and wishes to be with me. I told him that if he surpasses your exam scores, I would agree to it. She now confided in Zhao Tingxian about everything, keeping no secrets from him. She trusted him implicitly. Sometimes, when discussing investment matters, Xin Shiwei found valuable insights from him. As someone who had been reborn, she had experienced the events of the next decade, yet, the most daunting aspect of Zhao Tingxian was his uncanny ability to predict which avenues would be most lucrative in the years to come, as if he possessed a prophetic vision. Upon hearing Xin Shiwei's words, Zhao Tingxian paused for a moment before solemnly declaring, I will strive for that. Xin Shiwei, perplexed, asked, strive for what?
To prevent you from being with him.
Xin Shiwei thought to herself that he need not exert any effort. Her suggestion to Pei Yunxiao stemmed from the knowledge that he was significantly overshadowed by Zhao Tingxian. For Pei Yunxiao, Zhao Tingxian had always represented an insurmountable obstacle, and now, Zhao Tingxian was determined to put in more effort, leaving no room for others to breathe. The two engaged in their studies in the study room. Suddenly, Xin Shiwei's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and saw a message from Pei Yunxiao. I went to attend extra classes, followed by, I have considered your suggestion, and I will make an effort. Surprised by these messages, Xin Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingxian, who inquired, what is it?
Shin Shiwei replied, Pei Yunxiao said he would work hard. I thought he would be utterly disheartened after hearing me. Indeed, it seemed the tactic she had learned from Meng Qingran had struck a chord with Pei Yunxiao. Perhaps he, too, was unwilling to concede defeat, not wanting to appear inferior to Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao returned home only after completing his extra classes. Now residing in the servant quarters of the Shin household, he aimed to accompany Shin Shiwei to school in the mornings. Although Shin Shiwei had not agreed to be with him, he did not want Zhao Tingshan to be alone with her for extended periods. As he arrived, he witnessed the Qi family's luxury vehicle pulling away, having just transported Zhao Tingshan. Observing the car that symbolized privilege, Pei Yunxiao felt a pang of inferiority. He approached Shin Shiwei and asked, "He has left?" Shin Shiwei nodded. "Yes. We have already finished dinner. Have you eaten?" Feeling her concern for him, Pei Yunxiao felt a slight comfort. "Yes, I have already eaten." Shin Shiwei replied, "Then I shall not bother you any longer. I am going to sleep." Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao called out to her. Shin Shiwei turned to face him. Pei Yunxiao suggested, "How about you refrain from having Zhao Tingshan tutor you anymore?" "Why?" Shin Shiwei responded sternly, "You truly do not understand. I simply have him help me with studies. I am not pursuing a romantic relationship with him. Why are you being so petty?" Chapter 42. Attempting to take advantage of her. As she uttered these words, Shin Shiwei appeared remarkably self-assured. In the past, she would never have dared to act in such a manner, yet now, she suddenly realized, it was rather delightful. No wonder Pei Yunxiao used to enjoy treating her this way. Whenever she expressed even a hint of dissatisfaction towards Meng Qingran, he would strike back at her, claiming she was too small-minded. To be able to retaliate in such a manner was indeed quite satisfying. Walking the path of a scoundrel, leaving the scoundrel with no escape. Seeing Pei Yunxiao frozen in place, seemingly pondering her words, Shin Shiwei adopted a gentler demeanor. "I merely wish to improve my grades a little. Pei Yunxiao, everything I do is just to stand by your side. I do not want to be labeled as a good-for-nothing. Wasn't it you who looked down on me before? If I continually performed poorly and was with you, wouldn't you feel embarrassed?" As she reminisced about the past, Shin Shiwei lifted her head, deliberately allowing tears she had barely managed to conjure up to glisten in her eyes, enhancing her air of grievance. Pei Yunxiao, initially inclined to retort, felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing her wounded expression. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Shin Shiwei offered a wry smile tinged with helplessness. "No one has a fondness for fools. That is just the way of the world. I do not blame you. I merely wish to strive to become a better version of myself, for you." "All right, I understand." Pei Yunxiao was swayed by her words. Upon reflection, he indeed recognized his own lack of consideration. "I'm just worried that Zhao Tingshan might take a liking to you. What if she truly ended up with Zhao Tingshan? What would he do then?" Noticing his concerns, Shin Shiwei reassured him, "That won't happen." "Why are you so certain?" With a sigh, Shin Shiwei replied, "Do you really think that the children of wealthy families are all fools? What reason would he have to like me? I'm so dim-witted. How could I possibly compare? If it weren't for my father, he wouldn't even spare me a glance." Pei Yunxiao found himself believing this last statement. After all, Zhao Tingshan was no fool. He was exceptionally accomplished in every aspect. He truly could not fathom Zhao Tingshan developing an interest in Shin Shiwei. Now that Zhao Tingshan was by her side, it was undoubtedly more of an act. His gaze softened. "All right, go rest. I won't concern myself with your affairs with him." Seeing that she had convinced him, Shin Shiwei said, "Good night." After speaking, she turned and returned to her room. As she entered the elevator, she recalled Pei Yunxiao's words and felt increasingly elated, so much so that she forgot to press the button for her floor. It took her a while to remember. Upon reaching the upper floor, Shin Shiwei lay down, reflecting on how she had indeed managed to sway Pei Yunxiao, especially when she asserted that Zhao Tingshan would never be interested in her. He had immediately concurred with her reasoning, revealing that in his eyes, she was merely a useless daughter of a landlord. In the following period, Pei Yunxiao took on a part-time job. After finishing his shifts, he would come to stay at the Shin household. Shin's father had no objections to this arrangement. Shin Shiwei also did not dissuade Pei Yunxiao from residing at her home. However, she had never given him a single penny. Aren't many men like this? They profess they would do anything for you, yet when it comes time to contribute, they are unwilling to part with even a cent. Before long, it came time for the final exams. During this period, Pei Yunxiao was diligently saving money that he could still catch a ride to school with Shin Shiwei in the mornings, but that was no longer feasible in the evenings. After working late, he would take public transport back to the Shin residence. The winter nights in Yun City were quite chilly, making life rather challenging. Meng Qingran had initially assumed that Pei Yunxiao would reach out to her again, yet she soon discovered that apart from attending classes with Shin Shiwei, he hardly interacted with her at all. He treated her as if they were strangers. One afternoon, she approached Pei Yunxiao in front of Shin Shiwei, saying, "Yunxiao, could you help me with this problem?" Pei Yunxiao replied, "I'm busy at the moment." He was focused on his work, not even lifting his head. Meng Qingran stood nearby, gazing at him with eyes brimming with unshed tears. Shin Shiwei interjected, "What problem? I can help explain it." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingran turned her attention to Shin Shiwei. She would assist her. What a jest! Although Shin Shiwei's grades had improved, she hardly believed that she was now superior to her. Noticing that Meng Qingran remained silent, Shin Shiwei added, "If you're unwilling, then never mind." She merely noticed that the two had not been communicating lately and was concerned that their relationship might be at risk, prompting her to attempt to ease the tension. Upon hearing Shin Shiwei's words, Meng Qingran sat down beside her and asked Pei Yunxiao, "Yunxiao, with the new year approaching, where will you celebrate this year? Are you returning home?" "I won't be going back. Pei Yunxiao replied coolly. Meng Qingran inquired, so, will you be spending it at Shiwei's house?
She looked at Qin Shiwei with curiosity. Previously, Pei Yunxiao had always celebrated the new year at Qin Shiwei's home. At this moment, Pei Yunxiao glanced at Qin Shiwei and stated, this year, I will celebrate the new year with you. He thought that perhaps Zhao Tingshan would refrain from visiting the Shen household during that time, allowing him some peace. Qin Shiwei, however, interjected, I'm afraid that won't be possible this year.
Why not?
Meng Qingran asked, perplexed. Qin Shiwei touched her nose and replied, I promised my father that I would spend the new year in the capital.
In the capital?
Pei Yunxiao looked at her, somewhat surprised. This was something she had not mentioned to him before. Qin Shiwei affirmed, yes. In truth, a couple of days prior, she had asked Zhao Tingshan where he would be celebrating the new year. He had mentioned going to the capital and asked if Qin Shiwei would like to join him, to which she had agreed, intending to go after her exams. However, she certainly could not reveal that this was Zhao Tingshan's suggestion. After all, she still had to maintain the pretense with Pei Yunxiao. Her current role was to appear as though she was very fond of Pei Yunxiao, yet due to familial circumstances, could not be with him. She was fully immersed in her performance. Meng Qingran gazed at Qin Shiwei with envy. How wonderful, I've never been there. She presumed Pei Yunxiao would accompany Qin Shiwei. If only he could take her along as well. Qin Shiwei looked at her and suggested, why don't we go together? Really? Meng Qingran gazed at Qin Shiwei in astonishment. Was Qin Shiwei genuinely willing to take her along? Qin Shiwei generously replied, just transfer me the money for the plane ticket, and I'll arrange for someone to book the tickets for you. I can help with the hotel as well, we're friends. After all, it's just a small favor, no need to be formal about it. Meng Qingran was momentarily taken aback. Hearing Qin Shiwei's request to transfer her the money for the plane ticket, she asked, how much is the ticket? Qin Shiwei replied, for a round trip in economy class, it should be over 3,000. However, I usually fly business class, so with the fuel surcharge, it'll be over 5,000. Is it that expensive? Meng Qingran looked at Qin Shiwei in disbelief. Prices go up around the new year. I usually have someone help me book. Qin Shiwei appeared completely unfazed. Upon hearing that price, Meng Qingran felt as if she had been struck dumb. Forget it, I want to go. Why would she spend her own money? What purpose would she have in going? 5,000, her parents' combined monthly salary didn't even amount to that. She had initially hoped that Qin Shiwei would cover the expenses. Perhaps when taking Pei Yunxiao along, she could conveniently be included as well. Chapter 43. Pei Yunxiao is no longer easily deceived. Pei Yunxiao has been with Qin Shiwei for quite some time now, yet he has not bestowed upon Meng Qingran a single benefit. A sense of irritation brewed within her. Qin Shiwei remarked, aren't you going? What a pity. As long as Meng Qingran was willing to pay her own way, Qin Shiwei was more than willing to take her along. However, it was evident that Meng Qingran was merely considering herself a fool, hoping for her to foot the bill. In a way, Meng Qingran looked at Qin Shiwei and awkwardly explained, I have things to attend to during the winter break, and I need to complete my assignments. Well, there's nothing to be done then. In the afternoon, Meng Qingran accompanied Pei Yunxiao to a meeting. She spoke up, addressing him, I truly envy you. Envy me for what? Pei Yunxiao strode ahead with long strides. Meng Qingran glanced at him, who towered over her, and said, you get to go to the capital with Qin Shiwei. Such a substantial amount of money, only she could afford that. All that wealth was earned alongside an older man, it was rightfully hers. Meng Qingran understood that Qin Shiwei would certainly not take her alone. But if Pei Yunxiao were willing to bring her, Qin Shiwei should have no objections, right? In the past, whenever Pei Yunxiao wished to give her something, it was always from his own volition. Qin Shiwei had no choice but to accept. Pei Yunxiao turned to Meng Qingran and asked, do you wish to go? I would love to see it, but never mind. Meng Qingran feigned indifference, proclaiming, once I get into Qingbei, I shall go on my own. After finishing her sentence, she forced a smile. Previously, whenever she mentioned such a thing, Pei Yunxiao would go to great lengths to take her along. However, this time, Pei Yunxiao gazed at her, yet did not acquiesce to her wishes. I would have liked her to take you along, but didn't you say that we shouldn't upset her? Meng Qingran was left speechless. The implication of his words was that from now on, she would be excluded from all their activities. He had even drawn such a clear line with her. Meng Qingran had allowed Pei Yunxiao to be with Qin Shiwei so that he could earn money, not to indulge in merriment while disregarding her existence. Her eyes reddened, a hint of grievance evident in her demeanor. Yunxiao, are you sulking with me? Pei Yunxiao was indeed sulking with her. After enduring for so long, he had finally found an opportunity. He deliberately spoke with sarcasm, what right do I have to sulk with you? You wish for me to be with Qin Shiwei, so naturally, I shall be with her, as you desire, I will marry her. The mention of marriage caused Meng Qingran to freeze momentarily. She looked at Pei Yunxiao in disbelief, marry, are you serious, with Qin Shiwei? Why not? Pei Yunxiao replied, as long as I marry her, I can ascend to the pinnacle of life. Haven't you wished for my well-being? You should be pleased to see me thriving. That's not, Meng Qingran stammered, I've enough. Pei Yunxiao's expression turned icy, his demeanor colder than ever towards Meng Qingran. Since you mentioned breaking up last time, we are indeed serious. I will never reconcile with you. I have no intention of harboring feelings for you anymore. The person I like now is Qin Shiwei. She treats me quite well, at least she genuinely likes me. Unlike you. With that, Pei Yunxiao turned and walked away. Meng Qingran stared at his retreating figure, a sense of panic washing over her. Was he truly planning to discard her? Was he genuinely going to be with Shin Shiwei? No, absolutely not. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a sense of urgency began to show on her face. Upon arriving at the classroom, she found Pei Yunxiao standing at the podium, addressing everyone at the meeting. He stood there, cool and composed, his voice melodious, that she had always felt a close proximity to him, yet now, seeing him, she felt an insurmountable distance. After the meeting, Meng Qingran attempted to approach Pei Yunxiao for a conversation, but he ignored her.
I have matters to attend to. With that, Pei Yunxiao departed. After school, Pei Yunxiao followed closely behind Shin Shiwei. So, will you be going to the capital right after the exams? Shin Shiwei nodded, yes. She glanced back at him and added, I won't be able to celebrate the new year with you, but I will bring you a gift. Upon hearing that she intended to bring him a gift, Pei Yunxiao looked at her in surprise. So, you won't be taking me? Haven't I already said? Shin Shiwei replied assertively, I cannot accompany you for the new year this year. By then, Aunt Zhou and the others will also be on holiday, so you should just return to your own home. Don't think of me too much. After finishing her words, Shin Shiwei had already arrived at the car. Then I shall take my leave. Pei Yunxiao's expression was decidedly grim. He had just informed Meng Qingran that he would be going to the capital with Shin Shiwei. Yet, Shin Shiwei had the audacity to say she wouldn't take him. He had always assumed that even if she were to go somewhere fun, she would include him as she had in the past. Who would have thought he was not part of her plans at all? Pei Yunxiao felt an irritable surge within him. Shin Shiwei, do your previous words about being with me still hold weight? Shin Shiwei replied, of course they do. Aren't exams approaching? Focus on your studies, you should be able to surpass Zhao Tingshan, right? Pei Yunxiao seemed suddenly more astute today, no longer easily deceived. Why do I feel like you don't want to be with me at all? Why would you think that? Shin Shiwei took a couple of steps back, gazing at him incredulously. Can't you sense how much I like you? Pei Yunxiao furrowed his brow, disappointment creeping in. I just feel that your feelings for me are no longer what they used to be. In the past, she would give him money to spend, never insisting he attend extra classes, nor would she mention spending every day with Zhao Tingshan. The old me? At the mention of the past, Shin Shiwei chuckled wryly. If you think that liking someone means I should continue being your and Meng Qingran's servant, then I genuinely cannot comply. Pei Yunxiao stared at her, fearful of her displeasure, and clarified, I don't want you to do such things for me. I merely wish to know if you like me or not. Haven't I already told you? Shin Shiwei replied, as long as you surpass Zhao Tingshan in your exam results, I will be with you. And if I don't surpass him? Shin Shiwei bit her lip, glanced at the time, and swiftly changed the subject. I have an appointment shortly, so I can't accompany you any longer. Let's discuss things when we return home tonight. She was disinclined to directly answer his question. Turning, she got into the car. As Shin Shiwei settled into the vehicle, she cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao. Noticing him standing there, gazing at her with what seemed like pity, she instructed the driver to depart, ignoring him entirely. Pity? Was she not pitiable in the past? When she had called him, hoping for a little financial assistance, he had casually handed her a few thousand yuan and dismissed her. Not only that, he had even resorted to mocking her, making her feel uneasy about accepting his money. Now, treating him this way was merely poetic justice. Shin Shiwei felt no concern about driving Pei Yunxiao away. Because even if he did surpass Zhao Tingshan, she still would not be with him. As for marrying him, that was even more out of the question. The driver did not take Shin Shiwei home but instead delivered her directly to the Royal Court Hotel. Chapter 44. She seems to dislike him now. With the examination approaching, she craved something delectable. Before class ended, she arranged to meet Zhao Tingshan here. Li Yang mentioned that their hotel had airlifted some seafood, inviting her to come and indulge. Shin Shiwei, a confirmed foodie, could not resist the allure of the air-freighted shrimp from Beihai. Yin City, being an inland city, was far from the sea, thus, seafood came at a steep price, burdened by high costs. However, given the Shin family's affluence, Shin Shiwei found it quite effortless to satisfy her cravings. Yet, in her previous life, illness had thwarted her from enjoying such delicacies, compounded by financial constraints that rendered indulgence impossible. Now, having returned anew, with a youthful and healthy body, she felt free to relish whatever she desired. Upon her arrival, Zhao Tingshan stood beside the flowing landscape near the private room, having just concluded a phone call. As she entered, he approached and took her backpack from her. Shin Shiwei glanced at him, inquiring, have you brought Qiyu along? Zhao Tingshan nodded, yes. He furrowed his brow, why must I summon her? During their last encounter, Qiyu had displayed a rather unsavory attitude towards Shin Shiwei. Zhao Tingshan held some reservations about her. Were it not for Shin Shiwei's insistence on inviting Qiyu, he would have had no intention of doing so. Shin Shiwei replied, she is your sister. She has never been fond of me. Inviting her over is a perfect opportunity to forge a better relationship. Upon hearing her intent to mend ties with Qiyu, Zhao Tingshan appeared taken aback. You're not upset about what happened last time? She was quite rude to you. Shin Shiwei cast him a sidelong glance, a serene smile gracing her face. Not at all, she spoke no falsehood. I was rather foolish back then. Making it abundantly clear to everyone that I fancied Pei Yunxiao, like his devoted admirer. If I don't establish a good rapport with your sister, and should I end up marrying you in the future, wouldn't that place you in a difficult position? Zhao Tingshan fixed his gaze on her, absorbing her words. So, she intends to marry him, does she? Before he could respond, Shin Shiwei had already grasped his sleeve. Let us go, I'm starving. She pushed open the door to the private room and walked inside. Qiyu was already seated, engrossed in a phone conversation with her father. I'm dining out with my brother, at a hotel, but I'm not sure where it is. Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Spotting Qin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan entering, she hurriedly ended the call, her expression souring as she regarded Qin Shiwei with disdain. Qin Shiwei, unfazed, greeted her. Yeah, do you remember me? I'm Qin Shiwei, we met last time. Qiyu glared at her, retorting coldly, of course I remember, why did you summon me? I didn't want to come. You insisted on dragging me here. As she spoke, Qiyu inadvertently met Zhao Tingshan's icy gaze, prompting her to soften her tone slightly. If it weren't for my brother insisting, I wouldn't have come. Were it not for Zhao Tingshan's esteemed position in their family, she wouldn't have felt pressured. Qi Chang was exceptionally strict regarding his daughter's affairs, often providing her with meager allowances. Thus, on many occasions, when Qiyu desired something, she would turn to Zhao Tingshan for financial assistance. Qin Shiwei smiled at Qiyu. I just wanted you to come and enjoy some delicious food. As if we don't have any at home. Qiyu shot her an exasperated look. Qin Shiwei replied, alright, you stay seated. Once we finish our meal, I'll have your brother accompany you home. Qin Shiwei called over the waiter. She frequented this establishment and was quite familiar with the staff. After placing her order, the waiter exited, and soon a lavish spread of delectable dishes was served. There were several varieties of shrimp prepared with different flavors, including spicy and peppery, along with salmon, tuna, and various sashimi, all airlifted. Qin Shiwei gazed at the feast, saliva pooling in her mouth. Wearing gloves, she peeled a shrimp and offered it to Zhao Tingshan. This peppery shrimp is delicious, you should try it. Zhao Tingshan observed the pristine meat she had extracted, replying, thank you. Qin Shiwei said, no need for thanks. It is just a pity that Yaya doesn't enjoy it, we'll have to finish this ourselves. Qiyu, seated nearby, had already begun to salivate. Though her family had their share of seafood, the culinary delights before her were undeniably tempting. Qiyu huffed in a haughty manner. Qin Shiwei, noticing her covetous expression, peeled another shrimp for her. Go on, eat, I'm just teasing you, if you don't hurry, I might finish it all. Qin Shiwei spoke gently, allowing her to save face. Qiyu looked at her, suddenly realizing this woman wasn't as intolerable as she initially thought. Moreover, she treated brother Tingshan quite well. Qin Shiwei summoned the waiter to assist with peeling the shrimp shells. The meal progressed pleasantly. As they continued, Qiyu's spirits lifted, and her hostility towards Qin Shiwei waned. Zhao Tingshan assisted Qin Shiwei in completing her homework before they departed. Given that Qiyu was with him, Qin Shiwei declined his offer to see her off. I can return by myself. You should take Yaya home, it's already quite late, and I need to rest after getting back, I still have to prepare for the exam. Good luck. Qin Shiwei responded, let us meet after the exams. All right. The lights at the hotel entrance illuminated the two of them as Zhao Tingshan gazed at her. Qiyu interjected, brother, if you wish to be with my sister-in-law, I can go home by myself. After all, the driver would take her. Zhao Tingshan glanced back at her. Qiyu pressed her lips together and got into the car. Qin Shiwei observed Qiyu's demeanor, feeling gratified. It seems your sister doesn't dislike me as much anymore. She merely had some misunderstandings about you in the past. Qin Shiwei had orchestrated this encounter deliberately. Qiyu was not oblivious. Qin Shiwei remarked, well, I must be off. Zhao Tingshan watched her leave the room for a while before finally entering the car. Qiyu observed Zhao Tingshan, brother, she seems to treat you quite well. Last time, I spoke about you so harshly, and she didn't even get upset. She even treated me to such delicious food. Zhao Tingshan recalled Qin Shiwei's earlier statement about marrying him. He felt as if a seedling in his heart was rapidly growing, an almost overwhelming sensation brewing within him. That evening, Pei Yunxiao did not return. He finished his classes and went straight home. Pei Hong was working the night shift, leaving him alone in the house. Previously, whenever he quarreled with Qin Shiwei, she would come over to his house to coax him back. However, upon waking that morning, he discovered that Qin Shiwei hadn't even called him. Arriving at school, he spotted Qin Shiwei disembarking from a vehicle. She appeared not to notice him and headed directly towards the school. Pei Yunxiao approached her. Qin Shiwei. She turned her head, giving him a fleeting glance. Good morning. There was no longer any trace of the infatuation that had once sparkled in her eyes when she looked at him. She seemed composed, even lacking the most basic pleasantries. Pei Yunxiao stared at her, an inexplicable feeling swelling within him. In the past, when she had harbored feelings for him, he had not reciprocated. Yet now, as he wished to embark on a sincere relationship, she appeared to have changed. Noticing his intense gaze, Qin Shiwei appraised him. What is the matter? Chapter 45. Placing her hand on his heartbeat, Pei Yunxiao remarked, I had some matters to attend to last night and did not return home. Qin Shiwei nodded. Is that so? Her nonchalant response made Pei Yunxiao realize that she was utterly indifferent to the situation. Did his absence truly matter so little to her? Qin Shiwei continued, there was so much to do last night, and I fell asleep as soon as I finished. I apologize, have you managed to resolve everything? Pei Yunxiao nodded, yes. After speaking, he felt somewhat foolish. Qin Shiwei did not elaborate further. On the day the exams concluded, Qin Shiwei and Pei Yunxiao returned home together, only for Zhao Tingshan to arrive shortly thereafter. As Pei Yunxiao descended from the car, he observed Qin Shiwei approach Zhao Tingshan, speaking to him with remarkable gentleness. In that fleeting moment, Pei Yunxiao inexplicably felt that they appeared quite well matched, especially now. Qin Shiwei no longer trailed behind him like an adoring puppy. She seemed transformed, almost radiant. Her academic performance had also seen a significant improvement. Each time Qin Shiwei insisted that she was merely acting with Zhao Tingshan, Pei Yunxiao couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off. Even if it was all an act, could it not be too convincingly portrayed? Qin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan entered the house. Aunt Zhou announced, Miss, your luggage is here. In the living room lay 2 suitcases, packed for an extended stay until after the new year, hence the considerable amount of belongings.
Shin Shiwei instructed, let's move them to the car first.
Pei Yunxiao overheard their conversation and discerned that Zhao Tingshan had come to escort Shin Shiwei to the airport. Shin Shiwei returned to her room, shedding her school uniform for her own attire, donning a white woolen coat and a hat. As she stepped outside, she found Pei Yunxiao standing in the corridor. He gazed at her, asking, is Zhao Tingshan going as well? Shin Shiwei replied, my father will head straight there, and I'm going with Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. Shin Shiwei, at that moment, had no desire to engage in further conversation, not even offering additional explanations.
Then I shall take my leave.
However, after taking only a couple of steps, Pei Yunxiao grasped her arm, pulling her back instinctively.
He held her shoulders firmly, staring intently into her eyes as he asked in a low voice, have you and Zhao Tingshan been together for a while now? His eyes, a deep blue, reflected a mixture of unwillingness and a profound sense of heartbreak. Shin Shiwei had never witnessed him in such a state. Anger mingled with a deliberate restraint. She had spun elaborate dreams for Pei Yunxiao over the past few months, and he had devoured them eagerly, diligently working and saving, all while continuing his studies, seemingly believing her words. Yet now, he suddenly began to harbor doubts about her. Shin Shiwei denied, no, we haven't. This was indeed the truth, both she and Zhao Tingshan were still in school. How could they possibly define a relationship so prematurely? Currently, their interactions were limited to attending classes together and sharing meals, nothing beyond that. Yet, even without Zhao Tingshan, even if she were perpetually single, there could never be a future between her and Pei Yunxiao. I don't believe you. Pei Yunxiao asserted, his gaze unwavering. Shin Shiwei. I always feel as though you're deceiving me. You're going to the capital with him for such an extended period. Who knows what you might do? What could possibly happen between us?
Shin Shiwei retorted, reverting to her previous tone.
You're overthinking it.
Zhao Tingshan is not that kind of person, not at all like you imagine.
Shin Shiwei.
Pei Yunxiao tightened his grip on her shoulders, causing her to wince in discomfort.
Let go of me, she demanded.
Why resort to physicality while they were merely conversing? Yet Pei Yunxiao refused to release her, as if fearing she might not grasp the gravity of his words, holding her captive. I admit, I had a past with Meng Qinran, but ever since I confided in you about it, I have been serious about you.
Shin Shiwei replied, I am serious too. What makes you think I'm not? You are not serious at all.
Pei Yunxiao was not foolish. He sensed her lack of sincerity. He earnestly stated, I genuinely wish to be with you, to build a future together. Just a few days ago, Meng Qinran sought me out, and I turned her away.
And what of that?
Seeing him persistently reiterate his feelings amused Shin Shiwei. No longer inclined to placate him, her gaze turned frosty.
Are you attempting to convey your allure? That even the campus belle finds you irresistible?
Pei Yunxiao noticed her discontent whenever Meng Qinran was mentioned, aware of how much it bothered her. Taking a deep breath, he replied, I merely wish for you to take our relationship seriously.
I am earnestly looking to foster a future with you. If you have feelings for me, you ought to cherish this relationship more, shouldn't you?
He believed he had been quite exemplary in his behavior lately. He could not fathom what more she could possibly find unsatisfactory, compelling her to act this way toward him. Shin Shiwei, observing his pitiful demeanor, could not help but smirk.
Seeing me study with Zhao Tingshan makes you feel distressed, doesn't it?
Pei Yunxiao's eyes reddened, yes. Although you claim it's merely studying, don't you think you treat him too well? Each time you see him, your eyes light up, yet when you see me, you do not share that same joy. In the past, she did, but now, her gaze toward him felt cold, as if she were merely a spectator witnessing his humiliation. He did not appreciate her detached demeanor. It felt as though he no longer had a place in her heart. Shin Shiwei raised her delicate, fair hand and placed it upon his chest. Adorning her wrist was a newly released Hermes bracelet, her translucent fingers revealing a life of pampering. Her father was the wealthiest man in Yunqing, and she had never known the woes of financial struggle. Yet in her previous life, what had her days been like while scavenging through garbage, her hands perpetually stained, darkened with grime? The reason she had met such a dismal fate was that she had loved Pei Yunxiao far too much. At this moment, her fingers, through the fabric of his sweater, felt the rhythm of his heartbeat. Shin Shiwei looked into Pei Yunxiao's eyes and inquired, does it ache here? Pei Yunxiao grasped her hand, Shin Shiwei. He felt a suffocating sensation, as though she had seized hold of his heart. Her gaze held a fragmented emotion he could not comprehend. Suppressing her tears, Shin Shiwei looked at Pei Yunxiao. I once felt this pain too, perhaps 1,000 times more intense than you could ever imagine. I gave everything for you, only to be trampled beneath your feet. That feeling, Pei Yunxiao, how could you possibly understand? I have been quite courteous to you, considering you reside in my home without even paying rent. Yet, just because I have grown closer to Zhao Tingshan, you become discontent, unable to bear it, feeling your pride has been wounded. If you were in my position, would you not feel as though you were on the brink of despair? Pei Yunxiao wanted to refute her. To assert that he had done nothing wrong. After all, he merely harbored feelings for Meng Qinran and did not wish to grow closer to Shin Shiwei. He could even explain this situation. But as he listened to her accusations, he found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly done something wrong? Tears streamed down Shin Shiwei's face, tracing a path down her cheeks until they fell from her chin. Just as the two stood in confrontation, Zhao Tingshan appeared at the top of the stairs. Chapter 46. Pei Yunxiao, mind your identity. Upon seeing the two individuals, he paused momentarily, halting his ascent. Particularly, upon noticing Shin Shiwei's tear-stained visage, her hand resting upon Pei Yunxiao's chest, and Pei Yunxiao clasping her hand, the intimacy of their relationship struck him as overly close. Zhao Tingshan turned on his heel and departed. Shen Shiwei, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. She withdrew her hand from Pei Yinxiao's grasp, lifted her gaze to meet his, and disdainfully remarked, "If you are dissatisfied, the door is right there. You may leave at any time. I have never clung to you as I did before, forbidding your departure." With that, she descended the stairs. Her belongings were in the car, where Zhao Tingshan stood at the entrance. Shen Shiwei wiped away her tears and approached him. "Let us depart." Zhao Tingshan cast a glance her way, noting her tearful state, and inquired, "Are you all right?"
Shen Shiwei took a deep breath. "I am fine."
Observing her reluctance to engage in further conversation, Zhao Tingshan refrained from pressing. He opened the car door for Shen Shiwei. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her hand. It was Pei Yinxiao, who had pursued her. He grasped her hand, imploring, "Wei Wei, do not walk away with him." Shen Shiwei, upon seeing him, felt her temper flare.
"You are quite bothersome, you know?" Witnessing her anger, Pei Yinxiao pleaded, "I recognize my mistakes. I shall never provoke your ire again. Please, stay, let us celebrate the new year together. I will treat you well." He could not comprehend why, but he felt that if he let her go now, he might never have another chance. Zhao Tingshan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow at Pei Yinxiao's arrival. In truth, he had been enduring the situation between Shen Shiwei and Pei Yinxiao. Initially, when Pei Yinxiao slandered Shen Shiwei, he bore it. Just moments ago, upon witnessing the two of them together, he also held his tongue, yet he had not anticipated Pei Yinxiao would track them down, especially since Shen Shiwei had just cried because of him. "Let go." Before Shen Shiwei could speak, Zhao Tingshan interjected with a stern voice. He had always been non-confrontational, yet now, seeing him stand up for her, Shen Shiwei was taken aback. As he spoke, Pei Yinxiao, visibly irritated, turned to Zhao Tingshan, offering no respect. "I am speaking with Shiwei. What business is it of yours? I command you to release her." Zhao Tingshan's visage was cold. Pei Yinxiao scoffed, a taunting smile gracing his lips, "And if I refuse, do you dare strike me?" He was certain Zhao Tingshan would not resort to violence, especially not before Shen Shiwei. In fact, a physical altercation would be advantageous. It would allow Shen Shiwei to witness whether she would still choose to be with Zhao Tingshan. Just as Pei Yinxiao's words fell, Zhao Tingshan swiftly delivered a kick, sending him sprawling. Pei Yinxiao collided with the door, feeling as though his body might shatter. He had fought with others before, but never had he encountered someone as forceful as Zhao Tingshan. Although Zhao Tingshan appeared not to exert much effort, Pei Yinxiao felt as if he were on the verge of breaking apart. Nevertheless, Pei Yinxiao did not concede. Clutching his abdomen where Zhao Tingshan had kicked him, he continued, "Do you truly believe Shen Shiwei has any desire to be with you, if not for your affluent background, and not for the sake of Shen Uncle, would she ever consider you? After all this time, do you need me to remind you how much she cherishes me? Every time you came around, was she not the one to dismiss you? Now, she merely seeks to exploit you to elevate her own standing and gain my admiration. With that, do you truly believe you are worthy of speaking on her behalf?" The past had always weighed heavily on Zhao Tingshan. Now, hearing Pei Yinxiao bring it up, he felt his gaze darken. "Shiwei is not your possession. Even if she harbors feelings for you, it is not your place to dictate her affairs." What he abhorred most was not Shen Shiwei's affection for Pei Yinxiao, but rather Pei Yinxiao's mistreatment of someone who genuinely liked him. Why should the person he held dear be subjected to the indignities of this man? Pei Yinxiao smirked. "So, you are admitting it, she does indeed favor me, correct?" Despite suffering from his injuries, he persisted in provoking Zhao Tingshan, as if he were the victor. Until a resounding slap echoed, a stinging blow landed squarely on his face. Those nearby were momentarily stunned. Pei Yinxiao stared at the individual before him. The one who had struck him was none other than Shen Shiwei. Shen Shiwei glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Pei Yinxiao, do you take my kindness for granted?" Pei Yinxiao gazed at the irate Shen Shiwei. She was furious. "Wei Wei," Shen Shiwei interrupted him, "you are in no position to utter those words in front of Zhao Tingshan. If you wish for my father to support your education, I suggest you choose your words carefully, understand your own standing." Pei Yinxiao regarded her serious demeanor. She was no longer the one who had sought to please him at every turn. She was Shen Shiwei, the girl who had first appeared before him, resembling a princess, seemingly unattainable. Though she had shown him kindness later on. In his eyes, she had always belonged to a realm separate from his own. And now, it seemed she had distanced herself from him once more. He looked at her, the Shen family members present, all watching him. That Pei Yinxiao felt like a fool. Her attitude was clear. She stood with Zhao Tingshan. She could humiliate him, but would never tolerate anyone offending Zhao Tingshan. Ignoring Pei Yinxiao, Shen Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingshan and said, "Let us go." The journey was quiet, with Zhao Tingshan sitting beside her, scarcely uttering a word. He appeared somewhat displeased. Shen Shiwei speculated it was again due to Pei Yinxiao. "You need not take Pei Yinxiao's words to heart." Zhao Tingshan merely replied with a non-committal Just that one syllable sounded cold and distant. Shen Shiwei asked, "Zhao Tingshan, are you upset?" He remained silent. She retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket and offered, "Would you like some?" "No need." He coldly rejected her. Observing his complete disinterest in conversing, Shen Shiwei decided to refrain from further attempts at communication. Upon arriving in the capital, it was already late into the night. Shen Shiwei followed Zhao Tingshan from the car. She noticed a row of black luxury vehicles lined up on the street. A cohort of men in suits stood at attention, as if partaking in a military parade. The foremost man, dressed in a suit and bearing a serious expression, approached Zhao Tingshan, promptly opening an umbrella. "Young master." Zhao Tingshan regarded him with a nonchalant demeanor. "Uncle Zun." Uncle Zun gestured for him to enter. "Please, young master, step inside the vehicle." Zhao Tingshan glanced at Shen Shiwei. Uncle Zun smiled. "This must be Miss Shen? First, see her home." We have already arranged for her transportation back.
A man swiftly approached. Miss Shin, please.
Shin Shiwei interjected, no need, my father has sent someone to pick me up. Zhao Tingshan, you should return first.
It was clear how much importance their family placed on Zhao Tingshan. Having dispatched so many individuals for his reception, Shin Shiwei felt somewhat out of place amidst the spectacle and had no desire to partake in the commotion. Chapter 47. A reluctant to compete, fearing inadequacy at that moment, someone approached, Mississippi. Shin Shiwei glanced over to find it was Secretary Wang, who was close to her father, instantly feeling as if she had found a savior. She exclaimed, and Wang. Wang Jia replied, Mr.
Shin sent me to fetch you.
Shin Shiwei said, then I shall take my leave. After she spoke, she turned to Zhao Tingshan, see you later. Zhao Tingshan watched her figure until she boarded the car with her family before he himself departed. The Shin family possesses a villa in the capital. However, due to Shin Shiwei's prolonged stay in Yunqing, she seldom visited. Wang Jia, sitting in the front passenger seat, remarked, President Shin has been occupied with meetings lately and will only be able to come in a few days. He asked me to take care of you in the meantime. Shin Shiwei replied, thank you for your efforts, coming all the way to pick me up. It's no trouble at all, it's my duty, Wang Jia assured her. Having accompanied Shin Wenbin for some time, she had recently returned to work after taking maternity leave, hence her current responsibility of attending to Shin Shiwei. Upon returning to the villa, Shin Shiwei took a shower and freshened up. The housekeeper had already prepared dinner for her. As she ate, she chatted on the phone with Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou inquired, young Master Pei hasn't tea at dinner, should we check on him? Why bother? Shin Shiwei replied, if he chooses not to eat, so be it.
Who is going to coddle him?
It was clear he was the one causing trouble, and now he blamed her. Aunt Zhou remarked, young Master Tingshan's injury was quite severe, it seems he is not lightly hurt. However, the doctor assured that it is nothing serious and he should recover in a few days. As long as he won't die, Shin Shiwei answered while continuing her meal. Listening to her nonchalant remarks, Aunt Zhou inwardly sighed, realizing that Shin Shiwei had truly ceased to care about Pei Yunxiao.
After finishing her conversation with Aunt Zhou, Shin Shiwei hung up and glanced at her phone, sending Zhao Tingshan a QQ message, have you arrived?
He should have, but she wondered what he was doing. A twinge of worry crept in. Was he still upset? Pei Yunxiao's words had indeed been somewhat excessive, and nonetheless, Shin Shiwei felt that Zhao Tingshan shouldn't remain angry for so long over such comments.
As anticipated, Zhao Tingshan did not respond. He seemed to have an aversion to using QQ. Shin Shiwei sent him a text message, but again, there was no reply. Having just returned home, he must be quite busy. Shin Shiwei soon succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Prior to her arrival, she had instructed her assistant to arrange viewings for potential properties. Now that she was in the capital, it seemed illogical not to purchase at least 2 residences. Lately, she had developed a penchant for shopping, but after acquiring 2 properties and finalizing the contracts, Shin Shiwei realized that she had not been in contact with Zhao Tingshan for 2 days. It felt as though he had completely disregarded her. In her previous life, she had shown little interest in Zhao Tingshan's affairs in the capital, except for when she was nearing death. When he had shown concern for her, her understanding of him had been rather limited. Now, in this unfamiliar city, Shin Shiwei suddenly recognized that she had no idea where to find Zhao Tingshan should she wish to see him. When Wang Jie called, expressing that her uncle wished to see her, Shin Shiwei agreed to go. Shin Shiwei's mother hailed from the capital, and her uncle had always resided there. However, in her memory, there had been little interaction between her uncle and her family. They had met once or twice during the new year, but thereafter, even holiday gatherings had diminished. Now that she was in the capital, and her uncle had this desire, Shin Shiwei naturally felt compelled to visit. One must maintain the necessary decorum. Upon arriving at the manor, the driver opened the door, and Shin Shiwei stepped out of the vehicle. As she entered the estate, she unexpectedly spotted Zhao Tingshan flanked by 2 men in black. He had yet to notice her presence. Surprised to encounter him here, Shin Shiwei did not hesitate. She hurried over, calling out, Zhao Tingshan. He turned, and upon seeing her, a flicker of warmth crossed his previously frosty gaze. He greeted the 2 men beside him, who then took their leave. Standing before him, Shin Shiwei remarked, what a coincidence to run into you here. Zhao Tingshan regarded her silently. When he was quiet, he exuded a palpable sense of distance. Noticing his indifference, Shin Shiwei asked, are you busy? If so, I won't disturb you. She admitted to having a slight concern for his affairs. However, witnessing his aloofness suddenly sapped her courage. Having once been a sycophant to Pei Yunxiao, she had no intention of adopting the same role with Zhao Tingshan. Just as she turned to leave, Zhao Tingshan grasped her hand. Shin Shiwei looked back at him. Aren't you angry? Have you eaten? He did not directly answer her question. Shin Shiwei replied, not yet, I've been busy all day. I have dinner plans with my uncle here, would you like to join, or do you have other matters to attend to? I'm not busy. Then shall we go eat together? Shin Shiwei gazed at him, and upon seeing him take the initiative to keep her close, she resolved not to hold a grudge. Zhao Tingshan acquiesced. Shin Shiwei led him to the dining area, where her uncle had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, a reservation had been made. As someone came to escort Shin Shiwei, they settled into a private room. Shin Shiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, seizing the opportunity to discuss the events from that day. Are you planning to ignore me? Zhao Tingshan looked at her, his obsidian eyes reflecting her image. I'm feeling a bit unhappy. Why? Shin Shiwei was taken aback to hear him express his discontent. Zhao Tingshan averted his gaze, expressing a hint of melancholy, I just feel that you don't like me. Hearing his words, Shin Shiwei felt her heart soften instantly. She looked at Zhao Tingshan and asked, why would you think that?
She genuinely liked him. Had it not been for her concern that being too forward might scare away the still quite innocent Zhao Tingshan, she would not have restrained herself so much.
You've already excelled academically. Once the results are out, will you still pay me any mind?
He did not meet her gaze but quietly articulated his feelings. His slight unhappiness seemed to stem from a desire for recognition, yet a fear of his own insignificance. Qin Shiwei regarded him with a smile, her eyes gradually misting with emotion. How could he be so wonderful, yet worried that she might not cherish him? Meanwhile, Pei Yunxiao, despite being vastly inferior to Zhao Tingshan, exuded an unshakable confidence, as if he were indispensable to her.
Qin Shiwei questioned, in your eyes, am I truly so heartless, use you and then discard you?
That day you were with Pei Yunxiao. As he broached the subject, Zhao Tingshan finally cast her a glance. You cried in front of him. This was something he could not overlook, and it had weighed heavily on his mind. Although they spent their days together, Qin Shiwei was always gentle with him, as if devoid of temper, yet, in front of Pei Yunxiao, she displayed anger and irritation. They were far more familiar with one another, contrasting starkly with her demeanor around him. In that moment, Zhao Tingshan suddenly realized that, regardless of the circumstances, he could never be as significant to her as Pei Yunxiao.
Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's words, Qin Shiwei inquired, so this is the reason you've been upset? You never lose your temper in front of me. Qin Shiwei replied, are you suggesting that you wish to see me angry? But what if I scare you away? He appeared as if he might flee at any moment. How could she dare to express anger towards him? Chapter 48. To bear 7 or 8 children with him. Zhao Tingshan did not respond directly to Qin Shiwei's inquiry. Instead, he contemplatively remarked, I returned home these past few days. I know, Qin Shiwei replied with concern, were you unhappy at home, did they mistreat you? Curiosity gnawed at Qin Shiwei, why had he been residing at his uncle's house? Was it possible that his father treated him poorly? She had heard that his mother had passed away rather early, and that he had a stepmother. Although Qin Shiwei had no stepmother herself, she had encountered such situations before. What could a household with a stepmother entail? Perhaps that explained the melancholy air that perpetually surrounded him. Zhao Tingshan, however, refuted her assumption. No, my father and aunt treat me very well, with utmost courtesy. He may scold my younger brother, but he never reprimands me, much like you. His gaze rested upon Qin Shiwei's face. In that instant, Qin Shiwei comprehended, he was not merely discussing his family's dynamics. He was drawing a parallel to her perception of his kinship, suggesting that she regarded him as an outsider. Qin Shiwei stated earnestly, I am unaware of your family's sentiments towards you, nor do I wish to pry. However, Zhao Tingshan, you hold great significance in my life. Zhao Tingshan met her gaze, is that so? Do you not believe me? Qin Shiwei pouted, I was even contemplating that after graduation, I would marry you and we would have 7 or 8 children together. Upon hearing her mention of 7 or 8 children, Zhao Tingshan appeared utterly astonished. However, he soon realized she was jesting. Such nonsense. Observing his discomfort as he raised his glass to drink, Qin Shiwei felt a surge of joy. She found it immensely amusing to tease him. Indeed. Look, when I speak the truth, you still doubt me. Though she struggled to articulate why she was treating him so kindly at present, the notion of being together after graduation was indeed her genuine desire. Zhao Tingshan remarked, I merely wish to prevent you from weeping over others. That is because, Qin Shiwei replied, I feel as though I have been bullied, and it leaves me quite discontent. Each recollection of her past life filled her with a sense of grievance. It was only in Zhao Tingshan's presence that she found a modicum of solace. Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, this expression was all too familiar to him and pricked at his heart. He wished he could do something to alleviate her distress. Qin Shiwei looked at him and declared, regardless of circumstances, even if my grades improve, I will not be like Pei Yunxiao suggested, nearly using you. I certainly will not be with him. Though uncertain of the veracity of her words, Zhao Tingshan felt a swell of happiness at her willingness to say such things to comfort him. The inner turmoil he had experienced over the past few days had dissipated. Qin Shiwei continued, in my heart, I have already made my decision about you. If you do not mind, I shall marry you in the future, is that agreeable? Zhao Tingshan, taken aback by her declaration, asked, is that true? Of course. Qin Shiwei observed the appetizers being served, picking up her chopsticks to select a piece. However, since I have not yet graduated, and my father would prefer I not be with you so soon, we shall have to wait a while. In any case, do not let Pei Yunxiao occupy your thoughts, he is unworthy of comparison. At that moment, the restaurant was quiet, with just the two of them present. Zhao Tingshan listened to Qin Shiwei's words, finding them to be the most melodious of sentiments. Before long, her uncle arrived. Mr. Qiao, the waiter greeted Qiao Zhiyuan with polite acknowledgement, clad in a grey suit. He approached them although in his 40s, he did not appear aged. Uncle, Qin Shiwei exclaimed, instantly recognizing him despite the time apart. Qiao Zhiyuan acknowledged her and pulled out a chair, about to sit down when he noticed Zhao Tingshan beside her. What are you doing here? He inquired. Wasn't he supposed to be next door? The Zhao family had hosted a welcoming banquet for the recently returned Zhao Gongzi, just adjacent to them, yet here he was, dining with Qin Shiwei. Seeing her uncle's gaze fixed on Zhao Tingshan, Qin Shiwei explained, Uncle, are you referring to Tingshan? He is my friend, we traveled from Yuncheng together. He is currently tutoring me. You have agreed to be with him now? Xiao Zhiyuan expressed surprise. Qin Shiwei had always been reluctant to associate with Zhao Tingshan, having been informed that she had grown close to a certain Pei Yunxiao from her family. Thus, he had not given the matter much thought. Qin Shiwei replied, I adhere to my father's wishes regarding my affairs. Her words lacked conviction. Did she truly follow her father's guidance? Xiao Zhiyuan found it perplexing.
He observed Zhao Tingshan, hesitant to voice any criticism in his presence. Dinner commenced. Qin Shiwei turned to Qiao Zhiyuan. Uncle, it has been quite some time since we last met.
Weren't you the one who preferred not to visit this side?
Qiao Zhiyuan remarked, I assumed you would remain hidden away in that little place in Yunchang, exchanging glances with your family's chauffeur's son. The mention of the chauffeur's son made Qin Shiwei's skin crawl with embarrassment. After having just assured Zhao Tingshan, her uncle's words felt like adding fuel to the fire. She cleared her throat. My past with Pei Yunxiao is behind me. Uncle, please refrain from bringing it up again.
Behind you? Xiao Zhiyuan questioned, how does one simply move on from such matters? Did the young couple have a quarrel?
Uncle, Qin Shiwei protested, bewildered by his insistence on revisiting the topic, especially with Zhao Tingshan present. She asserted, my relationship with Pei Yunxiao was merely playful. I intend to distance myself from him moving forward. Xiao Zhiyuan scrutinized Qin Shiwei, is that your father's sentiment? After a period of absence, he has certainly managed to instill a sense of obedience in you. Zhao Tingshan felt a flicker of doubt. Pei Yunxiao had claimed that his relationship with Zhao Tingshan was merely a ruse to extract tutoring from him. Surely Zhao Tingshan should not take it to heart. Qin Shiwei interjected, this is my own decision. I simply do not harbor any affection for Pei Yunxiao, and it has nothing to do with my father. Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Zhao Tingshan, offering him some food. Here, try this.
She wished to avoid any further discord and did not want to see Zhao Tingshan unhappy.
Fortunately, at that moment, Qiao Zhiyuan's phone rang. He answered, I have a matter to attend to.
Mr. Qiao, the young master of the Zhao family is causing a scene. He insists that if you do not appear, he will wreak havoc on the venue. The young master of the Zhao family?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhiyuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhao Tingshan seated across from him. The eldest son had yet to utter a word, yet that impudent boy was already causing a ruckus. This estate hotel was owned by Qiao Zhiyuan. He frequently assisted in hosting prominent figures. He was well acquainted with many in the capital and often engaged in dealings with them. Thus, he had no choice but to rise. Addressing Qin Shiwei, I must attend to some hotel matters.
Please continue your meal.
Once her uncle had departed, Qin Shiwei exhaled in relief. Chapter 49 The little demon king of the Zhao family facing Zhao Tingshan, he remarked, I haven't seen my uncle in quite some time. He knows nothing about my affairs. Don't pay attention to what he says. I wasn't listening, Zhao Tingshan replied, just as his phone rang. He glanced at it but chose not to answer, promptly disconnecting the call.
Qin Shimei inquired, is something the matter?
Remembering his purpose for being here, she surmised that he must have come for a reason. Zhao Tingshan responded, it's nothing of great importance.
Concern etched on her face, Qin Shimei asked, are you certain it's not significant? Zhao Tingshan looked at her, having just arrived in the capital, what could be of great importance? Merely accompanying my elders for a feast, it's rather tedious. I prefer the tranquility here. He was inherently a person who cherished peace. At times, when Qin Shimei accompanied him out, he would clear the space around them, solely to enjoy some quietude. Before long, a waiter approached Zhao Tingshan, saying, young Master Zhao, our boss requests your presence. Our boss?
Yes, Mr. Qiao, who just stepped out, Qiao Ziyuan.
Under normal circumstances, Zhao Tingshan would not entertain such requests from just anyone.
However, Qiao Ziyuan was Qin Shimei's uncle. In the adjoining banquet hall, the waitstaff trembled in apprehension. Zhao Yuan stood before an exquisite vase, questioning, this must be rather expensive, no?
Don't. Qiao Ziyuan attempted to intervene.
With a resounding crash, the vase shattered upon impact with the floor. This troublesome boy had destroyed a piece from his painstakingly collected antiques, and not just one, but several. He was nothing short of a little demon. His heart was already bleeding, yet, being a member of the Zhao family left Xiao Ziyuan with no recourse. Zhao Yuan, standing nearby, scoffed, addressing Xiao Ziyuan, you better truly know where my brother is. If he goes missing, I won't let this slide. Xiao Ziyuan replied, how could he possibly go missing? He is quite safe within our estate.
Could Zhao Tingshan's absence be blamed on him?
Just because Zhao Tingshan was not present, he had to endure the destruction of countless antiques. Was there no sense of justice remaining?
But my brother went missing in your estate.
Zhao Yuan insisted, picking up another ornament.
Don't, ancestor.
Xiao Ziyuan was on the verge of tears, please don't do this.
Uncle.
At this moment, Qin Shimei's voice rang out. Xiao Ziyuan looked up to see Qin Shimei and Zhao Tingshan appearing at the doorway. Upon witnessing the debris scattered across the floor, Zhao Tingshan frowned. He approached Qin Shimei, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yuan, put that down.
Though only 14, Zhao Yuan had already earned a reputation as the little demon king.
Unlike Zhao Tingshan, who had grown up in Yun City and rarely returned, Zhao Yuan was born and raised in the Zhao household. He was the Zhao family's little demon. Each outing seemed to result in chaos. However, his mother always cleaned up after him, and others dared not intervene. Now that Zhao Tingshan had arrived, the legendary little demon king was startled enough to drop the ornament he held. Seeing this, Xiao Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it seemed that only a Zhao family member could handle their own. Zhao Yuan approached Zhao Tingshan, brother, where have you been? I thought you'd been kidnapped.
Is this any of your concern?
Zhao Tingshan replied sternly, clearly displeased. Zhao Yuan quickly backtracked, appearing contrite, no, I was merely worried about you. Mom and Dad are on their way. If they don't see you, they'll surely blame me for not taking care of you.
Apologize. Zhao Tingshan did not hold back. Zhao Yuan turned to Xiao Ziyuan, I'm sorry. Xiao Ziyuan was left speechless. When had he ever seen the little demon king so obedient? Zhao Tingshan reprimanded him as if he were training a dog. Xiao Ziyuan interjected, it's alright, it's alright.
After Zhao Yuan had apologized, he approached Zhao Tingshan once more. Brother, where were you? I was so worried. I was eating, Zhao Tingshan replied, casting a vexed glance at him. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan, he and Shin Shimei would have still been enjoying their meal next door. His good fortune had been disrupted. At that moment, a feminine voice resonated from the doorway, Zhao Yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan hurried over. Mommy. The newcomer was clad in a qipao, wrapped in mink fur, her high heels clicking as she walked, and adorned with a pearl necklace, exuding an air of opulence.
Mrs.
Zhao Ziyuan greeted as he approached. Mrs. Zhao wore a gentle smile. I just stepped out of the car and heard that our little troublemaker is causing a scene here. My apologies, Mr. Chao. We will compensate for any damages. It is my son's fault for being inconsiderate. I will certainly discipline him at home.
It's quite all right. Shin Shimei stood beside Zhao Tingshan, observing Zhao Yuan's mother. So, this was Zhao Tingshan's stepmother? She appeared to be a stunning beauty, remarkably youthful, almost akin to a sister. She glanced at Zhao Tingshan. Is this your stepmother?
Zhao Tingshan affirmed. Let us head inside. Since they had arrived, he had no intention of fleeing. He walked directly inside. The atmosphere within was bustling, as people sought a glimpse of the returning prince of Yin City, eager to see his appearance.
Tingshan.
However, before they could enter, Mrs. Zhao approached. Zhao Tingshan halted. Mrs. Zhao came beside him, saying, I just heard you were missing. I was quite worried for a while. Since you've just returned to the capital, a place unfamiliar to you, please refrain from wandering off alone.
Always remember to have company. I'm not an imbecile.
Seeing his cold demeanor, Mrs. Zhao, cautious not to overstep, chose her words carefully. She addressed Zhao Yuan. Yuan, be sure to keep your brother company.
Zhao Yuan complied. All right.
Despite the apparent tension, he understood that his brother often appeared fierce and harbored little affection for him.
Zhao Tingshan led Shin Shimei further inside. The ambience was lively. Once they entered, they did not roam aimlessly. Instead, finding a spot on the second floor to sit, Shin Shimei gazed at the bustling scene below. Having lived in Yin City all her life, this place felt particularly vibrant to her, as she recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, including numerous celebrities. Zhao Tingshan sat beside her, quietly peeling fruit for her, seemingly indifferent to the lively atmosphere below. Zhao Yuan, who had initially accompanied them, was promptly dismissed by Zhao Tingshan when he found him bothersome. Shin Shimei had come to see her uncle, yet he remained preoccupied with Mrs. Zhao, leaving her unattended. A woman in an elegant gown, holding a girl's hand, was conversing with Mrs. Zhao. As Shin Shimei observed the woman, she couldn't help but recall Pei Yunxiao's visage. The resemblance was striking. Returning to Zhao Tingshan's side, she settled down and Zhao Tingshan looked at her. Have you had your fill of sights? It's so lively. Shin Shimei exclaimed, is it all in your honor?
It's not for me, Zhao Tingshan replied nonchalantly, they merely wish to witness the spectacle.
I am that spectacle. Shin Shimei regarded Zhao Tingshan. What does your father do that draws such attention?
Beyond the celebrities, there were tycoons and several high-ranking officials present. Zhao Tingshan stated, I'm not quite sure.
He appeared reluctant to divulge more.
Chapter 50. Enjoying her company after a prolonged wait, Uncle finally concluded his tasks and approached Shin Shiwei, saying, Wei.
Shin Shiwei replied, Uncle. You should return now. Zhao Ziyuan insisted, I will escort you home. It's best to rest early. Now. Shin Shiwei questioned, isn't it a bit too soon?
I will take you home. Zhao Ziyuan maintained his stance resolutely. Casting a glance at the small plate of peeled longan and tangerines on the table, Shin Shiwei reluctantly addressed Zhao Tingshan, then I shall take my leave, my uncle has called for me. There seems to be something he wishes to discuss. Zhao Tingshan looked at her and replied, all right. I will miss you, she added, a smile gracing her lips as she picked up the small plate while departing. Zhao Tingshan watched her retreating figure, his gaze softening. Initially, he had anticipated a rather dull evening and had been reluctant to come. Since returning to the capital, he had been inundated with social obligations and visits to elders, a prospect he found quite unenjoyable. However, upon encountering Shin Shiwei, he suddenly felt that the night was not as tedious as he had presumed. As Shin Shiwei followed her uncle downstairs, she chanced upon a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Pei Yunxiao. The woman approached with a girl in tow, greeting Xiao Ziyuan, Mr. Qiao.
Good evening, Mrs. Lin. I would like to request a business card from Mr. Qiao, if that is permissible? Xiao Ziyuan nodded, certainly.
Xiao Ziyuan personally drove Shin Shiwei home. During the journey, seated in the passenger seat, she inquired, who was that person who greeted you just now? Her family is in logistics, her husband and I have some professional dealings.
Why do you ask? Do you know her? What is her surname? Her surname is Xiao. You've just arrived in the capital, do you know anyone here? Perhaps I mistook her for someone else. Upon hearing the surname Xiao, Shin Shiwei's suspicions solidified. Previously, she had been discreetly inquiring about Pei Yunxiao's mother. In her attempts to win Pei Yunxiao's affection, she had exerted considerable effort. In her past life, she had indeed uncovered information regarding his mother. However, what transpired afterward remained a mystery to Shin Shiwei, as Pei Yunxiao had never confided in her, choosing instead to share everything with Meng Qingran. Lost in her thoughts, Shin Shiwei was abruptly addressed by her uncle, you should avoid getting too close to Zhao Tingshan in the future. Why? Shin Shiwei inquired, taken aback. Are you unhappy that I am with Zhao Tingshan, uncle?
It became clear why he had made those remarks in front of Zhao Tingshan earlier today.
Wei, I am only looking out for your best interests.
Xiao Ziyuan continued, aren't you getting along quite well with that young man named Pei Yunxiao?
But I currently like Zhao Tingshan. Qin Shiwei retorted. Her uncle's reasoning was puzzling. He was not well acquainted with Pei Yunxiao, likely having never even met him, yet he seemed intent on her being with Pei Yunxiao. Qin Shiwei turned to Xiao Ziyuan. My father wishes for me to be with Zhao Tingshan. Why does my uncle disapprove? Xiao Ziyuan replied, I cannot speak for your father's thoughts, but I do not wish for you to be involved with him. But if your mother were here, she would likely also disapprove of you marrying into the Zhao family. The mention of her mother silenced Qin Shiwei. Her mother had succumbed to illness, passing away when Qin Shiwei was still quite young, leaving her to grieve in silence. Since then, her father had taken to concealing her mother's belongings, fearing that their presence would evoke sorrow in Qin Shiwei. Xiao Ziyuan dropped her off at the entrance but did not accompany her inside. He merely remained in the car, stating, Listen to your uncle. Do not grow too close to Zhao Tingshan. You are in Yun City. It would be best to find someone you truly like to marry. Our family does not lack for financial resources, and there is no need to aspire to the Zhao family's status. Standing at the door, Qin Shiwei responded, Uncle, you may return now. She mused that her uncle's sudden inclination to escort her home stemmed from his desire to prevent her from becoming too close to Zhao Tingshan. Due to Qin Shiwei's visit to the capital, Aunt Zhou granted everyone a holiday. Pei Yunxiao returned home to in the evening. Pei Hong returned from his shift and, upon finding Pei Yunxiao alone at home, remarked, Why are you back? Aren't you at the Shen residence? With a rather gloomy demeanor, Pei Yunxiao replied, Qin Shiwei has gone to the capital. The Shen household is currently empty. To the capital? Did they not take you along? Pei Yunxiao was in a foul mood and was not inclined to engage with his father's inquiries. He retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Once seated, he recalled Qin Shiwei's previous words, Pei Yunxiao, I am currently seeking information about your mother. If I uncover anything, I will be sure to inform you at the earliest opportunity. During their time together, he had been indifferent to her other concerns, but this matter had piqued his interest the most. Now, however, he wondered if she would even think of him after her departure to the capital. The thought that she had laid hands on him because of Zhao Tingshan left Pei Yunxiao feeling a simmering resentment that refused to abate. At that moment, Meng Qingran sent him a message, Pei Yunxiao, how is the capital? She had discreetly observed Qin Shiwei's social media, noting her trip to the capital and her posts, feeling a twinge of envy as she recalled Pei Yunxiao's connection to her. Meng Qingran's words felt like salt in Pei Yunxiao's wounds. He had seen Qin Shiwei's posts as well. It was amusing that Meng Qingran assumed he was in the capital, while he was actually hiding away in his own small room. Pei Yunxiao chose not to respond to Meng Qingran's message. The following day, before Qin Shiwei had risen, a servant came to summon her. Miss, young Master Tingshan has arrived. Descending the stairs, Qin Shiwei found Zhao Tingshan standing by the window in the living room, gazing outside. Snow had begun to fall. Approaching him from behind, she stretched and remarked, It's snowing. He turned to her, noticing she had come down in her pajamas. Have you not yet awakened? I had hoped to sleep a little longer, but upon hearing you were here, I came to see you. Qin Shiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Zhao Tingshan replied, I had some free time, so I thought I would come see you. There is nothing particularly entertaining at home. After a few days of being surrounded by people, he finally had a moment to himself. He preferred Qin Shiwei's company over the atmosphere at the Zhao residence. Qin Shiwei suggested, let us go skiing after we finish lunch. For the past few days, she had been occupied with purchasing a house. Come May, the capital would lift the purchasing restrictions, making it impossible to buy later on. Thus, she desired to finalize everything beforehand. With Zhao Tingshan now free, it was the perfect opportunity to unwind together. Having spent several enjoyable days with Zhao Tingshan, Qin Shiwei felt particularly happy. Zhao Tingshan rarely returned to the Zhao residence, preferring to spend his free time with her. A couple of days before the spring festival, Qin Wenbin returned. Qin Shiwei entered the house alongside Zhao Tingshan and greeted, Dad. Her father was seated on the sofa, accompanied by Zhao Tingshan's stepmother, whom she had previously encountered at her uncle's. Chapter 51 of Forgotten Memories of the Past. Madame Zhao beamed upon seeing Qin Shiwei, exclaiming, This must be Mr. Shen's daughter, what a beauty. Qin Shiwei regarded her with a sense of familiarity, recalling their previous encounter, yet it seemed as though Madame Zhao did not recognize her at all. Given the large crowd that day, it was understandable that Qin Shiwei had not made a lasting impression. With curiosity, Qin Shiwei inquired, How should I address you? Qin Wenbin interjected, Just call her auntie. She is Tingshan's aunt. Though she was Zhao Tingshan's stepmother, it was clear that Zhao Tingshan would never refer to her as mother. Upon noticing her presence, Zhao Tingshan asked, What brings you here? Madame Zhao replied with a smile, Your father will be home tonight, so I came to fetch you. You haven't been home lately, spending all your time out, that simply won't do. Zhao Tingshan responded, I am quite content here. I understand, Madame Zhao chuckled, you and Miss Shen have grown quite close, but surely you cannot spend every waking moment together. Once you're back home, you can visit her any time. Zhao Tingshan reflected on how he had been at Qin Shiwei's side for several days now. Moreover, the Zhao family had personally sent someone to retrieve him, so it was evident he could not remain absent. He turned to Qin Shiwei and said, Then I shall return. Qin Shiwei nodded, all right. After Madame Zhao took Zhao Tingshan away, Qin Shiwei settled onto the sofa. Qin Wenbin gazed at her and asked, Where have you been playing? I went skiing. Qin Shiwei replied. It was quite enjoyable, exploring different places each day. She seemed as though she were on a vacation. Qin Wenbin observed his daughter, who was always busy since arriving in the capital, and remarked, I hear you've purchased quite a few properties since you got here. Well, Qin Shiwei replied, I thought it would be a good idea to take a look. Shin Wenbin chuckled, what has sparked this newfound passion for real estate? If it weren't for your father's substantial wealth, you might have exhausted it all. As she unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, Shin Shiwei assured him, don't worry, Dad, I'm not squandering my money. In a couple of years, you'll see how wise it was to invest in properties in the capital. If given another chance, Shin Shiwei's sole focus would be on making money. She considered it a tremendous opportunity that she could not afford to overlook. Seeing her earnest analysis, Shin Wenbin simply replied, as long as you're happy. And also, Shin Shiwei continued, that person from the mobile phone company sought your investment, didn't he? I believe you should consider it. It will surely be profitable. That individual later found great success in the mobile phone industry, and she wished for her father not to miss out on this opportunity. Shin Wenbin agreed, alright, since my daughter has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. He actually called me a couple of days ago. On New Year's Eve, after dining with his father at home, Shin Wenbin arranged for the house to be decorated, creating a festive atmosphere. In the afternoon, he took Shin Shiwei to visit her mother. It had been years since Shin Shiwei had come to the capital, and her mother was buried there. Placing a bouquet at the grave, Shin Wenbin spoke to his late wife about Shin Shiwei's recent developments, how she had grown up, excelled in her studies, and matured. He mentioned her good relationship with Zhao Tingshin. Shin Shiwei stood nearby, gazing at her mother's photograph on the gravestone. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother, who had been an exquisite beauty, and thus, Shin Shiwei was not without her own allure. However, she found herself unable to recall anything from her childhood. On their way down the mountain, Shin Shiwei sat in the car and asked her father, Dad, why is my mother buried in the capital while we live in Yun City? Shin Wenbin looked at her and explained, your mother always wished to return to Yun City, and we lived there for a time. However, she fell ill. When we brought her back for treatment, we never returned. You were too young to remember those events. Though she had no clear memories, the mention of her mother stirred an overwhelming urge to cry within Shin Shiwei. Shin Wenbin inquired, how is your relationship with Zhao Tingshin lately? Quite well, Shin Shiwei replied. Dad, once I graduate, I wish to marry him. However, I spoke with my uncle a few days ago, and he advised me against being with Zhao Tingshin. He seems quite opposed to it. You know why? Her uncle appeared to maintain a decent relationship with the Zhao family and seemed close to Madame Zhao, yet he did not want her to be with Zhao Tingshin. Did the Zhao family disapprove of her? Shin Wenbin replied, before you and Tingshin were even born, an engagement was arranged. It was your mother's doing. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated marrying Shin Shiwei into the Zhao family. The memories of that arrangement filled Shin Wenbin with dread. Understanding it was her mother's wish, Shin Shiwei refrained from further protest. Since her mother's passing, her father had dedicated himself to raising her and had not remarried. His love for her mother had been profound. Of course, even without the wishes of her parents, Shin Shiwei's feelings for Zhao Tingshin were uniquely significant. On New Year's Eve, Shin Wenbin rose early to prepare the festive dinner himself. Shin Shiwei offered to assist but was promptly shooed away. He could manage the cooking, but his precious daughter was not to be involved. Seated on the sofa with her phone in hand, Shin Shiwei messaged Zhao Tingshin, Happy New Year's Eve. He replied, his responses remaining brief as always. Shin Shiwei smiled as she typed, my father is cooking dinner today. It's a pity you can't come over tonight, otherwise, you could join us. Zhao Tingshin replied, I'll come over shortly. Really? Shin Shiwei recalled how Madame Zhao had personally come to fetch him a couple of days prior. Isn't your family upset? Not at all, he assured her. His father had worked that evening, attending the Spring Festival Gala, leaving no time for family celebrations. Shin Shiwei thought nothing of it, assuming Zhao Tingshin was jesting, yet he arrived later that night. When she opened the door, she was greeted by his presence. Handing her a red envelope, he wished her, Happy New Year. Accepting the envelope, Shin Shiwei exclaimed, Thank you, you really came. Zhao Tingshin replied, I intended to celebrate with you. How could he bear to leave her behind after they had traveled from Yun City together? He remembered how, when they set off, Pei Yunxiao had said he would accompany Shin Shiwei for the new year, yet Shin Shiwei had chosen him without hesitation. Dad, Zhao Tingshin is here. Shin Shiwei announced as she entered the kitchen, where her father was wearing an apron and cooking. Shin Wenbin emerged, noticing Zhao Tingshin on the sofa, and exclaimed, Tingshin has arrived. Hello, Uncle Shin, I'm here to help. Zhao Tingshin began to step forward. Shin Wenbin replied, There's no need for that. Just sit, everything is ready. He brought out the dishes, and with a smile, he said, In a moment, you can judge my culinary skills. I wonder if I've improved after not cooking for these past few years. Shin Shiwei settled beside Zhao Tingshin and declared, My dad is an excellent cook. I know, Zhao Tingshin replied. You've tasted his food? Shin Shiwei asked in surprise, recalling that he had never dined at their home before. Zhao Tingshin looked at Shin Shiwei, sensing her complete lack of recollection regarding their past, and chose not to elaborate. Chapter 52, I still prefer his cold demeanor. There was a time when he resided with the Shin family, during which Shin's father would always personally prepare meals for them. Despite being a business owner outside, he exhibited no airs at home. However, as time passed, alright, come over for dinner. Shin Wenbin called out to the two children. Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshin settled down together in the dining room. For Shin Shiwei, this year's spring festival was unlike any before. Although she had spent last year with her father in Pei Yunxiao, it felt like many years had passed since then. Each spring festival, she had hidden away in her rented apartment, devoid of her father, relatives, or those who cared for her, nor anyone she cherished. She had endured her solitude, bearing her afflictions. Now, with her father present and Zhao Tingshin by her side, Shin Shiwei felt a swell of happiness.
By the way, Dad, I plan to apply to Qingbei for my college entrance examination.
That sounds wonderful. Shin Wenbin exclaimed. My daughter is quite ambitious.
In truth, he did not place much importance on her academic performance. Even if she were to underperform, it would not matter greatly, as he believed that one's fate was not solely determined by the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, her aspirations brought him a sense of comfort.
Your progress in studies is impressive and commendable. I once thought you inherited your father's lack of intellect, but now it seems you are outpacing your mother.
Shin Wenbin's own academic record was rather lackluster. He was even outperformed by Pei Hong, eventually managing only to get into a university in the capital. His mind thrived in business, agile in that realm, yet he struggled with academics. Conversely, Shin Shiwei's mother had been a top scholar at Qingbei and later became a renowned attorney in the capital. Their acquaintance had blossomed through a patent case she had handled for him, and he had pursued her for a considerable time before winning her heart. Others often remarked that he must have been blessed by his ancestors to marry such a beauty. Yet, he bore no resentment. To him, marrying someone as exceptional and astute as her was indeed a stroke of fortune.
Was my mother truly that intelligent? Shin Shiwei inquired. Absolutely. Shin Wenbin's face radiated pride at the mention of his wife.
She was exceptionally bright, quite well known at Qingbei, and there were many who sought her hand. As a lawyer, she was incredibly articulate. I could never win an argument against her. Listening to her father's words, Shin Shiwei remarked, a lawyer, that's quite impressive. She won every case she took on, except, at this point, Shin Wenbin's expression grew complex. He swiftly changed the subject. Come, let us raise a toast. You two can have juice. I'll indulge in some wine, as it's a rare occasion to celebrate the new year.
Shin Wenbin appeared genuinely joyful.
After dinner, he had consumed enough wine to feel slightly inebriated, and it was Secretary Yan who assisted him to rest. Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan settled down in the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Zhao Tingshan sat nearby, speaking very little. Shin Shiwei, sitting on the carpet before the sofa, turned to him and said, What kind of person do you think my mother was? Why can't I remember her at all? Zhao Tingshan remained quiet, especially after Shin Wenbin had mentioned her mother. Seeing Shin Shiwei grappling with this question, he lowered his gaze and replied, If you can't remember, then don't force it. Perhaps one day, it will come to you. Shin Shiwei looked up at him. He sat on the sofa, gazing down at her from his elevated position. His handsome features seemed to glow in her eyes. Zhao Tingshan, you are truly handsome. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan looked at her with gentle eyes. He shifted from the sofa to sit beside her on the floor. Shin Shiwei leaned against him, saying, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. She had intended to stay awake until midnight to watch the fireworks, but a full stomach had made her drowsy.
Why don't you take a short nap?
I'll wake you up when it's time, Zhao Tingshan offered. Shin Shiwei nodded. Not long after she fell asleep, her phone rang. Zhao Tingshan considered silencing it and picked up the device, only to find a message from Pei Yunxiao. Shin Shiwei, Happy New Year. Without hesitation, Zhao Tingshan deleted the message. Due to an early start to classes, Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan would not be able to celebrate the Lantern Festival in the capital and had to return to Yun City early. Before leaving, Shin Shiwei had shared a meal with her father. Remembering how her father had encountered an accident just days before her college entrance examination in her past life, she ventured, Dad, could you take a month off to stay home with me before my exams?
Shin Wenbin looked at her. I have many responsibilities. I can arrange for someone else to accompany you.
Dad, Shin Shiwei insisted, this is a significant event in my life. You cannot be negligent. If you refuse, I will hold it against you. Sometimes, her father would be away for a month or two, and she feared that if she did not clarify this now, she might not reach him later. Thus, she felt compelled to express her wishes. Clearly noticing his daughter's serious demeanor, Shin Wenbin remarked, Is it absolutely necessary for me to be there? Isn't Zhao Tingshan accompanying you just fine?
That's different.
Shin Shiwei certainly desired more than just her father's company. She wished to alter the course of her fate from her previous life.
He isn't my father. I believe having you by my side would bring me greater peace of mind. You must come, remember, for an entire month. If you don't, I will resent you. Fearing that he might dismiss her as being capricious later on, she remained resolute. After much persuasion, her father ultimately acquiesced to her request. Shin Shiwei returned to Yun City with Zhao Tingshan, where Aunt Zhou and the others had already resumed work, tidying up the house and preparing for the Lantern Festival. As soon as Shin Shiwei got out of the car, she spotted Pei Yunxiao. She had thought that after their last encounter, her association with him would have concluded. To her surprise, he was there upon her return. Unfortunately, Zhao Tingshan was not around. He had gone straight home to the Qi family after arriving at the airport. Otherwise, seeing Pei Yunxiao would surely displease him. Pei Yunxiao reached out to take her bag. What are you doing? Shin Shiwei asked. It's been a while. Did you not miss me?
His gaze was gentle as he looked at her, his voice melodious. Shin Shiwei noticed that perhaps due to their time apart, he seemed to have become even more handsome. However, his directness made her feel somewhat taken aback. She still preferred the aloof demeanor he had shown her before. I thought after I slapped you last time, you would be angry with me and refrain from appearing before me again.
Weren't you quite temperamental in the past?
It was my actions that caused you harm, so it was deserved, Pei Yunxiao replied. Compared to the things I did before, you could strike me again, and I would accept it.
His attitude of contrition was commendable.
Shin Shiwei regarded his earnest demeanor, surprised that he could genuinely reflect on his past mistakes. After a long flight, she felt a bit uncomfortable in her ears. She sat down on the sofa as Pei Yunxiao approached her, saying, I brought your report card.
Chapter 53. Shen Shiwei is truly overbearing. Due to Shen Shiwei's early arrival in the capital, she did not collect her results herself. Pei Yunxiao kindly retrieved them on her behalf. Upon hearing his words, Shen Shiwei cast a glance at him as Pei Yunxiao handed her the results, stating, "You have made remarkable progress. If Zhao Tingshan continues to tutor you this semester, gaining admission to Qingbei should be well within your reach." She had already ascended to the top 20 in her grade, a feat Pei Yunxiao had never dared to envision. After all, in his eyes, she had always been rather dim-witted. Reflecting on his previous remarks about her, it was only natural for her to feel anger. Pei Yunxiao, buoyed by this good news, could not help but inquire, "And what about you? How did you fare? Surely, you haven't surpassed Zhao Tingshan, have you?" At the mention of this, Pei Yunxiao's expression darkened. Upon noticing his reaction, Shen Shiwei immediately understood. "So, it seems you didn't outscore him?" With a hint of regret, Pei Yunxiao confessed, "Having studied alongside him, you should know his capabilities are indeed formidable. I wonder how he studies. It would be splendid if I could learn some of his methods." Seeing his earnestness in seeking guidance, Shen Shiwei replied, "He hardly studies at all." That statement only served to further sour Pei Yunxiao's countenance. Zhao Tingshan, not studying yet effortlessly surpassing him, how could that be? Surely Shen Shiwei was merely trying to provoke him. "Alright, I must go change," Shen Shiwei declared, rising and grabbing her bag as she ascended the stairs, intending to share her results with Zhao Tingshan. From the brink of failure to the top 20, such an unimaginable transformation. Though it may seem simple, she recognized the considerable effort Zhao Tingshan had invested in her. Otherwise, he would hardly have been so diligent in his own studies. Zhao Tingshan congratulated her in return and mentioned he had already returned home after spending some time in the capital. Upon their return, both Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan found themselves preoccupied with their own affairs. For the past few days, they had not crossed paths. Pei Yunxiao, noticing Zhao Tingshan's absence, felt a flicker of delight. In the morning, he and Shen Shiwei traveled to school together. "Have you had a falling out with Zhao Tingshan?" Shen Shiwei glanced at him. "Who told you that? Then why haven't you two met? He hasn't come looking for you. Does not meeting equate to a falling out?" Shen Shiwei found his logic amusing. "My relationship with Zhao Tingshan is perfectly fine, rest assured." Shiwei. Pei Yunxiao was unwilling to accept this reality, refusing to believe he had lost all chances. Shen Shiwei must still be sulking over something. It had to be that. "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to irritate me? If I had treated you poorly before, I could understand your anger. But now, I genuinely wish to be with you." The more she ignored him, the more he became agitated. He could not fathom that their long-standing bond could be so easily overshadowed by Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao considered himself not one to concede defeat. Shen Shiwei leaned against the car window, observing Pei Yunxiao. "Is this truly the best answer you've come up with during your entire spring festival break?" Pei Yunxiao replied, "I have indeed been reflecting on myself. To secure everything from the Shen family, you are quite determined." His gaze appeared particularly sincere at that moment. Had she not been aware of his true nature, Shen Shiwei might have been deceived by him. Upon hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao looked at her, wounded. "Is this how you perceive me? That I am such a person?" He offered her his genuine heart, yet she believed his motives were for the Shen family's wealth? "Then what sort of person do you think you are?" Shen Shiwei could not help but chuckle. Pei Yunxiao, disgruntled, retorted, "It seems you truly do not trust me." Shen Shiwei picked up her phone, engrossed in her messages, ignoring him entirely. Pei Yunxiao felt a profound sense of insult. "Shen Shiwei. I am speaking to you. I heard you." Shen Shiwei replied nonchalantly, though her tone remained calm. Her indifference only fueled Pei Yunxiao's frustration. If it had been the past, if it had been the former Shen Shiwei. If he had confessed his feelings for her, she would have been overjoyed. Pei Yunxiao asked, "Do you not feel the slightest bit happy?" "Happy?" Shen Shiwei turned to him, perplexed by his words. "What reason do I have to be happy? Do you profess to like me? Is your affection truly so precious? Had it not been for Meng Qingran's disinterest, would he have ever approached her?" The tranquility in her gaze was, to Pei Yunxiao, the greatest mockery. Once someone who cherished him, she now regarded his confession with indifference, finding it laughable. Before long, they arrived at school, and Shen Shiwei stated, "Time to get out." Pei Yunxiao opened the car door and stepped out. Still seething from Shen Shiwei's earlier remarks, he chose not to wait for her and strode directly into the school. As Shen Shiwei exited the vehicle, she found his retreating figure rather amusing. Was he truly sulking? Upon entering the school, Pei Yunxiao encountered Meng Qingran, who was scanning the area. Seeing him approach, she greeted him politely, "Yunxiao." Upon seeing Meng Qingran for the first time in a semester, Pei Yunxiao maintained a stoic expression. Meng Qingran offered him breakfast. "I just bought this." "That I've already eaten." Pei Yunxiao declined her kindness, still unable to stomach anything after his earlier confrontation with Shen Shiwei. Noticing his foul mood, Meng Qingran inquired, "What happened? Who upset you?" Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together, heading toward the classroom, reluctant to discuss it. Meng Qingran followed closely. Has Shen Shiwei returned? Having seen them together when they collected their report cards, she was aware Pei Yunxiao did not accompany Shen Shiwei to the capital. She had inquired about the reason, but Pei Yunxiao merely fabricated an excuse about family matters, not wishing to go. Throughout the winter break, Meng Qingran had invited him out several times, yet he had remained indoors. The thought of Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan together in the capital left Pei Yunxiao feeling unsettled. Previously, he had been indifferent, knowing she would always be there, impossible to drive away.
Now, he could no longer afford to be apathetic. He realized that, without careful attention, she could slip away with someone else. Pei Yunxiao replied, "She has returned."
"Did she not come with you?" "She is behind me." "Did you two have a quarrel?"
Seeing Pei Yunxiao's stern demeanor, Meng Qingran surmised she had guessed correctly.
"She is a girl. You should be more accommodating. Do you think she is like me, able to tolerate everything?"
Imagining Shen Shiwei's aloofness and disdain towards him only served to heighten his frustration. In contrast, Meng Qingran, who shared similar circumstances with him, did not evoke such a strong sense of inferiority. The anger ignited by Shen Shiwei began to dissipate under Meng Qingran's soothing presence. Pei Yunxiao remarked, "She went to the capital with Zhao Tingshan."
"Is that what has you so upset?"
It was no wonder he was in such a foul temper. Shen Shiwei's actions did seem rather overbearing. Previously, she had fawned over Pei Yunxiao, yet now, with his newfound kindness, she was acting high and mighty. Meng Qingran felt a twinge of sympathy for Pei Yunxiao. Chapter 54. Pei Yunxiao, "You are too pathetic." Pei Yunxiao chuckled lightly. "She insists that I must outscore Zhao Tingshan on my exams if I wish to be with her, otherwise, she claims I am unworthy of her." The mere thought of these matters ignited genuine anger within Pei Yunxiao. He was at a loss as to whom he could confide in. Meng Qingran, however, proved to be a rather agreeable conversational partner. Upon hearing Pei Yunxiao's lament, Meng Qingran found it utterly absurd.
Is she out of her mind? Does she truly believe she is some kind of heiress? What are Zhao Tingshan's qualifications compared to yours?
Children from affluent families like Zhao Tingshan have resources that we can hardly compare to.
Is it truly so easy to outperform Zhao Tingshan?
As Meng Qingran articulated her thoughts, Pei Yunxiao let out a sigh.
In any case, I am unworthy. I shall keep my distance from her. Yunxiao, you are too pitiful.
Meng Qingran gazed at him and said, "It is my fault. I should not have pressured you to approach Shen Shiwei, who would have known she was such a person." While monopolizing Pei Yunxiao's time, attending classes together daily, she made everyone believe he was merely her devoted admirer, all the while putting on airs. Even someone as easygoing as him found it hard to tolerate Shen Shiwei's behavior. Pei Yunxiao remained silent. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Meng Qingran inquired, "What is the current state of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan?"
It had been a while.
Surely Zhao Tingshan must be aware of her past indiscretions. Upon hearing her question, Pei Yunxiao replied, "Zhao Tingshan hasn't sought her out in the past few days. When she returned that day, she was alone, so it seems their relationship has soured."
"Then do not engage with her." Meng Qingran offered her counsel.
"The more kindness you show her, the more she believes you cannot live without her, leading her to act superior. If you treat her coldly for a couple of days like before, she will surely feel anxious." Pei Yunxiao shared this sentiment. He too possessed a sense of pride. While he genuinely wished to treat Shen Shiwei well, it did not mean he would indulge her without cause. Especially given the hurtful words she had spoken. During a break, Meng Qingran approached Pei Yunxiao to chat, deliberately in front of Shen Shiwei. Shen Shiwei, however, paid her no mind. Observing Shen Shiwei's lack of reaction, Meng Qingran felt somewhat dissatisfied and initiated a conversation with Shen Shiwei. "Shiwei, how was your time in the capital?"
"Quite enjoyable. It is truly a pity you did not join us. Were you with Zhao Tingshan?"
At the mention of Zhao Tingshan, those nearby could not help but glance at Shen Shiwei. "Yes," she affirmed, acknowledging her relationship with Zhao Tingshan without hesitation. "Zhao Tingshan hasn't dissed you yet," teased someone from the front row. Shen Shiwei was well aware of their insinuations. Although her closeness with Zhao Tingshan was common knowledge, many still believed she was merely a kept woman, convinced that he would eventually discard her.
"Not at all. He is quite enamored with me," Shen Shiwei retorted. "And what of Pei Yunxiao?" Meng Qingran defended him. "Isn't it a bit excessive to keep him hanging?"
Shen Shiwei was momentarily taken aback by Meng Qingran's direct inquiry. Was Meng Qingran truly defending Pei Yunxiao? If memory served correctly, it was she who had pressured Pei Yunxiao to pursue her. When he hesitated, she had even considered breaking up with him.
Shen Shiwei looked at Meng Qingran in surprise. "Isn't he your boyfriend?"
Meng Qingran exchanged glances with Shen Shiwei. The term boyfriend made her feel somewhat awkward. After all, they were still students. Even if they were indeed dating, they kept it discreet. After a brief pause, Meng Qingran retorted, "Yunxiao and I are merely classmates."
"Really?" Shen Shiwei responded, "Aren't you two quite close? On his birthday, didn't you announce in front of everyone that you were seeing him? Am I mistaken?" Shen Shiwei deliberately surveyed the room. Her reminder prompted everyone to recall Meng Qingran's earlier declarations. At that time, she had been solely focused on securing Pei Yunxiao, never considering the implications, leaving herself no escape route. However, upon discovering that Pei Yunxiao was merely the son of a chauffeur, she now found herself in a precarious position. Seeing her silence as she attempted to feign ignorance, Shen Shiwei was not about to let her off easily. With an expression of feigned curiosity, Shen Shiwei continued, "Strangely enough, you two have hardly interacted lately. Could it be that you've lost interest upon realizing Pei Yunxiao's family background, merely the son of our family as chauffeur?" With just a few words, Shen Shiwei painted Meng Qingran as a materialistic person. Meng Qingran's cheeks flushed, reflecting on her earlier eagerness to associate with Pei Yunxiao. She now found herself at a disadvantage. If she truly ended things with Pei Yunxiao, how would others perceive her? Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, fearing her carefully crafted image might shatter, Meng Qingran quickly explained, "Not at all, I merely noticed you two together every day, so I didn't want to intrude. I know you have always liked Yunxiao, so I thought it unnecessary to jeopardize our friendship over a man. I am willing to facilitate your relationship."
Really, there's no need, Qin Shiwei, fearing Meng Qingran might hand Pei Yunxiao over to her, hastily clarified, if that is the case, you need not worry. I have no connection with Pei Yunxiao whatsoever, he simply shares my right to school, there is no question of me keeping him hanging, I am not blind, why would I pursue someone like him when Zhao Tingshan is so much better? With her words, Qin Shiwei effectively belittled Pei Yunxiao. Especially when she juxtaposed him against Zhao Tingshan, the disparity was glaring. Observing Qin Shiwei's disparagement of Pei Yunxiao and her attempts to pass him off to Meng Qingran, the latter naturally felt indignant. Why should she want someone rejected by Qin Shiwei? She was no one's leftovers. If Qin Shiwei truly found Pei Yunxiao unworthy, then she had no desire to pursue him either. Meng Qingran retorted, if that is the case, why did you deceive him into believing that once he surpasses Zhao Tingshan in exams, you would be with him?
Isn't that keeping him on a string?
Qin Shiwei cast a meaningful glance at Pei Yunxiao, surprised that he had confided such things to Meng Qingran. Their relationship must indeed be quite close. Perhaps in his eyes, Meng Qingran was truly trustworthy. Qin Shiwei smirked and replied, that was merely because Pei Yunxiao expressed a desire to be with me. Perhaps he grew anxious when I ignored him last semester.
I only said that to reject him. Who doesn't know he always scores behind Zhao Tingshan? It's utterly impossible for him to surpass him. You can't genuinely believe I said that to keep him hanging, can you? The truth is, even if I did give him a chance, he still wouldn't outscore Zhao Tingshan, would he? Use Chapter 55. Your father has had an accident originally. The intention was to leverage this incident to tarnish Qin Shiwei's reputation, portraying her as a disloyal woman. However, to their surprise, Qin Shiwei turned the tables and now, everyone is aware that Pei Yunxiao confessed his feelings to Qin Shiwei, only to be rejected. As Meng Qingran glared at her in indignation, she felt compelled to retort but struggled to find the right words. Qin Shiwei smiled slightly and said, don't be upset till I understand that your words stem from concern for Pei Yunxiao. Qingran, I know your feelings for him are genuine, otherwise, you wouldn't stand up for him here. Rest assured, Pei Yunxiao holds you in high regard as well. It's merely that after your previous quarrel, he resorted to using me to provoke you deep down, his affections lie solely with you. Who among us is unaware of this? He used to treat you with such kindness. Whenever you fell ill, it was he who was most anxious. Therefore, you both must reconcile and not let misunderstandings arise because of me. After speaking, Qin Shiwei glanced at Pei Yunxiao. Aren't you going to explain yourself to your beloved? You previously mentioned wanting to be with me just to irritate her, didn't you?
Pei Yunxiao looked up at Qin Shiwei. As she spoke with such nonchalance, he recalled that he had indeed acted out of spite towards Meng Qingran. Yet now, her words left him feeling humiliated. What did she mean by saying he merely wanted to be with her while she had rejected him? It was common knowledge that she had once cherished him dearly. But now, when he sincerely wished to be with her, she treated him as though he were an infatuated fool. Initially, during his birthday, Pei Yunxiao thought he had embarrassed himself beyond measure. Little did he anticipate that she would humiliate him once more. Even her insistence on surpassing Zhao Tingshan seemed to mock his previous statements. So, she had always maintained a close relationship with Zhao Tingshan, and her kindness towards him was not a mere facade. Upon reflection, aside from seeking her father's assistance to rescue her, she had done nothing for him. In fact, she seemed averse to him accompanying her to and from school every day. Was it that she found him disgraceful and felt he was unworthy of her company? Pei Yunxiao regarded Qin Shiwei and said, Qin Shiwei, I offered you opportunities, yet you chose to reject them. He was sincere in wanting to be with her, but instead of gratitude, she treated him with disdain. That it was his folly that allowed her to toy with him like this. Upon hearing him speak of opportunities, Qin Shiwei felt a twinge of helplessness. It is not that you granted me opportunities, but rather, you have long since exhausted any possibility with me. After saying this, she turned to Meng Qingran.
Qingran, Pei Yunxiao truly cares for you, and I envy you.
You see, I once gave him everything, yet he has eyes only for you. He has treated you remarkably well. About a person as wonderful as you surely wouldn't let him down.
Meng Qingran cast a glance at the nearly shattered Pei Yunxiao, realizing that Qin Shiwei was a venomous woman. Unlike Qin Shiwei, she would not stoop to such levels. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Meng Qingran stated, my relationship with Yunxiao is none of your business. I only wanted to give him to you because I saw how much you liked him. I never imagined you would turn out to be so despicable. Indeed, I am a wretched woman, Qin Shiwei retorted. But certainly not like you. If I were Pei Yunxiao, I would never marry you in this lifetime, or I would be struck by lightning. After class, Qin Shiwei approached the teacher to request a change of seat. Having improved significantly in her studies last semester, the teacher was inclined to accommodate her request. She was relocated to sit next to a girl with whom she had little interaction, far from Pei Yunxiao's vicinity. Previously, everyone thought Qin Shiwei was merely playing around, but now they realized she was serious about distancing herself from Pei Yunxiao. After school, Pei Yunxiao chose not to eat. Meng Qingran, sitting beside him, asked, aren't you going to eat? You go ahead. I'm not hungry, he replied, feeling utterly incapable of consuming anything. Then I'll bring something back for you. Seeing his despondent state, Meng Qingran felt compelled to care for him. Pei Yunxiao lifted his gaze to meet hers. Why did you feel the need to speak about her in front of everyone? If Meng Qingran had remained silent, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. Meng Qingran did not expect Pei Yunxiao to be upset with her. I merely wanted to stand up for you. Don't you think that makes you look foolish? Pei Yunxiao was utterly exasperated, unable to control his emotions even in Meng Qingran's presence. Now, everyone knows I sought out Qin Shiwei. Meng Qingran regretted her actions as well. I truly did not foresee her transforming into this person. I thought a few words would prompt her to reflect on herself. Who would have guessed I should never have listened to you and sought her out to reconcile. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Alright, Meng Qingran apologized. I was in the wrong, I failed to consider the situation thoroughly. I never anticipated Qin Shiwei would become like this, she feels so foreign now. How could someone we know turn so callous? It's a classic case of wanting to destroy what one cannot have. Pei Yunxiao maintained a stern expression, choosing silence. Thankfully, he had known from the outset that one could only rely on oneself. He had never expected Qin Shiwei to assist him. During the winter break, he had kept himself occupied with work. Meng Qingran looked at him with concern. What will you do now? What about college? Nothing to worry about, Pei Yunxiao replied. I have a scholarship and can continue working. If I manage to get accepted, money will not be an issue. Now that he had turned 18, he could open his own bank account. He deposited his earnings into Alipay, ensuring they would not be taken by his father again. That afternoon, after school, Pei Yunxiao returned to the Shen household. He packed his belongings, preparing to move out. Qin Shiwei was taken aback by his assertiveness. Aren't you staying? Stay here for you to mock me? Pei Yunxiao glared at the girl who had made him the subject of ridicule among his peers. Qin Shiwei, do you truly believe you have the upper hand? Qin Shiwei turned her gaze elsewhere, refusing to respond. Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Pei Yunxiao remarked, I genuinely wish to be with you. I even considered severing ties with Meng Qingran, yet you simply do not deserve it. Ha! Qin Shiwei could not be bothered to explain. Pei Yunxiao observed her haughty disposition. I look forward to witnessing the moment Zhao Tingshan discards you. Let me see just how miserable you become. And when that time comes, do not come seeking my help. With that, he strode out the door. Initially, he had thought Qin Shiwei wanted him to stay for his own good. Now, it appeared she merely sought to humiliate him, waiting for the day he would leave on his own accord. As it was the final semester before the college entrance examination, everyone was diligently studying. Qin Shiwei was no exception. Zhao Tingshan continued to tutor her, occasionally picking her up from school. In March and April, Pei Yunxiao did not witness Qin Shiwei being discarded by Zhao Tingshan. In May, recalling her promise to her father, she called him, asking him to return and help her prepare for the college entrance examination. In truth, she was quite satisfied with her academic performance. Even if she did not gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, securing a spot at a decent 985 or 211 institution would suffice. However, her father had to return. Qin Wenbin promised to come back before May 10th. Qin Shiwei remembered that her father had encountered an accident in late May. If he returned before the 10th, then everything should be fine. Yet, that afternoon, while still at school, Qin Shiwei received a phone call from Qiqing. Weimi, your father has had an accident. Chapter 56. Staying at the hotel, Qin Shiwei hung up the phone, exchanged a brief word with her teacher, and left the classroom without hesitation. Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran looked up as she exited, curiosity etched on their faces. Meng Qingran inquired, where is she off to? Her abrupt departure during class was indicative of some pressing matter. Pei Yunxiao, observing the flustered expression on her face, furrowed his brows in concern. Upon exiting the school premises, Qin Shiwei summoned her driver. With no high-speed trains available and the trains being painfully slow, driving was the only option. She recalled her previous life when she had received the distressing news about her father and urged Pei Yunxiao to accompany her. Yet, he had declined, citing his classes as an excuse, asserting that his presence would be of no assistance. Ultimately, he had chosen to celebrate Meng Qingran's birthday instead. Shiwei. The voice broke her reverie, and she looked up to see Zhao Tingshan approaching. His car was parked at the school gate. He stepped out and said, get in the car. Qin Shiwei was taken aback by his unexpected presence. Logically, he should have been in class at this hour. Upon seeing him, she uttered, my father is in trouble. I am aware, Zhao Tingshan replied with remarkable composure, far beyond his tender age of 20. I heard it from my uncle, so I came to fetch you. Qin Shiwei, reassured by his words, climbed into the vehicle. I had already asked the driver to come for me, she stated. Just tell him to head back, he suggested. I will accompany you. My uncle is also on site. In stark contrast to Pei Yunxiao's dismissive attitude in her previous life, Zhao Tingshan's demeanor was incredibly dependable, instilling a sense of comfort within her. Yet, despite having lived through this once before, Qin Shiwei found herself unable to confront the grim reality. In her past life, her father had met with an accident while on a business trip, coinciding with a road collapse. However, she believed he had evaded such a fate this time. Why, after her rebirth, was her father still in peril? Moreover, the timing of the incident was markedly earlier than before. As they drove, the journey would take over 5 hours, leaving Qin Shiwei in a state of agitation. She leaned against the car window, gripping her wrist tightly in an effort to suppress the tremors that threatened to betray her composure. Yet, she found it impossible to quell her anxiety. Her father was the most cherished person in her life. The tragedy of her previous existence had begun with his departure. She desperately wished for him to remain by her side. Outside, the rain fell steadily. Zhao Tingshan noticed her silence and the tears that streamed down her face as she gazed out the window. He handed her a bottle of water, unscrewing the cap. Shiwei, drink some water. Qin Shiwei lifted her gaze to meet his, refusing the offer with red-rimmed eyes. I'm not thirsty. We still have a while to go, he reassured her. Uncle Shen will be fine. If there is any news, my uncle will call me immediately. Please, try not to worry too much. After a lengthy period of coaxing, Qin Shiwei finally accepted the water and took a few sips. Zhao Tingshan watched her, fully aware of the turmoil within her heart. He understood this feeling all too well. He had witnessed his mother's tragic demise firsthand, a haunting memory from his childhood, watching her fall from a height before his very eyes.
As they arrived at the hospital, it was already past 9 in the evening. Qi Chang approached upon seeing Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan enter.
You've arrived. Uncle Qi, how is my father?
Shen Shiwei asked, her voice hoarse from worry. He is stable for now, having received timely medical attention. There is no need for excessive concern at this moment, Qi Chang replied.
Is that true?
Despite his assurances, Shen Shiwei instinctively questioned, needing confirmation. Indeed, he has yet to regain consciousness, but I'll take you to see him, Qi Chang said. Shen Shiwei regarded Qi Chang, recalling that in her previous life, the person who had informed her about her father's accident was not him. The scenario was similar yet distinct.
Uncle Qi, what brings you here?
I was here for a meeting, and unfortunately, I happened to be present when your father had his accident, he explained.
What exactly happened to my father? She pressed.
The heavy rains over the past few days caused a landslide. I was fortunate enough to arrive in time to arrange for the best doctors to attend to him, Qi Chang elaborated. The medical conditions here were not on par with Yun City, but Qi Chang had connections, ensuring that Shen Wenbin was now out of danger. Several of his staff were injured as well, including Secretary Yan. However, Secretary Yan's injuries were less severe, and she had already regained consciousness. Shen Shiwei visited her father first, finding him lying in bed, and then proceeded to see Secretary Yan, who was also resting, her wounds bandaged.
Upon noticing Shen Shiwei, Secretary Yan attempted to sit up. Miss Shen.
Please stay lying down, I just came to check on you, Shen Shiwei urged.
How is Mr. Shen, has he awakened? Not yet, my father is gravely injured.
Secretary Yan lowered her gaze, saying, he shouldn't have gone out in this weather, but he insisted on what?
Shen Shiwei asked.
With a glance at Shen Shiwei, Secretary Yan continued, he said he promised to return to see you before the 10th, so he needed to wrap up his affairs. There was a hint of reproach in Secretary Yan's eyes as she spoke. Shen Wenbin had always been protective of his daughter, and she hesitated to voice her thoughts. If it weren't for Shen Shiwei, her father might not have been in such a predicament. Understanding the implication in Secretary Yan's gaze, Shen Shiwei felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She believed she had caused her father's misfortune. Just then, Zhao Tingshan approached, announcing, Uncle Shen has woken up. Shen Shiwei hurried to the ward, finding her father conscious but still frail from his injuries. Shiwei, he greeted her softly. She settled beside him, grasping his hand tightly.
Dad.
Noticing her tears, Shen Wenbin reassured her, why are you crying? I'm fine. Shen Shiwei's eyes had long been red, but seeing her father awake brought her a sense of relief. After keeping vigil by her father's side until the late hours, Shi Hung instructed Zhao Tingshan to take Shen Shiwei back to rest. They found a nearby hotel for the night. Before bed, Shen Shiwei took a shower. Having come in haste, she had forgotten to bring extra clothes and emerged in a bathrobe. Zhao Tingshan, seated in a chair, was momentarily taken aback as he saw her with damp hair. Although they spent time together daily, he had never seen her in such a state, causing him to awkwardly avert his gaze. Shen Shiwei frowned, I can't find the hairdryer, I've searched everywhere.
I should call the front desk.
With that, she approached to make the call. Zhao Tingshan, feeling anxious, said, I'll help you look for it. He entered the bathroom and soon emerged with the hairdryer.
Shiwei, I found it.
Just as Shen Shiwei connected the call to the front desk, she heard his voice and set down the phone, walking over to him. Zhao Tingshan observed her. Typically, she would handle such trivial matters with ease. Today, however, she seemed lost in her thoughts due to the distress over her father's condition. Noticing her wet hair, Zhao Tingshan said, sit down.
I'll help you dry your hair. Chapter 57. A restful night beside her. Shen Shiwei cast a glance at him. Can you?
He gazed at her, offering no response, yet his eyes bore a resolute intensity. Shen Shiwei had no choice but to take a seat on the stool. Zhao Tingshan stood before her, towel in hand, diligently drying her damp hair. He then picked up a hairdryer, assisting her in styling her hair. As Shen Shiwei observed the earnest expression on Zhao Tingshan's face reflected in the mirror, she inquired, have you ever dried someone else's hair before? Never, he replied quietly, his gaze fixed on her. Why do you think that? Shen Shiwei explained, I just assumed since you were drying my hair, you must have done it for others as well.
Not at all.
Zhao Tingshan continued to dry her hair with tender care. For a moment, the hotel room was enveloped in the sound of the hairdryer. Despite being seated there, Shen Shiwei felt that today was anything but tranquil. On her way, she had entertained numerous dreadful possibilities, fearing she might once again lose her father as she had before. Fortunately, it turned out to be a mere false alarm. Once Zhao Tingshan finished drying her hair, Shen Shiwei felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. Observing her, he recognized her fatigue, and after all, she had been crying the entire way. He switched off the hairdryer and gently urged, you should get some sleep. Rising from her seat, Shen Shiwei walked to the bed, pulled back the covers, and nestled herself within. Moments later, she opened her eyes to see Zhao Tingshan emerging from the bathroom, having shed his outer shirt to reveal a simple white t-shirt beneath.
Are you heading out? She asked.
Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tingshan replied, not going anywhere, I'll stay here. I can't leave you alone. In an unfamiliar city, he genuinely felt uneasy about leaving her by herself, especially since she appeared visibly distressed today, undoubtedly worried about Uncle Shen. Then where will you sleep? She queried. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Tingshan retrieved a spare blanket from the nearby cabinet and spread it out on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor, he stated matter-of-factly, laying down his makeshift bedding while Shen Shiwei paid him no mind. After a while, he extinguished the room's lights and settled down. The curtains remained undrawn, allowing the dim glow of the streetlights to seep in. It had rained earlier, softening the light's brilliance.
Shin Shiwei turned over, hearing the rhythmic sound of his breathing intermingling with the rain outside.
Zhao Tingshan, she called softly. I'm here, he responded, rising momentarily, assuming she had something to discuss. Upon glancing at her, he noticed Shin Shiwei still lying down. With a languid tone, she expressed, "Thank you for accompanying me today." When she received the news, her only thought had been to rush over. She had not asked for his assistance, he had taken it upon himself to take leave and come along, busily tending to her needs. Zhao Tingshan, hearing her gratitude, settled back down. "No need to thank me." She was always so polite to him. Zhao Tingshan reclined against the pillow. "As long as your uncle is all right." Shin Shiwei replied, "If you hadn't been here today, I think I would have felt utterly helpless." The long journey, compounded by the heavy rain. It was his presence that brought her a sense of security amidst the turmoil. "Get some rest." Zhao Tingshan encouraged. Shin Shiwei dozed off. When she awoke, sunlight streamed into the room. The rain from the previous day had ceased. Sitting up in bed, she saw Zhao Tingshan emerging from the bathroom, having washed his face, his hair still damp compared to his usual demeanor. He now possessed a more relatable, lived-in quality, akin to a character stepped out from the pages of a comic book. "Good morning," she greeted. Zhao Tingshan approached the door, retrieving a bag. "I brought some clothes for you." "Thank you," she replied, relieved to have a change of clothes, as she had forgotten to pack any the previous day. She looked at Zhao Tingshan. "You woke up so early?" "Yes," he affirmed. Shin Shiwei scrutinized him. "You didn't sleep, did you?" Recalling his struggles with sleep, Zhao Tingshan glanced at her. It was all right. Compared to previous nights, he had managed to rest fairly well. Each time he opened his eyes and saw her beside him, listening to her soft, rhythmic breathing, his heart was filled with a profound sense of stability. After they both changed clothes, they descended to have breakfast. After leaving the hospital yesterday, it had grown quite late, and neither had eaten much, Shin Shiwei especially lacking an appetite now. After a good night's sleep, she felt considerably better. She even bought breakfast for her father to take to the hospital. Secretary Yan had come to care for Shin Wenbin. Despite her injuries, she sat beside him, holding a straw to feed him water before placing it back on the table. "Mr. Shin," Secretary Yan remarked, "while there was no immediate danger to life this time, I feel you may be indulging your daughter a bit too much." Shin Wenbin lifted his head, glancing at her. "What do you mean?" "I simply believe that sometimes, one cannot be too lenient with her." Yen. Shin Wenbin's tone darkened. "How long have you been by my side? When has it been your place to speak on matters concerning Weiwei?" Chastised, Secretary Yin quickly apologized. "My fault, I merely thought that she caused you a near calamity this time. This was merely an accident. It has nothing to do with her. If you speak like this again, do not blame me for not accommodating you in my presence." "Yes." Secretary Yen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she regarded the man. After all these years, she had entered the company right after graduation and had learned much under his guidance. He was always willing to teach her. Whenever she made a mistake, he would not hold it against her, often reassuring her. Yet no matter how kind he was to her, his demeanor turned stern whenever it concerned Shin Shiwei. She felt utterly unqualified to comment on matters related to Shin Shiwei. Upon witnessing his displeasure, Secretary Yan stepped outside. Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan stood at the doorway, and when she caught sight of Shin Shiwei, she refrained from speaking and merely walked away. Shin Shiwei glanced at Zhao Tingshan beside her. Until now, she had always perceived Secretary Yan merely as her father's secretary. However, it appeared that their relationship was not as she had imagined. Ever since her mother's passing, her father had not remarried, nor had she seen other women in his life. She had previously thought his lack of consideration for remarriage stemmed from his busy work schedule. Now, it seemed he simply wished to shield her from the truth. Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan entered the room. "Dad." Shin Wenbin lay in bed, still slightly vexed by Secretary Yan's remarks. Upon seeing Shin Shiwei, a smile graced his face. "Weiwei, you've come so early. I was worried about you, so I came over and brought you breakfast," she replied as Zhao Tingshan placed the breakfast on a nearby table and opened the bag. Shin Shiwei asked, "How are you feeling today?" "Not too bad," he replied, noticing his attempt to appear composed. Shin Shiwei remarked, "Not too bad, your face looks terrible. Yesterday's injuries." The wounds had been numb at first, but after a night's rest, the pain had set in. As Shin Shiwei fed him, he could hardly eat, managing only a few sips of porridge. "Dad, did you just scold Secretary Yan?" she inquired. Chapter 58, Is our young master Tingshan really so kind? Shin Wenbin's gaze fell upon her. "Did you hear everything?" Shin Shimei replied, "She is merely concerned for your well-being." Her intention was solely to suggest that her father spend some time at home to weather the storm. Little did she realize that it would only invite new troubles for him. Shin Shimei even began to doubt whether her father was fated to encounter this calamity. Turning to Shin Shimei, Shin Wenbin said, "It is only right for me to accompany you home. By the way, there is nothing more for you to do here. You and Tingshan should return first. Assistant Wang is also here today. With them looking after me, I shall be fine." Shin Shimei was reluctant to leave at this moment. "Can't I accompany you back?" She was genuinely worried, longing to stay by her father's side. Given how events had unfolded, she felt a relentless unease if she did not remain close to him during this ordeal. "Look at you." Shin Wenbin chided, "You are no longer a child, yet you cling so." "Tingshan, I appreciate your effort in taking Shimei home. She has exams to prepare for. Let her focus on her studies." Zhao Tingshan nodded, understood. Shin Shimei cast a glance at Zhao Tingshan. Seeing her father's resolute expression, she decided not to press the matter further. Her father had escaped danger. He was now recuperating here. Indeed, she could not be of much support to him. She spoke to her father. Dad, I had a dream.
What kind of dream?
I dreamt that just before my college entrance exams, you went on a business trip and encountered a landslide on the highway. In that moment, I thought I had lost you forever. I do not wish to be unreasonable and insist that you stay home with me. I am simply afraid. I thought that if you returned home, such a calamity would be avoided. Yet, unexpectedly, you still got hurt. Although her father was unharmed now, the memory of that incident lingered. Shin Shimei felt it necessary to remind her father of her fears. Hearing her words, Shin Wenbin could only smile helplessly. Dreams often contradict reality. At your age, why do you still behave like a young girl?
With reddened eyes and a hint of grievance, Shin Shimei retorted, how can you say that?
Everything in the dream felt so real. I even remember the day clearly. May 26th. The accident occurred on that stretch of highway between Longcheng and Songshan. Noticing her seriousness, Shin Wenbin reassured her, alright, I understand. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I shall return home to be with you until your exams are over, I promise. His daughter had grown up, yet she still possessed the innocence of a child.
It was no wonder she spoke such naive words. Shin Shimei nodded, okay.
With her father's understanding, she finally felt at ease. She left the hospital room with Zhao Tingshin. Secretary Yen returned from outside, standing at the door and politely nodding to Shin Shimei. Although she had reservations about Shin Shimei, she did not wish to be dismissed by Shin Wenbin. Shin Shimei and Zhao Tingshin returned to Yun City. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon, and they chose not to go to school, opting instead to rest. Shin Shimei returned to her room and lay down on the bed. Zhao Tingshin, noticing her comfort, suggested, perhaps I should wait for you downstairs.
Just sit here.
Shin Shimei replied, her demeanor shy as she sat up.
After sharing a bed last night, why are you still so anxious?
Zhao Tingshin responded, visibly flustered. He shot a bemused glance at Shin Shimei.
Am I speaking nonsense? Shin Shimei insisted, did we not sleep in the same room last night? What are you thinking?
Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshin remarked, perhaps you should just rest. I won't be giving you a lesson today.
Are you upset? Not at all.
Zhao Tingshin replied, sometimes, it is crucial not to push yourself too hard.
Appropriate rest is important. I shall return tomorrow. Shin Shimei nodded, alright then, you must be tired.
He had accompanied her to the hospital and still agreed to help her study. It was rather inconsiderate of her. She settled on the bed, waiting for Zhao Tingshin to leave. However, he paused at the doorway, turning back to gaze at her. Shin Shimei felt slightly uncomfortable under his scrutiny and inquired, what is it? About the dream you mentioned to Uncle Shin. He had contemplated asking this throughout his journey back.
What about that dream?
Shin Shimei asked, her expression one of surprise. Seeing her bewilderment, Zhao Tingshin replied, it's nothing. He turned and left. He had intended to inquire further, but her reaction left him hesitant. After Zhao Tingshin departed, Shin Shimei lay there for a while until Aunt Zhou called her for dinner. After a refreshing nap, she felt much better and made her way downstairs. Aunt Zhou remarked, oh, I just saw Pei Yunxiao. Upon hearing that name, Shin Shimei became more alert.
Where did you see him? At the entrance. After dinner, Shin Shimei took the dog out for a walk with Aunt Zhou.
As she led Dabai outside, she indeed spotted Pei Yunxiao waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, Dabai barked fiercely. The dog was only well behaved in front of Zhao Tingshin. Whenever it encountered Pei Yunxiao, it would display its claws and fangs. Shin Shimei recalled how, in her past life, Dabai had always disliked Pei Yunxiao. At that time, she had thought her dog was being unreasonable. Now, she understood that the truly inconsiderate one had been herself. Shin Shimei confronted him, what are you sneaking around my house for, planning to steal something? Pei Yunxiao had been waiting at the door for quite some time. After their previous altercation, he felt that reaching out to her would be humiliating, yet his curiosity compelled him to come.
I heard that Uncle Shin had an accident, how is he?
This news had reached Pei Hong first, who related to Pei Yunxiao, urging him to check on Shin Wenbin. Remembering how well Shin Wenbin had treated him, Pei Yunxiao steeled himself to come. Shin Shimei replied, he is still in the hospital.
Then why did you return? Am I not allowed to return for class? You seem rather concerned.
Shin Shimei led Dabai further ahead, while Pei Yunxiao, wary of the dog, kept his distance, carefully following her.
I wanted to see Uncle Shin. That won't be necessary.
Shin Shimei stated, your feigned concern is unwelcome. Now that her father had encountered trouble, memories of Pei Yunxiao's true nature from her past life resurfaced in her mind. Shin Shimei wore a t-shirt paired with pink balloon pants. The streetlights elongated her shadow, and she chose not to engage Pei Yunxiao further, instead opting to play with her dog. Aunt Zhou glanced at Pei Yunxiao and advised, young Master Pei, perhaps you should head home. Our young lady is engaged now. Your frequent visits may lead to misunderstandings.
Has Zhao Tingshin visited Uncle Shin? Mr.
Shin is hospitalized in Longcheng, and it was young Master Tingshin who accompanied him. They just returned today. Our young Master Tingshin is truly kind-hearted. With the college entrance exams approaching, he took time off without a second thought. It is hard to find a man who treats our young lady better than he does. Chapter 59 is just a birthday, so what? It was evident that Aunt Zhou was mocking her, which left Pei Yunxiao feeling somewhat despondent. Shin Shuwei had hurriedly left the classroom the previous day, and he was taken aback to learn it was due to her father. In the past, whenever Shin Shuwei faced significant matters, she would undoubtedly seek him out first. At that time, he found her quite bothersome, yet now, she no longer sought him out, preferring to confide in Zhao Tingshin instead. To his surprise, he felt an unexpected sense of loss. Had she come to him, he would have readily accompanied her to Longcheng, just like Zhao Tingshan would. After taking Dubai for a stroll, Qin Shiwei returned to find Aunt Zhou standing alone nearby. Pei Yunxiao had already departed. Has he left? She inquired. Aunt Zhou nodded. Yes, I mentioned your plans to go to Longcheng with young Master Tingshan, and he seemed a bit displeased. He left without saying a word.
Qin Shiwei remarked, Aunt Zhou, do you think all men are like this? In what way? When you treat them well, they take you for granted. Yet, once you ignore them, they suddenly adopt a deeply sentimental facade that becomes rather nauseating.
It appeared they relished crafting an image of profound emotion for themselves, even when their hearts harbored no genuine affection. They feigned that a relationship ended not due to their own shortcomings. Pei Yunxiao was precisely like that now. Aunt Zhou acknowledged her statement. Qin Shiwei glanced at her, smiled lightly, and chose not to dwell on the matter further. With exams approaching, everyone was focused on their studies, leaving no room for distractions. On May 26, Shen Wenbin had been discharged from the hospital. He returned 2 days earlier than planned because Qin Shiwei insisted he shouldn't leave on the 26th. Thus, he arrived back in Yunqing 2 days ahead of schedule, accompanied by Secretary Yan and Wang Jiai. In the afternoon, clad in pajamas, he sat in his study, addressing matters that had been stalled for several days.
Secretary Wang entered, exclaiming, President Shen, there's been an incident.
Shen Wenbin raised his head to glance at Secretary Wang, who took a seat and opened her laptop, showing him a news article she had just seen on Weibo. A highway collapse between Longcheng and Songshan had resulted in numerous vehicles plummeting, with casualties reported. Secretary Wang continued, our original itinerary had us delivering supplies to Songshan today. If you hadn't decided to leave early, we would have been caught in that accident. Shen Wenbin listened to Secretary Wang's calm analysis, but his mind was preoccupied with Qin Shiwei's words from the hospital that day. The time, the place, she had recounted everything perfectly. Initially, he thought she was being childish, but now, chills ran down his spine. Had it not been for Qin Shiwei, he might have. At that moment, Secretary Yan also entered. Spotting Wang Jia, she turned to Shen Wenbin, President Shen.
He glanced at her, asking, what is it? I just saw the news, this is all my fault.
At the moment she saw the news, her first reaction was relief. Had Qin Shiwei not insisted on his early return, they would have been part of that calamity. It's not your fault, you were merely concerned for my safety. You both may leave now.
Shen Wenbin remained seated, staring at the computer screen, lost in thought. He recalled how Li Yang had mentioned that Qin Shiwei had resolved the hotel's fire safety issues with a single statement. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingshan was still at school, engrossed in his phone when he stumbled upon the same news article on Weibo. He opened it and recalled Qin Shiwei's words from the hospital. At the time, he thought she might be speaking whimsically, but now it seemed she was quite serious. Connecting it with the previous incident at the Royal Hotel, it was indeed intriguing. Upon exiting the school, Qin Shiwei spotted Zhao Tingshan waiting at the entrance, with exams looming. She approached him, saying, why did you suddenly come to find me without a word? I just wanted to see you, Zhao Tingshan replied, his gaze fixed on her.
Qin Shiwei felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny and suggested, let us go grab a meal. He seemed a bit off today. Once settled in the car, with Zhao Tingshan resting his arm against the window, he remarked, I just saw the news.
What news? Qin Shiwei asked. The highway collapse in Songshan. Zhao Tingshan's voice was soft. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiwei instinctively averted her gaze, replying, oh, really? She pretended to check her phone but had already seen it earlier. She was relieved her father had escaped the ordeal. Now, she felt considerably more at ease. Who knew Zhao Tingshan would bring it up? Zhao Tingshan observed Qin Shiwei intently, saying, it seems your dreams are rather accurate. Qin Shiwei coughed lightly, holding her phone, it appears so. I never anticipated such an event would actually occur. Thankfully, my dad is safe. Shiwei, Zhao Tingshan said, his expression complex as he regarded her. Last time you mentioned the fire safety issue at the Royal Hotel, was it also from a dream? Upon hearing his question, Qin Shiwei noticed he had begun to take an interest in her. She coughed again, of course, otherwise, what do you think? Then in your dreams, did you ever see me and you together? He leaned slightly towards her, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Just then, the car jolted, bringing their faces uncomfortably close. Qin Shiwei gazed at the man before her. The weather was warm, and he wore a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone. From this angle, she could clearly see his prominent Adam's apple. Although she had teased him before, they had never been this close, nor had she scrutinized him so intently. Seeing her remain silent, Zhao Tingshan, towering over her, pressed further, so did you ever dream of me? Qin Shiwei extended her hand to push him away. How was she supposed to respond? If she confessed that she dreamed of sacrificing everything for Pei Yunxiao and met a tragic end, would she then ask him to collect her remains? Zhao Tingshan obediently retreated, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. During their meal, Qin Shiwei sensed Zhao Tingshan's unwavering stare, making her feel somewhat guilty. The man was astute. She even wondered if he could possibly suspect her of having been reborn. Holding the menu, she ordered the dishes, striving to avert her eyes from him. After placing the order, with nothing else to do, she inadvertently met Zhao Tingshan's gaze and awkwardly inquired, by the way, Zhao Tingshan, when is your birthday? Having been together for so long, she had never heard him mention his birthday. With the college entrance exams approaching, her own birthday was fast approaching, and she realized she didn't even know his. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tingshan finally shifted his focus away from her dream. My birthday has already passed. When? 2 months ago. Qin Shiwei stared at him in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me? She had spent every day with him and was utterly unaware that his birthday had already come and gone. Seeing her astonished expression, Zhao Tingshan replied in a deep voice, Shiwei, I don't celebrate birthdays. Chapter 60 Graduation Party. Why don't you celebrate your birthday?
Shin Shiwei assumed that he simply hadn't informed her, as if he didn't consider her a friend. To her astonishment, he revealed that he indeed did not celebrate his birthday when the topic arose. Zhao Tingshan's expression grew somewhat intricate. After a brief pause, he finally remarked, "The day my mother passed away was coincidentally my birthday." Since she had inquired, he felt no need to conceal the truth from her. Shin Shiwei was momentarily taken aback, and then, filled with remorse, she replied, "I'm sorry, I had no idea." Zhao Tingshan addressed her, "It's all right, I don't mind discussing my matters with you." This statement spoke volumes about the trust Zhao Tingshan placed in her. Shin Shiwei refrained from asking further questions. While they were dining, Shin Wenbin called. Shin Shiwei set down her chopsticks and answered, "Dad."
Shin Wenbin inquired, "Are you not back yet?" The recent landslide weighed heavily on his mind, and he was eager to see Shin Shiwei. However, she had yet to return. Prompting his call, Shin Shiwei explained, "I'm out dining with Tingshan." Zhao Tingshan glanced up at her. Shin Shiwei then asked, "Have you eaten?" Being aware of her father's current recovery, she remained concerned for his well-being. Shin Wenbin responded, "Not yet. I was hoping to wait for you." "There's no need to wait for me, you should eat first, I'm almost finished. I'll be home shortly." With examinations approaching, she felt considerable pressure daily. Although Zhao Tingshan reassured her about her capabilities, Shin Shiwei often recalled events from her previous life. It was the perfect opportunity to indulge and unwind with a good meal before the exams. After hanging up, she informed Zhao Tingshan, "My dad called." Typically, when she didn't return home, her father wouldn't bother to inquire about her whereabouts. It was quite rare for him to call and urge her to come back. Shin Shiwei speculated that her father's call was also related to the same matter. Fortunately, upon returning home, Zhao Tingshan did not press her about it incessantly. Upon arriving home, she was greeted at the door by Secretary Yen. "Miss, you're back." Today, she appeared particularly enthusiastic. When she looked at Shin Shiwei, her demeanor was no longer as frosty as before. Shin Shiwei said, "Good evening." "I'm sorry." Shin Shiwei, puzzled, looked at her. "What is this apology for?" "Previously, I held the belief that it was your fault Shinzong was injured, thus harboring resentment towards you. But now, it seems I was narrow-minded." "It's not your fault, you were merely concerned for my father." She too had suffered as a result. Shin Shiwei, of course, bore no grudges. As she entered the living room, she saw her father waiting for her. Noticing she had returned alone, Shin Wenbin asked, "Did Zhao Tingshan not accompany you back?" Shin Shiwei replied, "He dropped me off at the door and left." "What is it that you wanted to discuss, Dad?" Shin Wenbin regarded Shin Shiwei with a complex expression. Indeed, seeing his demeanor, Shin Shiwei could surmise what was on his mind. She initially thought Shin Wenbin would inquire about various matters, but to her surprise, he expressed concern for her academic performance. "How has your exam preparation been lately?" Shin Shiwei looked at her father and replied, "It's going well. Zhao Tingshan has been tutoring me." He had secured a guaranteed admission spot and didn't place much emphasis on his own grades, focusing his attention entirely on Shin Shiwei. Shin Wenbin remarked, "Tingshan treats you quite well." Shin Shiwei affirmed, "Yes. You should rest early." Noticing her father encouraging her to rest, Shin Shiwei curiously gazed at him. "Don't you have something to say?" Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her back. Shin Wenbin looked at Shin Shiwei. "It seems there's not much to ask. I intended to discuss the landslide incident. If it weren't for you, I might have." Shin Shiwei interjected, "It is because you believe in me. I merely mentioned that I had a dream, and you chose to trust my words." If he had doubted her, he would have dismissed her as a child speaking nonsense. Her father, after all, was the one person in this world who cared for her the most. Once her father's matters were settled, Shin Shiwei could focus on her exams with peace of mind. By the time of the college entrance examinations, Shin Wenbin's health had improved significantly. He accompanied Shin Shiwei to the examination venue, waiting by the school gate the entire time. Though he didn't concern himself with whether his daughter would gain admission to a prestigious university, as her father, he wanted to cheer her on after all her hard work. Meng Qingran happened to be in the same examination room as Shin Shiwei and Wang Yan. Upon their arrival, they noticed the Shin family's car parked outside. Shin Shiwei alighted from the vehicle, and Shin Wenbin embraced his daughter, saying, "Good luck." Wang Yan quickly nudged Meng Qingran, urging her to look. "Isn't that Shin Shiwei? She actually has that old man accompanying her for the exam." Rumors had circulated at school regarding Shin Shiwei being kept by an older man. However, Shin Shiwei chose not to explain, as her close association with Zhao Tingshan made others hesitant to speak ill of her. But now, seeing that older man accompany her, Meng Qingran couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. I wonder if Zhao Tingshan is aware of this. She should be more careful. What if Zhao Tingshan sees this and decides to leave her? Wang Yan speculated. He probably doesn't know, otherwise, would he allow this to happen? As she spoke, she took out her phone and snapped a picture. Meng Qingran glanced at her. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm preserving evidence. If Zhao Tingshan sees this later, will he still be with Shin Shiwei?" Although they weren't in the same school as Zhao Tingshan, who didn't have a few friends in the first high school. After Wang Yan took the photo, she sent it out, and it quickly reached Ke Yang forwarded the image to Zhao Tingshan, saying, "Brother Shin, look, is this our sister-in-law?" Zhao Tingshan glanced at it and replied, She's actually with that old man behind your back." "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Ko Yang had never met Shin Shiwei's father, so he was completely unaware of the situation. However, upon realizing that Zhao Tingshan had been pursuing Shin Shiwei, seeing such a photo circulating naturally compelled him to inform Zhao Tingshan. He had previously thought Qin Shiwei was wronged. Zhao Tingshan stared at the photo and asked Koyang, "Who sent you this picture?" "I heard it was someone from the 8th high school." "Then you should find out the details." "Got it, Brother Shin." Following Zhao Tingshan's instructions, Koyang promptly set out to investigate. On June 9, the school held a graduation ceremony. Shin Wenbin was invited to serve as a representative of the parents. Over the course of the final year, Qin Shiwei had made significant progress in her studies. Furthermore, Shin Wenbin had been supporting impoverished students at the school and held a respectable position in Yunqing. Before Qin Shiwei departed, her father changed outfits several times, asking, "Weiwei, how does Dad look in this outfit?" Qin Shiwei replied, "Dad, it's just a parent meeting, you don't need to take it so seriously." "But I can't let my precious daughter lose face," her father insisted. "You're so outstanding, I'm truly proud of you." Previously, when teachers called him, it was often to report her poor performance and to urge him to intervene. Now, they occasionally called to praise her, which was quite an adjustment for him. Observing her father's eagerness, Qin Shiwei remarked, "You've changed outfits multiple times, all of which look quite good. If you keep this up, I'll leave without you." Shin Wenbin replied, "You go ahead, I'll catch up after I tidy up. I feel I should change again." Saying this, he returned to change his clothes once more. Qin Shiwei had no choice but to head to school on her own. Just as she arrived, someone spotted her and curiously asked, "Qin Shiwei, does Zhao Tingshan know about the rumors of you being kept by an older man?" Chapter 61. Is Pei Yunxiao spreading scandalous rumors behind her back? Qin Shiwei cast a glance at the boy who had just spoken, along with his companions who stood together, jeering. They seemed to believe that their numbers would shield them from repercussions. Pointing at the boy who had made the remark, Qin Shiwei commanded, "Come here." The man, upon hearing her, retorted, "What is it? I'm merely speaking the truth. That old man accompanied you during the exam, and the photos were posted online. Surely, you don't intend to deny it. You are clearly being kept, yet you continue to masquerade as a wealthy individual." Since her separation from Pei Yunxiao, Qin Shiwei had embraced a life of luxury. Observing her lifestyle, which starkly contrasted with that of her classmates, they were consumed by envy and resentment. Now that it was revealed that she was being kept, and with graduation approaching, everyone had abandoned their pretenses. Qin Shiwei asserted, "That man is my father. Your minds are truly sordid. To be honest, if I were being kept, would Zhao Tingshan still deign to interact with me? What do you take him for?" They were all aware of Zhao Tingshan's wealth. However, they were unwilling to accept that she was born into affluence. Even when they saw her living well, they were eager to label her otherwise, as if a woman must endure more malice than her male counterparts. "Your father, indeed," the crowd scoffed at Qin Shiwei's words, dismissing her claims. "If he were truly your father, would you tolerate such remarks without a word of explanation?" "Look." Qin Shiwei replied, "I have explained myself to you now, yet you refuse to believe. Is there any need for further explanation? I do not enjoy playing the fool. Never have I encountered someone so adept at feigning. Your father is wealthy, you claim. If you do not believe me, why not inquire with Pei Yunxiao?" Qin Shiwei suggested. "He knows my family matters best. That man is indeed my father, and if he were my benefactor, he should provide you with the answer. Pei Yunxiao has already stated that man is keeping you. Can his words be false?" "What did you say? Did Pei Yunxiao really claim she was being kept?" How could such a statement have originated from him? Qin Shiwei hastily sought out Pei Yunxiao, who was currently practicing with Meng Qingran as representatives of the student body. Both were preparing for their performances. Upon seeing Qin Shiwei enter, Meng Qingran remarked, "Qin Shiwei." Just days prior, she had witnessed Qin Shiwei with an older man and was eagerly anticipating her downfall. Since that incident, Meng Qingran had spent each day in Pei Yunxiao's company, and due to Qin Shiwei's earlier comments, everyone had grown intensely curious about the relationship between her and Pei Yunxiao. Whenever the two refrained from speaking for a couple of days, inquiries would ensue, leaving Meng Qingran hesitant to express herself. Fortunately, during this period, she had attended classes alongside Pei Yunxiao, who had assisted her in catching up. Her grades had seen a slight improvement, allowing her to maintain her distance from any conflict, yet daily, as she beheld Qin Shiwei, a sense of imbalance stirred within her. With wealth to spare and a boyfriend like Zhao Tingshan, compared to Qin Shiwei, she felt like a mere clown. Recently, due to the scandal involving Qin Shiwei and the older man, whispers had circulated behind her back. Whenever Meng Qingran laid eyes on Qin Shiwei, a sense of superiority emerged. No matter how affluent Qin Shiwei might be, it was not through her own efforts but rather through the commodification of her body. This matter must have reached Zhao Tingshan's ears as well. Upon seeing Qin Shiwei enter, Meng Qingran was in a pleasant mood and ventured to greet her. However, Qin Shiwei directed her gaze at Pei Yunxiao, inquiring, "Did you tell others that I am being kept?" "I did not," Pei Yunxiao replied, his expression darkening. "Everyone is talking, but I did not say a word." "You did not say?" Qin Shiwei smiled. "Now, outside, they are naming you directly. Are you not inclined to confront this? My father has treated you well. Is this how you repay him? If he were to learn that you were spreading scandalous rumors about me at school, do you think he would continue to support your education?" It was one thing for others to speak ill of her, but for Pei Yunxiao, the ungrateful wretch, to do so was intolerable. "It truly was not me," Pei Yunxiao protested, feeling unjustly accused. "I will clarify this matter." "But Qin Shiwei, I am not the person you portray. I have never brought this up." He had merely refrained from clarifying, but he had not slandered her. Suddenly bearing the weight of an unjust accusation was immensely frustrating for Pei Yunxiao. "Fine, I await your answer. Otherwise, you shall see for yourself."
Shin Shiwei declared, casting a glance at Meng Qingran, who stood by with a composed expression. Just moments ago, she had greeted Shin Shiwei, yet now she remained silent. Shin Shiwei chose to ignore her and departed from backstage. No sooner had she walked away than Meng Qingran approached Pei Yunxiao, saying, Yunxiao, I need to step out for a moment.
Pei Yunxiao could no longer remain seated.
Seeing Shin Shiwei so incensed and mistakenly believing him to be the source of the rumors was unacceptable that he would not shoulder the blame for something he had not done. Observing his reaction, Meng Qingran followed him outside. As she watched Pei Yunxiao's retreating figure, she reflected on his earlier conversation with Shin Shiwei. Shin Shiwei had claimed that man was her father, and Pei Yunxiao had not refuted it. Could it be that he truly was her father? Did this mean the rumors of her being kept were false? Pei Yunxiao had already approached the boy who had first accused him. Pei Gu, the boy greeted politely upon seeing him.
Pei Yunxiao inquired, did you say that I claimed Shin Shiwei was being kept? The boy looked at him in surprise. Wasn't that you? Shin Shiwei, standing nearby, scoffed. When did I ever say that to you? Pei Yunxiao's temper flared.
He had never uttered such words. As he grew stern, the boy explained, it was Wang Yan who said so. She claimed you told her.
And where is Wang Yan? Pei Yunxiao was at a loss.
He had never made such statements. At that moment, Wang Yan was venting her frustrations about Shin Shiwei to several classmates. Pei Yunxiao approached her. Wang Yan.
Pei Xiao.
Wang Yan stammered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Pei Yunxiao and Shin Shiwei together.
She stepped forward, asking, what's the matter?
Pei Yunxiao questioned, did you tell others that I said Shin Shiwei is being kept?
Wang Yan replied, isn't that common knowledge?
I merely wish to ascertain whether I ever said such a thing to you, he pressed. No, Wang Yan admitted, raising her gaze to meet Shin Shiwei's. She could see Shin Shiwei watching the unfolding scene with amusement, which sent a shiver of trepidation through her. Would Shin Shiwei confront her? Though she harbored disdain for Shin Shiwei, she dared not provoke her directly. In recent days, she had only whispered behind her back. Pei Yunxiao stated, then why did you spread that it was I who said it?
Wang Yan retorted, didn't you mention it to Qingran? She told me.
Whenever she spoke of Shin Shiwei, Meng Qingran had always stood by her side with support. She naturally felt emboldened. Remembering Meng Qingran, Wang Yan gained confidence, refusing to back down in front of Shin Shiwei.
Moreover, just days ago, we witnessed Shin Shiwei cozying up to that older man. Qingran saw it too, right, Qingran?
She turned to Meng Qingran, who stood on the steps. Meng Qingran was well liked at school and was known for her honesty. With Meng Qingran backing her, Wang Yan felt a surge of courage. She was merely stating the truth. What could Shin Shiwei possibly do to her? Chapter 62. Pei Yunxiao's fury upon witnessing Wang Yan suddenly redirecting the barrage of accusations towards her. Meng Qingran's expression transformed into one of profound complexity. At this moment, Wang Yan's abrupt shift in demeanor left Meng Qingran perplexed, particularly since she had just gleaned from the conversation between Shin Shiwei and Pei Yunxiao that she might have misconstrued the situation. A strong desire to vanish consumed Meng Qingran, yet, Pei Yunxiao had already fixed his gaze upon her, leaving her no opportunity to escape. Pei Yunxiao approached Meng Qingran, his eyes locked onto hers, and inquired, did you tell Wang Yan that Shin Shiwei is being kept by someone?
Was it I who purported such a claim?
He was resolute in his certainty that he had never uttered such words. Meng Qingran had never witnessed Pei Yunxiao exhibit such a grave demeanor. Even during their previous conflicts, he had never expressed this level of ire.
Speak. Pei Yunxiao urged impatiently.
I merely wish to know if I ever disclosed that to you. The opinions of Shin Shiwei were of little consequence, but if this information were to reach Shin Wenbin, Pei Yunxiao was adamantly unwilling to bear the brunt of the blame. After all, he was counting on Shin Wenbin to continue supporting his university education. Feeling the weight of everyone's stares, Meng Qingran finally spoke up, addressing Pei Yunxiao, I did not say that.
Pei Yunxiao scrutinized her, what do you mean?
Meng Qingran clarified, I never conveyed to Wang Yan that it was you who stated this matter.
Wang Yan, upon hearing Meng Qingran's words, was momentarily taken aback. No.
You clearly, each time this topic arose, it had been Meng Qingran with whom she had discussed it. Meng Qingran had even concurred with the notion that Shin Shiwei was being kept by an older man. It was Meng Qingran who first inquired about the nature of their relationship when Shin Wenbin came to pick up Shin Shiwei from school, prompting their wild speculations. When did I ever say that Shin Shiwei being kept by an older man was something Pei Yunxiao claimed?
Wang Yan's gaze flitted between Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao.
Were it not for her unwavering trust in Meng Qingran, she would not have been so certain. After all, Pei Yunxiao was quite familiar with Shin Shiwei. Wouldn't he know best whether she was being kept? As Wang Yan hesitated, Meng Qingran interjected, moreover, weren't you the one persistently claiming that Shin Shiwei was being kept? If it weren't for your incessant remarks, I would not have been deceived. You were the one posting online, were you not? Or perhaps you took a photograph of Shin Shiwei with that older man, intending to share it with the school, hoping Zhao Tingshan would see it? Am I mistaken? Though she had known Wang Yan for quite some time, Meng Qingran was resolute in refusing to share the burden of wrongdoing with her. All the misdeeds were Wang Yan's alone. She bore no responsibility.
No.
Wang Yan gazed at Meng Qingran, if it weren't for you, I would not have acted this way. She had always regarded Meng Qingran as her closest friend, and thus, in every situation, she was the first to defend her. Even when she reported Shin Shiwei for cheating, it was because Meng Qingran had first expressed concern over Shin Shiwei's suspiciously improved grades. Had Meng Qingran not mentioned it, she would not have thought twice. However, now, Meng Qingran was denying everything and shifting the blame solely onto her.
Because of me?
Meng Qingran chuckled bitterly, as if bearing an immense grievance. Your character is lacking, reveling in speaking ill of female classmates behind their backs. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to drag me down with you, Wang Yan. After all this time as friends, how is it that I have only just realized the kind of person you truly are? Wang Yan was taken aback by Meng Qingran's unfiltered honesty. No, Qingran, enough of that. The classmates nearby, witnessing Wang Yan's attempts at denial, began to chastise her. Qingran has been so good to you. When you were on the verge of expulsion, she pleaded on your behalf, yet now, you wish to drag her down and place the blame on her. How can you be such an ungrateful wretch? Exactly. Such a heartless creature, Qingran is truly unfortunate to be entangled with someone like you. If it weren't for her friendship with you, who would even bother to acknowledge you? Wang Yan, with her ordinary appearance and slightly overweight stature, found herself an easy target for derision during these formative years. Her association with Meng Qingran had afforded her some measure of acceptance, but now that Meng Qingran had distanced herself, she was left utterly isolated. As the students banded together to condemn Wang Yan, casting Meng Qingran aside, Shen Shiwei looked towards Meng Qingran. Even now, she maintained an expression of innocence, yet, this was her usual demeanor. She always appeared the most blameless whenever trouble arose. Unable to withstand the onslaught of insults, Wang Yan fled the scene. Pei Yunxiao turned to Shen Shiwei and remarked, You have seen for yourself that I did not initiate this matter. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Do you believe I could be satisfied? Pei Yunxiao retorted, What do you mean? You sought answers, and now I have provided them. Wang Yan was the one behind the posts online. You cannot wrongfully accuse me for something I did not do. I would clarify even before your father. Meng Qingran approached Shen Shiwei, stating, Shen Shiwei, this situation is entirely my fault, and I owe you an apology. Upon hearing her apology, Shen Shiwei regarded her curiously. Is that so? Did she truly comprehend the weight of her apology? Wang Yan, her close friend, had gone to great lengths for her, yet she could so easily cast her aside. Quite impressive indeed. Meng Qingran continued, It is my fault. I failed to dissuade Wang Yan when she spoke so recklessly. I only learned of her posts online a couple of days ago. I intended to persuade her to delete them, but she was far too stubborn. Even if you harbor resentment towards me, I accept it. So, your implication is that this matter is truly unrelated to you? She had distanced herself entirely from the issue. Meng Qingran sighed, Although it does not pertain to me, Wang Yan is still my friend. I apologize on her behalf. Please grant her another opportunity. Meng Qingran, Shen Shiwei regarded her, her expression still one of innocence. I cannot believe that this matter is unrelated to you. Meng Qingran lowered her gaze, showing no sign of guilt. Your disbelief is understandable. Were I in your position, I too would feel angered by such accusations. Just do not misinterpret Pei Yunxiao. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao, presenting herself as if her actions were solely in his best interest. Pei Yunxiao, noticing Meng Qingran's gaze, recalled their earlier conversation regarding Shen Shiwei being kept, and he had refrained from intervening. Now, after the incident had transpired, Meng Qingran was defending him, stirring a sense of gratitude within him. Turning to Shen Shiwei, he stated, The truth has been clarified. While I cannot contest your grievances towards Wang Yan, it is imperative to acknowledge that Qingran is innocent. Surely, you cannot be so unjust as to conflate the two. His intent to defend her was unmistakable. Chapter 63 Father Shen appears at school. As Pei Yunxiao began to speak, others joined in to discuss Shen Shiwei. Indeed, this matter has nothing to do with Qingran or the esteemed Pei. Shen Shiwei, you shouldn't be so narrow-minded. We are all classmates here. It seemed as though her refusal to forgive was a fault of her own. People nowadays are adept at moral coercion. Seeing everyone rallying in support of Meng Qingran, Shen Shiwei could hardly be bothered to engage with such a foolish crowd. Meng Qingran turned to Shen Shiwei and said, If there is nothing more to discuss, we should return to our rehearsal. After speaking, she glanced at Pei Yunxiao and added, Let us go. The two departed, leaving Shen Shiwei alone. Onlookers turned to Shen Shiwei and inquired, Although this matter was not initiated by Pei Yunxiao, Shen Shiwei, could it be true that you are not being kept? You might want to visit a hospital to check your brain. Perhaps the doctor will enlighten you with the truth. Shen Shiwei had no intention of rehearsing and exited the venue. Just as she stepped outside, she spotted her father approaching alongside the principal. Pei Hong had also arrived. He trailed behind Shen Wenbin like a bodyguard. Shen Shiwei did not make an effort to seek out her father. She glanced around but did not see Wang Yan. Spotting classmates nearby, she inquired, Have you seen Wang Yan? Someone was looking for her earlier. She stepped out. Who was it? I heard it was someone from the first high school. Shen Shiwei walked towards the entrance but did not find her, so she dismissed the matter. When the graduation ceremony commenced, she still did not see Wang Yan return. As seated in her designated spot, Shen Shiwei watched as her father took the stage. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he appeared quite dashing. Although he was no longer in his youth, to Shen Shiwei, her father remained the most handsome man in the world. Esteemed school leaders, teachers, and dear classmates, good evening. I am Shen Shiwei's father, Shen Wenbin. Shen Wenbin? The moment he spoke, others expressed their astonishment. Is he the Shen Wenbin of Yunshan Spring Water? As if hearing the crowd's skepticism, Shen Wenbin continued, You may not be familiar with my name, but you have undoubtedly heard of Yunshan Spring Water. I stand here today not for my own sake, but because of my daughter. Over the past year, she has worked diligently and made significant progress in her studies. Yunshan Spring Water is a prominent brand in Yun City. Its mineral water and various beverages are renowned nationwide and commonly found in every supermarket. While many may not be particularly acquainted with Shen Wenbin, the mention of Yunshan Spring Water elicited immediate recognition. Could it be true that he was indeed Shin Shiwei's father? Shin Shiwei's father was, in fact, the owner of Yunshan Spring Water. They had previously assumed she was being kept. Meng Qingran sat nearby, and her own parents had also attended. However, as their parents were not particularly well-known figures, the honor of representing the parents ultimately fell to Shin Shiwei's father. As she observed the refined gentleman on stage and then glanced at Shin Shiwei beside her, Meng Qingran experienced a profound sense of disparity for the first time. Shin Shiwei truly was a young lady of privilege. She had not been kept after all. This man was her father. Especially upon realizing that this was Shin Shiwei's father, she suddenly perceived him as quite youthful. Meng Qingran stole a glance at her own father, whose hair had turned white, and compared his appearance to Shin Shiwei's father. He seemed significantly older. Following Shin Wenbin's speech, Meng's father and mother stood and approached the recently descended Shin Wenbin. Mr. Shin, greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. Having attended school for so long, Meng Qingran and her parents had been oblivious to the presence of a child from a wealthy family within their institution. Had they known sooner, they would have certainly encouraged their daughter to cultivate a relationship. Shin Wenbin had seldom visited the school. Occasionally, representatives from his company would attend parental meetings on his behalf. Thus, while he had generously supported students at the school, many parents had never encountered him in person. Today, however, they seized the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue. Seeing her father's obsequious demeanor, Meng Qingran furrowed her brow. While she felt a twinge of displeasure, she also recognized the vast gulf between her family and Shin Shiwei's. Her parents were those who would flatter others. Meng's mother called out to her, "Qingran? Qingran, come here." She gestured for Meng Qingran to approach. Meng Qingran complied, saying, "Dad, Mom." Meng's father enthusiastically introduced his daughter to Shin Wenbin. "Mr. Shin, this is our daughter, Meng Qingran. She has consistently performed well in school. If there is ever an opportunity for her to join your company, it would be a tremendous honor." Shin Wenbin politely acknowledged the introduction. Standing beside her father, Shin Shiwei observed Meng Qingran, clearly reluctant to be thrust into such socializing. Nevertheless, Meng Qingran played along with her parents' expectations, who appeared to be adept at navigating social situations, a trait she evidently inherited. At that moment, Pei Hong approached, bringing Pei Yunxiao along, and addressed Shin Wenbin, "Mr. Shin, this is our son Yunxiao. We appreciate the care you have shown him over these past days. He has always held it in high regard. Once he joins Yunshan Group, he will surely serve you well. Furthermore, he shares a good rapport with Miss Shin. Now that they have graduated, we should find an opportunity to arrange their engagement." In front of numerous parents, Pei Hong was eager to solidify his son's relationship with Shin Shiwei. Upon hearing his father's words, Pei Yunxiao frowned, genuinely feeling embarrassed by such paternal behavior. Meng's parents stood nearby, noting Pei Yunxiao's good looks and commendable academic performance. Previously, they had thought he and Meng Qingran were quite close, only to discover he was the preordained son-in-law of a wealthy family. They could hardly entertain any notions now. Upon hearing Pei Hong mention engagement, Shin Wenbin remarked, "Engagement is still a distant matter. The children are quite young. There is no rush to consider such things." "Not too young," Pei Hong insisted. "In 2 or 3 years, they could very well obtain their marriage certificate." Pei Hong was exceedingly enthusiastic. Shin Shiwei addressed him, "Uncle Pei." Pei Hong smiled back, "Weiwei." Shin Shiwei then stated, "I have no interest in Pei Yunxiao, nor will I be engaged to him. Moreover, he has someone he likes." Upon hearing this, Pei Hong froze momentarily. He understood that Shin Shiwei was referring to Meng Qingran, yet how could Meng Qingran possibly be worthy of becoming his daughter-in-law? He retorted, "Impossible, that rascal would never engage in a romantic relationship at school. His focus is entirely on his studies. Weiwei, apart from you, he wouldn't be fond of any other girl, would he?" The final words were directed at Pei Yunxiao, as he looked at his son, hoping he would be wise enough to comply. Should this rascal dare to disappoint him, he would face severe consequences. Pei Yunxiao, upon hearing his father's comments, turned to Shin Shiwei and recalled the things she had done for him previously. He defiantly addressed his father, "Dad, do you even realize what kind of occasion this is? Is it appropriate to speak of such matters?" "What occasion?" Pei Hong dismissed the notion of decorum. "We are all family with Mr. Shin. After all, we have lived in the Shin household for quite some time now that Mr. Shin has provided me with a job. How could it be a burden to you for me to marry Weiwei?" Chapter 64. Pei Yunxiao's humiliation. In the past, there were widespread doubts regarding Shin Shiwei's identity. While Pei Yunxiao was the object of almost reverent admiration, many believed that even if Shin Shiwei were a young lady of the gentry, she would not be worthy of him. However, at this moment, Pei Hong's words truly stripped Pei Yunxiao of his dignity. Who could have imagined that the father of the campus heartthrob, Pei Yunxiao, would turn out to be such a person? It was as if he was eager for Pei Yunxiao to live off a woman. Shin Shiwei, unfazed, interjected, "Uncle Pei, everyone at our school knows that Pei Yunxiao's girlfriend is Meng Qingran. Speaking like this will only upset them. If she didn't clarify, people might genuinely think she intended to be with Pei Yunxiao." Meng's parents turned their gaze toward their daughter upon hearing this. Meng Qingran bit her lip, looking at Shin Shiwei, realizing that she was being deliberately provocative. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Wenbin addressed Pei Hong, "You see, the children have their own choices. We should not interfere in their affairs." Pei Hong, undeterred, retorted, "This must be a misunderstanding. Moreover, Shiwei is quite fond of Pei Yunxiao. My son would never associate with those kinds of women." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Meng Qingran, referring to her as one of those kinds of women. The Meng family didn't appear to be particularly well off. Pei Hong was solely focused on securing a wealthy daughter-in-law for his son to alter their fortunes. He had no desire to be entangled with the Meng family and intentionally made his remarks harsh.
Meng's father looked at Pei Hong. How can you speak like that? Who is this kind of woman you refer to? Just your daughter, what's wrong with that?
Yu Meng's father stepped forward, gripping Pei Hong's sleeve. Pei Hong met his gaze with a provocative stare. What, do you want to hit me? Go ahead. He feigned indifference. Meng's father, an ordinary man, was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Pei Hong's insolence. Not wishing to engage further, he released his grip. Old Pei. Seeing the situation escalate, Shin Wenbin felt compelled to intervene. Pei Hong turned to him, stating, Mr. Shin, my son will never marry into their family.
Yunxiao only has eyes for Shiwei, rest assured about that.
Shin Wenbin replied, that young lady is quite respectable, how can you speak of her in such a manner? Apologize. Pei Hong, sensing Shin Wenbin's serious demeanor, chose not to offend him further.
Mr. Shin, I apologize.
He begrudgingly directed his words towards the Meng family. Those nearby were moved by the scene. Mr. Shin is such a good person, he actually defends Meng Qingran. Indeed, a true magnate, he possesses great vision.
Yet, how can Pei Yunxiao's father be so uncouth?
They praised Shin Wenbin while simultaneously casting disparaging remarks at Pei Hong, having never encountered such a despicable individual before. Pei Hong, however, felt no embarrassment in his actions as his son was exceptional and thus deserved to marry a wealthy heiress. What did it matter if those from humble backgrounds dared to approach? Once Pei Hong had offered his apology, Shin Wenbin finally spoke up. The two children share a good relationship. As a father, you should refrain from causing a ruckus here and consider your son's feelings. As for our Shiwei, she already has someone she wishes to marry. Shin Shiwei chimed in, yes, Uncle Pei, I already have someone I like, you should let Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran be together. Shin Wenbin glanced at the time, denying Pei Hong any further opportunity to speak.
Let us all head home now.
As Shin Shiwei walked beside her father out of the hall, she spotted Zhao Tingshin's car. She turned to her father, saying, Dad, you should head back first.
Shin Wenbin looked at his daughter, aren't you coming with me? I have something to attend to. Shin Wenbin scrutinized her evasive demeanor. What is it? It's quite late. Just go on ahead, I will return by myself shortly. With that, she assisted her father into the car. Shin Wenbin, observing her demeanor, felt a twinge of concern. Are you safe out here at night? Should I wait for you? Secretary Yan interjected, I just happened to see young Master Tingshin's car.
Shin Wenbin, upon hearing Secretary Yan's words, he instantly understood. Observing Shin Shiwei's beaming expression, he helplessly waved his hand. Shin Shiwei closed the car door behind him, watching as her father departed, waving goodbye. Sitting in the car, Shin Wenbin sighed, my daughter has truly grown up.
Secretary Yan remarked, she is about to turn 18. You can rest easy.
Once her father had left, Shin Shiwei made her way to the car behind them, opening the door to find Zhao Tingshin reclining in the seat, eyes closed in repose. She settled beside him, admiring his handsome profile without disturbing him. After a moment, Zhao Tingshin opened his eyes and met her gaze. Shin Shiwei smiled gently, when did you arrive without letting me know?
I've been here for a little while. You've just been waiting here? Zhao Tingshin regarded her, inquiring, how was the graduation gala? It was quite enjoyable.
Her father's appearance had silenced those who had previously spread rumors about her being supported. Thus, Shin Shiwei was in high spirits. She had previously disregarded their gossip, especially since she had never engaged in such behavior. She turned to Zhao Tingshin, my dad came today.
Zhao Tingshin responded,
Shin Shiwei continued, they had been saying that I was being supported, but upon seeing my dad, they fell silent.
It's just what? I wonder what Wang Yan is up to.
Although she and Meng Qingran were good friends, Meng Qingran had put her in a difficult position. Shin Shiwei was curious about her current thoughts. After all, Meng Qingran had caused her significant trouble before, she likely never anticipated that it would culminate in such a situation.
What do you need her for? Shin Shiwei replied, she was the one who posted about me online. I want to see when she plans to delete it. I cannot simply let her off the hook. Although she had suffered greatly due to Meng Qingran's betrayal, she couldn't allow her to evade consequences so easily.
Zhao Tingshin instructed the driver, drive.
The driver nodded, understood. Soon, the car came to a halt by the riverside. Shin Shiwei looked outside, why did you bring me here?
This area was filled with factories, and there were few people around at this hour. Zhao Tingshin exited the vehicle, and Shin Shiwei followed suit. Before long, someone approached, Brother Shin.
Shin Shiwei turned to see Kuyang before her, what are you doing here? Chapter 65 Want to see your friend's abs? Kuyang exclaimed, sister-in-law, you won't believe it. Someone posted your photo at our school, claiming that you are being supported by an older man. Shin Shiwei replied, I am already aware.
Meng Qingran mentioned it today. It was surprising that they could be so frivolous even during the college entrance examination period.
Do you still have the photo?
Of course. I'll show you, Kuyang said as he pulled out his phone and displayed the photo for Shin Shiwei. Shin Shiwei gazed at the image of herself alongside her father, chuckling helplessly. It seems their minds are quite troubled. If I were truly being supported, would I invite him to accompany me to the college entrance exams? It's all because my father is too handsome.
That must be why others would speculate. Kuyang looked at Shin Shiwei, is this your dad? Who else could it be? Shin Shiwei replied, turning to Kuyang, do you think I am being supported?
Recalling how she had previously sent the photo to Zhao Tingshin, Kuyang cast a guilty glance at him.
How could he not have clarified that this was Shin Shiwei's father? No wonder he insisted on finding out the truth upon seeing the photo. Seizing the opportunity, Guiyang quickly asserted, "Sister-in-law, we've already identified the person who took the photo. It was her who posted it online." "Is that so?" Guiyang stepped away and soon returned with Wang Yan, who had been sought after for an entire night, accompanied by two imposing men. Her hair and clothes were drenched, as if she had just emerged from the water. Upon seeing Shin Shiwei, Wang Yan attempted to approach her. "Shin Shiwei, stop right there." Guiyang coldly halted her, forbidding her from getting closer to Shin Shiwei. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yan dropped to her knees on the grass, pleading, "Shin Shiwei, I realize my mistake, please forgive me, I shall never dare again." Suddenly brought forth by several large men, she was utterly terrified. Shin Shiwei, observing her state of fear, turned to Guiyang. "What have you done to her? Why is she so frightened?" Guiyang scoffed. "She initially refused to admit anything. When I threatened to toss her into the river to feed the fish, she finally confessed." Guiyang approached Shin Shiwei. "Sister-in-law, this woman is exceedingly malicious. She has spent an entire day using fake accounts to slander you online, several posts in which she mentioned you were from her alternate accounts. She even spread your photos at our school, attempting to drive a wedge between you and my brother Shin. Fortunately, I was not deceived." Zhao Tingshan glanced at Guiyang. "Is that so?" Guiyang fell silent, suddenly feeling guilty. Redirecting his focus, he asked Shin Shiwei, "Sister-in-law, how do you plan to handle her?" Shin Shiwei regarded Wang Yan, who, upon meeting her gaze, quickly lowered her head and trembled. "I truly understand my mistake. I was merely influenced by Meng Qingran's words. Shin Shiwei, believe me, it was her. She is not a good person. When your father came to school to pick you up, it was also Meng Qingran who insinuated that your relationship was not ordinary." Wang Yan had spent a night reflecting. She recalled many details, realizing she had been led astray by Meng Qingran. Because Meng Qingran was such a skilled performer, she had considered her to be her best friend, only to find herself betrayed in the end, while Meng Qingran emerged unscathed. Now, all the blame fell upon her, and to make matters worse, everyone was criticizing her. Even if she tried to blame Meng Qingran, they would accuse her of dragging Meng Qingran down with her. Meng Qingran was truly a saint. As Shin Shiwei looked at Wang Yan, she couldn't help but recall her former self. Perhaps, in Pei Yinxiao and Meng Qingran's eyes, she had also appeared this foolish. Shin Shiwei told Wang Yan, "You should return to school." Wang Yan, with teary eyes, looked at Shin Shiwei, sensing a glimmer of hope. "So, you are going to spare me?" "Spare you?" Shin Shiwei smiled slightly. "I have already spared you once. Did you realize your mistake last time?" Shin Shiwei chose not to explain further, simply instructing Guiyang, "Let her go." Upon hearing Shin Shiwei's words, the two men stepped back. Guiyang, observing Shin Shiwei's decision to release her, protested, "Sister-in-law, should I not teach her a lesson? Perhaps we should just toss her into the river to feed the fish. Such scum should not exist in this world." Shin Shiwei turned to Guiyang. "What, are you willing to jeopardize your future for someone like her?" Guiyang was on Zhao Tingshan's team, excelling at basketball and maintaining good grades. With sports credits, he could certainly gain admission to a reputable school. If he followed through with his plan against Wang Yan, what would that make them? Hearing Shin Shiwei's words, Guiyang replied, "But we can't just let her go like this, can we?" As Wang Yan fled, Shin Shiwei watched her silhouette disappear into the night. "I have already reported it to the police. Let them handle it." After Wang Yan left, Shin Shiwei turned to Guiyang and Zhao Tingshan, who had made a special trip for her. "Have you two eaten? Allow me to treat you." Zhao Tingshan naturally acquiesced. "Can I join as well?" Guiyang asked curiously. Shin Shiwei replied, "Of course, it's not every day we graduate, we should celebrate, shouldn't we?" Finding a nearby barbecue restaurant, Shin Shiwei ordered several pounds of crayfish. Guiyang did not hesitate to invite their teammates over. Hearing that someone was treating them, everyone was naturally delighted. Shin Shiwei sat next to Zhao Tingshan. As she watched them enjoying their food and drinks, resting her chin on her hand, she turned to Zhao Tingshan. "Zhao Tingshan, don't you drink?" Zhao Tingshan had a bottle of mineral water in front of him. "I don't." Shin Shiwei remarked, "Your friends seem to be having a great time drinking." Shin Shiwei observed the recently graduated male high school students, especially the athletes. Their physiques were quite impressive. Curiously, she asked, "Do your friends all have abs?" Zhao Tingshan turned his head at her words, noticing her appreciative expression. He had initially thought she was merely observing the lively atmosphere, but now, what was she truly thinking? Just as Shin Shiwei finished her exclamation, she caught Zhao Tingshan looking at her. She cleared her throat. "Oh no, I accidentally revealed my thoughts. However, if you could have your friends show me their abs, that would be splendid. I am particularly eager to see." Shin Shiwei. Zhao Tingshan rarely called her by her name. Shin Shiwei met his gaze. "I am here." He fixated on her sparkling eyes. It was summer, and Guiyang was particularly heated. After drinking a bit, in a fit of excitement, he removed his t-shirt. Before Shin Shiwei could reflect on her own thoughts, her attention was drawn back to him. Wow. Primarily because Guiyang's abs were indeed impressive. Upon hearing her exclamation, Zhao Tingshan reached out, pulling her into his embrace and covering her eyes. His low, restrained voice whispered in her ear, "What are you looking at?" Guiyang did not miss this scene. Especially since Zhao Tingshan had always been particularly reserved around Shin Shiwei. Now, witnessing Zhao Tingshan holding her close, he chimed in, "Brother Shin, what are you two doing? Put your shirt back on." Zhao Tingshan's expression darkened. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have allowed them to join for dinner. Chapter 66 Refusal to settle. As Guiyang observed Zhao Tingshan's serious demeanor, she silently donned her clothing once more. Only then did Zhao Tingshan release Shin Shiwei from his grasp. He gazed at her and inquired, "Have you finished your meal?"
Yes, Shin Shiwei replied, having consumed 2 boxes of drink and a significant quantity of crayfish. At this moment, she felt no inclination to eat further.
"Then let us depart,"
Zhao Tingshan said, guiding her out of the barbecue establishment. As soon as they settled into the car, Shin Shiwei received a phone call from the police, requesting her presence. Since the incident involving Wang Yan was reported by her, Shin Shiwei was unperturbed by the inconvenience and decided to go. Zhao Tingshan accompanied her. Wang Yan's parents had already arrived. Upon seeing Shin Shiwei, they exhibited a surprisingly amiable demeanor. Their expressions did not suggest any malevolence. Rather, it was clear they were willing to apologize and hoped for reconciliation. Their daughter had only just completed her college entrance examinations, and her life was just beginning. The defamatory posts she had spread online had garnered significant attention and had a wide reach. If Shin Shiwei chose not to reconcile, Wang Yan would not only face financial restitution but also potential imprisonment. Observing the pitiable state of Wang Yan's parents, Shin Shiwei felt a wave of sympathy. However, after this moment of empathy, she firmly expressed her intention to refuse any reconciliation. Not only would she not settle, but she also intended to hire a lawyer to pursue legal action against Wang Yan, aiming for the most severe punishment possible. Wang Yan had spread rumors about her on multiple occasions. Despite being manipulated by Meng Qingran, the malevolent acts were ultimately her own doing. Without a doubt, after attending to these matters, Shin Shiwei returned home with Zhao Tingshan. On the way, she felt somewhat fatigued. Turning to Zhao Tingshan, she said, "Thank you, Zhao Tingshan." "For what?" he asked. "You came to help me handle this situation." She was somewhat surprised by his sudden appearance at the school. Zhao Tingshan regarded her with a brief glance but offered no response. Shin Shiwei continued, "She lost a bet with me before and should have been expelled, but Meng Qingran intervened on her behalf. Yet, in the end, she still resorts to such despicable tactics. It seems one must not shed tears until faced with the coffin. It is a pity. What do you find regrettable?" he inquired. "It is regrettable that this incident cannot implicate Meng Qingran as well." Although the uproar at school today was significant, with Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran both thoroughly embarrassed, for Shin Shiwei, this was far from sufficient. Pei Yunxiao had already returned home. Since his arrival, Pei Hong had berated him repeatedly. "I should never have allowed you to attend school. You've ruined your mind. What is so commendable about that woman surnamed Meng? Do you think that by associating with a girl from a poor family, she will remain loyal to you? Your mother left me for being poor, seeking out a wealthy man in the capital. Look at whether she still acknowledges you. You ungrateful child, I only wish the best for you. You may as well abandon your university aspirations, they will be of no use to you." Pei Hong was vexed, recalling how Shin Wenbin had publicly rejected him earlier that day. They were so close to acquiring the Shin family's wealth, yet Pei Yunxiao squandered that opportunity. Pei Yunxiao sat silently, accustomed to his father's tirade. Ever since the day his mother departed, his father had lamented how she left due to his lack of wealth. He yearned to retort that even if his father were affluent, others would still abandon him. However, he refrained from engaging in debate. Once the ranting subsided, Pei Hong turned to Pei Yunxiao and commanded, "You will accompany me to the Shin family tomorrow morning." "I refuse." Pei Yunxiao retorted, "Why should I accompany you to humiliate myself? Don't you feel ashamed after today? Do you have any idea how others perceive me? They are laughing at my expense behind my back." At this point, he could scarcely bear to look at his phone. He had always wished to keep his father's identity concealed, but now the entire world was aware. He was not a wealthy heir. His father was merely a sycophant, eager to have him live off others. What is there to laugh about? I am providing you with an opportunity. I have no interest in such an opportunity. Pei Yunxiao declared to Pei Hong. From this moment forward, do not meddle in my affairs, or else what? Pei Hong challenged, "Do you dare threaten me?" As he spoke, he attempted to lunge at Pei Yunxiao in anger. Pei Yunxiao swiftly blocked his hand. He had matured into a tall young man, while Pei Hong was no longer the vigorous figure he once was. Pei Yunxiao forcefully shoved him to the ground. He cast a cold glance at Pei Hong, withholding any compassion typically afforded to a father, and retreated into the house. The following day, as Shin Shiwei rose, she encountered Pei Hong sitting on her living room sofa, weeping profusely. "President Shin, my son has grown wings. He dares to push me, can you believe it? Since his mother left, I have raised him with great difficulty, as you all have witnessed." Although Shin Shiwei harbored animosity towards Pei Yunxiao, she found his father's plight rather comical. If memory served her correctly, it was Pei Yunxiao who had been supporting him all along. He spent his days gambling, forcing Pei Yunxiao to earn his own money from a young age. In his free time, he would collect discarded nails and old newspapers to sell, saving up a little pocket money. As for Pei Hong, he was utterly unreliable as a father. Were it the past, Shin Shiwei would have certainly retorted to Pei Hong's lamentations. However, she remained silent now. She had no desire to involve herself in Pei Yunxiao's affairs, even though she recognized Pei Hong's desire for her to be with his son. Listening to Pei Hong weep for an extended period, Shin Wenbin finally spoke, "He has grown up, you should consider his feelings as well. I have told you this before, your son is no longer a child. I simply wish for him to be with Wei Wei." Pei Hong greedily proclaimed. "Do you truly believe that is possible?" Shin Wenbin could no longer restrain himself. "If you do not cease your harassment, I may reconsider his university prospects. If you continue to offend my daughter, I shall no longer concern myself with your family's affairs." Now that Shin Shiwei's examinations had concluded, they would soon be relocating to the capital. Following Xin Wenbin's reprimand, Pei Hong fell silent. Xin Wenbin ordered that Pei Hong be removed from the premises. Turning to Xin Shiwei, Xin Wenbin addressed her, Wei Wei.
Father.
Please call Pei Yunxiao and ask him to come over.
What for?
Xin Shiwei questioned, Father, you saw what happened yesterday. This matter is unrelated to you, Xin Wenbin reassured her, fearing she might overthink.
We are departing in a few days. I have something to discuss with him.
Uncertain of her father's intentions, Xin Shiwei nonetheless dialed Pei Yunxiao's number. Upon answering, his voice was still somewhat frosty.
What is it? He remembered well the humiliation he faced at school yesterday.
Xin Shiwei responded, My father has something to discuss with you, he wants you to come to my house. In the afternoon, Pei Yunxiao arrived. He entered the house and saw Xin Shiwei feeding Dubai.
Approaching her, he inquired, What is it?
Xin Shiwei glanced up at him, replying, My father is inside. Although he had received the answer he sought, Pei Yunxiao did not enter immediately.
Instead, he scrutinized Xin Shiwei and remarked, Xin Shiwei, you must feel quite pleased with yourself at the moment, don't you?
Chapter 67. To blame her for not preserving his dignity. Xin Shiwei was bewildered by his words.
What is there for me to be proud of?
Pei Yunxiao replied, At last night's graduation party, you were the center of attention, leaving me and Meng Qingran in an embarrassing position. Are you not pleased? Upon hearing his statement, Xin Shiwei rose to her feet, gazing at the man before her. So, Pei Yunxiao, are you now seeking to vent your frustrations on me? Pei Yunxiao glared at her, remaining silent, seemingly acquiescing to her assertion. Xin Shiwei regarded him, astonished at his audacity. What did I do last night? I seem to recall doing nothing at all. As for Wang Yan's situation, did you not distance yourself from it? You know that is not what I'm referring to. Then what exactly are you referring to? Xin Shiwei feigned deep contemplation. Is it that your father wishes to sever your connection with Meng Qingran and desires me to be with you, and I did not acquiesce to that? Pei Yunxiao retorted, you could have pretended to agree. My father merely suggested it. If you had gone along with it, would he have continued to make a fuss? He spoke with a sense of righteous indignation. Xin Shiwei could hardly believe her ears. Why on earth would I pretend to agree? Is it not possible for you to preserve a modicum of dignity for me? Why should I preserve your dignity? Who does he think he is? We have shared so many years of camaraderie. Pei Yunxiao had never harbored such animosity towards her until this moment. You insist on making things so absolute. You are determined to flaunt your connection with Zhao Tingxian. You wish for the entire world to know that you, Xin Shiwei, have Zhao Tingxian. You look down upon me. Is it your delight to see me humiliated? His voice unconsciously escalated. Xin Shiwei stared at him, silent for a few seconds, before realization dawned upon her. Because he felt embarrassed, it had somehow translated into her failing to preserve his dignity. She smiled. Pei Yunxiao continued to gaze at her, his expression filled with resentment. You clearly could have kept my association with Meng Qingran to yourself. If you had chosen silence, my father would not have uttered those subsequent remarks, nor would he have clashed with the Meng family. Was it not your intent? Xin Shiwei pondered for a moment. Oh, indeed, I was quite deliberate. Pei Yunxiao was taken aback by her candid admission, delivered with such conviction. Xin Shiwei declared, I do not believe I am in the wrong. I genuinely prefer Zhao Tingxian. I truly look down upon you. I am even less inclined to allow others to perceive that we have a future together. I certainly do not wish for them to think I have used my influence to snatch you away from Meng Qingran. Xin Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao gazed at her with disappointment. You were never this selfish. You would have considered my feelings. You would never have done anything to cause me embarrassment. But ever since you became involved with Zhao Tingxian, I truly no longer recognize you. That is because the former me had feelings for you. The current me wishes for you and Meng Qingran to perish together. Pei Yunxiao, witnessing her venomous demeanor, accused, you simply cannot stand to see me happy with Meng Qingran. To love someone should mean wishing for their happiness, yet, you only desire to ruin the one you claim to love. Those whom you choose to fixate upon are truly unfortunate. Oh, how truly wrong you are. His words reminded Xin Shiwei of what Pei Yunxiao had said before his demise, that every day entangled with her was a nightmare, and now, he declared that those she favored were truly unfortunate. Pei Yunxiao asserted, people like you will never attain happiness. Even if Zhao Tingxian is with you, he will inevitably be driven to madness by you. He simply has yet to see through your facade. With that, Pei Yunxiao turned and entered the house. Xin Shiwei watched his retreating figure, finding herself amused by his audacity. Was he not the very epitome of a despicable man? Now he sought to cast blame upon her? What audacity to involve Zhao Tingxian in this? Xin Shiwei did not linger outside and followed him, and Xin Wenbin descended from upstairs. Upon seeing him, Pei Yunxiao politely greeted, Uncle Xindai in front of her father. He certainly knew how to play the amiable role. Xin Wenbin replied, please, have a seat. Pei Yunxiao inquired, did you need to speak with me? He glanced at Xin Shiwei. Could it be that Xin Shiwei had reported him to his father? Xin Wenbin stated, your father visited today. Pei Yunxiao rose, a look of regret on his face. I apologize, my father can be rather unrestrained. He spoke some ill-timed comments in front of everyone yesterday. I have already addressed it with him. Having such a father, Pei Yunxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, one cannot choose their lineage, nor their parents. Today, he had noticed that Meng Qingran had blocked him. Given his father's behavior last night, he could understand Meng Qingran's actions. Xin Wenbin continued, your father is simply like that. It is not easy for you to be associated with him. The main reason I called you here today was to discuss your mother. My mother. Upon hearing Xin Wenbin mention his mother, Pei Yunxiao immediately perked up. Xin Wenbin elaborated, I have reviewed your academic performance, and you have no trouble getting into Qingbei. I met your mother previously, and she mentioned that if you come to the capital, you can reach out to her. She asked me to pass along her contact information. Pei Yunxiao had not been in contact with his mother since his parents' divorce. They had become estranged. Shin Wenbin had met her in the capital and had inquired about Pei Yunxiao. However, Pei Hong had not allowed her to meet her child. She could only ask Shin Wenbin to convey her sentiments. Upon hearing news of his mother, Pei Yunxiao's eyes glistened with tears. Shin Shiwei observed him, recalling how he had reacted similarly upon learning of his mother's whereabouts in a previous life. At that time, it was still winter break. Later, when he traveled to the capital, she did not know what transpired. As he returned before the spring festival, knowing that his journey to reconnect would not be smooth, Shin Shiwei felt reassured. Pei Yunxiao gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. Shin Wenbin turned his gaze toward Shin Shiwei, who was seated nearby. Has Tingshin confirmed when he will return to the capital? Friday, are you going with him? Shin Shiwei nodded. Yes, father. Do you wish to accompany us? Shin Wenbin replied. You and Tingshin should go ahead. I will handle matters here and join you later. That works, Shin Shiwei added. However, I would like to bring Dabai with me. I will make the necessary arrangements for you. Once she relocated to the capital for her studies, she would seldom return here. She would directly send Dabai over. Shin Shiwei had previously resided in the capital for a while, so this relocation would not be cumbersome. Just a few days after Shin Shiwei moved in, Pei Yunxiao also arrived to in the afternoon. Shin Shiwei visited her uncle's estate. As she passed by, she happened to see Pei Yunxiao. He wore a white t-shirt and was dining with his family. Having met Pei Yunxiao's mother before, she recognized her immediately. Besides Pei Yunxiao, his mother had a daughter who appeared to be around 10 years old. Observing the affection between the mother and daughter, it was evident that Pei Yunxiao felt out of place sitting beside them. Shin Shiwei was engrossed in her observation when her uncle approached and called her name. Pei Yunxiao, just lifting his head to eat with his mother, caught sight of Shin Shiwei. She wore a dress and sunglasses, leaving with her uncle. Zhao Ziyuan noticed her and inquired, "What were you just looking at?" "I saw Ms. Xiao, whom I met previously. You seem quite concerned about her," Shin Shiwei replied. "She is Pei Yunxiao's mother." Her uncle was aware of Pei Yunxiao. Upon hearing her mention him, he understood immediately. He looked at Shin Shiwei and remarked, "He is far more admirable than Zhao Tingshin." Shin Shiwei glanced at her uncle. "Tingshin is already on his way. He will arrive shortly. How could Pei Yunxiao possibly compare?" "Uncle, your words are quite humorous." No. Zhao Ziyuan gazed at Shin Shiwei in disbelief. So, you did not heed my previous advice. I explicitly told you not to become involved with Zhao Tingshin. Chapter 68. Zhao Tingshin's broken promise. You haven't given me a reason. Shin Shiwei followed her uncle into the restaurant. Once seated, her uncle gazed at her and said, "In any case, I will not harm you." "Well, neither would my father." Shin Shiwei retorted, "He has been quite supportive of my relationship with Tingshin. For the sake of currying favor with the Zhao family, your father will overlook everything. How could he possibly care about his daughter's happiness? If memory serves me right, you were quite close to that Madame Zhao the last time we spoke." Shin Shiwei ordered a cold drink from the waiter and continued addressing her uncle. "I have reason to suspect that she orchestrated your intervention to prevent me from being with Zhao Tingshin." "What, is she dissatisfied with me and wishes to thwart my marriage into the Zhao family?" "She hasn't explicitly stated that." "Then why are you prohibiting my relationship with Zhao Tingshin?" With her few remarks, Shin Shiwei rendered Zhao Ziyuan speechless. He watched her as she happily bit into her straw, savoring her drink, seemingly carefree. He was at a loss for words. Thankfully, she was still young. It would be quite some time before she might contemplate marriage with Zhao Tingshin. Fearing to provoke her further, he refrained from urging her again. Zhao Ziyuan stood up. "I need to attend to some matters. You can dine with Zhao Tingshin on your own later." "You won't be joining us?" "I believe you won't miss my company." Zhao Ziyuan shot her a glare before busying himself elsewhere. After a while, he returned to find Shin Shiwei still sitting alone and Zhao Tingshin had yet to arrive. He approached her and inquired, "Where is Zhao Tingshin?" Shin Shiwei replied, she had already sent a message to Zhao Tingshin, but he had not responded. Phone calls went unanswered as well. Shin Shiwei felt a pang of worry. He hasn't arrived and isn't replying to messages. Could something have happened? What could happen to him? He promised he would come. Sounds like he stood you up. Zhao Ziyuan remarked, somewhat gleefully. "Uncle!" Shin Shiwei exclaimed. Seeing her displeasure, he said, "All right, let me make an inquiry." After all, he was quite familiar with the Zhao family. He made a call to check on Zhao Tingshin's situation. Hanging up, he informed Shin Shiwei, "Nothing's amiss, he's at home." "Then why isn't he answering his phone?" "How would I know?" Zhao Ziyuan replied, "Perhaps he simply doesn't wish to see you. What can you do about it?" He then motioned for the waiter to bring out the dishes. "Let your uncle keep you company while you eat." Shin Shiwei had not anticipated being stood up by Zhao Tingshin. She had always believed he treated her well and would not resort to such behavior, yet, here she was, having finished her meal without a word from him. As she exited the restaurant, she unexpectedly encountered Pei Yunxiao. A luxurious car was parked at the entrance, and he was with a woman. This woman did not appear particularly young. She seemed to be around the same age as his mother. "Get in the car, sister will take you out for a stroll." Pei Yunxiao replied with a frosty demeanor, "No need, I want to go home." "Your mother said to spend a few days at my house." The woman gazed at Pei Yunxiao's handsome face. "What, are you afraid sister will bully you?" As she spoke, she reached out to pull him toward her, but he evaded her grasp. The woman looked at him and couldn't help but chuckle. She scrutinized Pei Yunxiao. "Your mother must have told you before she left. I am quite good friends with her. It is only natural to look after you." Pei Yunxiao stared at this middle-aged woman. She appeared to be in her 40s, though she was beautiful. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were unmistakable. He couldn't fathom why his mother would send him to stay with a woman he barely knew while she took his sister away with her. Yet, Pei Yunxiao was clearly unwilling. He looked at her and said, "I already have a girlfriend." When Shin Shiwei had followed him, he had been reluctant. After all, Shin Shiwei was of his age.
What more could be said about this woman before him? Upon hearing that he had a girlfriend, the woman raised an eyebrow. So, sister cannot compare to your girlfriend?
Pei Yinxiao replied, I should be calling you Auntie. Very well, the woman said, offering him a business card.
Come find me whenever you feel inclined. I won T-Force anyone.
She then directly entered her red Ferrari. Shin Shiwei had not anticipated witnessing such a captivating scene during her meal. Pei Yinxiao was indeed quite fortunate, immediately attracting the attention of a wealthy woman. Before Shin Shiwei could leave, Pei Yinxiao turned around and spotted her. Their eyes met. Shin Shiwei looked at him and couldn't help but smirk. Pei Yinxiao was taken aback, realizing he had been caught in an embarrassing moment. The driver approached and opened the car door for Shin Shiwei, who climbed inside. Pei Yinxiao thought to himself that it felt as though he was being mocked. Holding the business card in his hand, he felt a pang of discomfort. What he had yearned for over the years, he had thought returning to his mother would bring him joy, yet, after just 2 days, he already sensed a stark difference. Though she was his biological mother, they had little to say to one another. His mother treated his sister with utmost kindness. She always indulged her every whim, but he lacked the courage to ask for anything. As if that weren't enough, he never expected her to entrust him to such a woman and insist he stay with her for a few days. His phone rang. It was his mother calling. Pei Yinxiao answered. Hello. Xiao Qing's tone was somewhat irritated. What is going on? Didn't I ask you to stay at your aunt's house for a few days? Why did you upset her?
If one day you were to send Lin Yu to an old man's house, would you do that? What are you talking about? Xiao Qing replied, Yeah is a girl. It is entirely different. You are a boy. What could possibly happen?
Pei Yinxiao chuckled. His father had never loved him, and he had hoped his mother would be kind to him. He remembered how well his mother treated him before their divorce. He had been so young then, but the memory of his mother was like that of an angel. For all these years, he had longed for her, yet, he never expected this would be his reality. Pei Yinxiao hung up the phone, saying nothing further, for it no longer mattered. That evening, rain poured outside. Shin Shiwei sat on the sofa in the living room, contemplating Pei Yinxiao's situation. In her previous life, after he had returned to his family, he had remained silent for a long time. Was this how it had been before? Had his mother intended to introduce him to a wealthy woman? At that moment, Aunt Zhou entered. Miss, young Master Tingshan has arrived. Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Shin Shiwei's expression soured. His arrival at this hour meant he was indeed safe but had deliberately ignored her calls. She had shut her phone off upon returning. Tell him to go back, I don't wish to see him. Her uncle had already disapproved of their relationship, and she had defended him, yet he had pulled such a stunt. She was not without her temper. Aunt Zhou exited, only to return shortly. He hasn't left. He said he would wait for you at the door until you're no longer angry and ready to see him. Shin Shiwei ignored him and angrily ascended the stairs. After taking a shower and watching a couple of episodes of a drama, she peered through the curtains, thinking Zhao Tingshan had finally left, only to find him still standing outside in the pouring rain.
Is he a fool? Chapter 69.
The Zhao family banquet. Seeing him drenched to the skin, Shin Shiwei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She descended the stairs. Aunt Zhou, noticing her emergence, hurriedly held an umbrella over her. As the villa door swung open, Shin Shiwei stepped outside, gazing at Zhao Tingshan, whose driver was urging him to return, yet he remained steadfast. Shin Shiwei inquired, What do you mean by this? Zhao Tingshan turned to meet her gaze, a flicker of delight evident in his eyes.
You're not angry anymore?
Shin Shiwei was indeed quite upset. His habitual silence was infuriating. He often neglected to respond to her messages. However, witnessing his current state left her at a loss for words.
Come inside.
Upon hearing her command, Zhao Tingshan turned and opened the car door, revealing a cake box that he retrieved from within. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhou brought over a towel. Zhao Tingshan was thoroughly soaked. Shin Shiwei took the towel and gently dried his hair. She looked at Zhao Tingshan and remarked, After leaving me hanging, what brings you here? I encountered some issues. My apologies, Zhao Tingshan replied. Wei, I didn't mean to. What issues? Shin Shiwei frowned. If you couldn't come, you shouldn't have said you would. It left her embarrassed in front of her uncle, who ended up mocking her. He seemed rather pleased, almost hoping for an early end to her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Tingshan explained, My father called for me unexpectedly. At the mention of his father, Shin Shiwei paused, recalling her uncle's persistent disapproval of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. She glanced at him with concern. Does your father disapprove of us?
Zhao Tingshan, upon hearing her question, shook his head. I don't think so. Don't think so? He hasn't mentioned you at all.
Aunt Zhou assisted Zhao Tingshan in finding a change of clothes, and Shin Shiwei urged him to take a shower first. After he emerged, she helped dry his hair. He gazed at Shin Shiwei and said, I'm sorry. By the time I finished my other commitments, you had already turned off your phone.
Could I not turn it off?
Shin Shiwei scowled. I was nearly furious.
I was ready to cut you out of my life.
After what had transpired in her previous life, having been toyed with by Pei Yinxiao, she now detested the notion of being a submissive admirer. On her way back, she had even contemplated whether Zhao Tingshan had grown weary of her. Although he had thought of her in the last life, it was only because they had never truly been together. This past year, having spent most of their time together, it was only natural for him to find her tiresome. I apologize, he said earnestly. Shin Shiwei merely huffed in response. Zhao Tingshan took the towel and dried his hair himself.
Once done, he turned to her and wished, Wei, happy birthday.
Upon hearing his words, Shin Shiwei glanced at the time and realized it had already passed midnight. He had waited at the door for quite some time, causing her to lose sleep. She was pleasantly surprised that he remembered her birthday.
Did you bring a cake?
Yes. Aunt Jo had already retrieved the cake, a beautiful confection adorned with a girl wearing a crown. Shin Shiwei cast a glance at Zhao Tingshan as he approached. They sat together in the dining room, the candles lit as Shin Shiwei made a wish. She closed her eyes, only to open them again and find Zhao Tingshan gazing at her. He still wore her father's t-shirt, yet it did not diminish his charm. The tenderness in his eyes captivated her. In that moment, she was suddenly reminded of her 18th birthday in her previous life, a day that had passed unnoticed due to her father's passing. Her world had revolved solely around Pei Yunxiao, leaving her feeling abandoned. Looking at Zhao Tingshan before her, Shin Shiwei felt a sense of reassurance. She sliced the cake and handed him a piece. They enjoyed the cake together. In the capital, she had few friends, one might say she had none at all, yet, with Zhao Tingshan by her side, she felt a sense of happiness. That evening, Zhao Tingshan did not return home and stayed with Shin Shiwei for a few days. Recently, she had been studying for her driver's license, spending her time at home reviewing questions and practicing driving. That afternoon, they went to Chao Ziyuan's for a meal. Having visited twice before, Shin Shiwei could not shake the memory of the exquisite cuisine.
Tiangshan.
Just as they stepped out of the car, someone called Zhao Tingshan's name. Shin Shiwei turned to see a man, approximately her father's age, approaching. He wore glasses and exuded an air of refinement, accompanied by Zhao Yuan and Mrs. Zhao, followed by a group of others. Mrs. Zhao remarked, "Miss Shin, I never expected to encounter you here." Shin Shiwei politely replied, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Not naive, she quickly deduced that this was Zhao Tingshan's father given their collective presence.
Today is a family banquet.
Tingshan, please bring Wei Wei along. Zhao Qi proposed. Zhao Tingshan glanced at Shin Shiwei, and upon seeing that she did not object, he agreed. Lately, she had been suspicious that his family disapproved of her. Perhaps meeting them would provide clarity. Zhao Qi and Mrs. Zhao walked ahead while Zhao Yuan approached Zhao Tingshan, greeting him with, "Big brother." Zhao Tingshan merely acknowledged him with a glance as Zhao Yuan turned to Shin Shiwei, saying, "Sister Shin, my brother is so aloof."
Does he not speak to you much?
Shin Shiwei regarded the boy, not particularly.
My mother said you are my brother's girlfriend, is that true?
Shin Shiwei was taken aback. She hadn't expected Mrs. Zhao to have said such things. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Not quite yet." They had yet to confirm their relationship. Zhao Tingshan glanced at her upon hearing her words. As Shin Shiwei walked alongside him, they entered the private room where Chao Ziyuan personally received them. Although it was merely a family gathering, it was quite grand. Except for her and Zhao Tingshan, everyone else was dressed in formal attire. Glancing down at her slippers, she suddenly felt out of place.
As the guests had not yet arrived, she sat next to Zhao Tingshan and asked, "Is your family banquet always this formal?" Zhao Tingshan nodded. "It seems so." He felt equally unaccustomed to the formality, but that was his father's way. Shin Shiwei inquired, "Why hadn't they invited you before?" It seemed he had indeed been sidelined. A sense of indignation welled within her, as she couldn't help but feel that Zhao Tingshan was being mistreated at home. Zhao Tingshan replied, "They did invite me, I said I was unavailable." His father had messaged him just yesterday, but he had declined due to being with Shin Shiwei. To his surprise, they had coincidentally met today. Shin Shiwei was at a loss for words. Just then, Zhao Qi interjected, "Wei Wei." Shin Shiwei quickly looked up. "Hello, uncle." "I am delighted to meet you," Zhao Qi said, sharing a striking resemblance with Zhao Tingshan. However, his age lent him a seasoned demeanor, imbued with an undeniable air of authority, yet, his manner was remarkably amiable. "I had intended for Tingshan to bring you along for dinner long ago, but he was previously unavailable. It seems fate has brought us together today." Chapter 70. The prince's girlfriend. Shin Shiwei initially believed that the Zhao family would certainly disapprove of her, even harboring disdain towards her. However, upon meeting them, she was pleasantly surprised to find otherwise. They did not express any dissatisfaction with her casual attire. The family was rather large, and after a round of introductions, she struggled to remember many names. Zhao Tingshan had an elder uncle, while his father was the second eldest in the family. However, she did recognize a familiar face, the woman who had driven a Ferrari and spoken to Pei Yunxiao, insisting on taking him home the last time they met. She arrived last, and the family seemed accustomed to her tardiness. Only the elder uncle remarked, "Jin Xiu, why do you always arrive so late?" "It's merely a family gathering, not a United Nations conference, you all are too tense," she replied nonchalantly, taking her seat. Shin Shiwei couldn't help but gaze at her. Noticing Shin Shiwei's lingering stare, Mrs. Zhao introduced herself, "Wei Wei, this is Tingshan's aunt." Zhao Jinxiu's eyes fell upon Shin Shiwei, a smile gracing her lips. "So, this is Tingshan's fiancée? Quite a lovely appearance." Shin Shiwei greeted, "Hello, aunt." Zhao Jinxiu responded with an elegant smile. She was indeed beautiful, yet Shin Shiwei couldn't shake the memory of her previous encounter with Pei Yunxiao. As the meal drew to a close, Shin Shiwei excused herself to the restroom. There, she spotted Zhao Jinxiu engrossed in her phone, adding a handsome young man on WeChat. The boy appeared to be in his 20s, looking rather youthful. After completing the exchange, Zhao Jinxiu cheerfully said, "Remember to come find your sister tonight." The young man left, somewhat shyly. Shin Shiwei watched in astonishment, her eyes widening. Upon noticing Shin Shiwei, Zhao Jinxiu said nothing. Shin Shiwei entered the restroom, where Zhao Jinxiu was retouching her lipstick. "Aunt," Shin Shiwei called out. Zhao Jinxiu glanced at her through the mirror and casually inquired, "What did you think of that young man?" Shin Shiwei hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether her aunt might inadvertently reveal her secrets. But Zhao Jinxiu boldly asked her. Shin Shiwei replied, "He is quite handsome." Zhao Jinxiu remarked, "Actually, he's rather average." "Ah.
Last time, a friend of mine wanted to introduce her son to me. That little fellow is truly good-looking. Unfortunately, he has quite a temper. He hasn't even replied to my messages.
Shin Shiwei felt an acute sense of embarrassment. She thought, aren't we a bit too unfamiliar for such discussions?
And, discussing these matters with me may not be appropriate, she said, genuinely uninterested in the family's secrets.
Zhao Jinxiu caught her tone and huffed lightly. Are you secretly looking down on me? Shin Shiwei quickly denied, no.
It's normal not to understand, Zhao Jinxiu said with composure. When you reach my age, you'll realize how wonderful having a younger brother is. Without a younger brother, one is forever 18, but with a younger brother, you can always feel 18. Shin Shiwei was left speechless after their conversation. As Zhao Jinxiu prepared to leave, she glanced at Shin Shiwei and asked, what was your name again?
Shin Shiwei. Oh, right.
Zhao Jinxiu replied, your mother named you.
I can never remember. Shin Shiwei asked, do you know my mother?
Zhao Jinxiu smiled slightly, I must be off now. With that, she exited. When Shin Shiwei emerged, she found Zhao Tingshan waiting by the door, holding her bag. Approaching him, she asked, where are your parents?
They've all left. Good for you, Shin Shiwei remarked, you always wait for me.
Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, recalling her words in front of Zhao Yuan earlier that day, when she had claimed she was not yet his girlfriend.
What are you staring at? Shin Shiwei asked.
I have something to tell you, he replied, his expression grave.
Seeing his seriousness, Shin Shiwei queried, what is it? Are you going to confess your feelings?
Zhao Tingshan was momentarily taken aback, his ears reddening at her words, unsure how to respond. After a pause, he finally said, it concerns school.
What about school?
Shin Shiwei questioned, puzzled as Zhao Tingshan seemed to gather his resolve before speaking. Wei, I don't think I can accompany you to Qingbei. Although he had a guaranteed spot at Qingbei, Shin Shiwei had also intended to apply there. He felt guilty discussing this with her, fearing it might upset her. He had kept this to himself for several days, worried it would bring her disappointment. Upon hearing his announcement, Shin Shiwei asked, why not?
Because I am going to a military academy.
It is also my father's wish, and I have already agreed. The reason I didn't come to see you that day was because someone from the school had arrived. Shin Shiwei studied his serious demeanor, sensing the sadness in his eyes, as if revealing this would cause her to reject him.
Is that all?
You made it sound so serious, she replied. You're not upset, he asked, somewhat surprised. Shin Shiwei reassured him, this is your goal, your life, whatever choices you make, I will support you. Furthermore, his decision to attend the military academy was undoubtedly correct. In her past life, he had excelled on this path. He couldn't simply alter his life's ambitions for her, could he? Zhao Tingshan felt an immense relief wash over him as he realized she was not angry. I've truly pondered this for quite some time, not daring to discuss it with you. He had been spending time with her, wishing to cherish these moments, knowing that once he entered military school, their time together would diminish. He wouldn't be able to devote all his thoughts to her. Seeing his expression, Shin Shiwei gently tugged at his sleeve, attempting to comfort him. Zhao Tingshan, just follow your plans and pursue what you wish to do. You will undoubtedly have a brilliant future ahead. Acknowledging her words, Zhao Tingshan nodded. Shin Shiwei sighed, I thought you were about to confess your feelings, I was so anxious for no reason. Zhao Tingshan watched her retreating figure, a helpless smile forming on his lips. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. The results of the college entrance examination were released, and Shin Shiwei performed admirably, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Given her past failures, she refrained from celebrating prematurely before everything was confirmed. Zhao Tingshan, on the other hand, was entirely unfazed by her results. After all, she was his student, and he had unwavering confidence in her. She applied to the law school at Qingbei, following in her mother's footsteps, and was successfully admitted. During the summer, she obtained her driver's license. Initially, she envisioned driving around in the Porsche her father gifted her, but soon discovered that while acquiring the license was relatively straightforward, driving proved to be a challenge. Ultimately, after only a couple of attempts, she set the car aside. Once the academic year commenced, Zhao Tingshan also began his studies. The military academy had a unique management style, allowing Shin Shiwei to return home frequently, while Zhao Tingshan often found himself unable to do so, sometimes even missing weekends. This realization finally made Shin Shiwei understand why he had seemed so anxious about attending the military academy, as if he had committed a grave error. In the afternoon, as Shin Shiwei entered the dormitory, she overheard her roommates, Lu Qiqi and Xiao Ruoxue, engaged in conversation. I heard that the prince of the Zhao family's girlfriend is attending our school, Lu Qiqi said.
Is she the one who was brought back from Yunqing by the prince? Xiao Ruoxue inquired. Indeed. Who else could dare to call themselves a prince?
Chapter 71. It's actually her. Upon hearing their mention of Zhao Tingshan, Shin Shiwei discreetly cleared her throat. Lu Qiqi, noticing her presence, greeted her politely, Waiwei, you're back. Shin Shiwei touched her nose and settled into her seat.
I just overheard you discussing Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? Had her relationship with Zhao Tingshan been exposed so swiftly? She hadn't confided in anyone. You know Zhao Tingshan too.
Xiao Ruoxue inquired with curiosity, recalling that they had previously shared a decent rapport, both hailing from prominent families in the capital, albeit not very intimately acquainted.
Shin Shiwei thought to herself, oh, she knew him all too well. She nodded, I've heard of him. Lu Qiqi continued, I've heard he is quite handsome and treats his girlfriend exceptionally well. He even made arrangements to ensure no one bullies her. How fortunate she is to be with such a remarkable man. After all, he belongs to the Zhao family. Although their families were reasonably affluent, the Zhao family remained a prestigious lineage they could scarcely aspire to.
Hearing such praise undeniably brought a smile to Shen Shiwei's face. Reflecting on her past life, she lamented how foolishly she had sacrificed her promising future for someone like Pei Yunxiao.
Xiao Ruoxue asked, "What made you suddenly bring him up?" Lu Qiqi replied, "Because someone shared her identity with me."
Shen Shiwei's heart skipped a beat. Since her enrollment, she had never disclosed her relationship with Zhao Tingshan to anyone. She wished to maintain a low profile, avoiding any further troubles. After finally changing her environment, all she wanted was to complete her university studies in peace. Who had been so indiscreet as to spill her secrets?
Who? Xiao Ruoxue echoed Lu Qiqi's intrigue.
Realizing the inquiry had reached such a level, Shen Shiwei decided it was better to confess rather than let Lu Qiqi expose her. She raised her hand timidly and said, "Actually, I'm Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend." Although she had yet to officially acknowledge it with Zhao Tingshan, she had met his parents, and they had no objections. Calling herself his girlfriend didn't seem inappropriate, did it? Once she spoke, Lu Qiqi looked at her and pressed her raised hand back down.
"In fact, my husband is still Hu Gu." Xiao Ruoxue chimed in, "My husband is Hua Jianhua." Both were avid fans of the drama Chinese Paladin 3. Shen Shiwei could only stare in disbelief. Lu Qiqi interjected, "On a serious note, the Crown Prince's girlfriend is from the finance department and quite attractive." Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, from the finance department. Upon hearing the words finance department, a wave of relief washed over Shen Shiwei. It wasn't about her. She nearly revealed everything. Since they hadn't recognized her, she decided to let it slide, suspecting it was merely a case of mistaken identity circulating outside. That weekend evening, while dining at home, Shen Shiwei noticed Lu Qiqi tagging everyone in their dormitory group chat. "Let me show you Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Wow, my friend from the finance department sent this to me. Please don't spread it." Xiao Ruoxue frowny face let us see. Shen Shiwei widened her eyes in anticipation. Soon, Lu Qiqi sent a photo. Shen Shiwei initially thought it would be ridiculous, but when she saw the person in the photo, she nearly choked on her drink. Setting down her cup, she picked up her phone to enlarge the image. Goodness, wasn't that Meng Qingran? She was Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Zhao Tingshan probably didn't even know how to spell her name. Shen Shiwei messaged in the group frowny face, "Who said this is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend?" Lu Qiqi replied, frowny face, "Everyone is saying so. My friend is quite close with the Crown Prince's girlfriend. They met when he was in Yunqing. They've known each other for quite some time. Next weekend, my friend is having a birthday party at a hotel, and the Crown Prince's girlfriend will be there. Who knows, the Crown Prince might show up too. Would you like to see him? We could go together." Xiao Ruoxue frowny face, "Sure." Shen Shiwei frowny face, "Sounds great." This was becoming increasingly entertaining. She had heard Meng Qingran had come to the capital for her studies and had considered the possibility of her rekindling her relationship with Pei Yunxiao, but she never expected her to become Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Shen Shiwei had always harbored intense resentment towards her for the past, especially since Wang Yan had taken the blame for Meng Qingran. Yet, Meng Qingran truly was relentless. Now she was trying to latch onto Zhao Tingshan? What audacity! On Saturday afternoon, Shen Shiwei lounged on the sofa, using her phone to log into Zhao Tingshan's QQ account to harvest crops from his virtual farm, as well as her own. He rarely used his phone, so she managed his account for him. Aunt Zhou approached with a gown. "Miss, this dress is a gift from LV. Is it suitable for you to wear tonight?" Shen Shiwei glanced at it. "This one will do." Lu Qiqi insisted they wear elegant attire for her friend's birthday banquet, which prompted Shen Shiwei to tidy herself up. She set her phone down and stood to try on the dress. Aunt Zhou assisted her with the zipper. Just then, a servant entered. "Miss, a lady named Xiao is here." "Xiao?" Shen Shiwei couldn't recall immediately. After shedding the gown, she descended the stairs and spotted a familiar woman seated on the sofa. It was none other than Pei Yunxiao's mother, Xiao Qing, whom she had encountered previously. Shen Wenbin was attending to her. Xiao Qing's eyes were red-rimmed. "Mr. Shen, please, no matter what, I implore you to help me find Yunxiao. This child, he hasn't answered my calls for a day, and I can't reach him at all. I am truly worried." Shen Wenbin assured, "I'll contact you once I locate him." Xiao Qing replied, "Thank you, Mr. Shen. You're truly kind." Shen Wenbin arranged for her and her assistant to leave. As Shen Shiwei descended from the upper floor, she inquired of her father, "What brings her here?" She thought Pei Yunxiao might be here, so she came looking for him. Shen Shiwei remarked, "Isn't Pei Yunxiao her son? Why doesn't she search for him herself and ask you for help?" Her father was far too accommodating. Shen Wenbin sighed. She has her reasons. After all, Pei Yunxiao is her child with your Uncle Pei. It wouldn't be proper to trouble her current husband. His temper isn't the best. If he finds out, there's bound to be an argument. And Yunxiao, he is alone in the capital, and isn't in touch with anyone. Hasn't he come to see you? No. After being humiliated by her during their last encounter, he probably didn't want to see her again. He was quite prideful. Shen Wenbin said, "I'll have someone look for him." Shen Shiwei replied, "Dad, could you refrain from involving yourself in Pei Yunxiao's affairs?" Shen Wenbin raised his head to gaze at Shen Shiwei but didn't respond, only asking, "Didn't you say you were going out?" Aware that her father was determined to meddle in Pei Yunxiao's matters, Shen Shiwei opted not to press further. Returning upstairs, she changed her clothes and made her way to the hotel address Lu Qiqi had sent. Lu Qiqi and Xiao Ruoxue were already there, waiting at the entrance for Shen Shiwei.
Both were dressed beautifully. Qin Shiwei followed them into the banquet hall, and as soon as she entered, she spotted Meng Qingran. She was surrounded by a throng of admirers, still basking in the limelight. One had to begrudgingly admire her. She was indeed a magnet for attention wherever she went. Chapter 72. She is not the Crown Prince's girlfriend. After a period of absence, Qin Shiwei still vividly recalled Meng Qingran's disheveled appearance at the graduation party. At that time, she had been utterly humiliated by Pei Yinxiao's father. To her surprise, upon their reunion, Meng Qingran presented herself in a dazzlingly glamorous manner, adorned in an exquisite outfit of considerable value.
Remarkably, she too wore an LV gown, albeit in a different style.
Jiang Yu, Lu Qiqi called out as she approached her friend with Qin Shiwei and Xiaoruoxue in tow. Jiang Yu was the birthday celebrant of the evening. Upon spotting Lu Qiqi, Jiang Yu enthusiastically approached. Qiqi, you made it. Lu Qiqi replied, happy birthday, these are my roommates, Qin Shiwei and Xiaoruoxue. Jiang Yu glanced at Qin Shiwei and Xiaoruoxue, her lips curving into a smile.
Everyone, come together. By the way, let me introduce you to my friend.
As she spoke, she moved to Meng Qingran's side, taking her hand.
Allow me to present to you the esteemed girlfriend of our crown prince, Meng Qingran. She is also my roommate.
No sooner had Jiang Yu finished her introduction than Meng Qingran interjected, Jiang Yu, please don't say that. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone here is my good friend.
There won't be any wild rumors, right?
Rest assured, the others chimed in heartily. With everyone's attention fixated on Meng Qingran, Qin Shiwei found herself unnoticed. Unable to contain herself, she called out, Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran looked up, her expression momentarily stiffening as she recognized Qin Shiwei, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face. Qin Shiwei remarked, I never expected to run into you here.
Lu Qiqi, astonished, inquired, you know the crown prince's girlfriend?
Qin Shiwei, observing Meng Qingran's unease due to her presence, replied, I am acquainted with Meng Qingran, but she is not the crown prince's girlfriend.
As soon as Qin Shiwei spoke, Jiang Yu's demeanor turned icy as she glared at her. What do you mean by that?
Qin Shiwei stepped closer, positioning herself before Meng Qingran.
It's only been a few months since we last met. When did you become Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? Why wasn't I informed? Is it not shameful to weave such falsehoods?
It was utterly absurd. Zhao Tingshan had no connection to her whatsoever. She could not fathom Meng Qingran's audacity to claim such a thing. Having spent considerable time with Meng Qingran, Jiang Yu had grown fond of her. Hearing Qin Shiwei's audacious words, her expression darkened.
Who do you think you are to come here and say such things? Qingran is my friend. What is with your attitude?
The Crown Prince had made it clear that his girlfriend should not be subjected to any form of disrespect. Jiang Yu was perplexed about where Lu Qiqi had found such an inexplicable individual, one who dared to create trouble for the Crown Prince's girlfriend at her birthday party. Immediately, Jiang Yu turned to Lu Qiqi. Qiqi, who on earth did you bring? This is my birthday celebration, and you have completely ruined it. She had invited the Crown Prince's girlfriend to lend prestige to her event, yet here was Lu Qiqi's companion making a scene.
Lu Qiqi responded, I apologize, Jiang Yu.
She then turned to Qin Shiwei, what on earth are you doing? Do you even realize who that is? That is the Crown Prince's girlfriend. Offending the Zhao family could lead to dire consequences.
Don't drag us down with you. Do you believe her or me? If I claim to be Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, would you still doubt my word? Lu Qiqi exclaimed, have you lost your mind?
It's fine when we joke around in the dorm, but saying such things in front of others, you're essentially slapping faces in public. Afterward, she turned to Meng Qingran, my apologies, Qingran, this is all my friend's fault. It's her first time here, and she lacks awareness, please do not hold it against her.
Meng Qingran regarded Qin Shiwei with a gentle smile. It's been a while, Shiwei. Her expression brightened once more. Qin Shiwei stared at Meng Qingran, genuinely believing she was attempting to feign ignorance. Jiang Yu queried Meng Qingran, do you know her?
Meng Qingran explained, she is my high school classmate, also from Yun City. I never imagined I would encounter her here, what a coincidence.
Jiang Yu remarked, if you two are acquainted, why did she approach you like that? Jiang Yu's impression of Qin Shiwei had soured considerably.
Qin Shiwei focused intently on Meng Qingran. The outside world is claiming you are Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. I am curious as to how this came to be.
Meng Qingran calmly met Qin Shiwei's gaze.
This matter was not initiated by me. It is mere gossip spreading among them. Jiang Yu, she glanced at Jiang Yu, who, feeling the weight of Meng Qingran's reproachful look, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Qingran, I will take care of this. She stepped forward and addressed Qin Shiwei, those remarks were entirely my own, and Qingran never claimed to be the Crown Prince's girlfriend.
Qin Shiwei responded incredulously, what did you say?
Just moments before, Jiang Yu had asserted with great certainty that Meng Qingran was Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Jiang Yu, addressing the group, clarified, Qingran stated that she and the Crown Prince have not established a confirmed relationship, she has never claimed to be his girlfriend, it was merely an assumption I made during our time together. The Crown Prince had previously mentioned that his girlfriend is at school, and everyone should be aware of that. All present were friends of Jiang Yu, each connected to influential families. They indeed knew of the Crown Prince's mention, that his girlfriend was studying at Qingbei, hailing from Yun City. They were cautious not to offend the Crown Prince's girlfriend, hence their inquiries into her identity. After Jiang Yu's explanation, seeing the group in agreement, she turned to Qin Shiwei. If you're looking to make a fuss over this matter, there is no need, regardless of whether she is currently the Crown Prince's girlfriend, it will not affect her future marriage into the Zhao family. Observing Jiang Yu's protective stance over Meng Qingran, Shen Shiwei could not help but acknowledge that Meng Qingran had indeed found a scapegoat. Shen Shiwei retorted, even if the Crown Prince has made a mention, he has never revealed who his girlfriend is. How can you be so certain that it is Meng Qingran?
Because Meng Qingran is from Yun City.
Jiang Yu countered.
The Crown Prince's girlfriend is undoubtedly from Yun City. Then I too am from Yun City. If I declare myself as Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, why do you not believe me?
You are the Crown Prince's girlfriend? Jiang Yu scoffed, her gaze derisive.
Do you not believe me?
Shen Shiwei smiled, standing before her, invisible to her, yet she persistently insisted on Meng Qingran. Seeing that Shen Shiwei was intent on creating trouble, Jiang Yu offered her a chance. Since you claim to know the Crown Prince, why not call him right now?
Chapter 73, she has photos with Zhao Tingshan. He is currently unavailable to take calls. Zhao Tingshan has not returned over the weekend.
He seldom uses his phone nowadays. The military academy has always enforced strict regulations, and his current coach is particularly attentive to him. As a result, he hardly has any time to engage with his mobile device. Even his QQ account is managed by her. Upon hearing Shen Shiwei's words, Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. Is it that he is unavailable to take calls, or do you simply not possess the prince's number? Shen Shiwei retorted, of course I do.
I highly doubt it.
If you truly have his number, why are you afraid to call? Do you take us for fools?
Why am I the only one being singled out? Shen Shiwei turned to Meng Qingran. Doesn't she get to call him? Meng Qingran is at school every day and speaks to the prince. Naturally, I believe her. Could Meng Qingran really call Zhao Tingshan? Shen Shiwei found it hard to believe. Why don't we have her call him right now? And who are you? Jiang Yu replied.
You come to my birthday party yet question my words.
Surely everyone here believes me, right?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu looked towards her friends. Naturally, they sided with Jiang Yu, as they did not know Shen Shiwei. To them, she was merely a delusional woman attempting to latch onto the prince and his girlfriend. Seeing that everyone believed her, Jiang Yu turned to Lu Qiqi and said, Lu Qiqi, if your friend continues this ridiculous charade, I might genuinely become upset. Lu Qiqi glanced at Shen Shiwei and lowered her voice. Shen Shiwei, let's discuss this later.
Why don't we just leave for now? You really shouldn't act this way.
She truly wished to avoid any trouble. Since Jiang Yu claimed that Meng Qingran was the prince's girlfriend, Lu Qiqi had no desire to stir the pot.
Shen Shiwei looked at Lu Qiqi and said, I simply cannot tolerate her pretending to be the prince's girlfriend here.
But you are not the prince's girlfriend either. This matter does not concern you.
Even if she is lying, it is none of our business.
Primarily, Lu Qiqi did not believe that Meng Qingran was lying. Shen Shiwei stared at Meng Qingran and said, since you claim you can call him, why not dial Zhao Tingshan's number?
If you can truly get through, I will believe you. Upon hearing Shen Shiwei's challenge, Meng Qingran responded, I can make the call. Shen Shiwei was taken aback, not expecting Meng Qingran to agree.
In front of everyone, Meng Qingran picked up her phone and directly made the call, activating the speakerphone. As this unfolded, the crowd held their breath. Shen Shiwei too was captivated by the moment. Soon, the call was answered, and a man's voice resonated. Hello, baby, why are you suddenly calling me? At this moment, Shen Shiwei froze. This voice indeed bore a resemblance to Zhao Tingshan's. Meng Qingran glanced at Shen Shiwei and spoke to the person on the line. Tingshan, I'm at my roommate's birthday party. I suddenly missed you, so I decided to call. The man on the other end chuckled. I miss you too.
Kiss kiss, baby, I'll come pick you up once I'm done. Alright.
Meng Qingran replied before hanging up. As soon as the call ended, the others expressed their envy. How sweet, the prince calls her baby.
I wish I could find a boyfriend like that. Meng Qingran turned to Shen Shiwei. Do you have any further questions? Shen Shiwei admitted that she was somewhat taken aback. How could it be Zhao Tingshan's voice? However, compared to Zhao Tingshan, the man on the phone spoke in a manner that was decidedly more greasy, as Zhao Tingshan would never utter such words. Shen Shiwei remained skeptical. It may just be a similar voice. There's no certainty that it's Zhao Tingshan.
But he is Zhao Tingshan.
Meng Qingran looked at Shen Shiwei.
Why do you think he wouldn't like me? Are you jealous or something? Does everyone in the world have to revolve around you? Jiang Yu glared at Shen Shiwei, already beginning to lose her temper. You cannot provide evidence to prove your connection with the prince. Yet, Qingran can substantiate hers. What more do you have to say? Either apologize to Qingran now, or I will have to ask you to leave. Shen Shiwei countered, while I may not be able to call Zhao Tingshan, I do possess photos of us together.
Surely, that counts as evidence?
The crowd turned to Shen Shiwei. Then show us the photos. Shen Shiwei retrieved her phone and pulled up a picture of herself with Zhao Tingshan. They had indeed taken some photos together. Sometimes, she would sit beside him, taking selfies, and other times, she snapped pictures of him. Lu Qiqi took a glance at Shen Shiwei's phone. The man in the photo had striking features. He was undeniably handsome.
Is this really Zhao Tingshan? Lu Qiqi asked.
Xiao Ruoxue chimed in. I've heard that Zhao Tingshan is exceptionally handsome. With looks like that, it can't be faked, right?
Jiang Yu said, let me see.
She approached, and Lu Qiqi handed her the phone. Jiang Yu examined the photo and then looked back at Shen Shiwei, uncertainly showing it to Meng Qingran.
Is this person Zhao Tingshan? Meng Qingran glanced at the photo and nodded, yes. Wow.
Lu Qiqi exclaimed, so Shen Shiwei really is the prince's girlfriend. Meng Qingran has acknowledged it. Shen Shiwei isn't lying. Seeing Meng Qingran's acknowledgement, Lu Qiqi sighed in relief. She had genuinely believed Shen Shiwei was fabricating stories. Jiang Yu questioned, but, Qingran, how does she have photos of Zhao Tingshan?
Jiang Yu looked at Shen Shiwei with suspicion.
Meng Qingran explained, Shen Shiwei's father knows Zhao Tingshan's family, they sometimes socialize together, thus, having photos is quite normal.
Then who among you is truly Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? Jiang Yu asked out of curiosity.
Meng Qingran smiled, even if there are photos, it doesn't necessarily imply a romantic relationship, I have pictures with Tingshan as well.
Impossible. Shen Shiwei immediately interjected, eager to expose her lies. Zhao Tingshan would never take pictures with you. Meng Qingran, what kind of joke is this?
Zhao Tingshan had no connection with her. He had spent all his time with Shen Shiwei before the semester began, how could he possibly have taken any photos with Meng Qingran? Meng Qingran pulled out her phone, flipping through images to show Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu returned Shen Shiwei's phone before taking Meng Qingran's to look through it. Wow. As Jiang Yu's astonished expression unfolded, Shen Shiwei felt perplexed, unsure of what Jiang Yu had seen.
Jiang Yu turned to Shen Shiwei and said, it's just a photo, Qingran has those too. While you have photos with the prince, it's evident that you two are not close. Unlike our Qingran, her photos clearly reveal who the prince truly prefers. Does she really have pictures of Zhao Tingshan?
Shen Shiwei remained incredulous.
Lu Qiqi, curious, said, let me see.
She took the phone and upon viewing the images, appeared momentarily stunned before casting a stiff glance at Shen Shiwei. Hesitant, she approached Shen Shiwei and presented the phone to her. The screen displayed Zhao Tingshan embracing Meng Qingran, having kissed her cheek. Chapter 74. Pei Yunxiao regrets. In the photograph, the two individuals unmistakably appear to be in love. In stark contrast, the images of Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan reveal a palpable distance between them. They have yet to define their relationship. Moreover, Zhao Tingshan has always maintained a decorous demeanor in her presence, often shying away from any potentially inappropriate gestures. There are times when she playfully lifts her skirt, and he instinctively averts his gaze, careful to avoid any misunderstanding.
Gazing at the photograph, Shen Shiwei is genuinely taken aback, exclaiming, how can this be possible? Why wouldn't it be?
Meng Qingran gazes at her with a mixture of pity and determination. I know he is exceptional, and you wish to marry into the Zhao family. However, Shen Shiwei, the one he truly cares for is me, not you. Please, do not entertain any jealous notions about my boyfriend.
Upon hearing Meng Qingran's words, Jiang Yu turns to Shen Shiwei and remarks, you seem to have no retort now, do you?
Shen Shiwei picks up her phone and attempts to call Zhao Tingshan, only to discover it is turned off. Yet, she recalls that Meng Qingran had just spoken to him without issue. This leads her to a singular conclusion: the person Meng Qingran had conversed with was not Zhao Tingshan at all.
The reasons behind this perplexing situation elude Shen Shiwei for the moment. Lu Qiqi observes Shen Shiwei's astonished expression and interjects on her behalf. Jiang Yu, Shiwei likely had no inkling that the prince is indeed involved with Meng Qingran. However, this does confirm that she is acquainted with him. We are all friends here, so let us not make her situation any more difficult, shall we? Jiang Yu replies, I have no objections, as I'm not particularly close to her. But at Qingran, what is your stance? If you're displeased, I can easily ask her to leave. At this moment, she seems to be acquiescing to Meng Qingran's wishes. Meng Qingran, observing Shen Shiwei's reaction, responds to Jiang Yu, let it go. She simply harbors feelings for Tingshan. His choice not to inform Shen Shiwei about their relationship stems from a desire to spare her feelings. It is unfortunate that such a misunderstanding has arisen. Jiang Yu, please don't hold it against her, after all, she does appear genuinely upset. You are incredibly kind. Jiang Yu exclaims, no wonder the prince has taken a liking to you. The Lu family has sent a driver to collect Lu Qiqi, who, feeling concerned, decides to accompany Shen Shiwei home. During the journey, she notices Shen Shiwei's silence and endeavors to console her. Shen Shiwei, don't be too disheartened, it's quite normal to have feelings for the prince. However, you must understand that for individuals like us, winning his affection is an arduous task. Upon hearing Lu Qiqi's words, Shen Shiwei glances at her, offering a faint, resigned smile, I'm alright. Her silence is not born of sorrow but rather contemplation regarding the circumstances surrounding Meng Qingran's photographs. As the car halts before her residence, Shen Shiwei bids farewell to Lu Qiqi before turning to enter. Just as she reaches the door, she nearly collides with Pei Yunxiao. Earlier in the day, his mother had sought him out, and to her surprise, he has now appeared at her home. One cannot help but commend her father for his efficiency. Shen Wenbin intended for Pei Yunxiao to get in touch with his mother, yet Pei Yunxiao declined, insisting that Shen Wenbin should not engage with her nor disclose his whereabouts. It is evident that he harbors some resentment towards her, though the precise reasons remain unspoken. As Pei Yunxiao prepares to depart after bidding farewell to Shen Wenbin, he unexpectedly encounters Shen Shiwei. He had been working earlier, but with the advent of the new school term, he will soon return to his studies. Qingbei is vast, and his focus on computer science has meant they have yet to cross paths, leaving no place for him beside her. However, upon this encounter, Shen Shiwei has just returned from a soiree, appearing radiant as if she were a princess, or rather, as if she had always been one. Pei Yunxiao gazes at the woman before him, feeling a slight tug at his heart. He suddenly reflects on how he had once been blind to her affections. How could he have failed to recognize her presence when she had so ardently cared for him? Noticing his intense scrutiny, Shen Shiwei, indifferent and disinclined to greet him, turns to leave. Pei Yunxiao hastily interjects, how have you and Zhao Tingshan been faring lately? At the mention of his name, Shen Shiwei recalls the photographs of Meng Qingran and Zhao Tingshan. What prompts your inquiry? She responds. Pei Yunxiao replies, I'm merely curious and wish to know how you've been doing. As he speaks, he lowers his head, a semblance of remorse crossing his features.
I have encountered numerous challenges lately and have come to realize that I was indeed blind to my past transgressions against you. Upon departing the Shen residence, he discovered that no one would hold him in high esteem, not even his own mother. He once believed her to be the finest person in the world, yet she has cast him aside and seeks to exploit him. In the past, he was convinced that his academic prowess would guarantee a bright future. However, entering Qingbei revealed a harsh reality. It is overflowing with individuals more accomplished than he, many hailing from superior backgrounds. Once the campus heartthrob, he now feels like an ordinary individual. As he shares these thoughts, Shen Shiwei merely smirks, a gesture laced with derision. Who would have thought that Pei Yunxiao would one day acknowledge his faults, yet, she recognizes that his realization is superficial. It arises from the absence of anyone to idolize him or bear his burdens, and now, faced with life's adversities, he finds himself reminiscing about the kindness she once offered. Shen Shiwei taunts, "It seems you haven't been in contact with Meng Qingran lately? I severed ties with her long ago. After the graduation gala, she blocked me," he responds. Shen Shiwei retorts sarcastically, "Well, it appears you're not faring as well as she is. She is now with Zhao Tingshan. Everyone at Qingbei is aware that she is his girlfriend."
She is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? Pei Yunxiao is taken aback, unable to comprehend the revelation. How could this be? Then what of your relationship with Zhao Tingshan, he queries, looking at Shen Shiwei with a dawning realization. Could it be that Zhao Tingshan had cast her aside for Meng Qingran? Shen Shiwei offers no explanation, simply stepping through the door. Pei Yunxiao watches her retreating figure, sensing her sorrow, and reflects on how he had once chosen Meng Qingran over her. Is Zhao Tingshan now doing the same? Surely, this must cause her considerable heartache. The following day, Pei Yunxiao inquires around the school and learns of the burgeoning relationship between the prince and his girlfriend. Especially after last night's birthday celebration for Jiang Yu, despite assurances that such matters would remain confidential, the innate curiosity of individuals led them to share the news amongst friends. In no time, everyone was aware of this development, including Pei Yunxiao. In the afternoon, as Meng Qingran concludes her class, she is approached by two male classmates who block her path. Meng Qingran, one of them calls out. She regards them, noting their expensive attire and glasses, suggesting they come from affluent backgrounds. Each carries a bag, which they present to her. "This is for you. When you have some spare time, would you join us for dinner at my home?" Meng Qingran responds, "I'm sorry, but I'm already in a relationship." "That's not what we meant," the taller of the two clarifies. "We know you are the prince's girlfriend. It is my parents who wish to invite you for a meal. Would you consider gracing us with your presence?" Chapter 75. How did my dress end up on you? Meng Qingran extended her hand to accept the bag, glancing inside to find its contents wrapped, yet the air hinted at its considerable value. "Never mind, I shall not accept this gift." "You may take it back," she declared, attempting to return the present. The two young men, noticing her acceptance, naturally could not reclaim it. "It's merely a small token of our goodwill, please don't feel pressured. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to join us for a meal, we simply wish to make a friend. By the way, my name is Zhang Hongcheng, and this is Zhang Tian. I shall remember your names, but I will not accept the gift, nor will I join you for dinner." "I truly have no time," she replied. "That's quite all right. We shall take our leave." The two young men departed swiftly, leaving the gift behind. Pei Yunxiao observed the scene and approached her. Meng Qingran. Startled by Pei Yunxiao's sudden appearance, Meng Qingran froze for a moment. "What are you doing here?" Her expression darkened. Pei Yunxiao regarded the bag in her hand. "It seems you are quite popular these days." Meng Qingran replied with a forced smile, "They insisted on giving it to me. I did not wish to accept it." "If you truly didn't want it, you should never have accepted it in the first place," Pei Yunxiao remarked, sensing a hint of pretense in her demeanor. "I heard you're now Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? How come I was unaware? When did you come to know him?" "My affairs are none of your concern." Meng Qingran averted her gaze. "Our relationship has already ended. When did we ever discuss a breakup?" Pei Yunxiao stared at her, somewhat unwilling to accept this reality. "In the past few years, did you not express your fondness for me? Has that sentiment vanished now?" Meng Qingran felt a wave of irritation at his insistence on revisiting their past, yet, in his presence, she could only endure. "At the graduation gala, your father made those remarks, declaring that someone like me is unworthy of you. Am I to cling to you despite that? Even if I were to be with you now, my parents would never support it." Pei Yunxiao, "Because of you, I became the subject of ridicule for many. My parents have urged me to block you. What do you want from me? Are you blaming me now?" As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Pei Yunxiao looked at her, recalling his father's words, which had indeed cast them both in a humiliating light. He softened his tone. "I do not expect you to reconcile with me. After all, a person like me is undesirable to anyone. I merely wish to inquire about your relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Are you truly together?" "You need not concern yourself with this matter," Meng Qingran replied. "It is merely rampant gossip. I have never claimed to be with Zhao Tingshan." "Then it is false. Why do you not clarify?" "Why should I clarify?" Meng Qingran countered. "I have said nothing. It is of no consequence what others believe. Am I to explain myself to everyone daily? Do I not have other matters to attend to?" Noticing Pei Yunxiao's silence, she added, "Very well, I must take my leave." With that, she turned and walked away, still clutching the items gifted to her. Due to Zhao Tingshan's busyness, the campus buzzed with chatter about Meng Qingran being his girlfriend. Her roommates felt increasingly that Shen Shiwei was the one left behind, and they offered her consolation whenever they met.
Xin Shiwei, at her wit's end, decided to dine out with her cousin in hopes of lifting her spirits. Xiao Yan, the daughter of Xiao Ziyuan, was 2 years Xin Shiwei's senior. Noticing Xin Shiwei's gaze fixated on her attire, Xiao Yan looked down at her own clothing.
What is wrong with my outfit? Why are you staring at me?
You also have a dress like this, Xin Shiwei exclaimed in surprise.
What? Have you seen this dress elsewhere? Xiao Yan chuckled. I saw someone wearing it before, Xin Shiwei replied. On Jiang Yu's birthday, Meng Qingran had donned that very dress. It was a surprise to see her cousin wearing it today. Impossible. Xiao Yan laughed. This dress is one of a kind in the entire world. I ordered it previously and have not worn it yet, no one else could possibly have it. That cannot be true, it looks exactly the same.
Xin Shiwei leaned in closer, reaching out to touch it.
I cannot be mistaken. Even the texture is identical.
Xiao Yan said, alright, you must have zoned out in class, law classes are quite challenging, aren't they? Shall we go out together this weekend? You've been in the capital for quite some time.
You should meet some people instead of moping around all day.
Sure. It was rare for her cousin to invite her out, and Shen Shiwei felt it was time to meet some friends in the capital to avoid having to prove her identity as Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. After dinner, Xiao Yan escorted Shen Shiwei back to her dormitory before heading home. While changing clothes, Xiao Yan recalled Shen Shiwei's words and couldn't resist rummaging through her wardrobe.
And one, Xiao Yan called out. Soon, a middle-aged woman appeared at the door. Mississippi. Where is my golden gown? I distinctly remember hanging it here. It is my favorite dress. How could it be missing? Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crossed the woman's face, but she quickly replied, I noticed it was a bit dirty, so I sent it for cleaning. Then it seems I cannot wear it this weekend. Soon, Saturday evening arrived.
Shen Shiwei accompanied Xiao Yan to the banquet hall, where Xiao Yan introduced her to numerous people, including some celebrities. Although the Qiao family was not particularly renowned, Xiao Ziyuan owned an estate and frequently hosted the elite of the capital. He maintained close ties with many, including the current Mrs. Zhao, which earned him considerable respect. Thus, Xiao Yan was well acquainted with many. After mingling for a while, they paused, and Xiao Yan handed Shen Shiwei a drink.
Are you tired? Shen Shiwei replied, not really.
Just then, she spotted a glimmer of gold in the crowd. Meng Qingran appeared, adorned in a stunning golden gown, accompanied by Jiang Yu, who was helping her greet others. Though it was her first time at such an event, Meng Qingran showed no signs of timidity, quickly exchanging contact information with many.
What are you looking at?
Seeing Shen Shiwei's distracted gaze, Xiao Yan turned to follow her line of sight. To her astonishment, she recognized the golden gown that had vanished from her wardrobe, now worn by another woman. Wasn't he that the daughter of Aunt Wan? How could my dress be on her? Without hesitation, Xiao Yan strode over Shen Shiwei, observing her cousin striding confidently in high heels. Followed closely behind, Xiao Yan seized Meng Qingran's arm. Startled by the sudden confrontation, Meng Qingran halted her conversation.
Xiao Yan, pulling the bewildered Meng Qingran aside, demanded, where did you get that dress? How could my gown be on you?
Chapter 76. Zhao Tingshan has returned. Upon hearing Xiao Yan mention the clothes she was wearing, Meng Qingran immediately realized the implication. This was the young lady from the household where her mother worked as a housekeeper. Since she had come to the capital for her studies, her mother, concerned for her well-being, had also relocated to the city to find employment as a nanny. The family they worked for was quite affluent, and their daughter had numerous garments, particularly an array of exquisite gowns. In order to attend such an event, Meng Qingran had no choice but to borrow one temporarily. With so many clothes in the wardrobe, no one would notice if one piece went missing. However, she never anticipated being caught by Xiao Yan in the act. Cousin, you know her? Shen Shiwei was equally astonished to discover that Xiao Yan was acquainted with Meng Qingran. Not just acquainted, Xiao Yan exclaimed, I am absolutely furious. Her mother is the new maid my family hired just 2 months ago. A few days ago, I inquired about the whereabouts of one of my dresses, and she claimed it had been sent for cleaning. It has yet to be returned. Who would have thought it was being worn by her daughter? No wonder you mentioned seeing someone in the same outfit as mine. It was all her doing. Previously, Shen Shiwei had found it peculiar that Meng Qingran's family situation didn't seem affluent enough for her to pose as Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, let alone possess such clothing. Surely, Zhao Tingshan could not have purchased it for her, and yet, the answer lay before them. Xiao Yan was now incensed that her custom-made attire had been worn by the daughter of a servant, and she was left wondering how many times this had occurred without her knowledge. It was utterly infuriating. Addressing Meng Qingran, she remarked, your mother seems quite pleasant, but who would have guessed that both of you were thieves? Meng Qingran replied, I had no idea that this dress belonged to you. What did you say? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, just because you didn't know means you can wear it freely. Meng Qingran defended herself. My mother said the dress was borrowed with permission from the owner. I was unaware of this arrangement. When did I ever agree to that? Your mother is quite shameless. Even if it's a dress I'm not wearing, it still belongs to me. Taking it without consent is theft. I will report this matter to the authorities. Miss Zhao, Jiang Yu timidly interjected. Xiao Yan cast her a glance. What is it? Jiang Yu, unable to believe what she had heard, asked, are you saying Meng Qingran is the daughter of your family's maid? What of it? Do you have an objection? Xiao Yan scoffed. She abhorred others touching her belongings. I heard her daughter is attending Qingbei, which is why she was given a chance when hiring. Who would have guessed her character would be so lacking? It's truly embarrassing. Jiang Yu looked at Meng Qingran and said, Meng Qingran, you. Meng Qingran maintained a composed demeanor, devoid of any panic. I genuinely had no prior knowledge of this situation. Had I been aware, I would never have allowed my mother to act in such a manner. It's merely a dress. I am not so vain.
Upon hearing her claim of not being vain, Shin Shiwei couldn't help but laugh. And not vain, yet borrowing someone else's clothes? This had always been her modus operandi, shifting blame with ease.
Now, however, she was casting the responsibility onto her mother. Seeing her so unabashedly confident, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for her. Despite her mother being a mere servant, it didn't diminish Zhao Tingshan's affection for her. Regardless of her humble origins, she held her head high. Perhaps this was why Zhao Tingshan was drawn to her. Jiang Yu turned to Qiao Nian. Miss Qiao, it's just a dress. Perhaps you should let it go, Qiao Nian sneered. What gives you the right to dictate my feelings? If your maid wears your clothes to flaunt, you wouldn't be upset? Jiang Yu replied, I have no pride to defend. However, Qingran is certainly unaware of this situation. She is now the girlfriend of the Crown Prince, and with his status, what could she possibly want that he wouldn't provide? The fact that she desires nothing indicates her lack of vanity. What did you say? Qiao Nian looked at Jiang Yu. Crown Prince? Yes, Jiang Yu affirmed. She is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, didn't you know? Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Qiao Nian turned to Shin Shiwei. How did she come to be associated with Zhao Tingshan? That is for her to explain, Shin Shiwei stated, gazing at Meng Qingran. Even now, are you not prepared to speak the truth? You are pretending to be Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend while fully aware of your own circumstances. Now that my cousin has caught you, are you sure you wish to continue this charade? Hearing Shin Shiwei's words, Meng Qingran lifted her head, addressing Shin Shiwei. I have never concealed my background, nor have I ever claimed to be a young lady. However, regarding my relationship with Zhao Tingshan, you all witnessed it last time. I have not lied. You cannot dismiss my connection to Zhao Tingshan simply because I am the daughter of a servant. If Miss Qiao truly intends to involve the authorities, I have no objections. However, my mother has mentioned that the Qiao family has treated us well, as they are her employers. I would prefer not to create an awkward situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu turned to Qiao Nian. Miss Qiao, see? Qingran is truly a good person. She is considering your feelings too. I know your father is acquainted with Madame Zhao, but even she wouldn't dare disrespect the Crown Prince. Qiao Nian furrowed her brow. It was true that her father had a close relationship with Madame Zhao, but how could she offend Zhao Tingshan for her own family's sake? Thus, if there was indeed a connection with Zhao Tingshan, she would not dare provoke it. Yet Meng Qingran spoke with such conviction. Jiang Yu remained steadfast. With Meng Qingran stirring the pot, Qiao Nian was incensed. Just then, Shin Shiwei's phone rang, and she answered. Hello. On the other end, Zhao Tingshan's voice resonated. Wei. Taken aback by his call, Shin Shiwei turned to Qiao Nian. Sister, I'll step outside for a moment. The banquet hall was crowded, and upon receiving his call, she stepped outside. She hadn't expected Zhao Tingshan would call her. Upon reaching the entrance, she held her phone and said, I was just inside, and it was quite crowded, but I'm out now. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Having not heard Zhao Tingshan's voice in a while, she found his tone to be steady. For some reason, although she had yet to see him, she could already sense that those photos of Meng Qingran were fabricated. She provided him with the address. I'm waiting for you downstairs at the hotel. Alright. Just as she hung up, Qiao Nian emerged, her demeanor brimming with indignation. What is the deal with your Zhao Tingshan? No wonder my father advised against your association with him. I previously defended you, but I see him as nothing but a scoundrel. Stay away from him in the future, Shin Shiwei replied. There's been a misunderstanding. Chapter 77 of The Imposter Prince. What misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Qiao Nian was utterly exasperated. He is the heir of the Zhao family, with his father backing him. Why would he even glance at someone from a minor family like yours? Let me tell you, the men from the Zhao family are not to be trusted. Do not place too much faith in him. He is capable of such deeds. Even if you marry him, who knows how many mistresses he may keep on the side. Shin Shiwei thought of Zhao Tingshan. Surely he wouldn't do that. Although she was uncertain about what kind of person he truly was, Zhao Tingshan had always given her a sense of reliability. You are far too trusting of others. No wonder they say you have a romanticized view of love. In my opinion, we should abandon the thought of marriage altogether. Why not focus on building our own careers and live our lives beautifully? You make a valid point, Shin Shiwei replied, somewhat dismissively. Tingshan mentioned he would come over, so I'll head down to wait for him. There was little point in arguing with Meng Qingran. It would be far more prudent to clarify matters directly with Zhao Tingshan. Qiao Nian accompanied her downstairs. Jiang Yu also emerged from the banquet alongside Meng Qingran. Jiang Yu turned to Meng Qingran. Qingran, you really know Zhao Tingshan, don't you? For some reason, Qiao Nian's outburst left her feeling somewhat uncertain, compelling her to seek confirmation from Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran glanced at Jiang Yu. My boyfriend is here. I need to inform him. Your boyfriend? Jiang Yu exclaimed. You mean the prince? May I meet him? Seeing her eager anticipation, Meng Qingran nodded. Sure. Shin Shiwei and Qiao Nian exited the hotel. Qiao Nian, still fuming over Meng Qingran's arrogance, remarked, when you see Zhao Tingshan, do not hesitate to give him a piece of your mind. Just break it off with him, understood? Shin Shiwei replied, let us ask him first. Just a few words from him, and you'll be back in his good graces. Qiao Nian had never met Zhao Tingshan, yet she harbored no favorable opinion of him. Shin Shiwei believed Zhao Tingshan had not yet arrived and was about to call in when she suddenly heard someone call her name, Wei. Turning around, she found Zhao Tingshan standing before her. He appeared entirely different from the images she had seen. His hair had been cropped short into a buzz cut. He had also tanned a bit, but still, he was strikingly handsome. It is often said that a buzz cut is a true test of a man's allure, and in his case, it certainly accentuated his ruggedness, exuding an almost primal magnetism. In truth, Shin Shiwei had never encountered Zhao Tingshan after he had joined the military in her previous life. Ultimately, she had never laid eyes on him after her rebirth. The only version of him she had seen was from his high school days, which lingered in her memory. She gazed at him, pondering whether, in her past life, had she truly met him, he would have looked like this. No. Perhaps in his 30s, Zhao Tingxin would have appeared even more formidable. She found it hard to imagine, yet at this moment, she could not tear her gaze away from him, as if traversing through time to behold that person. Qianyan, upon seeing Zhao Tingxin, was momentarily captivated by his charm. She had encountered many delicate men who shunned exercise and sunshine, but none quite like him.
So, you are Zhao Tingxin.
Her tone lacked the earlier assertiveness given his appearance. It was somewhat understandable to have a romantic infatuation.
Zhao Tingxin replied, and you are? Shen Shiwei introduced, this is my cousin, Xiaoyan, my uncle's daughter.
Zhao Tingxin moved closer to Shen Shiwei and remarked, I believe I just heard her suggest you should break up with me.
Xiaoyan stood speechless.
Although Zhao Tingxin's expression remained stoic, exuding an ironclad demeanor, she could not shake off the feeling that he seemed to be reporting her behavior.
I was just rambling. You two carry on.
Fearing he might take issue with her, Xiaoyan hastily retreated. Once she was a safe distance away, Shen Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingxin.
I see you've had a haircut? He ran his hand over his head, is it too ugly? He seemed to fear her disapproval as he spoke. Not at all.
Shen Shiwei replied, you look handsome no matter what. Receiving the compliment, Zhao Tingxin said, as long as Wei Wei likes it. As they continued conversing, the two men who had accompanied Zhao Tingxin stepped back, seemingly unable to bear witness to the intimate exchange. Indeed, their young master was far superior to them, how unlike their own single status. Just as Shen Shiwei was engaged in conversation with Zhao Tingxin, Zhang Yu suddenly emerged.
Shen Shiwei.
Upon spotting Shen Shiwei in close proximity to a man, engaging in what appeared to be an affectionate exchange, Zhang Yu felt an immediate sense of indignation.
Although there were no overtly inappropriate actions, the scene felt far from innocent. Shen Shiwei's gaze landed on Zhang Yu, momentarily forgetting about Meng Qingran's situation. She had intended to take Zhao Tingxin upstairs for a look, but Zhang Yu had appeared unexpectedly, alone. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhao Tingxin, who was facing away from her. Thus, she could only see a tall figure, obscuring Zhao Tingxin's face. Moreover, since she had previously seen only photos of him with long hair, she did not connect the dots. Instead, she sneered, weren't you bragging about your boyfriend being Zhao Tingxin? Are you no longer pretending? Shen Shiwei found her incredulous. What are you doubting? You are truly shameless. Zhang Yu retorted. Qingran considers you a friend, yet you still covet her boyfriend. What a close call you had in deceiving us. Upon hearing Zhang Yu call Shen Shiwei shameless, Zhao Tingxin's demeanor swiftly turned icy. He turned to Zhang Yu, who are you calling shameless? Zhang Yu had never seen Zhao Tingxin, although she caught a glimpse of his face, the evening light and distance rendered it unclear. All she could ascertain was that he was exceptionally tall, well-built, and exuded a commanding presence. To her astonishment, Shen Shiwei had done quite well for herself. She mocked, I'm referring to the woman beside you. She has been telling everyone her boyfriend is the prince. Zhao Tingxin, surely you were unaware of this? As soon as she finished her sentence, the two men who had accompanied Zhao Tingxin approached. One of them donned sunglasses and swiftly struck Zhang Yu across the face. The force of the slap sent her, clad in high heels, sprawling to the ground. Zhang Yu was stunned. How dare you hit me? Before she could finish her protest, the man delivered another slap. Mind your words and consider who you're speaking to. Do you have any idea who I am? Zhang Yu pointed at her assailant, then turned to Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingxin. Zhao Tingxin ignored her. Shen Shiwei chuckled, and who might you be? You'll regret this, once the prince arrives. You won't know what hit you. The only reason she had felt emboldened to taunt Shen Shiwei was that she had already encountered Meng Qingran's boyfriend prior to this and was certain that Meng Qingran was with Zhao Tingxin. With such a powerful ally, what could possibly intimidate her in the capital? Zhang Yu hastily pulled out her phone and called Meng Qingran, urging her to come out. Meng Qingran emerged, accompanied by a man. Seeing them, Zhang Yu rushed over as if she had found a savior. Qingran, help me. What happened? Meng Qingran inquired in confusion. Shen Shiwei had someone hit me. Zhang Yu shot a glance at the man beside Meng Qingran. Prince, that woman was pretending to be your girlfriend. Now she has even laid hands on me. Please, teach her a lesson. Chapter 78, Is this impostor the Crown Prince? Upon hearing Zhang Yu speak, Shen Shiwei's attention was immediately captured. This matter had troubled her for several days. She had been pondering the origin of those photographs of Meng Qingran. Now that she was face to face with this man, in an instant, she seemed to comprehend. However, Shen Shiwei could not restrain herself and let out a chuckle. Zhao Tingdeep glanced at her, inquiring, what is it? Shen Shiwei replied, previously, Meng Qingran kept insisting that she is your girlfriend. Zhao Tingdeep gazed at Shen Shiwei with a puzzled expression. Shen Shiwei gestured with her eyes, look, that person bears a striking resemblance to you. Following her cue, Zhao Tingdeep turned his gaze towards the impostor. The man sported a hairstyle reminiscent of Zhao Tingdeep's before it was cut. The shirt and trousers he wore were somewhat similar as well. However, he was undeniably a dramatically inferior version of Zhao Tingdeep. Aside from a slight resemblance in profile, he bore no other similarities. He was also not tall. Zhao Tingdeep stood at nearly 2 meters, while the man appeared to be barely taller than Meng Qingran, at around 170-something. His complexion was lackluster. No wonder the photos only featured profiles, yet, the disparity between reality and the images was astonishing. Shen Shiwei had already pulled Zhao Tingdeep closer. She addressed Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran, is this your crown prince? Meng Qingran's expression darkened as her gaze fell upon Zhao Tingdeep beside Shen Shiwei.
She had not noticed earlier that Zhao Tingdeep had changed his hairstyle. Initially, she thought the man next to her was somewhat decent-looking, given his profile's slight resemblance to Zhao Tingdeep. However, in contrast to the real Zhao Tingdeep, the differences became glaringly apparent. Jiang Yu looked at Qin Shiwei and exclaimed, "Qin Shiwei, the Crown Prince is right here. How dare you speak to Qingran like that?
Do you truly wish to court disaster? You claim he is Zhao Tingdeep?"
Qin Shiwei turned her attention to the man, momentarily feeling a pang of sympathy for Zhao Tingdeep. Being impersonated by such a man must be utterly ridiculous for him. Jiang Yu retorted, "He looks exactly like the photos. You even admitted it yourself last time, did you not?
Are you quite certain they are identical?"
Qin Shiwei chuckled, beginning to doubt Jiang Yu's eyesight.
"Where is the similarity? The photos and the person naturally differ a bit. Isn't that rather normal?"
As long as his identity is Zhao Tingdeep, even if he is slightly shorter and less handsome than in the photographs, what does it matter? After all, it does not affect anything.
Qin Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingdeep and asked, "Now that someone is impersonating you, what are your thoughts?"
Zhao Tingdeep remained silent. Although he did not speak, Qin Shiwei could sense his exasperation.
Jiang Yu, witnessing Qin Shiwei conversing with Zhao Tingdeep, questioned, "What do you mean by that?"
The two men who had earlier intervened approached Zhao Tingdeep and addressed him, "Young master.
Someone is misusing my identity. You are to handle it." The two men exchanged glances at the imposter beside Meng Qingran, unable to suppress a chuckle at just this, and he dares to impersonate Zhao Tingdeep? One of the men stepped forward and seized the imposter by the collar. "Are you Zhao Tingdeep?" The imposter, confronted by the two imposing figures, instantly wilted, "I am Zhao, my online name is Tingdeep." Qin Shiwei Jiang Yu paused, then realized, "You are not the Zhao Tingdeep of the Zhao family? What is your real name?" "Zhao Xiaobo, is it illegal to choose a pseudonym? What are you doing?" "Jiang Yu," Qin Shiwei remarked, "so this is the person you claimed as Meng Qingran's boyfriend? You are the one who boasts about this in school, aren't you?"
Were it not for Jiang Yu supporting Meng Qingran, no one would have believed her claims of being Zhao Tingdeep's girlfriend.
Jiang Yu stammered. Xiaoyan, noticing the commotion, returned and asked Qin Shiwei, Wei, what is happening?" "This man is the one Meng Qingran claims is her boyfriend, Zhao Tingdeep." Xiaoyan glanced at the imposter, exclaiming, "Goodness! This is akin to a moon landing and a con job." She turned to Jiang Yu, "Did you not say Meng Qingran is Zhao Tingdeep's girlfriend?"
Had it not been for Jiang Yu's interference, she would have confronted Meng Qingran inside. Jiang Yu now regretted her past actions immensely. Xiaoyan asserted, "Open your eyes wide and see what the true Crown Prince looks like. He is standing right before you." Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Tingdeep, who stood beside Qin Shiwei. She was astonished to discover that this man, with his changed hairstyle, was indeed the real Crown Prince of the Zhao family. The aura surrounding Zhao Tingdeep was distinctly different from that of the imposter. After a fleeting glance at Zhao Tingdeep, she immediately felt intimidated. Her previous kindness toward Meng Qingran was merely an attempt to forge a connection with the Zhao family. Little did she know, she had just offended him. She hurriedly apologized, "I am sorry, I truly did not know, I was deceived by Meng Qingran." She then turned on Meng Qingran, scolding, "Meng Qingran, you shameless wretch, how dare you impersonate the Crown Prince's girlfriend?" "I never claimed to be," Meng Qingran retorted. "You overheard my phone call and insisted that I was Zhao Tingdeep's girlfriend." "I am the victim here." Jiang Yu pointed at Meng Qingran, astonished that she had assumed the role of the victim. While her words were indeed her own, Meng Qingran had consistently maintained an ambiguous stance, leading to misunderstandings. When others referred to her as Zhao Tingdeep's girlfriend, she did not deny it. "What a shameless person," Jiang Yu continued. "At my birthday banquet, did you not say so? Many people witnessed it." "Can you deny it?" "I said that to save face for you. If I had not, you would have been the one embarrassed. You insisted I attend your birthday celebration." Jiang Yu had never encountered someone so devoid of shame. Now, she placed all the blame onto Jiang Yu, emerging unscathed as Zhao Tingdeep paid no heed to their argument and instructed his men to take the three of them to the police station. The Zhao family's chauffeur first escorted Xiaoyan home. Qin Shiwei and Xiaoyan occupied the back seat, while Zhao Tingdeep took the front passenger seat. She looked at him and remarked, "Thank goodness it was a false alarm. When I saw those photos the other day, I almost began to doubt whether there was something between you and Meng Qingran." "I do not know her." In truth, Qin Shiwei had already arrived at her own conclusion. Yet, upon seeing him, she could not help but tease, "She is quite the character. What made her think to impersonate your girlfriend?" Xiaoyan interjected, "Isn't it simply because the Crown Prince's status is too enticing to exploit?" At the mere mention of Meng Qingran, Xiaoyan's teeth ground together in frustration. Qin Shiwei turned to Xiaoyan, asking, "What will you do about your clothes?" "I certainly cannot keep those, just the thought of her wearing them gives me the creeps. Once I return, I will have her mother dismissed." What kind of person is she, truly? Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, just as Xiaoyan was about to open the car door, Zhao Tingdeep had already stepped out and opened it for her. Seeing the Crown Prince personally assist her, without any airs about him, Xiaoyan was quite taken aback. She exited the vehicle, turned back, and said to Qin Shiwei, "I will take my leave now. Wishing you both a delightful evening." Qin Shiwei felt utterly embarrassed by her cousin's remark, "Hurry and leave." As soon as Xiaoyan departed, Zhao Tingdeep did not return to the front passenger seat. Instead, he entered the back seat and sat beside Qin Shiwei. Back at the Qiao residence, Xiaoyan summoned An Wan and promptly dismissed her. Zhao Zhiyuan, seated nearby, inquired, "What is going on?" "Dad, she has been wearing my clothes for her daughter whenever I am not home." I never imagined I would have to share a wardrobe with a servant's daughter. The dress of mine is ruined.
Xiao Zhiyuan replied, then you should report it to the police. Chapter 79.
Do you prefer men? He was too apathetic to deal with such troublesome matters. Meng Qingran's mother appeared to be quite amiable, she had a decent education and was perceptive in her work, yet it was unexpected that she turned out to be this kind of person. After Qiao Nian alighted from the vehicle, an inexplicable silence enveloped the interior. Zhao Tingshan sat beside Shen Shiwei, who had also fallen silent, unlike when her cousin was present, when she was so talkative. After a while, feeling a bit parched, she picked up a bottle of water and took a sip. Once she finished, she inquired, "Would you like some water?" He turned to her, recalling the time they had gone to Longcheng to visit Shen's father, when he had offered her water, breaking the silence. He extended his hand to take the water. Shen Shiwei gazed at this man, who had rushed to her side as soon as Qiao Nian exited the car. She had expected him to say something, but instead, he remained utterly silent, leaving her to take the initiative. She spoke up, "Why are you so quiet?" Zhao Tingshan looked out the window. As Shen Shiwei observed him, about to express her frustration, a hand reached out and grasped hers. His palm was warm, and that sense of security filled her heart with warmth. Clearly, during the summer break, they had grown quite familiar with one another. How could it be that after a brief separation, he had become so awkward again? Shen Shiwei recalled the last time she had posted a picture of herself with Zhao Tingshan, only for others to remark that they seemed unfamiliar with each other. She certainly did not appear to be Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, she remarked, "I'm a bit displeased." Zhao Tingshan turned his head to look at her, illuminated by the streetlight filtering in from outside, gazing at her delicate face. Shen Shiwei said, "Let me show you this." She took out her phone and flipped the photo for him to see. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tingshan glanced at it, realizing it was merely a photo of the two of them together. He couldn't discern any issue. Shen Shiwei explained, "Last time I attended a gathering, everyone claimed that Meng Qingran was your girlfriend, and I insisted she was not. Then I showed them this photo, and do you know what they said?" "What?" "They said I looked like I wasn't familiar with you at all." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshan replied, "It looks fine." Surprised that he would say it was fine, Shen Shiwei discovered he truly was quite dense. Unable to restrain herself, she bluntly asked, "Zhao Tingshan, do you prefer men?" Zhao Tingshan, upon hearing her words, lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression seemingly warning, "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." Realizing he was cautioning her, Shen Shiwei retorted, "Then why do you always act like we're strangers? Don't you want to be close to me?" Zhao Tingshan instinctively glanced at the driver. The driver, being professional, remained unresponsive. Shen Shiwei looked at him, In the next moment, Zhao Tingshan had already raised his hand, pulling her into his embrace. The sudden hug enveloped her like a tidal wave. "I do not like men." After such a long separation, Shen Shiwei admitted she had missed him a bit. Leaning against him, she felt utterly at ease, unable to help herself. She complained, "You've been away for so long, every time I tried to call you, I couldn't get through. I had no idea when you would be free." Zhao Tingshan gazed down at her in his arms. Having maintained a distance from her for so long, he initially felt a bit apprehensive when he drew her close, but he gradually grew accustomed to it, patiently listening to her grievances. Just grievances, not anger. He relished this feeling and understood her emotions. It was not only she who missed him, he certainly longed for her as well. They had spent every day together, and this was their first prolonged separation. As he took out his phone, he noticed she had sent him quite a few messages, sharing various matters. He read each one, and upon finishing, her adorable complaining visage seemed to materialize before him. And now, it was the most authentic version of her, nestled against the spot where his heart resided. Zhao Tingshan said, "I have been exceedingly busy." Unlike others, he had been endowed with great expectations. His training required more dedication than that of his peers. Initially, it had been advised against him returning this time, with rare time off. He should have rested, yet, the desire to see her had compelled him to come. Shen Shiwei replied, "I understand. Success in this world does not come without reason. He must have exerted considerable effort to achieve what he had in his previous life." That evening, Zhao Tingshan stayed at Shen Shiwei's home. Of course, in the guest room. He had previously stayed there for a while, and there was a room for him. Early the next morning, Shen Shiwei received a call from someone beside Zhao Tingshan. It was conveyed that Zhao Qi had invited her to lunch at the Zhao family home. She was not naive and recognized this was aimed at Zhao Tingshan. As soon as he returned, he rushed to her side. The Zhao family likely had reservations about this. Zhao Qi wanted to see her son but knew that directly asking would result in refusal. Thus, the call was made to her. After agreeing, they headed to the Zhao family home for lunch together. The Zhao family's chef was quite talented, and Shen Shiwei focused intently on her meal as Mrs. Zhao occasionally used serving chopsticks to offer her dishes. Although she was not Zhao Tingshan's biological mother, she differed greatly from the wicked stepmothers often depicted in dramas. Each time she met Shen Shiwei, she was warm and welcoming, and she never uttered any unpleasant words in front of Zhao Tingshan. And Zhao Qi inquired about some training matters from Zhao Tingshan. After finishing their meal, they departed from the Zhao residence. The lunch had been uneventful. However, within the house, Zhao Tingshan seemed rather uncomfortable. He was not at ease like he was in his own home. Just as he had remarked, it was overly formal. Zhao Yuan would be scolded for causing a ruckus, but he would not. He was treated like a guest, handled with utmost care. In the car on the way home, Shen Shiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, remembering what Xiao Nian had complained about the previous day, that none of the men in the Zhao family were decent. She had observed them for a while today and found nothing amiss. Just then, her assistant called. "Miss, the Zhang family has sent you a gift as an apology. They say it's to make amends for their daughter Jiang Huayu. It has already arrived at your home." Shen Shiwei replied, "Their response is quite prompt." By the time they returned home, the gift had already been delivered. Qin Shiwei remarked to Zhao Tingshin, "It's evident they are eager to curry favor with you, the young master." Last night, Zhao Tingshin's associates had dealt with Jiang Yu, and she had been sent to the police station. The Jiang family sought ways to extricate her but were still apprehensive about Zhao Tingshin's wrath, hence, they sent the gift first to demonstrate sincerity. Seeing the father of Jiang Yu being so earnest, Qin Shiwei chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Jiang Yu was now aware of Meng Qingran's true identity. Qin Shiwei asked, "By the way, how is Meng Qingran faring?" Zhao Tingshin replied, "She claims she is dating that man." After all, she was a student from Qingbei and could not be conclusively implicated in deliberately impersonating Zhao Tingshin's girlfriend. Those matters had all originated from Jiang Yu, and now that she had been released, it was merely that her mother had taken Xiaonian's clothes for Meng Qingran to wear, or they had agreed to compensate Xiaonian for the clothing, and the matter had been settled. Xiaonian's 2 outfits were not inexpensive, and the Meng family had to produce a sum that amounted to nearly a lifetime savings for Meng Qingran's parents, thus, she had indeed paid a price. However, Meng Qingran's mother could no longer work as a housekeeper in the capital. Xiaonian had spread word of this situation, resulting in Meng Qingran's mother being blacklisted, initially intending to be at her daughter's side at all times. It had ended up in such turmoil. Ultimately, Meng's mother had no choice but to return to Yuncheng, leaving Meng Qingran to continue her studies in the capital. Meng Qingran spent a day resolving these affairs and saw her mother off from the capital before returning to school. Jiang Yu, whom she had outmaneuvered, was seething with rage, waiting for her in the dormitory.
"Meng Qingran, how dare you come back? I thought you would drop out immediately." Chapter 80, Do you still have feelings for me?
In the face of Jiang Yu's assertiveness, Meng Qingran remained remarkably composed.
"I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I drop out?"
Her nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Jiang Yu further.
"You haven't done anything wrong? You truly lack shame. Do you have any idea what you've put me through? I nearly suffered a fate worse than death because of you."
If not for her family's connections, she might have found herself languishing in a detention center. Upon returning home, she was met with a severe reprimand from her father. Jiang Yu was genuinely enraged. She was convinced that Meng Qingran had deliberately led her to misunderstand the situation. It seemed she had even taken her to see that boyfriend who bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Tingshin, all to solidify the notion that she was indeed the prince's girlfriend, thereby compelling Jiang Yu to advocate for her. Had Meng Qingran not insisted on introducing her to that person, Jiang Yu would not have mistakenly regarded Zhao Tingshin as an ordinary individual, mistaking that impostor for the prince himself. Meng Qingran gazed at Jiang Yu. "You brought this upon yourself by seeking trouble with Qin Shiwei. I had warned you." Jiang Yu retorted, "You remember what you said about Qin Shiwei at my birthday party, don't you?" "I merely spoke to cover for you," Meng Qingran replied. "If you wished to be friends with me, it wasn't solely for your sake, was it? Do you truly believe I should undermine you? So it was for my benefit?" Jiang Yu laughed bitterly. She had expected Meng Qingran to feel remorse over the incident, yet the latter showed no signs of regret. Infuriated, Jiang Yu resolved to sever ties with Meng Qingran, leading her dorm mates to disregard her entirely. As the news of the debacle had spread throughout the school, those who had previously sought out Meng Qingran with gifts now realized she was not the prince's girlfriend, and they flocked to create trouble for her. Ultimately, Meng Qingran returned all the gifts she had received, incurring significant financial losses for the Meng family, who were already in a precarious economic situation. She had initially intended to liquidate those items, but now she was forced to return them. The thought of Qin Shiwei filled her with revulsion. It was always her. Despite having everything, she insisted on opposing Meng Qingran, pushing her to the brink. Surely, she wished to drive her away from Qingbei. Yet Meng Qingran would not yield. She had faith that her future would not be any less prosperous than Qin Shiwei's. In the afternoon, Pei Yunxiao had just exited the school when he spotted Meng Qingran. Upon seeing him, she approached. "Yunxiao." Pei Yunxiao regarded her with surprise. "What brings you here?" It was unexpected for her to seek him out, especially after she had previously blocked him. The last time he saw her, she had seemed determined to distance herself from him. "Are you working part-time lately? Could you possibly take me along?" Previously, her mother had worked for a wealthy family, sparing her the need to find work. However, with her mother gone, she had no choice but to seek employment like Pei Yunxiao. Upon hearing that she wished to work, Pei Yunxiao was somewhat taken aback. "Aren't there many people trying to win your favor? Why would you want to work?" "The incident involving the impersonation of Zhao Tingshin's girlfriend was not my doing. It was my roommate's fault. I genuinely need a job now, or I won't be able to make ends meet. Can you help me find one?" Seeing her in such a pitiful state and recalling their long acquaintance, Pei Yunxiao agreed. After all, he felt his father was at fault in the previous matter, and Meng Qingran's decision to block him was understandable. He introduced her to a restaurant where he worked, and they both began their employment there. During the quieter moments, Pei Yunxiao was not idle. He was no longer solely focused on a romantic pursuit with Meng Qingran. He sought to dedicate himself to his studies, unlike Zhao Tingshin, who lived a life of luxury without effort. Pei Yunxiao was determined to carve out a promising future for himself in the capital through hard work, relying on no one else. After Qin Shiwei returned to school, Jiang Yu visited her once to apologize for the misunderstanding. It was then that Lu Qiqi and Xiao Ruoxue discovered that Qin Shiwei was indeed the prince's girlfriend, while Meng Qingran was the impostor. For an extended period afterward, both Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao busied themselves with earning money, avoiding any encounters with Qin Shiwei. Qin Shiwei, too, was preoccupied, as she was currently immersed in writing novels while also investing in stocks. Though writing didn't yield substantial income, she pursued it purely out of passion. In her previous life, she had developed a fondness for novels, which ultimately led to her downfall. By the time she graduated from university, Shin Shiwei had become a relatively well-known author, although those around her were unaware. Her internship, arranged by her father, was with a mobile phone company, where she was acquainted with the owner. The smartphone industry had surged in popularity over the years. Initially, when Mr. Hua's company was still burgeoning, it was Shin Wenbin who invested after Shin Shiwei had merely suggested it. To everyone's astonishment, within a few short years, Mr. My technology had skyrocketed in success. Shin Wenbin had remarked on multiple occasions how insightful Shin Shiwei was, even jokingly suggesting she might possess the ability to foresee the future. And now, during her internship, she was placed at My technology to learn the ropes, and Mr. Who was eager to mentor her. Despite being new, she was invited to the evening's celebration banquet. Compared to the high-end Apple brand and another major domestic brand, Demai had carved out its unique market, with its products immensely popular among the youth, consistently achieving high sales. To Shin Shiwei's surprise, she encountered Pei Yunxiao there. After several years apart, he was clad in a suit and donned glasses, no longer resembling the student he once was. Instead, he presented himself with a refined demeanor. While Mr. engaged in conversation with others, Shin Shiwei stood nearby, sipping juice. Pei Yunxiao approached her. Mr. Hu mentioned there was a newcomer at the company. I didn't realize it was you. Shin Shiwei regarded him thoughtfully, taking in his appearance. What brings you here? I started my internship here in my sophomore year. He was pursuing a degree in computer science, a field that was rapidly evolving, making it highly sought after. Given his background from Qingbei, his contributions to Demai's product line were significant. I thought you had vanished. They hadn't seen each other in years. Hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao smirked. Mind if we exchange WeChat? He had long hesitated to present himself before her, feeling inferior in her presence due to her affluent background. However, he was no longer the same. He had established his own career, earning a respectable salary. Mr. treated him well, and while others were still hunting for jobs after graduation, he was already earning a six-figure monthly salary. He felt ready to stand before Shin Shiwei. Shin Shiwei observed Pei Yunxiao. Perhaps due to his newfound maturity, he appeared to have shed some of his previous arrogance. Nevertheless, she declined. It's not convenient. My boyfriend would get jealous. In her previous life, at this moment, Pei Yunxiao had been fervently involved with Meng Qingran, hardly willing to acknowledge Shin Shiwei. Every time she reached out, he would grow impatient. Now, however, he approached her to exchange WeChat. It was indeed ironic. Are you still with Zhao Tingshan? That would surely disappoint you. In a few years, we might even have children. Pei Yunxiao gazed at her intently. Wei. He suddenly addressed her with a serious tone. Shin Shiwei looked at him, took a sip of her juice, and Pei Yunxiao, observing her indifferent demeanor, was struck by how stunningly beautiful she appeared under the lights after all these years. Do you still have feelings for me? Chapter 81. Regret over cohabitation. Shin Shiwei gazed at Pei Yunxiao and inquired, what do you think? Pei Yunxiao took a deep breath. I am serious. Would you consider giving me another chance? Not even a little, she replied. What has Zhao Tingshan been up to lately? Why hasn't he been in touch? Since Zhao Tingshan commenced his university studies, there had been no news of him. She wished to inquire but was at a loss regarding his whereabouts. She had almost begun to believe he had vanished from existence. Shin Shiwei remarked, what, do you wish to marry him as well? Observing Shin Shiwei's tone, which clearly conveyed her disdain for him, Pei Yunxiao responded, Wei, must you hold such animosity towards me? Shin Shiwei could not be bothered to explain herself. The more she saw him dress so impeccably, the more her dislike for him intensified. It was precisely this well-groomed Pei Yunxiao who had ultimately led her to such a predicament. If he had retained even a modicum of pride during his school days, it had since been completely overshadowed by his insatiable greed. His heart had grown callous. At that moment, President Hu approached. Have you two begun your conversation? Wei, this is Pei Yunxiao from our company's research and development department. He is your schoolmate. Shin Shiwei replied. He has already introduced himself. It was evident that Pei Yunxiao was thriving at Dama technology. Otherwise, he would not speak with such confidence in her presence. President Hu exclaimed, that is splendid. After the banquet concluded, Pei Yunxiao exited, following Shin Shiwei out. Shall I give you a ride? It is inconvenient for you to be alone at night, he suggested, unlocking the Audi parked nearby, a high-end model. Shin Shiwei cast a glance at him. It seems you're doing quite well. Clearly, he was eager to flaunt his vehicle. In truth, it was provided by the company, yet Pei Yunxiao felt a deep sense of pride in what he had achieved on his own. He could not compete with those born into wealth, but his self-made success elevated him above them. Pei Yunxiao replied, thank you for the compliment. Shin Shiwei countered, however, I have my own car. She then produced her car keys, unlocking her newly purchased G-Class. She had recently acquired it with her own earnings from writing, which, while modest, was sufficient for such a purchase. Although her father had intended to buy her a car, upon discovering her financial independence, he had stepped back. Moreover, her investments had yielded substantial returns. As she drove away, bidding him farewell, Pei Yunxiao inhaled deeply. Despite feeling accomplished, the moment he laid eyes on her, he felt diminished. The things he had strived so hard to attain were effortlessly within her grasp. He conceded to his envy of the privileged. Returning home, Pei Yunxiao lingered in his car for a moment before heading upstairs. He had only rented this 100 square meter apartment a few months prior. The exorbitant property prices in the capital city left him with no choice. Although renting posed no financial strain, purchasing a home remained a formidable challenge. Even with a monthly salary of 100,000, it would take him considerable time to save enough. Meng Qingran emerged from the laundry room just as Pei Yunxiao returned. "You're back?" she asked. Pei Yunxiao nodded, standing by the door to change his shoes, appearing quite taciturn.
"I've prepared dinner. Would you like to eat something?"
Meng Qingran had made 3 dishes and a soup. Pei Yunxiao glanced at the spread. "I'm not hungry, you can eat by yourself." With that, he retreated to take a shower, heading straight to bed thereafter.
Shortly, Meng Qingran joined him, curling up beside him. "Why the long face? Isn't work going well?"
As she spoke, her hand rested on his chest. Pei Yunxiao gently removed her hand. "I'm simply exhausted."
His thoughts drifted to Shin Shiwei, who radiated beauty and brilliance.
In contrast, Meng Qingran, after years together, their focus had solely been on earning money. They had chosen to cohabit to save expenses. While he once perceived Meng Qingran as flawless, she now seemed rather insipid when compared to Shin Shiwei.
"How is your job search going?" Meng Qingran, studying finance, was currently seeking employment. Upon mentioning it, she fell silent. Pei Yunxiao observed her. "What's wrong?"
Meng Qingran replied, "Nothing, I'll just keep trying." Initially, she had interviewed for a position, and they had shown interest in hiring her. However, she had encountered Jiang Yu, who had harbored resentment against her since a past incident. Even in school, Jiang Yu had ostracized her, and now she was sabotaging her job search. Compounding matters, they both belonged to the finance department, and Jiang Yu's family connections afforded her certain advantages. Meng Qingran had envisioned entering the finance sector and achieving great success, given the lucrative nature of the field. Yet, she had not anticipated facing such obstacles from the outset. She nestled closer to Pei Yunxiao, but he pushed her away. "I'm feeling a bit warm." Previously, he had not thought much of their living arrangement, rationalizing it as a means to save money. With his income secured, it seemed practical to have Meng Qingran, who was still a student and without a formal job, share the space. Yet, now he found himself regretting the decision to cohabit.
If Shin Shiwei were to discover his current relationship with Meng Qingran, would she still consider giving him a chance?
"I'm going out for a smoke," Pei Yunxiao announced, rising from the bed and exiting the bedroom. The following day, Pei Yunxiao left early without having breakfast at home, presumably preoccupied with work. Meng Qingran did not inquire further. As Shin Shiwei entered the company, she spotted Pei Yunxiao waiting for the elevator. Upon seeing her, he greeted, "Good morning." Shin Shiwei ignored him, speaking into her phone. "I've arrived at the office. I'll call you back later. I'll come find you this evening."
After a lengthy absence, Zhao Tingshan was finally returning.
She refrained from conversing with Pei Yunxiao, as her work did not coincide with his floor. Upon reaching her floor, she exited without acknowledging him. Pei Yunxiao remained silent, feeling the sting of her indifference, which was far more painful than any argument. In the afternoon, after work, Shin Shiwei made her way to the Zhao residence. Having dined with Zhao Tingshan a few times, she felt comfortable visiting him directly. Zhao Yuan was also present. Upon seeing Shin Shiwei, he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." He had grown rapidly and was now almost as tall as his brother. One could not deny the impressive genetics of the Zhao family. With looks like his, he would undoubtedly attract countless admirers.
Shin Shiwei responded, "Great, where is your brother?" "He is already back and waiting for you."
As Shin Shiwei entered, Zhao Tingshan descended from upstairs. Spotting her, he greeted, "You're here."
Shin Shiwei replied,
Originally, Zhao Tingshan had intended to pick her up, but she feared his appearance would draw too much attention.
Better to keep things low-key. Approaching him, she gazed into his eyes. "Can I have a hug?"
He looked at her without moving. Shin Shiwei, unfazed, had grown accustomed to his reserved demeanor, and she wrapped her arms around him. Just then, Zhao Furan emerged, teasingly remarking, "You've barely arrived, and you're already embracing." Chapter 82. Zhao Tingshan's kiss. Shin Shiwei hastily released her grip. "I simply haven't seen him in a long time."
Madame Zhao said, "Please, take a seat."
Shin Shiwei accompanied Zhao Tingshan to the garden at the back, where they sat for a while. The weather was pleasant, not excessively warm. She settled beside Zhao Tingshan, who gently took her hand. "How's work going?" Shin Shiwei replied, "My father introduced me to it, quite well, actually." The two engaged in conversation in the garden for a while before returning to the living room. Upon entering, Shin Shiwei noticed Madame Zhao sitting on the sofa, wiping her tears.
"Auntie, what's wrong?"
What could have possibly made her cry? Madame Zhao responded, "I was reading a novel. It's so moving."
"I couldn't help myself." Shin Shiwei was taken aback. "What novel are you reading?" "It's quite popular lately."
Shin Shiwei leaned in to take a glance and was surprised to discover it was her own work. She hadn't expected Madame Zhao to be reading these. Madame Zhao said, "I recommend it to you, it's really good." With no job of her own, her daily routine consisted of taking care of her son and waiting for her husband to return home. In her spare time, she could only occupy herself with novels and the like, especially now that Zhao Yuan was about to take his college entrance examination, which required even more of her time. Shin Shiwei replied, "All right." During dinner, she sat next to Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Qi looked at Zhao Tingshan and said, "Since you're back this time, why not stay a few more days?"
Wei, why don't you move in with us?"
Previously, Zhao Tingshan rarely stayed home for long. Whenever he returned, he would immediately head to Shin Shiwei's place, returning home only for meals.
Shin Shiwei replied, "I think I'll pass. I prefer staying at my own home." Madame Zhao chuckled, "What will happen when you and Tingshan get married?"
Shin Shiwei said, "That's still quite a ways off." The thought of marriage hadn't crossed her mind yet. She glanced at Zhao Tingshan, contemplating whether she truly wanted to be with him. After dinner, Zhao Tingshan drove her home. As Shin Shiwei sat in the passenger seat, she turned to him and said, "By the way, Pei Yunxiao is also working at my company." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshan paused for a moment.
When the car stopped at a traffic light, he glanced at her. Is that so? He hadn't expected to hear Pei Yinxiao's name again after all these years. Shen Shiwei continued, yes, he is doing quite well. You know how popular the internet is now, he chose the right major and has some talent. She had to admit, he was indeed quite capable, but his air of self-importance still struck Shen Shiwei as rather amusing. Zhao Tingshan said, do you want to switch companies? I can help you find another one. Hearing his words, Shen Shiwei looked at him. What, are you jealous? Are you afraid there is something between us? Don't you trust me? Zhao Tingshan replied, it's not that I don't trust you, I simply dislike him. Well, you better be careful. Shen Shiwei warned, if you continue to be so indifferent, I might just find someone else. When they arrived at her home, Shen's father was not there. He had recently returned to Yun City. As Shen Shiwei entered, Zhao Tingshan followed her in, wrapping his arms around her and pressing her against the door. Am I being indifferent? Shen Shiwei retorted, you have been indifferent. He gazed at her, his eyes darkening. No one knew how much he endured alone each day. He looked at Shen Shiwei and said, it's not indifference. Then what is it? Endurance. Zhao Tingshan gazed at Shen Shiwei, I'm afraid I might lose control. After he said this, he tightened his hold around her waist. Shen Shiwei felt a slight comfort in her heart. Oh, I see, I thought you disliked me. Zhao Tingshan's eyes were fixed on her lips as he leaned down. Shen Shiwei closed her eyes, awaiting his kiss. However, after a moment of waiting, nothing came. She opened her eyes to find him staring at her, nearly closing the distance, yet he restrained himself, a faint smile playing on his lips as if mocking her. Shen Shiwei felt utterly embarrassed and pushed him away. You're so annoying. As she attempted to leave, Zhao Tingshan pulled her back, capturing her in a fervent kiss. After being together for so long, he had always maintained a lukewarm demeanor. Shen Shiwei even began to doubt whether he genuinely disliked her, only tolerating her due to their engagement. However, his sudden kiss caught her off guard. She instinctively reached out, clutching his shirt. After the kiss, Zhao Tingshan looked at her. Am I still being indifferent? He recalled her words about how if he remained indifferent, she would seek someone else. Shen Shiwei smiled. Looks like I need to push you a little. Shen Shiwei stepped out of his embrace and set her belongings down. Are you heading back? Your father is not allowing you to stay here anymore. He must have some issues with you. I won't be returning to school for a while. Shen Shiwei was taken aback by his words. Really? Zhao Tingshan replied, yes, but I also don't plan to return home. I intend to stay elsewhere. He had never truly lived in the Zhao household and now, he was even less inclined to move back. Some things had passed, yet for him, they had not truly faded away. Shen Shiwei asked, have you decided on a place? Zhao Tingshan said, shall we go take a look together? Once we get married in the future, we can move in together. Shen Shiwei stared at him. Noticing her silence, Zhao Tingshan inquired, what's wrong? Isn't it a bit early to be talking about marriage? Zhao Tingshan responded, when do you think is the right time? I haven't even figured out whether I want to marry you. Marrying me is no small matter. Zhao Tingshan fixed his gaze on her, his expression serious. Wei, you are mine. Shen Shiwei joked, what if I end up liking someone else? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshan's expression darkened. If you fall for someone else, I will make him disappear from this world and keep you locked away. Shen Shiwei was momentarily stunned by his words. After a few seconds, she finally responded, looking at Zhao Tingshan, are you serious? You're scaring me. I'm not joking. He said, let's go to bed, get some rest, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. After saying this, he walked out the door. Shen Shiwei watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress her thoughts. Usually, he spoke very little, yet today he had said so much. Could he be serious? After taking a shower, Shen Shiwei saw a message from Xianyan. Xianyan, has Zhao Tingshan returned? Shen Shiwei, yes, he has. Xianyan, I knew you wouldn't reply to my messages. Shen Shiwei, he just left. Xianyan, you two aren't still awake, are you? Shen Shiwei, so what if we aren't asleep? We're in a proper relationship. Xianyan, I suspect he might not be capable. You should give it a try. Otherwise, if you marry him and find out he can't satisfy you, you'll have no one to cry to and won't be able to leave. Shen Shiwei, you're thinking too far ahead. Xianyan, I'm not joking with you. Do you know how Zhao Tingshan's mother died? Shen Shiwei, how did she die? Xianyan, she wanted a divorce but couldn't get one, so she jumped off a building. My father has always opposed you marrying into the Zhao family, fearing that once you marry in, escaping would be too difficult. Shen Shiwei was aware of how Zhao Tingshan's mother had died but hadn't connected it to this. Remembering Zhao Tingshan's earlier words as he left, she felt a twinge of fear for the first time. Surely, he was just joking, right? Xianyan, just make sure to try it out soon. If you marry him and later discover he is incapable, won't you be devastated? Chapter 83 At their new home. Shen Shiwei understood, fearing that Xianyan would continue her incessant nagging, she reluctantly acquiesced. Xianyan, remember to come for my father's birthday. He will likely bring up the subject of you not marrying Zhao Tingshan again. Every time Shen Shiwei encounters her uncle, he attempts to indoctrinate her. It seems he fervently wishes for her to part ways with Zhao Tingshan. Shen Shiwei always lets it go in one ear and out the other. The following morning, Zhao Tingshan came over and took Shen Shiwei to see his new residence. Previously, he either stayed at the Zhao family home or at Shen Shiwei's place. Now, he finally had a place of his own. The thought that this could possibly be their future home piqued Shen Shiwei's interest. The house boasted a spacious garden and a swimming pool. She ascended the stairs to inspect the bedroom. The room was quite large, and Zhao Tingshan's belongings were sparse. He had even prepared a vanity and a walk-in closet for her. The bathroom sink was also designed for two. Standing before the mirror, Shen Shiwei took a half-body photo with her phone and Zhao Tingshan entered and inquired, "What are you doing?" Shen Shiwei replied, "Come here, let us take a picture together."
Zhao Tingshan approached and stood beside her. Shin Shiwei tugged at his large hand. Hold me. He extended his arms and effortlessly lifted her up. The sudden sensation of being airborne startled Shin Shiwei, prompting her to quickly wrap her arms around his neck. She gazed at the man before her and mused, why do I feel like you're carrying me with such ease? Though she couldn't discern much due to his clothing, she truly felt his strength in that moment. With one hand holding her phone and the other resting on his shoulder, she snapped several photos in the mirror. Alright, she said after finishing, you can put me down now. He placed her on the sink. Noticing his intense gaze upon her, Shin Shiwei felt her cheeks flush. She looked at Zhao Tingshan and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Tingshan responded, "Is there anything you find lacking?" "I can have someone prepare it." Shin Shiwei found it amusing. "You're the one moving in, not me. Why are you asking me what's lacking?" Zhao Tingshan looked at her and said, "Then how about you move in with me?" "That is not feasible," Shin Shiwei replied. "I've grown accustomed to living at my house. Besides, my father sometimes comes back. I prefer staying at home." Zhao Tingshan gazed at Shin Shiwei and simply replied, "Oh." Seeing the disappointment etched on his face, she suggested, "Why not stay at my house? You already have a ready-made room there. If you ever find me displeasing, you can come back here to stay." "I would never find you displeasing." "Well, that's debatable." Shin Shiwei observed the handsome man before her, realizing he had grown increasingly charming. Each time he reappeared after a period of absence, he seemed to reach new heights of attractiveness. Zhao Tingshan declared, "My only wife will be you. What if I don't marry you? Wouldn't that leave you single for life?" At this thought, Shin Shiwei paused, recalling her past life. She wondered if Zhao Tingshan truly remained single in the end. "What are you thinking about?" Zhao Tingshan asked, noticing her lost gaze, seemingly directed at someone beyond him. His emotions were somewhat conflicted. At times, he felt Shin Shiwei genuinely liked him, yet at other moments, it seemed as if her affections did not truly lie with him. Shin Shiwei fixed her gaze on the man before her and replied, "I was thinking of you." "Shameless, then let go of me. If you find me distasteful, why are you still holding me?" Zhao Tingshan, unwilling to release his fragrant, soft wife, insisted, "I don't find you distasteful." Noticing his tendency to speak in short phrases, Shin Shiwei decided to ignore him. She picked up her phone to review the photos she had just taken, feeling quite satisfied with them. Although she was not short, standing at 1.71 meters, being held by Zhao Tingshan made her feel diminutive. She remarked, "They turned out quite well." Zhao Tingshan, observing her pleased expression, asked, "Is a single photo enough to make you happy?" Shin Shiwei tilted her head and replied, "What do you know? I like to take plenty of pictures so that when you're not around, I can still see you." Zhao Tingshan watched her intently as she opened an app to edit the photos. He held her securely in his embrace, patiently observing. Once she finished editing, Shin Shiwei noticed his quiet gaze fixed on her and smiled suddenly. She recalled what Xian Yan had told her about his mother's tragic fate, how she had jumped from a building due to an inability to finalize her divorce. Such matters were delicate, and she hesitated to inquire further. Nevertheless, as she stood before Zhao Tingshan, Shin Shiwei felt untroubled. If she truly married him, divorce would likely not cross her mind. At that moment, someone entered, their uncle, Qi Cheng. Upon seeing Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan together, he remarked, "What are you two doing here?" Noticing Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan's embrace, he added, "I must have come at an inopportune time. I'll take my leave." With that, he descended the stairs. Shin Shiwei, it was too late to stop him. She turned to Zhao Tingshan and asked, "What brings your uncle here?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "He is overseeing the house renovations." He provided suggestions, and Qi Cheng assisted him. Having not grown up in the Zhao household, Zhao Tingshan felt closer to his uncle, often preferring to seek Qi Cheng's help. Qi Cheng treated him well, considering him family. As Shin Shiwei followed Zhao Tingshan downstairs, she saw Qi Cheng seated on the sofa. Upon noticing him, she politely greeted, "Uncle." Although nothing inappropriate had occurred between her and Zhao Tingshan, merely normal interaction, her encounter with his uncle evoked an inexplicable sense of being caught in an indiscretion. Qi Cheng regarded the pair and asked, "How do you find the house? Is there any issue? Are you satisfied?" Wei, Shin Shiwei answered, "I think it's quite nice." Zhao Tingshan mentioned that you two would be living here after marriage, so we prepared many things for you. This rascal always finds ways to boss me around. However, if you have any complaints, feel free to voice them directly. It is quite good, Shin Shiwei said. "Thank you for your efforts, uncle." Previously, she had addressed him as Uncle Qi, but now, calling him uncle felt natural, which pleased Qi Cheng immensely. With Zhao Tingshan's belongings moved in, it marked his official residence in the house. Their uncle personally cooked a meal to celebrate the housewarming. After enjoying the meal, Zhao Tingshan took Shin Shiwei to her company in the afternoon. Before she exited the car, she leaned in to kiss Zhao Tingshan, then opened the door. Pei Yunxiao had just returned from a trip to the offline store and spotted Shin Shiwei alighting from the car. The person seated inside was Zhao Tingshan. He caught a glimpse but could not see clearly. As Shin Shiwei approached, he asked, "Why weren't you at the company this morning? Why do you care? Who are you?" Shin Shiwei shot him a dismissive glance and hurried inside. Zhao Tingshan sat in the car, watching her retreating figure, and noticed Pei Yunxiao standing still, fixated on Shin Shiwei. Although she had ignored him, as a man, Zhao Tingshan was acutely aware of the implications behind Pei Yunxiao's gaze toward Shin Shiwei. In the afternoon, while Shin Shiwei was at her desk, someone delivered milk tea, saying, "Shin Shiwei, this is for you." Shin Shiwei inquired, "Who was so kind as to treat me to milk tea?" "It's from President Pei of the RD department. He is exceptionally handsome. I wonder what occasion he is celebrating to treat everyone to milk tea. He is such a good person. I just hope he doesn't have a girlfriend." Chapter 84. The arrival of Aunt Flo. Shin Shiwei glanced at the milk tea on the table, unable to suppress a chuckle. Pei Yunxiao, he has truly become quite wealthy. She recalled their high school days when he would often treat everyone with her money, and everyone adored him for his generosity. However, after she ceased to pay him any attention, he adopted a more subdued demeanor for a while. Who would have thought that now he would be offering her milk tea? She declined, handing the drink to someone else instead. She had no desire to entangle herself with this man. After all, accepting even a cup of milk tea might lead to an indebtedness in the future. In the afternoon, Qin Shiwei exited the company. Zhao Tingshan had dropped her off at noon. She hadn't tea-driven, so she called for a driver to pick her up. After disembarking, she found herself waiting in the lobby as the driver had yet to arrive. Just then, a man descended from the upper floor and fixed his gaze upon her. Qin Shiwei.
Qin Shiwei looked up to see Xia Lin, Xiao Nian's ex-boyfriend, standing before her.
Each encounter with his face filled her with discomfort. Although he was not unattractive, even somewhat handsome, the memories of the previous life lingered. It was this very man who, after marrying Xiao Nian, had callously taken her life while she was pregnant. Even after being apprehended, he managed to smile at the cameras as if he had committed no wrong. When she learned that Xiao Nian was dating him, Qin Shiwei had urged them to part ways. Now, seeing his cold gaze fixed upon her, she stood up defensively and asked, "What are you doing here?" The mere sight of him instinctively made her worry that he might attack her. Xia Lin replied, "What's up with Xiao Nian? She has blocked me. What did I do to upset her?" Qin Shiwei responded, "I'm not privy to her matters." "Then could you please call her for me? I'd like to ask her myself." Qin Shiwei had no intention of making that call. Moreover, she was the one who had advised them to break up. "I haven't been in touch with her much lately," she stated. Noticing her wariness, Xia Lin's expression darkened. "Do you despise me? I haven't wronged you, have I? I'm leaving," Qin Shiwei declared, making her way toward the door, but Xia Lin pursued her. "We haven't finished talking. Why are you leaving?" He lunged forward, attempting to seize her. Qin Shiwei, frightened, struggled, "Let go of me." As she backed away, she inadvertently stumbled into someone's embrace. Turning around, she found Pei Yunxiao standing right in front of her. Upon seeing her terrified expression, Pei Yunxiao addressed Xia Lin, "Mr. Xia, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing Pei Yunxiao's arrival, Xia Lin retorted, "I was merely asking her a personal question. I haven't bullied her." Who knew she would react so strongly? With a disgruntled huff, he exited the building. Qin Shiwei watched his retreating figure, her body trembling. Pei Yunxiao, noticing her fixation on Xia Lin, inquired, "Are you alright?" Qin Shiwei looked up at Pei Yunxiao, feeling slightly embarrassed at being caught in such a vulnerable state. She composed herself, "I'm fine." Pei Yunxiao asked, "Are you afraid of him?" This man was a recent client of their company, currently discussing a potential collaboration. Qin Shiwei replied, "It has nothing to do with you." She attempted to leave, but Pei Yunxiao grasped her arm, "Allow me to escort you." "No need, the driver will be here shortly." Qin Shiwei, Pei Yunxiao called her name deliberately, "Look at me." Qin Shiwei met his gaze, "What do you wish to say?" "I simply want to know what I have done to offend you, that you harbor such disdain for me?" "In school, I may have been immature, but these past few years, we should have had no conflicts, should we? Why do you react to me as if I were a plague?" "You once seemed to hold affection for me." Held by his hand, Qin Shiwei felt an unsettling sensation, as if ants were crawling over her skin. The discomfort compelled her to push his hand away. "Do not touch me. It makes me feel ill." In the past, things had been different, but now, his attire reminded her too much of the most loathsome memories. It was as if she could see him telling her, "Qin Shiwei, hurry and die." The moment he had cast her out of his home, devoid of any lingering attachment. Upon returning home, Qin Shiwei found Xiao Nian sitting beside her on the bed. Appearing concerned, Xiao Nian approached, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. "What's wrong?" Qin Shiwei gazed at Xiao Nian, appreciating her cousin's caring demeanor. In her previous life, she hadn't grown close to Xiao Nian, but after being reborn and spending these years together, their bond had deepened significantly. Recalling Xiao Nian's tragic fate, Qin Shiwei felt a wave of anxiety. She embraced Xiao Nian, saying, "It's nothing. I just saw Xia Lin." "Did he trouble you?" "Not exactly," Qin Shiwei replied. "He said he wanted to call you, but I didn't agree. If he dares to bother you, I won't let him off easily." Xiao Nian's protective instincts flared up immediately. Although she had liked Xia Lin in the past, after their last argument, Qin Shiwei found him unsatisfactory and had distanced herself from him. "Let us not get involved with such people. I sense something is off about him. He gives off a vibe that suggests he could be abusive," Qin Shiwei cautioned. "Put!" Xiao Nian exclaimed, "Surely not, he doesn't have that bad of a temper." Seeing that Xiao Nian still held a favorable impression of Xia Lin, Qin Shiwei found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Zhao Tingshan appeared. Upon seeing him, Xiao Nian stood up. "Your boyfriend is here, I'll take my leave." After saying this, she exited, telling Zhao Tingshan, "Qin Shiwei isn't feeling well. She might be unwell, please keep her company." "Understood." Once Xiao Nian left, Zhao Tingshan approached her, his gaze filled with concern. "What's the matter?" Noticing her pale complexion, he inquired further. Qin Shiwei felt a sense of security wash over her at his presence, as if nothing could frighten her anymore. "Aunt Flo has arrived. My stomach hurts a bit." Zhao Tingshan looked at her. "Shall I give you a massage?" "Ah." Before she could finish her sentence, he had moved closer, sitting beside her. He let her lean against his broad shoulder and gently placed his hand on her abdomen. Qin Shiwei had never been this close to him before. She gazed at the man beside her. "Aren't you going to hold back?" Zhao Tingshan looked at her. Typically, he was quite restrained around her. Yet today, for some reason, it felt as though if he didn't embrace her, she might shatter. After holding her for a while, he noticed Qin Shiwei leaning against him, nearly drifting off to sleep, and asked, "Feeling any better?" "Mm." Qin Shiwei replied, "Having you by my side is comforting." Hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan helplessly smiled. "Then I shall remain by your side from now on."
You're a liar. How could you possibly stay by my side forever?
Seeing her playful demeanor, as if returning to her former self, Zhao Tingshan felt a sense of relief. Just then, his phone rang.
He answered it, and his father, Zhao Qi, sounded somewhat irritated. Where have you been? Everyone is waiting for you.
At that moment, Zhao Tingshan was supposed to accompany his father to socialize with his father's old associates.
Chapter 85. The Stock God. Upon hearing his father's voice, Zhao Tingshan remained remarkably calm.
I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'm staying with her.
What happened to her?
Zhao Tingshan glanced at Qin Shiwei and replied to his father, I won't be coming today.
Perhaps next time.
With that, he ended the call. Qin Shiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan, initially expecting a reprimand due to the call, yet Zhao Tingshan remained composed. Qin Shiwei inquired, is it really alright for you not to go? It's not a matter of great importance.
He was often absent, and now that he had finally returned to stay for a while, his father insisted on arranging social engagements for him. He found such matters quite bothersome. However, out of respect for his father, he was willing to cooperate regarding Qin Shiwei's affairs. Naturally, he would also fulfill his father's requests. Zhao Tingshan gazed at Qin Shiwei and asked, what is it that concerns you so much?
Qin Shiwei replied, I just saw someone I find quite bothersome.
Pei Yunxiao?
Though he is indeed irritating, Qin Shiwei responded, I'm not sure how to explain it to you. I encountered my cousin's ex-boyfriend, and I don't have a good feeling about him. I'm somewhat afraid of him. The mere thought of Xiaolin filled her with trepidation. Even though he had died once, she had never encountered a murderer before. It was uncertain when he might act outlandishly. Moreover, in this lifetime, he was unable to do anything and could not be convicted. This made him seem like a ticking time bomb. Zhao Tingshan reassured her, there's no need to worry, I'm here.
Qin Shiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan and nodded. With him by her side, she felt significantly more at ease. She couldn't quite fathom why.
Perhaps it was due to his chosen profession. There was nothing more reassuring than a soldier. On Saturday, at her uncle's birthday banquet, Zhao Tingshan was occupied with matters, so Qin Shiwei arrived alone.
Upon seeing her, her uncle asked, you didn't bring Zhao Tingshan along?
Qin Shiwei replied, Uncle, please don't assume that every time you see me, I should be separating from him.
Zhao Zhiyuan scoffed, you simply do not heed advice. Shiwei, Xiaoyan approached, you came by yourself? He had something to attend to.
Since Zhao Tingshan returned, he had indeed been quite busy. Moreover, Qin Shiwei felt it was somewhat beneficial for him not to attend. Many people were now aware of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan, leading them to curry favor with Zhao Zhiyuan. If he were to show up, it would likely become quite bothersome. Zhao Zhiyuan went to greet the guests. Qin Shiwei sat for a while with Jian Yan, who was also entertaining her own friends. Jian Yu was present as well. Ever since learning about Qin Shiwei's relationship with Zhao Tingshan, she had regarded Meng Qingran as a thorn in her side, treating Qin Shiwei and Xian Yan with particular kindness. She always managed to find opportunities to appear before them at various events. Xian Yan was quite adept at socializing and paid no mind to Jian Yu. Jian Yu turned to Qin Shiwei and asked, Miss Shen, how have you been lately?
Quite well, Qin Shiwei responded, lacking any enthusiasm.
Jiang Yu, familiar with her, continued, I saw Meng Qingran at my uncle's company the other day. She was there for an interview, but don't worry, I had her sent away. She thinks she can enter the financial sector without considering whether she is qualified. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shiwei spotted Meng Qingran. Dressed in a professional suit, she was walking alongside a man and the man seemed familiar, but Qin Shiwei couldn't place him at first. She asked Jiang Yu, do you know that man? Jiang Yu glanced over and, upon recognizing the man accompanying Meng Qingran, froze momentarily.
Lu Mingxiu. How could he be with Meng Qingran? Lu Mingxiu? Upon hearing the name, Qin Shiwei looked more closely at the man. No wonder he seemed so familiar. She had seen his name online before, where he was referred to as the stock god, Lu Mingxiu. However, he appeared relatively young now. Xiao Yan leaned in and remarked, he's a financial mogul, often called the stock god. Whatever he invests in rises in value. He has made a fortune over the past couple of years, and many wish to ride his coattails, but he rarely takes anyone on unless they invest money with him. Have you heard of the two recent legends in the financial sector? He is one of them. And who is the other? Qin Shiwei was aware of Lu Mingxiu, but the other was unfamiliar to her. Tao Ran, Xiao Yan replied, a woman, but I haven't seen her in person. She maintains a low profile, she rarely makes public appearances but never seems to make a poor investment, always choosing obscure stocks that continue to rise. It's unclear what she does. Tao Ran? Hearing this name surprised Qin Shiwei. Tao Ran was her assistant previously. When she mentioned wanting to invest, her father had arranged for her two assistants. Due to her busy class schedule, she had asked Tao Ran to assist her with these transactions. The mention of the stock god made Qin Shiwei chuckle slightly. Jiang Yu had already approached Lu Mingxiu, greeting him, hello, Lu. Lu Mingxiu clearly did not recognize Jiang Yu, and you are? I'm Jiang Yu, my uncle owns Jiangnan Securities. Oh, Lu Mingxiu responded coolly. Meng Qingran stood nearby, watching Jiang Yu, her expression darkening with a defensive glare because Jiang Yu had greeted Lu Mingxiu. Meng Qingran's job search had been rather unfruitful lately. Nevertheless, fate had smiled upon her. To her surprise, she was ultimately offered a position at Lu Mingxiu's company, becoming his secretary. He was even willing to take her out. Jiang Yu addressed Lu Mingxiu, Mr. Lu, how could you be with her? Meng Qingran is my classmate, and her character is quite lacking. Lu Mingxiu turned to glance at Meng Qingran. Noticing her composed demeanor, he chose not to elaborate.
With a cold smirk, he responded to Jiang Yu, my associates are not subject to your slander just because your uncle owns Jiangnan Securities, don't think that makes you significant. Do I need to explain what sort of company Jiangnan Securities is? He had a notoriously bad temper and never indulged anyone. Coupled with his influential connections, he felt no fear seeing Lu Mingxiu defend her. Meng Qingran exhaled in relief. She knew that in this world, no matter how dark it seemed, there would always be opportunities. A person like Lu Mingxiu would not be swayed by Jiang Yu's words. Feeling humiliated by Lu Mingxiu's retort, Jiang Yu returned to her seat. Silenced, Qian Yan remarked to Xin Shiwei, I heard Lu Mingxiu typically avoids romantic entanglements. Who would have thought he would treat Meng Qingran so well? Xin Shiwei replied, Meng Qingran has always been quite charming. Throughout the evening, Lu Mingxiu engaged in discussions while Meng Qingran sat beside him as his secretary. She spoke little, maintaining a quiet and dignified presence. After the banquet concluded, she followed Lu Mingxiu to the car. Once inside, Lu Mingxiu asked, Did you offend that woman? Meng Qingran recognized he was referring to Jiang Yu and smiled wryly, I come from a modest background. In a place like Qingbei, I naturally can't relate to those second-generation elites. Thank you for standing up for me, Mr. Lu. You truly are different from others. If it weren't for your willingness to take me in, I might have had to leave Beijing. As she spoke, she adopted a pitiful demeanor, which was quite endearing. Chapter 86, I am not familiar with him. As the vehicle traversed the road, Lu Mingxiu gazed at her and suddenly inquired, Do you have a boyfriend? Meng Qingran, she looked at Lu Mingxiu and asked, Why would Mr. Lu ask that? Lu Mingxiu replied, Just out of curiosity. I do not. Lu Mingxiu stated, Where do you reside? Allow the driver to take you home. I share a rental with my friend. I had nowhere to stay before, so is it a male or female? Meng Qingran answered, A male. Upon hearing her response, Lu Mingxiu remarked, You should consider moving out. The company will provide you with accommodation. It is not appropriate for a young lady like yourself to share a place with a man. Noticing Meng Qingran's silence, Lu Mingxiu added, Come to the office tomorrow. I will have my assistant get in touch with you. All right. The driver dropped Meng Qingran off at the entrance. Only after he departed did she ascend the stairs. Standing at the door, she momentarily froze, recalling Lu Mingxiu's suggestion to move out. In that instant, her mind was a blank, and she had no idea what she was thinking. But now how was she to broach this topic with Pei Yunxiao? Upon entering, she found Pei Yunxiao already home, seated at his computer, diligently attending to work. Pei Yunxiao was exceptionally busy. She approached him and said, I'm back. Pei Yunxiao lifted his gaze and, upon seeing her smiling face, remarked, Returning so late. Did you finish your work? Meng Qingran nodded, Yes, it's just that the company is rather far. I might want to move out. Move out? Hearing those words, Pei Yunxiao appeared somewhat taken aback. Meng Qingran feared he might be displeased and quickly clarified, The company offers housing, mainly because the commute is too long. Unlike you, I do not have a company car. Yunxiao, you won't be upset, will you? I will still come back to keep you company during my breaks, is that alright? As she spoke, she lowered her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Recently, Pei Yunxiao had been feeling a twinge of regret about living with Meng Qingran due to his encounter with Xin Shimei. Now, hearing her mention moving out, a flicker of joy surged within him, quickly suppressed. How could he entertain such thoughts? Meng Qingran had developed feelings for him. If he wished for her to leave, what would that make him? He reached out and embraced Meng Qingran, saying, Take good care of yourself. If any issues arise, remember to let me know. Meng Qingran nodded, In the morning, Xin Shimei was still asleep when a phone call roused her. She sat up and answered the call. It was Tao Ran. Miss, the representatives from the investment company have said their boss, Lu Mingxiu, wishes to meet you and inquired when you would be available. Xin Shimei responded, Lu Mingxiu? What does he want to see me for? It seems he is interested in us due to our recent profits. He would like to discuss stock market matters with you. Lately, many have been reaching out to request a meeting. As the others were of little consequence, she did not mention them. However, Lu Mingxiu's status was rather significant. Xin Shimei replied, Please decline on my behalf. She knew little about the subject, relying solely on her past experiences gleaned from Douyin and Weibo, aware of which stocks were crashing and which were being fervently pursued. Engaging in conversation would surely expose her ignorance. Having been awakened, Xin Shimei felt disinclined to return to sleep. She descended the stairs, intending to find something to eat. Last night, Zhao Tingshan had seen her home before departing. She was uncertain if he was already awake. She sat down and sent him a message. Aunt Zhou entered, announcing, Miss, Pei Yunxiao has arrived. What brings him here? He claims to be representing the company. He heard you were unwell and came to check on you, sent by Mr. Upon hearing Mr. Hu's name, Xin Shimei instructed, Let him in. Pei Yunxiao entered shortly after. He was dressed similarly, save for a change in the color of his suit. Noticing Xin Shimei at breakfast, he approached, pulling out a chair and sitting down with a certain familiarity. Feeling better? The last time they had been together in the office had ended on an unpleasant note. Pei Yunxiao had been uneasy and, after much contemplation, finally found a reason to visit her. Xin Shimei replied, I was fine until I saw you. Pei Yunxiao looked at Xin Shimei and asked, When will you return to the office? I haven't seen you there lately. I might not be going back. Xia Lin was aware she was employed at Dama. Xin Shimei felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Pei Yunxiao fixed his gaze upon her, saying, That is unacceptable. Noticing his anxious expression, Xin Shimei frowned, Does my attendance concern you? Pei Yunxiao responded, It is Mr. Whose directive? Shin Shimei countered, Mr. Who doesn't concern himself with my affairs, I merely seek an internship certificate from his company, even if I don't attend daily, he would still issue it. He is indifferent to my presence. She was genuinely interested in working at Dama, which motivated her to consider going to work. Pei Yunxiao regarded Shin Shimei earnestly, saying, but I hope you will return Weiwei, if I have wronged you in the past, I wish to make amends.
Meng Qingran had already moved out, alleviating his current predicament.
Pei Yunxiao glanced around the modest apartment. Although he could afford a 100-square-meter residence, feeling like a successful individual, everything paled in comparison to what he shared with Shin Shimei. Shin Shimei sipped her porridge.
Pei Yunxiao implored, please give me another chance, will you?
Young Master Tingshan and Zhou addressed the entering Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Tingshan walked in and spotted Pei Yunxiao. Pei Yunxiao rose to greet the long-absent Zhao Tingshan, extending his hand. Zhao Tingshan?
It has been a while.
He wished to shake hands with Zhao Tingshan, who had been a thorn in his side previously, yet now, he found himself less antagonistic. He had heard that Zhao Tingshan did not attend Xingbei in the end, while he himself had graduated from there. All his excellent high school grades seemed inconsequential now. Zhao Tingshan regarded the unexpected guest, not inclined to shake hands, merely asking, what brings you here? His voice carried an imposing weight. Pei Yunxiao hesitated momentarily before replying, I came to visit Weiwei on behalf of Mr.
Who? Weiwei?
Zhao Tingshan scrutinized Pei Yunxiao, is that what you call her? Are you quite familiar with her? As for the company, just inform Mr.Hu, and she will not return. Pei Yunxiao furrowed his brow, addressing Zhao Tingshan, she has never stated her intention to leave.
She performed quite well at the company, on what grounds do you presume to decide for her? Simply because, I am her boyfriend, and her intended spouse.
Zhao Tingshan had never been one to compete or vie for attention. Yet now, before Pei Yunxiao, he showed no leniency. Pei Yunxiao looked at Shin Shimei, asking, do you truly enjoy him controlling your life? Shin Shimei, is marrying such a man truly what you desire? If you wed him, you may find yourself devoid of any freedom. Shin Shimei raised her gaze to Zhao Tingshan and said to Aunt Zhou, please escort Pei Yunxiao out.
Aunt Zhou promptly approached, saying, Mr.
Pei, please. As Pei Yunxiao was ushered out, Shin Shimei lifted her head to gaze at Zhao Tingshan, sensing his cold demeanor, she offered him the peeled egg, saying, have a bite.
Zhao Tingshan replied, I am not hungry.
Shin Shimei recognized his displeasure and explained, he came of his own accord.
I am not familiar with him. Chapter 87 The identity of Lu Mingxiu. His gaze towards you is anything but innocent. Do you truly believe I would rekindle feelings for a man who once treated me so poorly? Shin Shiwei's demeanor tempered Zhao Tingshan's dissatisfaction somewhat.
He gazed at her gentle countenance and remarked, my father mentioned that we should go to the hot springs this afternoon and asked if you'd like to join us. Zhao Qi rarely had a day off, and Zhao Tingshan found himself free as well, hence the invitation extended to him, albeit indirectly through Shin Shiwei. I can join, Shin Shiwei replied, as the weekend afforded her some leisure time. On the way, Zhao Tingshan drove while Lu Qiqi invited Shin Shiwei to dinner, to which she responded that she was already out enjoying herself. Upon arriving at the hot spring hotel, they encountered Zhao Yuan in the lobby. He greeted Zhao Tingshan and Shin Shiwei politely.
Are you here alone? Shin Shiwei inquired.
My father couldn't make it, Zhao Yuan replied.
Ah? Shin Shiwei expressed her surprise. Wasn't he the one who invited us? Something urgent came up, and he had to attend to it. My mother and uncle are here, so we might as well enjoy ourselves together. Brother, shall we go horseback riding? Zhao Tingshan turned to Shin Shiwei, asking, would you like to join?
I suppose I could give it a try, she responded, appreciating the opportunity for some activity. They arranged for their belongings to be sent to their rooms, and Shin Shiwei followed Zhao Tingshan and Zhao Yuan to the stables. Zhao Tingshan selected a horse for her, which, given their impromptu visit, could not compare to Zhao Yuan's magnificent steed. The horse was rather tall, and Zhao Tingshan assisted Shin Shiwei in mounting it, asking, are you afraid? Not at all, she replied, taking the reins. She had ridden before on outings, though this was her first time riding solo. Zhao Tingshan chose a horse for himself and accompanied her. The horse ambled across the grassy expanse, not breaking into a gallop. Shin Shiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan and remarked, you can ride?
How come I never knew this? Oh Zhao Tingshan, is there anything you cannot do?
He seemed to excel at everything.
There are indeed many things I cannot do, he replied.
Name a few, she challenged her. Zhao Tingshan pondered seriously before saying, I cannot leave you. His words flushed her cheeks. Zhao Yuan was quite experienced, having enjoyed horseback riding since childhood. Were it not for his mother's objections, he might have pursued equestrian competitions. After completing a lap, he noticed Zhao Tingshan and Shin Shiwei engaged in their own amusement and paid them no mind. After practicing for a morning, Shin Shiwei had grown more adept and bold enough to ride independently without Zhao Tingshan's assistance. As Zhao Tingshan helped her dismount, she landed on the ground and dusted off her backside, exclaiming, I think my feet and backside are sore. Having been so engrossed earlier, she now realized how taxing it truly was. Zhao Yuan teased, sister-in-law, you're just too delicate, a few more times, and you'll get used to it.
Zhao Tingshan cast a glance at his younger brother, questioning, delicate? At that, Zhao Yuan instantly recoiled, well aware of his brother's protective nature. He had only intended a jest, but Zhao Tingshan's demeanor was quite intimidating. Zhao Tingshan turned back to Shin Shiwei, asking, are you alright? I'm fine, just a bit hungry, she replied as Zhao Yuan added, my mother just messaged, asking us to come back for dinner. Shin Shiwei trailed behind Zhao Tingshan as they returned to the hotel.
After changing into fresh attire, she joined him for dinner. Upon arriving at the dining room, she spotted Zhao Yuan seated beside his mother, Madame Zhao. To Xin Shiwei's surprise, Lu Mingxiu was also present. His gaze shifted to Zhao Tingxian and Xin Shiwei. Madame Zhao smiled and beckoned, "Tingxian, Shiwei, come and sit." Seeing Lu Mingxiu there, Xin Shiwei couldn't help but inquire, "And who might this be?" Madame Zhao chuckled, "This is my younger brother, Lu Mingxiu. He is also Zhao Yuan's uncle." "Your brother?" Xin Shiwei was taken aback. Lu Mingxiu appeared no older than 30, which made it difficult for her to connect the two. Madame Zhao laughed, "Doesn't he look that way? He's a few years my junior." When she had Zhao Yuan, she was merely 21, now that he was 18, she was only 9 years older than Lu Mingxiu. Xin Shiwei remarked, "It's not that." In truth, Madame Zhao appeared remarkably youthful. Yet, as Zhao Tingxian's stepmother, Xin Shiwei tended to regard her as an elder. "What should I call him then?" she asked. Lu Mingxiu replied, "You may call me Lu Mingxiu, addressing me by name is perfectly acceptable." "Then I shall refer to you as Mr. Lu. I recall hearing that title during my uncle's birthday banquet." She had a vivid memory of his confrontation with Zhang Yu. Little did she know that his sister was Madame Zhao, which explained his audacity. Lu Mingxiu scrutinized Xin Shiwei, a smirk playing on his lips. "That works." Madame Zhao introduced, "This is Xin Shiwei, Tingxian's girlfriend. Although they have yet to register their relationship, she is already considered a member of the Zhao family." Lu Mingxiu nodded. Madame Zhao continued, "I suppose everyone is hungry now, let us dine. Old Zhao might be a bit late, he tends to get caught up in work." Just as they were about to begin their meal, Lu Mingxiu's phone rang. He answered, "We're at the restaurant, you may come in directly." "Who is it?" Madame Zhao inquired. "It's the new assistant from the company," Lu Mingxiu replied. As he spoke, a girl in a white dress entered. Lu Mingxiu gestured, "Come and take a seat." The newcomer was none other than Meng Qingran. Xin Shiwei had initially thought Meng Qingran merely joined Lu Mingxiu's company, but she never anticipated being brought to such an occasion. Meng Qingran approached and sat beside him, greeting, "Mr. Lu." Madame Zhao regarded Meng Qingran with curiosity, noting her delicate and demure appearance. "How come I've never seen this assistant before? Did I not mention?" "She's new, just hired a few days ago. A university student from Qingbei, still interning," he replied. "Isn't that similar to Shiwei?" Madame Zhao looked at Xin Shiwei. Meng Qingran glanced at Xin Shiwei but, noticing she wasn't engaging her, lowered her head, reluctant to say much. She wished to avoid leaving a poor impression on the Zhao family during their first meeting and aimed to minimize her presence. Xin Shiwei sat beside Zhao Tingxian, enjoying her meal, while Meng Qingran remained next to Lu Mingxiu, who treated her kindly, occasionally serving her food to ensure she wasn't left hungry. After the meal, Meng Qingran said, "Mr. Lu, may I return to my room now?" She had not expected to encounter Xin Shiwei and the others while accompanying Lu Mingxiu. Furthermore, she was surprised to learn that he and Madame Zhao were siblings. "Go ahead," Lu Mingxiu replied. As she exited, Madame Zhao turned to Lu Mingxiu, asking, "Are you interested?" Her younger brother had always been single, despite having numerous romantic encounters. "She's merely a young girl, what interest could I possibly have?" Lu Mingxiu stated. Madame Zhao chided, "A young girl, you seem to have no particular standards, stop playing around and find someone to settle down with." Lu Mingxiu looked at her with a smile, "If I can't manage my own life, how could I possibly bring you into it? What makes you think I haven't managed mine well?" Madame Zhao shot back, glaring at her brother. Lu Mingxiu glanced at Zhao Tingxian, who was seated beside Xin Shiwei, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Chapter 88 I am not a woman of loose morals. After finishing their meal, everyone exited the dining hall, and Xin Shiwei departed with Zhao Tingxian. Lu Mingxiu observed their retreating figures before turning to his sister, saying, "Now that Zhao Tingxian has returned, don't you have any thoughts on the matter?" "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Lady Zhao replied. "You have been part of the Zhao family for so many years, and Yuan grew up there as well. The moment he returns, he becomes the crown prince of the Zhao family. Are you truly indifferent to this?" "Mingxiu," Lady Zhao said, her gentle expression tinged with a hint of gravity, "do not let your brother-in-law hear such remarks. You know his temperament." "Brother-in-law?" Lu Mingxiu scoffed. "He only has eyes for that woman, there is no place for you in his heart." "Enough," Lady Zhao interjected. "I called you out to enjoy ourselves, not to dwell on such matters. Discussing them only brings unhappiness." Her ability to remain by Zhao Qi's side for so long stemmed from her nature of never competing or vying for attention. No matter how fiercely she contested, her son could never replace Zhao Tingxian, nor could she ever usurp Qi Yu's position in Zhao Qi's heart. From the very beginning, her stay beside Zhao Qi was merely due to her resemblance to that woman. Seeing his sister perpetually in this state, Lu Mingxiu chose not to comment further. He retreated to his room, which featured its own hot spring. As he soaked in the warm waters, a glass of red wine resting nearby, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness at the thought of his sister. At that moment, Meng Qingran entered the room. She appeared at the doorway and upon spotting Lu Mingxiu, stammered, Mr. Lu." Lu Mingxiu inquired, "You messaged me earlier, saying you needed to discuss something. What is it?" Meng Qingran replied, "I have a work-related question to ask, but I didn't realize you were in the hot spring." As she spoke, she turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Observing her innocent demeanor, Lu Mingxiu suggested, "Would you like to join me for a while?" "No, thank you," Meng Qingran declined. "I am not that sort of person, I will wait for you in my room." With that, she left the hot spring and returned to her quarters. Lu Mingxiu emerged from the pool and made his way to her room, where he found Meng Qingran seated at a chair. He approached her from behind, taking a seat beside her, his demeanor somewhat frivolous.
You said you needed my help. What is it? Meng Qingran held a tablet in her hands. There are some things I don't quite understand and wanted to ask you about.
He reached over, taking her tablet to examine the information displayed.
This section is unclear to you?
Yes, she admitted.
Lu Mingxiu remarked, even while on holiday, you are quite diligent with your work.
I have just joined the company, I need to learn as much as I can to keep up with your pace, she explained. He appreciated her industriousness and assisted her with her queries. However, as Meng Qingran noticed his bare torso, she felt compelled to leave. She stood up, preparing to depart, but Lu Mingxiu grasped her hand and pulled her back.
Since I have helped you resolve your dilemma, shouldn't you assist me in return?
He drew her into his embrace, gazing at her innocent visage. He admitted to himself that her appearance did stir something within him. Meng Qingran's face turned pale with fear as she pushed against Lu Mingxiu, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, I am not that kind of person. You came to my room intentionally, did you not wish to capture my attention? He teased, leaning in to kiss her, but she raised her hand to block him, preventing the contact. Seeing her resistance, Lu Mingxiu chuckled, you should be aware that once you share my bed, you will gain so much more. Meng Qingran, feeling wronged, retorted, but my intention in joining the company was never to sell myself. I admire your talent and work ethic, and I wish to learn from you. I have worked hard to enter a good university, hoping to change my family's circumstances through my own abilities.
My parents raised me not to be someone else's entertainment. Lu Mingxiu, regarding her with a frown, stood up. Enough, please leave.
He moved aside to light a cigarette. From this angle, his features appeared strikingly handsome. Young and affluent, with an influential sister-in-law, it must be said that he possessed commendable qualities. Previously, he had considered Pei Yunxiao the pinnacle of excellence, but reflecting on it now, he felt Pei Yunxiao was merely average.
Meng Qingran stood, her expression anxious as she asked, Mr. Lu, does this mean you intend to dismiss me?
Lu Mingxiu glanced at her and replied, you have officially passed your interview. Had you accepted my earlier proposition, I might have felt disappointment. He had no need for a woman who constantly sought to climb into his bed.
Thank you, Mr. Lu.
Upon reaching the door, Meng Qingran stood outside, recalling Lu Mingxiu's earlier reaction, and couldn't help but exhale in relief. She had gambled wisely. Had she acquiesced to his request, she might have faced exploitation and dismissal, losing the opportunity to be near him forever. After exiting Lu Mingxiu's room, Meng Qingran found herself wandering aimlessly until she spotted Qin Shiwei seated in the garden, engrossed in her laptop, typing away furiously on the keyboard.
Shiwei, Meng Qingran called out.
Qin Shiwei, startled by the interruption of her writing, hastily shut her laptop.
What are you doing here?
Meng Qingran replied, I saw you alone and wondered if Zhao Tingxian was keeping you company.
Why do you ask? Shen Shiwei countered. Are you hoping to be his girlfriend?
Noting Qin Shiwei's persistent fixation on past events, Meng Qingran defended herself, that incident was a moment of folly.
It has been so long, are you still angry?
Qin Shiwei retorted, I apologize, I tend to hold grudges. I remember every shameless thing you did quite distinctly. With reddened eyes, Meng Qingran protested, it was precisely because of that incident that Zhang Yu has been harassing me, even denying me internship opportunities.
That was not my doing.
You brought this upon yourself and faced retaliation, it is none of my concern.
Must you always speak in such a cold manner? Meng Qingran replied, feeling wronged.
Your words wound me deeply. I do not know many people in the capital.
I had hoped we could be friends. Not everyone can be my friend, Qin Shiwei scoffed.
I won't shower you with praise just for the sake of it. Wang Yan has been imprisoned for quite some time, and you haven't forgotten that, have you?
At the mention of Wang Yan, Meng Qingran's expression stiffened.
The time had passed so quickly that she had nearly forgotten the incident. Wang Yan should be out by now, Qin Shiwei inquired curiously, do you think she will come looking for you? Meng Qingran steadied her emotions and replied, her imprisonment has nothing to do with me. I didn't force her into those actions.
Whether or not you instigated her, you know in your heart. Lu Mingxiu, the illustrious stock market genius, must be blind to have taken an interest in someone like you.
Reflecting on his previous life, where he had ended up in great glory, she could hardly fathom that in this life, he was entangled with Meng Qingran.
What did you say?
Just as Qin Shiwei finished her sentence, Lu Mingxiu appeared. This woman, she had the audacity to suggest he was blind. Chapter 89. This supporting female character is quite insufferable. Lu Mingxiu approached. Meng Qingran looked at him and exclaimed, Mr. Lu.
Lu Mingxiu's gaze settled on Qin Shiwei. Are you implying that I am blind? Although you are Zhao Tingxian's girlfriend, you have yet to marry into the Zhao family, is that not a bit presumptuous?
Qin Shiwei, taken aback by Lu Mingxiu's overreaction, had not anticipated that her casual remark would reach his ears. She retorted, at your age, you should be more composed when dealing with young women. To say you are blind is already quite generous, you are clearly just an old lecher.
What did you say? Lu Mingxiu's expression darkened.
Was she actually insulting him, even if she were Zhao Tingxian's girlfriend? How dare she disregard him so brazenly? Qin Shiwei replied, are your ears not functioning properly? Can you not hear what I said? His reaction made it evident that he had heard her loud and clear. Lu Mingxiu countered, regardless of the situation, I am still your elder.
Oh. Qin Shiwei dismissed him nonchalantly, so you mean to say, not only are you blind, but you are also old? Meng Qingran stood by, astonished that Qin Shiwei dared to retort Lu Mingxiu. Did she not realize that Lu Mingxiu was the brother of Madame Zhao? Even Zhao Tingxin would likely not speak so freely in front of him. Ignoring Meng Qingran, Qin Shiwei grabbed her laptop and walked away, having no desire to engage in an argument. She intended to find another place to attend to her work. Originally, Zhao Tingxin was supposed to accompany her. However, with someone else present, she found it difficult to concentrate and decided against having Zhao Tingxin with her. To her surprise, she encountered Meng Qingran. After finishing her draft, Qin Shiwei returned to her room. She called Zhao Tingxin, who informed her that he was at the basketball court and had sent someone to pick her up. Upon her arrival, she saw Zhao Tingxin and Lu Mingxiu playing basketball, with Zhao Yuan watching intently, admiring his brother's prowess. Everyone had previously claimed that since he came from Yun City, he would be inept at everything. Zhao Yuan had initially thought the same, only to discover that his brother was skilled in many areas. He wondered just how much his brother had learned. Meng Qingran was seated with Madame Zhao, engaged in lively conversation. I am reading that novel too. The author has many captivating works that I enjoy. That's wonderful. Madame Zhao exclaimed, whenever I read novels, my husband and son complain that I am ruining my brain, yet I truly find them delightful. Meng Qingran replied, I agree. Especially that in Xia, she is truly insufferable. Every time she appears, I feel a pang in my heart. Indeed, indeed. Qin Shiwei interjected as she took a seat. Madame Zhao noticed her and said, Wei, I heard you have been busy with work? Is your company truly so unreasonable as to require you to work on weekends? Yes. Qin Shiwei refrained from mentioning that she was writing a novel. She glanced at Meng Qingran, noting her remarkable ability to make others feel cheerful. Madame Zhao continued, we were just discussing a novel I read, which features a particularly detestable supporting character named Xia. She constantly manipulates others into doing her bidding while evading responsibility for her misdeeds. At the mention of Xia, Qin Shiwei's lips twitched. Xia was her creation, inspired by Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran remarked to Madame Zhao, such people are truly despicable, one wonders what goes on in their minds. Madame Zhao agreed, exactly. Qin Shiwei found it amusing that Meng Qingran was so earnest in her denunciation of Xia. Meng Qingran added, I heard that the author, Shuang Ruoxue, is from our school. I will inquire about her identity. That would be wonderful. Madame Zhao responded eagerly. Qin Shiwei thought, she could not help but admire how Meng Qingran managed to bewilder Madame Zhao so thoroughly. She seemed to revel in showing off. It was as if merely attending the same school granted her an inflated sense of self-worth. Noticing Qin Shiwei sitting alone and unable to join their conversation, Zhao Tingxin approached her, saying, You've arrived. Qin Shiwei nodded, yes. Would you like to play for a while? Qin Shiwei stood up, sure. Meng Qingran observed this exchange. While Lu Mingxiu was undeniably impressive, Zhao Tingxin was exceptionally handsome. Initially, she thought the two would soon part ways, yet here they were, years later. How wonderful it would be if she had a fiancé like Zhao Tingxin from birth. Qin Shiwei joined Zhao Tingxin on the court. He handed her a racket. Lu Mingxiu, who had been chatting with Zhao Tingxin, noticed his attention was now entirely on Qin Shiwei. He turned to Meng Qingran, Xiao Meng. Meng Qingran stood and approached Lu Mingxiu, Mr. Lu. Do you play basketball? Meng Qingran replied, I'm afraid not. Her background did not afford her the opportunity to engage in such elite activities. Previously, she had roomed with Jiang Yu and had hoped to strengthen their relationship, but Qin Shiwei's interference had thwarted her efforts. Lu Mingxiu, displaying patience, offered, I will teach you. Qin Shiwei interjected, Mr. Lu certainly enjoys taking on the role of a mentor. Is it a common trait for men to seek to demonstrate their strengths in front of women who know less? However, your method of flirting with girls is rather juvenile. She had never held any fondness for Meng Qingran. Seeing Lu Mingxiu continually offering her opportunities only served to irritate Qin Shiwei further. Lu Mingxiu's lips twitched as he glanced at Qin Shiwei, saying, out of respect for Tingxin, I shall overlook your comments. However, you just said I am both old and unattractive, and I have yet to address that. Are you now provoking me here? How could I dare? Qin Shiwei retorted, I merely fear that in the end, you may find yourself outsmarted. Lu Mingxiu warned, do not look down upon those from less fortunate backgrounds simply because of your own privilege. Qingran is quite exceptional. Mr. Lu, Meng Qingran interjected, please do not be upset. Miss Shin was merely joking. I do not take her words to heart. Seeing her defend Qin Shiwei only made Lu Mingxiu more protective of Meng Qingran. You are too accommodating, which gives others the impression that you are easy to bully. Young master, your girlfriend instigated this, as you can see. I hope you will manage her. As soon as Lu Mingxiu finished speaking, Zhao Tingxin, who had just completed a shot, glanced at him. His tone was surprisingly polite. My girlfriend is just like that. I apologize for the trouble, Lu. Lu Mingxiu chuckled. Never before had anyone dared to ask him to be patient. He remarked to Zhao Tingxin, are you completely disregarding reason? He had expected Zhao Tingxin at least to intervene. I have never been fond of reasoning, Zhao Tingxin replied, what Weiwei says goes. Chapter 90. I am your uncle very well. Lu Mingxiu gazed at Zhao Tingxin, his expression turning icy. Zhao Yuan observed the tension between his uncle and elder brother and approached, casting a glance at Meng Qingran. My sister-in-law merely spoke a few words, so why the fuss? She's just a woman. What is so remarkable about that? With all your girlfriends, why must you fixate on this one, you too? Zhao Yuan's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. You come here and instigate an argument between my uncle and brother, ruining the atmosphere. Zhao Yuan.
Lu Mingxiu, noticing his relentless defense of Zhao Tingshen, exclaimed, I am your uncle. Yet he is still my brother and my sister-in-law.
Zhao Yuan was not naive.
He knew that if he dared to show disrespect towards Zhao Tingshen at home, his father would certainly reprimand him. He was well aware of who held the higher status in the family. Besides, his uncle seldom visited. Lu Mingxiu declared, I'm done. He sulkily tossed the cue aside. Meng Qingren followed closely behind him, addressing him, Mr. Lu.
Seeing Lu Mingxiu's intention to leave, Mrs. Zhao inquired, not playing anymore?
Lu Mingxiu replied, I'm heading back to rest to avoid further vexation here.
Meng Qingren turned to Mrs.
Zhao and said, Madam, we shall take our leave now, I apologize for the inconvenience. She added, picking up Lu Mingxiu's coat and hastening to keep pace with him. Once the unwelcome individuals departed, Shen Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingshen, asking, shall we continue?
Weren't you just arriving? Zhao Tingshen looked at Shen Shiwei, let us resume. Zhao Yuan interjected, sister-in-law, my uncle is just like that.
Don't take it to heart that he is just stubborn but soft-hearted, he'll be fine in a bit. Mrs. Zhao instructed, you stay and play with your brother and the others for a while.
I'll go check on things. Alright, Zhao Yuan acquiesced.
Mrs. Zhao proceeded to Lu Mingxiu's room. Upon entering, she found Lu Mingxiu seated, with Meng Qingren standing nearby, watching him cautiously.
She approached and asked, what is all this commotion about? Why are you quarreling over a trivial matter with a young girl? A young girl?
Lu Mingxiu retorted, I didn't wish to engage with her, but she provoked me. Moreover, what is her issue with Qingren is under my protection. She has been creating trouble for Qingren. What is her intention? In such a short time, I've caught her in the act twice already. If someone like her were to marry into the Zhao family, there would be no good days ahead for you.
She is Tingshen's girlfriend. And what of it?
Lu Mingxiu shot back, looking at his sister. He is still young and possibly unaware of the enchantments cast by that woman. Who knows if your little young master has been deceived? I think Wei Wei is quite a decent person. She has always been polite to me. Of course, she presents herself well when she hasn't married in yet. A person's true nature isn't judged by their fade but by their character. She continually belittles those of lesser means. She may act charmingly in your presence, yet she bullies those less fortunate than herself. Such arrogance speaks volumes about her character.
Mrs. Zhao raised her gaze to Meng Qingren, asking, aren't you and Wei Wei from the same school? Surely, she wouldn't target you, would she?
Usually, Shen Shiwei was not like this. However, it was evident that she had indeed been unkind to Meng Qingren this time, offering not even a smile upon seeing her. Meng Qingren lowered her head, feeling compelled to speak the truth as events unfolded. Actually, I attended the same school as Shen Shiwei.
We are both from Yun City. You're also from Yun City?
Mrs. Zhao looked at Meng Qingren with curiosity. Meng Qingren nodded. Yes, Wei Wei and I were classmates. In high school, she had a crush on our school's heartthrob. However, when he didn't reciprocate her feelings, she blamed me and thus, has always looked at me with disdain.
The heartthrob from your school, it's not Zhao Tingshen, is it?
Certainly not, Meng Qingren clarified. Zhao Tingshen and I were not at the same school. Shen Shiwei's infatuation was with Pei Yunxiao. She pursued him for quite some time, and he even stayed at her house for several years. Everyone at school knew about it. Eventually, when Pei Yunxiao continued to reject her, she ended up with Zhao Tingshen.
Ha!
Lu Mingxiu exclaimed, sister, look at this. She treats Zhao Tingshen as a backup, getting a man into her home at such a young age. Does someone like her deserve to marry into the Zhao family?
Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Mrs.
Zhao cast a wary glance at Meng Qingren. Meng Qingren replied, Madam, I would never speak falsely. Such matters were common knowledge among our schoolmates. A simple inquiry would confirm it. I cannot fathom how she has bewitched Zhao Tingshen into such unwavering devotion. While I may not care for her disdain towards me, I sincerely hope that young Master Tingshen is not deceived. Lu Mingxiu turned to Mrs. Zhao, saying, Sister, you must discuss this matter thoroughly with my brother-in-law. If someone like Shen Shiwei were to marry into the Zhao family, it would be disastrous. Mrs. Zhao agreed. I will have a word with old Zhao later. Given that Shen Shiwei was Qiao Xi's daughter, a close friend of Zhao Tingshen's mother, they had arranged the engagement long ago. Thus, Zhao Qi had no objections to Shen Shiwei. He typically focused solely on Zhao Tingshen's work. However, if Shen Shiwei truly had such a past, it could not be concealed from old Zhao. After all, Zhao Tingshen was still quite young and might easily fall prey to a woman's deceit. Before dinner, Zhao Qi arrived. Mrs. Zhao went to greet him and returned to the room with him. Whenever Zhao Qi visited, they never entertained other guests, so the hotel was exclusively theirs today. Zhao Qi inquired, how is Tingshen? Quite well. He should be with Wei Wei at this moment. Their relationship is genuinely close, replied Mrs. Zhao Qi remarked, he grew up in Yin City, it's only natural for him to be close to her. However, I heard some rumors today. What rumors? Mrs. Zhao recounted what Meng Qingren had disclosed earlier. Upon hearing about Shen Shiwei having boys stay at her home, his brow furrowed. First, look into it, find out if this Pei Yunxiao truly exists and what the situation is.
Mrs. Zhao nodded, understood. During dinner, Lu Mingxiu arrived, but Meng Qingren did not. Zhao Qi preferred fewer people, and Meng Qingren was merely an assistant, so Lu Mingxiu naturally refrained from bringing her along. He sat beside Zhao Qi and remarked, brother-in-law, are you so busy with work? Even weekends are occupied.
Zhao Qi replied, not particularly. Due to Zhao Qi's serious demeanor, Lu Mingxiu dared not speak much after dinner. Mrs. Zhao invited Shen Shiwei to the hot springs, and Shen Shiwei agreed, as Zhao Tingshen had also been summoned by his father. In the room, Mrs. Zhao sat on the sofa, and upon Qin Shiwei's entrance, she said, "Have a seat."
Qin Shiwei replied, "Madam, is there something you need?"
This evening, Mrs. Zhao seemed rather serious. She addressed Qin Shiwei. "It's nothing urgent. I just have a few questions for you. I heard that during your middle school years, you were quite close to a boy named Pei Yunxiao?"
As soon as Mrs.
Zhao spoke, Qin Shiwei realized that Meng Qingran must have reported her. Before Qin Shiwei could respond, Mrs. Zhao continued, "Before dinner tonight, I called your uncle, and he mentioned that you indeed had a fondness for Pei Yunxiao and are reluctant to marry into the Zhao family."
Is that true? Chapter 91. I
am quite fond of her initially. I harbored doubts regarding Meng Qingran's words however, with Xiao Ziyuan echoing the same sentiment, it became evident that the relationship between Qin Shiwei and Zhao Tingchen was indeed not as harmonious as they portrayed.
In another room, Zhao Tingchen sat before his father, inquiring, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Zhao Qi gazed at him. "Do you have strong feelings for Qin Shiwei?" Taken aback by his father's sudden interest in his romantic affairs, Zhao Tingchen replied, "Why bring this up now?"
"I have heard she once had someone she liked."
"Are you aware of this?" Zhao Tingchen acknowledged, "Yes, I am." "Then why are you still with her?"
"We are quite well together at present." Seeing his unwavering conviction, Zhao Qi felt compelled to shatter his illusions, "But Wei Wei does not harbor feelings for you."
Zhao Tingchen furrowed his brow. "Who told you this?" "Her uncle mentioned it."
Zhao Qi asserted, "She had someone she liked. It is likely that her current relationship with you is merely a result of her dissatisfaction with that boy at Tingchen. Although you two were previously engaged, I have always believed that such arrangements are rather absurd. Marriage should be based on mutual affection. If she does not cherish you, it would be best to part ways sooner rather than later. She cares for me deeply."
"Are you certain?"
Zhao Tingchen remained silent. His father's probing had indeed left him speechless. He could sense that Qin Shiwei's affection for him was not entirely sincere. It seemed as though she was always gazing through him towards someone else. Although they did share a pleasant rapport, she often endeavored to please him in various ways, yet, he could not fathom why she had suddenly changed from ignoring him to showing interest. This left him with an unsettling feeling, as if she might depart at any moment. Noticing Zhao Tingchen's silence, Zhao Qi discerned that he had arrived at an answer within himself. "I have heard that each time you visited the Shen household, you were turned away. Perhaps it is due to that boy that she is with you now, but she could easily regret it at any moment. I hope you do not act foolishly. A fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet, and forced affection." Zhao Qi did not continue, for he himself was a living testament to such a truth. Exiting his father's room, Zhao Tingchen made his way next door. Knowing Qin Shiwei was there, he stood at the doorway, overhearing Madame Zhao conversing with Qin Shiwei. "Do not take the matter of the engagement to heart. Our families maintain a cordial relationship. Even if you do not marry Zhao Tingchen, the Shen family would still offer assistance when needed." She could understand that, given the stature of the Shen family, they might prefer their daughter to marry into the Zhao family. However, she did not agree with sacrificing Qin Shiwei's lifelong happiness for such a notion. As Zhao Tingchen stood at the threshold, contemplating whether to enter, he wondered about the implications of Madame Zhao's words. Although his father's comments had sown seeds of doubt in his mind, he could not accept the idea of Qin Shiwei leaving him. At that moment, Qin Shiwei spoke of, "The reason I am with Zhao Tingchen is simply because I like him. There is no ulterior motive. As for Pei Yunxiao, he was merely the son of my family's chauffeur, residing with us. I had him tutor me. Our relationship ended long ago. In school, everyone knew he was dating Meng Qingran."
"Are you saying that Meng Qingran is Pei Yunxiao's girlfriend?"
"Yes," Qin Shiwei affirmed. "Later, Pei Yunxiao's father insisted that he be with me, believing Meng Qingran unworthy of him, which ultimately forced them apart. Tingchen knows all about my past. If Auntie thinks I am with him for insincere reasons or do not truly like him, she is mistaken. I genuinely care for him, and furthermore," here, Qin Shiwei paused, "if I do not end up marrying him, I would rather remain single for life." Having faced death once, she held little hope for love. Yet, because it was Zhao Tingchen, it was him. Thus, she was willing to try again, to strive for it, even if the outcome might not be perfect. She wished to rectify the regrets of her past life, where she had never truly met him. Qin Shiwei's gaze was resolute. Madame Zhao observed her, wanting to voice something, yet refrained. She too cherished Zhao Qi, therefore, even if it were merely as a substitute, she would willingly remain by his side. Compared to Qi Yu, she was more docile, preferring to revolve around this man. In that moment, she seemed to see herself reflected in Qin Shiwei's eyes, rendering her unable to voice her doubts. Noticing Madame Zhao's silence, Qin Shiwei continued, "I do not like Meng Qingran, for she is not a good person. In the past, when my father came to pick me up from school, she manipulated her friends to spread rumors online, claiming I was being kept by someone, tarnishing my reputation. In the end, all blame was placed on her friends. They took the fall for her. She faced no repercussions, and now this very person is with President Liu. Of course, I am displeased when I see her." Madame Zhao was taken aback by the revelations. "I will speak to Mingxiu about this."
"Then I shall take my leave," Qin Shiwei declared, stepping out of the room.
Originally, they had planned to go to the hot springs, but she could tell that Madame Zhao was not genuinely interested in that. She merely wished to converse. Upon exiting, she found Zhao Tingchen standing at the door. She looked at him, momentarily startled, before her expression softened.
"What are you doing here?"
"I intended to come in," Zhao Tingchen replied, his hesitation evident. He too pondered whether Qin Shiwei might not hold affections for him. However, hearing her words to Madame Zhao had brought him a sense of reassurance. Qin Shiwei asked, "You did not overhear what I just said, did you?" He remained silent. Qin Shiwei reached out, taking his hand, and they walked out together. Along the way, she inquired, "What did your father want to discuss with you? It wouldn't be about me and Pei Yunxiao, would it?" Zhao Tingshan replied, it is of no consequence.
How can it not be important? Shen Shiwei countered, he wouldn't be trying to keep me away from you, would he? Madame Zhao's words had already hinted at such a possibility.
Yet she remained merely Zhao Tingshan's stepmother. His father, however, was different. He was Zhao Tingshan's biological parent. If he were to object to her being with Zhao Tingshan, her prior relationship with Pei Yinxiao indeed made her susceptible to disdain. She loathed her previous infatuation. Zhao Tingshan reassured her, it is nothing to worry about.
What do you mean nothing to worry about? Shen Shiwei pressed, what if he employs various means to force me away from his son? I cannot bear to part from you.
Individuals like them were quite capable of manipulation. Shen Shiwei feared she might not withstand such pressures. Noticing her genuine concern, Zhao Tingshan embraced her, it is all right. Truly, there is nothing to fret about. As long as I wish to be with you, no one can drive you from my side.
Shen Shiwei asked, is that really true?
Gazing at her anxious expression, Zhao Tingshan lowered his head and kissed her gently on the cheek. Indeed, Wei Wei. Suddenly, Shen Shiwei recalled something crucial, please wait for me a moment.
What is it?
She extricated herself from his embrace, retrieved her phone, and made a call.
Chapter 92 Your father is also here before long. The person on the other end of the line answered the call. Wei Wei. Uncle.
Shen Shiwei stood by the flower platform. Are you being unreasonable? Why did you tell Madame Zhao that I do not wish to be with Zhao Tingshan?
He nearly caused her ruin.
Madame Zhao was quite close to her uncle and thus took his words at face value, yet, her uncle was fully aware of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Moreover, she had repeatedly expressed her concern for Zhao Tingshan. Such behavior from her uncle was utterly inconsiderate of her feelings. Xiao Ziyuan did not believe he had erred in any way. She called me inquiring about Pei Yinxiao, and I naturally spoke the truth. I stand by my words. I would prefer you to be with Pei Yinxiao rather than Zhao Tingshan. I've heard that Pei Yinxiao is doing quite well at Dama technology. The last time I saw him, he seemed to be a fine young man.
Why must you insist on liking Zhao Tingshan? Mind your own business.
Shen Shiwei's expression darkened. If you continue like this, I will be furious. I tolerated your previous remarks, but if I break up with Zhao Tingshan because of you, I will despise you.
Uncle is only looking out for your best interests. Xiao Ziyuan replied, do you truly believe I would harm you? Regardless, I shall make my stance clear.
Stop pretending to care for my welfare. You people are so self-righteous, always acting as if you know what is best for others.
All right.
Xiao Ziyuan said, you're getting quite temperamental. Your mother never had such a temper back in the day. Shen Shiwei abruptly ended the call. The thought of her uncle's deliberate interference, attempting to cause a rift between her and Zhao Tingshan, truly infuriated her. This matter would undoubtedly need to be addressed with her uncle upon her return. After the call, Shen Shiwei walked back to Zhao Tingshan. Noticing her somber demeanor, Zhao Tingshan asked, are you alright? Shen Shiwei replied, it's nothing. It's just my uncle. I don't know what benefits he has received, but he always hopes I will end up with Pei Yinxiao.
He spends his days causing chaos, making everyone believe I do not like you.
At this point, she turned to Zhao Tingshan. No matter what others say, Zhao Tingshan, I truly like you. Unless one day you find me bothersome, I will never leave you. Otherwise, just as you said, no one can make me depart from your side. Seeing her gaze fixed upon him, Zhao Tingshan gently reached out, stroking the top of her head. In another room, Lu Mingxiu received a call from his sister. Madame Zhao did not beat around the bush, immediately discussing how Meng Qingran was previously Pei Yinxiao's girlfriend, as well as the incident that led to someone else's imprisonment due to her actions. Lu Mingxiu made a call to investigate further. The following morning, the information arrived. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Mingxiu discovered that Pei Yinxiao had indeed been in a relationship with Meng Qingran not just in high school, but they had also worked together during her university years. Recalling the day he had asked her if she had a boyfriend, she had replied in the negative. Meng Qingran entered the room. Mr. Lu, good morning, this is the breakfast just delivered from the hotel.
She placed the meal on the table. Lu Mingxiu looked at her and inquired, are you dating Pei Yinxiao?
Meng Qingran hesitated for a moment, then met his gaze. Mr. Lu.
I'm simply asking if this is true. Meng Qingran firmly denied, no. Are you sure?
Lu Mingxiu pressed, during your university years,
you were often together and even worked part-time. Recently, you were living together, and you claim you're not in a relationship?
Indeed, we are not. Meng Qingran's eyes were resolute. Pei Yinxiao stopped liking me long ago. His affections lie with Shen Shiwei. He has always been quite indifferent towards me. Back in school, when everyone turned against me, I had no other choice but to seek his help in finding a job. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She recalled the early days when she started working alongside Pei Yinxiao. He had indeed shown no interest in her. His heart was solely for Shen Shiwei, and he longed to be with her. It was evident to her that his relentless efforts were directed towards winning Shen Shiwei's heart, leaving no space for her in his affections, yet, she had no alternative. In Beijing, she had no one to rely on but him. They had merely sought warmth in each other's company. Fortunately, as time passed and Shen Shiwei ceased to appear in his life, his attitude towards her softened slightly. Even when they lived together later, she still had to shoulder household chores daily. It was merely a matter of mutual convenience. Thus, when she spoke of her situation, Meng Qingran was not fabricating lies.
Mr.
Lu, these matters are personal, and I should not burden you with them. However, individuals like Pei Yinxiao and me, no matter how hard we strive, find it exceedingly challenging to establish ourselves in Beijing. Pei Yinxiao understands this all too well. Since Shen Shiwei once held affections for him, if he could win her heart back, he would inevitably become wealthy. How could he possibly develop feelings for me?
I heard that you previously had a friend take the fall for you. Did Shin Shiwei say that? Meng Qinran replied with a wry smile, does she wish for my demise? In truth, I would never pose a threat to her, nor do I have anything that could rival her. If I had truly committed any wrongdoing, would the police not apprehend me? After all, she is Zhao Tingshin's girlfriend, the daughter of the Shin family. If I had any leverage against her, she would not have waited until now, only to sow discord before you. If Mr.Lu chooses to believe her, I cannot change that. I can leave the company or return to Yun City regardless. A person like me is destined for a bleak future. Observing her earnest defense, Lu Mingxiu felt a pang of compassion. He addressed Meng Qinran, pack up, it's time to return to work. It was Monday. He exited the room, taking Meng Qinran back to the office. Upon their arrival, Madame Zhao called to inquire about Meng Qinran's situation. Have you asked about Meng Qinran? Lu Mingxiu replied, I have. If Weiwei's claims are indeed true, it would be best to distance yourself from her. Lu Mingxiu countered, she hasn't done anything wrong. If I cease to associate with her based solely on Shin Shiwei's words, wouldn't that make me seem utterly ineffectual? Mingxiu, Madame Zhao expressed her exasperation with her brother's character. Must you persist in this manner? They say her character is lacking. As long as she hasn't broken the law, I see no reason to concern myself with her actions. After all, I am not exactly a paragon of virtue myself. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Madame Zhao sighed in resignation. At noon, after dining with Zhao Yuan and Madame Zhao, Shin Shiwei and Zhao Tingshin returned home. Upon their arrival, they found her father had returned from Yun City. Shin Shiwei vented her frustrations regarding her uncle to her father. Shin Wenbin remarked, I will have a word with him. Dad, are you heading out? I have some matters to attend to. I have a dinner engagement tonight. In the evening, Zhao Tingshin had to travel to a neighboring city for business matters. Shin Shiwei had just finished her writing at home when she received a call from Meng Qinran. Weiwei, Mr.Lu has invited you to join us for dinner. Lu Mingxiu? Shin Shiwei replied, I'm not free to dine with him. Your father will be there as well. When Shin Shiwei arrived at the private room and pushed the door open, she found Lu Mingxiu seated there, with Meng Qinran demurely sitting beside him. Her father was nearby, appearing quite flushed, likely having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Chapter 93. In no respect for him as everyone took turns toasting him, he found himself unwilling to drink anymore. However, Lu Mingxiu insisted that it would be disrespectful not to. Although the Shin family was the wealthiest in Yunqing, they were insignificant in a place like Beijing, especially when dealing with someone like Lu Mingxiu, who was the brother of Madame Zhao. Shin Wenbin remembered that his daughter would eventually marry into the Zhao family and did not wish to offend him. Shin Shiwei approached and said, Dad, why have you consumed so much alcohol? Your health is already poor, drinking this much could be detrimental. Shiwei. Shin Wenbin looked at his daughter. What brings you here? Shin Shiwei glanced at the row of liquor cups in front of her father, noting how everyone was eagerly waiting for him to drink. Upon seeing Shin Shiwei, the onlookers murmured, so this is President Shin's daughter. She is quite attractive. Shin Shiwei replied, my father cannot handle so much alcohol, I'll take him home now. Upon spotting Lu Mingxiu, she had a hunch his sudden interest in her father was likely due to his inability to confront her directly, so he sought to trouble her father instead. How shameless, Lu Mingxiu casually remarked, your father hasn't finished his drink yet, leaving now would be rather dull, indeed. The others chimed in, encouraging the spectacle. Shin Shiwei stared at Lu Mingxiu, if you enjoy drinking, then by all means, indulge. My father cannot handle it. If something happens, will you take responsibility? Lu Mingxiu retorted, since you care so much for your father, why not drink on his behalf? All eyes turned to Shin Shiwei, as if she were obliged to comply to leave the gathering. She glanced at the row of liquor cups, picked up a small cup, and poured the liquor into it. Lu Mingxiu watched her with anticipation, curious about her reaction to consuming such a quantity. He considered how she relied on Zhao Tingshin's backing and dismissed him entirely, so he felt justified in teaching her a lesson. Shin Shiwei raised her glass and approached Lu Mingxiu, saying, since Mr. Lu insists that I drink, allow me to propose a toast to you. Lu Mingxiu responded, how sincere, if you manage to drink all of this, I shall forgive your previous affronts. Then I sincerely thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lu, Shin Shiwei said, lifting her cup. Instead of drinking, she poured the liquor over Lu Mingxiu's head. The crowd, expecting her to drink, was taken aback by her audacity to douse Lu Mingxiu. Shin Shiwei, what are you doing? Meng Qinran stood up, anxiously watching Shin Shiwei. Lu Mingxiu, drenched and disheveled, glared at her. You have quite the nerve, Shin Shiwei retorted, I do not initiate conflict, but if you provoke me, I won't let you off easily. Bullying my father is unacceptable, and how do you intend to resolve this with me? Lu Mingxiu shot back, you ought to consider your surroundings. As he spoke, his bodyguards rushed in, encircling Shin Shiwei and her companions. Secretary Yan approached, gazing at Shin Shiwei. Shiwei. The truth was, Shin Wenbin wished to avoid offending Lu Mingxiu, but now, with Shin Shiwei having poured liquor on him, she felt a flicker of fear that Lu Mingxiu might retaliate. Shin Shiwei boldly addressed Lu Mingxiu, I can see you're infuriated, care to try your hand at striking me? She was unperturbed by the prospect of him actually hitting her. Even if he did, it wouldn't be fatal. However, the repercussions of striking her were uncertain. Could he bear them? Lu Mingxiu chuckled, you are Zhao Tingshin's fiancée. I certainly won't dare to harm you. However, he glanced at Secretary Yan standing beside Shin Shiwei. Your father as secretary is rather appealing. Since you refuse to drink with us, let her take your place. He commanded the person who had just poured drinks to fill Secretary Yan's glass. Fearing a confrontation, Secretary Yan quickly interjected, I'll drink. After saying this, she joined them, raising her glass towards Lu Mingxiu. Mr.Lu, our Shiwei is merely a young girl, please don't hold her actions against her.
As Secretary Yan downed several glasses, the other showed no intention of letting her off the hook. Shin Shiwei exclaimed, Lu Mingxiu, must you insist on this? Do not be upset, I haven't harmed you. She is merely a secretary, just here to entertain. What is the big deal? He said, pulling out a chair and gesturing to Shin Shiwei. Miss Shin, please, have a seat. Feigning politeness, he directed his people to continue pouring drinks for Secretary Yan. Ignoring him, Shin Shiwei picked up her phone, ready to call the authorities. Someone nearby stood up, deliberately knocking her phone from her hand and into the boiling pot in the center. They feigned remorse. Apologies, Miss Shin, it was unintentional. I'll certainly replace your phone with the latest model. Liu Mingxiu added. Please, take a seat. Miss Shin Meng Qingran, sitting nearby, looked at Shin Shiwei with a hint of satisfaction. She knew Shin Shiwei had support, but what could she do now? Initially, she didn't wish to treat Shin Shiwei this way, but seeing her challenge Lu Mingxiu, she felt she deserved it. At that moment, someone entered, calling, Uncle. It was Zhao Yuan, who approached and surveyed the room. What is happening here? You've arrived. Lu Mingxiu realized Zhao Tingshin was absent and no one would come to Shin Shiwei's aid. However, he hadn't anticipated Zhao Yuan's appearance as Zhao Yuan replied, I wasn't invited to dinner with my uncle. As soon as Zhao Yuan appeared, Lu Mingxiu immediately commanded everyone to cease their actions. Secretary Yan was released, her face flushed from the alcohol as Zhao Yuan turned to Shin Shiwei, asking, Sister-in-law, are you alright? Shin Shiwei had called Zhao Yuan prior to her arrival, but he had taken a bit longer to reach the venue. She explained, my father has had too much to drink. I need to take him home. Not if you hadn't come. Your uncle might not have given me this courtesy. Mr.Lu, may I leave now? In front of Zhao Yuan, Lu Mingxiu's demeanor changed entirely. Why, of course, how could I deny you? Let us call it a night. Everyone, noticing Shin Shiwei's sullen expression, Zhao Yuan sensed her anger. Shin Shiwei took her father and Secretary Yan to the hospital, unsure of how much he had drunk, needing to help him sober up. Zhao Yuan, feeling uneasy, accompanied her. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxiu changed his outfit and approached with Meng Qingran at his side. Seeing Zhao Yuan and Shin Shiwei together, he feigned concern. I apologize, it was merely a friendly gesture to invite your father to dinner. I never intended for it to escalate into such a misunderstanding. His intentions were clearly insincere, yet he now pretended to be the good Samaritan. Meng Qingran, standing nearby, looked at Shin Shiwei and inquired, Shiwei, is your father alright? Mr. Lu meant no harm. He simply wished to treat your father to a meal. Here is your phone. She handed Shin Shiwei an unopened phone. Shin Shiwei made no move to take it, instead, looking at Lu Mingxiu and instructing her assistant, Tao Ran, please take the phone. Chapter 94. She declined her invitation because Secretary Yan was also intoxicated, and Shin Shiwei was overwhelmed, thus compelled to summon her own personnel. Consequently, Tao Ran was present as well. Upon hearing Shin Shiwei's words, she approached and took the phone from Meng Qingran's hand. The name Tao Ran piqued Lu Mingxiu's interest. He turned to her, noting her composed appearance at the age of 30.
What is your name? Tao Ran, that is my name. Do you have any guidance for me, Mr.Lu? Do you engage in stock trading regularly? Tao Ran instinctively glanced at Shin Shiwei, then nodded at Lu Mingxiu.
Yes, Mr. Lu. Previously, individuals from your company reached out to me several times, but regrettably, I was too occupied. I did not anticipate meeting you in this manner. I had presumed you to be a person of great esteem, yet I must admit, I am rather disappointed today. Lu Mingxiu. Tao Ran, holding the phone, retreated behind Shin Shiwei. Shin Shiwei addressed Lu Mingxiu coldly, since Mr.Lu has expressed his concern, I kindly ask you to leave for now. Rest assured, I will convey everything that transpired tonight to Madame Zhao, verbatim. Lu Mingxiu gazed at her and remarked, Mr.
Shin should not have any issues, correct?
Shin Shiwei replied, you would do well to hope that he remains unharmed. With that, Shin Shiwei entered the hospital room to tend to her father. Zhao Yuan looked at Lu Mingxiu and said, Uncle, you should head back now, I will escort you. He said this while pulling Lu Mingxiu towards the exit. What on earth is going on with you? If it were not for his uncle, he would be at home enjoying a game with his girlfriend. Lu Mingxiu replied, wait a moment, I have matters to attend to. What matters could you possibly have? Zhao Yuan inquired, puzzled. Lu Mingxiu glanced at Tao Ran, who was still holding the phone, and said, Miss Tao, perhaps we could have a conversation? Tao Ran responded, I apologize, but I have nothing of significance to discuss with Mr. Lu. With that, she departed as well. Lu Mingxiu watched her retreating figure and had no choice but to exit first as Zhao Yuan escorted him to the car, feeling somewhat relieved. On the way, Meng Qingran, sitting beside Lu Mingxiu, noticed his pensive demeanor and seized the opportunity to provoke, Mr. Lu, are you alright? Shin Shiwei has truly overstepped, how dare she pour wine over you? Regardless, you are her elder. If she ends up with Zhao Tingshin, she would have to address you as uncle. Lu Mingxiu ignored Meng Qingran, lost in thought about Tao Ran. If only he could recruit her to his company, that would be splendid. The driver dropped Meng Qingran off downstairs, at the residence Lu Mingxiu had provided for her. She looked at him and said, would you like to come up for a while? Lu Mingxiu regarded Meng Qingran and replied, you should rest. Under normal circumstances, he would have accepted such an invitation, but at this moment, his mind was occupied with other matters, leaving him disinterested in her. Meng Qingran, recalling his previous advances, assumed that her invitation would surely entice him. Little did she know he would decline. She had no choice but to exit the vehicle. Shin Shiwei remained at the hospital, caring for her father until dawn. Only when she saw him awake did she feel a sense of relief. After consuming so much alcohol the previous night, she genuinely worried about his well-being. Shin Wenbin lay in bed as Tao Ran handed him a glass of water, which Shin Shiwei then passed to her father. I drank too much yesterday, Shin Wenbin admitted. Shin Shiwei responded, that Lu Mingxiu deliberately got you intoxicated. You should refrain from dining with him in the future. Regardless, he is Madame Zhao's brother. Once you marry Tingshan, you cannot afford to offend his family. Such was the mindset of their elders, believing that relatives and friends held great significance. However, Qin Shiwei did not share this sentiment. In the end, relatives proved unreliable. No matter how well one got along with others, when it truly mattered, few would extend a helping hand. Dad, Qin Shiwei said, the matters between Zhao Tingshan and me are for us to manage. You need not compromise for my sake. We shall lead our own lives.
Is it truly that simple? Shen Wenbin countered. We are now in the capital. It is not the same as Yun City, where anything goes. But now if that is the case, we might as well remain in Yun City. Shen Wenbin looked at Qin Shiwei and said, what nonsense you speak. Aren't you and Tingshan getting along quite well? Our affairs are our own concern. In any case, do not engage with Lu Mingxiu again. If he causes you trouble, I will find a solution. Understood. After arranging for her father's discharge, Shen Shiwei took him home and went directly to the Zhao residence. To her surprise, both Meng Qingran and Lu Mingxiu were there. Alongside Madame Zhao, Meng Qingran had obtained a ticket to a book club event featuring Shuang Ruoxue, claiming that Shuang Ruoxue would also attend. They were discussing this with Madame Zhao, contemplating attending together. Eager to curry favor with Madame Zhao, Meng Qingran seized every opportunity. Qin Shiwei entered, addressing Meng Qingran. I wonder where you procured such false information to present before Auntie. Meng Qingran froze momentarily, staring at Qin Shiwei. What do you mean?
Qin Shiwei retorted, you claim Shuang Ruoxue will attend the book club.
How come I am unaware of such an event?
She had no time for such activities, having declined several arrangements from the publishing side. Meng Qingran replied, how can you be sure Shuang Ruoxue won't attend if you don't even know who she is? I am certain, Qin Shiwei asserted, because I am Shuang Ruoxue. Those books are my creations. I am fully aware of my own attendance.
You wrote them? Meng Qingran looked at Qin Shiwei in disbelief. You must be joking. Last time, you mentioned you had never read a novel. Just because I haven't read them doesn't mean I cannot write. Seeing Qin Shiwei's anger, Madame Zhao inquired, Wei, how is your father?
He has been discharged, Qin Shiwei replied to Madame Zhao.
It seems Auntie is already aware of this matter. I came today to seek justice. Madame Zhao shot a glare at Lu Mingxiu, who was sitting nearby.
Mingxiu claimed he only wished to dine with your father and had no other intentions. I have already chastised him. Even if it was merely a meal, one cannot continuously force others to drink.
Qin Shiwei glanced at Lu Mingxiu, who sat quietly. I have just contacted Zhao Tingshan. He will be here shortly. Let us discuss this matter once he arrives. Isn't Tingshan quite busy? Madame Zhao remarked.
There is no need to trouble him, so this issue truly stems from my brother's wrongdoing. She had long advised Lu Mingxiu to avoid trouble, yet he had still managed to create such a scene.
Meng Qingran addressed Qin Shiwei, although I understand your good relationship with Zhao Tingshan, Madame is still your elder. Who are you throwing such a tantrum at? Her tone was soft, yet every word dripped with reproach. Deliberately employing her gentleness to cast Qin Shiwei in a harsh light, Qin Shiwei replied, of course, I am directing it at you. You remain as you were, always having others fight your battles. Now even Mr.Lu has become your weapon. However, I am curious to see if Mr.Lu will sacrifice himself to protect you. Chapter 95. Do you still recognize her? As Qin Shiwei stormed in, Lu Mingxiu sat nearby, fixating on her with a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meng Qingran, upon hearing Qin Shiwei's declaration that Lu Mingxiu was her weapon, hastily clarified, President Lu has his own way of doing things, please refrain from such remarks. I am merely an ordinary person, and President Lu has graciously offered me a job. I do not possess such great capabilities. An ordinary person? Qin Shiwei chuckled, what ordinary person possesses such audacity? Qin Shiwei. Meng Qingran exclaimed, unable to contain her ire any longer. Realizing her emotions were spiraling, she composed herself, adopting a facade of concern for Qin Shiwei. Considering you are to marry into the Zhao family, perhaps you should pay a bit more attention to your image. Meng Qingran was aware that the Qin family held some wealth and that Qin Shiwei was involved with Zhao Tingshan. However, this was within the Zhao household, where Madame Zhao was her elder. How could she still be so arrogant? Did she not fear the Zhao family's disdain? My image is none of your concern. Qin Shiwei retorted, in any case, I have never cared much for appearances. As for you, I wonder what brand of trash bag you are, capable of holding so much. You pretended to be Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend before, and now you feign familiarity with Shuang Ruoxue. Upon hearing Shuang Ruoxue's name, Meng Qingran frowned. So, are you implying that you truly are Shuang Ruoxue? Do you think I possess a skin as thick as yours? Engaging in reckless associations with others every day? Qin Shiwei countered, pulling out her phone. Since you are so concerned about Shuang Ruoxue, surely you have her Weibo account. Why not check it now? I do have that. Madame Zhao occasionally used Weibo. She instructed a servant to fetch a tablet, which she opened to Weibo. Meng Qingran leaned in to look. However, Shuang Ruoxue's Weibo was devoid of any posts. Meng Qingran turned to Qin Shiwei. Aren't you the one who wanted us to check her Weibo? There's nothing on it. Qin Shiwei glanced at her, then picked up her phone and opened the app. While most were still using computers, she had already transitioned to mobile Weibo. In no time, she typed a few words and sent them out. Turning to Madame Zhao, she said, you may look now. Madame Zhao refreshed the page and indeed found a post from Shuang Ruoxue. Just a few words, silly, Meng Qingran. Unintentionally, Madame Zhao read those words aloud.
Meng Qingran's face darkened, disbelief etched across her features. If Shuang Ruoshue were not Qin Shiwei, she would never utter such words, yet now the text spoke volumes, clearing her throat. Madame Zhao, a typically genteel person, had just let a curse slip. She turned to Qin Shiwei, asking, Wei, you truly are Shuang Ruoshue? It was merely a diversion, written to pass the time in the dormitory. Had she not mentioned it, I would have preferred to keep it to myself. However, I cannot abide by those who are so shameless, always seeking to ride on others' coattails, Qin Shiwei replied, exasperated, particularly at how Meng Qingran sought to curry favor with Madame Zhao using her identity. Madame Zhao inquired, what about the book club matter? I have no intention of attending. I am unsure where Meng Qingran sourced that from. Qin Shiwei speculated, believing Meng Qingran merely sought a topic to engage Madame Zhao. There was no way she would genuinely attend. Madame Zhao cast a glance at Meng Qingran.
Madam, enough, Madame Zhao interrupted, we will discuss this later, it is of no importance. Wei, did you mention Tingshan is returning? When is he expected? Qin Shiwei checked the time, soon. Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Meng Qingran's expression stiffened. Zhao Tingshan was coming. What about last night's incident? Would Lu Mingxiu encounter any trouble? If anything were to happen to him, what would become of her? Panic gripped Meng Qingran, yet she was unwilling to concede. Summoning her courage, she addressed Qin Shiwei, Wei, I truly admire Shuang Ruoshue. Your writing is exquisite. I am but a fan of your work. I harbor no ulterior motives. Qin Shiwei regarded Meng Qingran. Oh, I am quite surprised that you enjoy my writing. Your works are splendid, and many adore them. I am merely a reader. She endeavored to draw closer to Qin Shiwei, hoping for some leniency. After all, they shared a bond as classmates. However, Qin Shiwei was utterly unimpressed by Meng Qingran's flattery. You claim to be my reader, yet how could you not have noticed that in Xia was written about you? Her actions mirror yours. Recalling Meng Qingran's previous insults toward In Xia, Qin Shiwei found it rather amusing. In Xia was the character Madame Zhao loathed the most. Upon hearing Qin Shiwei assert that Meng Qingran was the inspiration for In Xia, Madame Zhao couldn't help but glance at Meng Qingran. Written in her likeness? Indeed. My distaste for her was so profound that I penned her character based on that, but she seems utterly oblivious. Perhaps villains never perceive themselves as such, Qin Shiwei remarked. Meng Qingran could only see herself as a pure and pitiable heroine. As Qin Shiwei pressed her advantage, Meng Qingran's eyes reddened. She wiped away a tear that had slipped from the corner of her eye. Do you truly despise me this much, over Pei Yunxiao? I have said it before, if you like him, I can help you bring you two together, yet you wish to have both Pei Yunxiao and Zhao Tingshan's family background for yourself. Now, you have even written me into your book, allowing everyone to scorn me. Qin Shiwei, are you not going too far? Finally unable to restrain herself, she began to voice her grievances. Qin Shiwei smiled. Just a moment ago, you sought to befriend me, and now you resort to slandering me. Why be so cryptic? You might as well declare to everyone that I am two-timing, involved with Zhao Tingshan while coveting Pei Yunxiao, and thus I bully you at every turn. Meng Qingran had more or less said this in front of Lu Mingxiu and the others. She had not anticipated Qin Shiwei would say it outright. Stunned, she stammered, you admit it. I admit what, exactly? Qin Shiwei retorted, do you believe that no one in the capital recognizes us now, allowing you to say whatever you please about the past? Meng Qingran bit her lip, staring at Qin Shiwei. What do you mean by that? Do you still recognize her? As Meng Qingran's words hung in the air, Zhao Tingshan's voice resonated from the doorway. He was accompanied by two individuals, one of whom was Ku Yang. Since arriving in the capital, Ku Yang had grown close to Zhao Tingshan, taking on many responsibilities for him. The other was Wang Yan. After 3 years in prison, she had lost considerable weight, no longer resembling her former plump self, yet the youthful exuberance of her teenage years had also faded, leaving her looking rather haggard. Upon entering, her gaze immediately landed on Meng Qingran. Chapter 96. She could no longer restrain herself for countless days and nights. Thoughts of simply perishing within those confines plagued her mind. Yet, the mere contemplation of Meng Qingran thriving outside filled her with an insatiable resentment. This woman had ensnared herself in an intricate web of her own making. One day, she would exact her vengeance. Initially, Meng Qingran failed to recognize Wang Yan, for the latter had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was not until Wang Yan uttered her name that Meng Qingran discerned the familiar voice. Stunned, she gazed at Wang Yan, momentarily rendered speechless as Zhao Tingshan settled beside Qin Shiwei, disregarding the presence of others, and clasped her hand, inquiring, how is Uncle Shen? To him, Shen Wenbin was akin to family, having accompanied him to Yun City in the past. Upon hearing of the events from the previous night, Zhao Tingshan found himself consumed by anger. Qin Shiwei replied, I have brought him home for now, he is stable. Mentioning this matter, Qin Shiwei cast a glance at Lu Mingxiu, who had remained silent throughout. Zhao Tingshan followed her gaze but chose not to address the topic further, redirecting his attention to Wang Yan. Madame Zhao interjected, Tingshan, who are these two? One is an old classmate of mine, and the other is Wang Yan, a former classmate of Wei from Baiyueguang in Yun City. Ah, I see. How did you manage to bring her here? Zhao Tingshan, seated beside Qin Shiwei, replied coolly, since Meng Qingran believes that no one in the capital recognizes her, she feels free to speak her mind. Therefore, I had to invite her old friend to clarify the past. Qin Shiwei turned to Wang Yan, since you are here, why not shed light on the relationship between Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao? Who was truly involved with him, you or me? Wang Yan glared at Meng Qingran, her ire palpable. However, Meng Qingran had already risen, advancing towards Wang Yan. Grasping Wang Yan's hand with an air of sisterly affection, she exclaimed, Wang Yan, you have finally emerged.
I have worried about you all these years. Why did you not inform me of your arrival in the capital? Had I known, I would have come to fetch you. Wang Yan scrutinized the woman before her, noting the sincerity in her eyes, which seemed genuinely concerned. She recalled how her previous friendship had been ensnared by this very Fade. Meng Qingran then said, now that you are here, live well. You must remember who caused you to suffer so greatly during these years. We were all classmates, yet Qin Shiwei was so ruthless as to imprison you. Upon finishing, she turned to Qin Shiwei, look at what you've done to Wang Yan, and now you bring her here to flaunt how well you are doing? The one who had sent Wang Yan to prison was not herself. What was there to fear? After all, she had done nothing wrong. With this thought, Meng Qingran felt emboldened. She could not afford to lose. Qin Shiwei, taken aback by Meng Qingran's eloquence, retorted, you are fully aware of how she ended up there. You manipulated her into spreading falsehoods about me, claiming I was involved with older men. Ultimately, you shifted the blame onto her, leading to her current state. It was you who caused her downfall. I was never a good friend to her, nor did I betray her at a critical moment. At this juncture, Qin Shiwei turned to Wang Yan. You can choose to be deceived by Meng Qingran once more. It means little to me, however. Should you choose to slander me, be prepared to lose your freedom again. When you find yourself imprisoned once more, your dear friend may very well marry into a prominent family, perhaps even to the esteemed Mr. Lu's sitting here. Lu Mingxiu, who said he intended to wed Meng Qingran. Qin Shiwei's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yan. Have you made up your mind? Upon hearing Qin Shiwei's words, Wang Yan was suddenly jolted into clarity. She raised her hand and forcefully brushed aside Meng Qingran's overtures of friendship. Staring at Meng Qingran, she declared, you seek to deceive me again, Meng Qingran, but I will not be fooled. Moreover, did you not once profess your affection for Pei Yunxiao, claiming that you did not care about his family's wealth? Why, then, are you not with him now? Meng Qingran's expression grew cold as Wang Yan openly rejected her. She found herself increasingly exasperated by Qin Shiwei, that wretched woman. Wang Yan continued, I still recall your proclamations at Pei Yunxiao's birthday party, where you boasted of being his girlfriend, yet when it was revealed that his father was merely a driver for the Qin family, you regretted your words, didn't you? Meng Qingran, how hypocritical of you! Feigning innocence, Meng Qingran replied, it is not that I do not wish to be with him, rather, he does not want me. His heart belongs to Qin Shiwei, as he aspires to be a son-in-law of the Qin family, which is why he looks down upon me. How could you possibly understand the intricacies of my relationship with him after spending years imprisoned? Everyone knows he has a greater fondness for you. Qin Shiwei lavished him with gifts, while he bestowed upon you the finest treasures. He even had Qin Shiwei serve as your maid. I, too, once believed that Qin Shiwei was merely Pei's family's servant. As Wang Yan recounted her past, Qin Shiwei instinctively hid her face behind Zhao Tingshan, her embarrassment palpable. Just when she had nearly forgotten, the recollection resurfaced, proving to be utterly mortifying. Meng Qingran chuckled lightly, is that so? The past is the past, what matters now is the present. She turned her attention to Qin Shiwei, Zhao Tingshan treats you so well. Can you truly be worthy of his affection? You have been together for so long, yet your heart still lingers on Pei Yunxiao, even your internship is at the same company as Pei Yunxiao. I speak no falsehoods, do I? Qin Shiwei was taken aback by Meng Qingran's knowledge of her circumstances. Seeing Qin Shiwei momentarily at a loss for words, Meng Qingran seized the opportunity. You brought Wang Yan here to discuss my past with Pei Yunxiao. So what? That is my private matter. My relationship with MR.Lu is solely that of employer and employee. I doubt he cares whom I was with previously, yet you, who in this room does not know that you were once Pei Yunxiao's sycophant. At this rate, should you marry into the Zhao family, it is likely you will end up bringing shame upon yourself. She realized that with the situation escalating, her prospects with Lu Mingxiu were likely dashed. However, she was determined to drag Qin Shiwei down with her. She could not believe that Zhao Tingshan would still choose to be with Qin Shiwei after hearing all of this. Seated beside Zhao Tingshan, Qin Shiwei smiled at Meng Qingran. Mr. Lu has done so much for you, and you reduce it to mere employer-employee dynamics, yet I recall you two were quite close. Wherever you went, he accompanied you for your sake. He even sought to intimidate my father. Meng Qingran glanced at Lu Mingxiu, who remained silent. She bit her lip, reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. She had finally maneuvered herself into Lu Mingxiu's circle, finding someone to shield her, yet now, she could no longer drag him into her troubles. Addressing Qin Shiwei, she asserted, do not attempt to change the subject. Once this matter concludes, I shall leave Mr. Lu's company. However, Qin Shiwei, can you honestly claim that you have no feelings left for Pei Yunxiao? Chapter 97 How shameless can you be? Of course not. Qin Shiwei responded without a trace of hesitation. I only interned at Dama Technology for a few days. It's one of the companies my father has invested in. How was I supposed to know Pei Yunxiao was there? If my sole purpose for interning at my father's company was to be near Pei Yunxiao, I might as well stay home every day and never step outside. Meng Qingran glared at Qin Shiwei, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Particularly vexing was Qin Shiwei's brazen admission that Pei Yunxiao's company was backed by her father's investments. Jealousy surged from the depths of her heart. Qin Shiwei continued, however, you've reminded me. It seems wherever I choose to intern, I inevitably run into Pei Yunxiao. Do you think he is deliberately lingering at Dama Technology to capture my attention? What are you saying? Meng Qingran stared at Qin Shiwei, who had previously asserted that Pei Yunxiao had feelings for her. Yet, hearing this, she felt Qin Shiwei was distorting the truth. How utterly shameless could Qin Shiwei be? Qin Shiwei suggested, perhaps I should have Pei Yunxiao dismissed. I could inform my father right now. As she spoke, she picked up her phone. Meng Qingran retorted, you truly are heartless. Regardless of the circumstances, Pei Yunxiao is still a classmate. He has finally secured a good job, and you're advocating for his dismissal. Xin Shiwei, how can you be so unreasonable? When he joined the company, he had no idea it was your father's investment. Dama Technology had not been this large previously. Pei Yunxiao had joined long before, dedicating himself to the company and contributing to the design of numerous products. Now, Xin Shiwei cavalierly suggested his dismissal. Did she have no conscience? Xin Shiwei looked at Meng Qingran and remarked, you have no connection to Pei Yunxiao, so why are you so agitated? Why are you defending him? You claimed I liked Pei Yunxiao, yet I'm not anxious at all. Why are you so worried? Meng Qingran was seething. She certainly did not wish to see Pei Yunxiao in any trouble. It seemed there was little hope from Lu Mingxiu's side, but Pei Yunxiao, he was at a pivotal moment in his career. Even if things went awry here, he could still provide her with a safety net. If Xin Shiwei truly had Pei Yunxiao dismissed, how would she manage to live? Seeing her silent, Xin Shiwei remarked, everyone can see that Pei Yunxiao and I have no relationship whatsoever. Yet, Meng Qingran, she claims her relationship with Pei Yunxiao is poor, yet it is evident they still interact. Speaking of which, a memory comes to mind.
What memory? Madame Zhao turned her gaze towards Xin Shiwei.
Xin Shiwei replied, back in school, I had ceased all interactions with Pei Yunxiao. Everyone knew he was not a rich second-generation heir, but rather the son of our family chauffeur. Meng Qingran even pretended to break up with Pei Yunxiao to encourage him to approach me.
Is that true? Madame Zhao looked at Meng Qingran in disbelief.
If she had been with Pei Yunxiao while simultaneously urging him to pursue Xin Shiwei, how reprehensible that would be. Meng Qingran bit her lip. I didn't.
Are you certain you didn't?
Xin Shiwei scrutinized Meng Qingran, curious to see how she would continue her facade.
Meng Qingran insisted, I didn't.
Was Xin Shiwei expecting her to confess with just a few words? So much time had passed. Even if Xin Shiwei's words were true, she had no way to prove it.
However, just as Meng Qingran finished her denial, Xin Shiwei played a recording. It was a conversation between Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao in the woods. Meng Qingran, Yunxiao, are you planning to ignore me from now on? Pei Yunxiao, didn't you tell me to be with her? You said not to make her angry. What if getting too close to you makes her upset? Meng Qingran, yes, it's my problem. Pei Yunxiao, so why did you call me over? Meng Qingran, I just miss you a bit. I wanted you to be near Xin Shiwei, hoping you'd be well. I thought I could manage my feelings, but it seems I cannot. Pei Yunxiao, I just want to know, is it only when I'm with Xin Shiwei that you'll be willing to keep in touch with me?
Meng Qingran, of course not. Pei Yunxiao, that I won't associate with her anymore. Meng Qingran's voice noticeably turned displeased. Why are you being so love-struck?
Your lack of foresight is truly disheartening. Do you understand? Didn't you hear what I said before?
Meng Qingran, let us only communicate through our phones from now on, until graduation. We'll just be ordinary friends.
After the college entrance exam, I'll still be waiting for you, believe me, will you?
The recording concluded. Everyone could clearly hear Meng Qingran's words. She had indeed urged Pei Yunxiao to approach Xin Shiwei, and when he hesitated, she even became upset. Just listening to the recording left others incredulous that such words had come from Meng Qingran. Wang Yan looked at Meng Qingran, utterly astonished that she had considered her a friend. No wonder you seemed unfazed when Pei Yunxiao was with Xin Shiwei. I stood up for you, and you even tried to stop me. You were clearly drawn to his wealth, thinking that if Pei Yunxiao were with Xin Shiwei, she would share her riches with you both. She had always regarded Meng Qingran as a goddess in her heart, yet now she realized she was truly such a person. Wanting it all, yet trying to maintain a virtuous facade, originally viewing Xin Shiwei as the villain, she now felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Meng Qingran stared at Xin Shiwei, not expecting her to have a recording. Moreover, she had managed to withhold it until now. Just as she contemplated her next move, Yang could no longer contain himself. How utterly shameless, coveting others' wealth, seeking to conspire and deceive. Do you intend to spend her money while secretly dating behind her back? In their previous lives, this was precisely how they had behaved, yet back then, no one had been aware of their schemes. Instead, Xin Shiwei had become a target of public scorn, labeled as Pei Yunxiao's devoted admirer, only to be betrayed in the end. She deserved it. Meanwhile, Meng Qingran had climbed the ranks to become the vice president of the Pei Group. She had wormed her way in through her connection with Pei Yunxiao, truly believing herself to be exceptional. Xin Shiwei turned to Madame Zhao and said, Auntie, this is the kind of person Meng Qingran is. If not for my recording, she would have continued to weave her lies. The truth is, I have long been aware of her and Pei Yunxiao conspiring against me, which is why I severed all ties with them. When I saw her at the Hot Spring Hotel, I refrained from speaking out to save face for General Lu, but how has she treated me since then? She spread rumors about my relationship with Pei Yunxiao, attempting to sow discord between me and Zhao Tingxin, aiming to disrupt our engagement. It was she who acted unscrupulously, while your brother, General Lu, sat here and deliberately made things difficult for my father on her behalf. Knowing my father's health was poor, she still forced him to drink excessively. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation for this matter? Chapter 98. I dare to touch my people. Madame Zhao cast a stern glance at Lu Mingxiu. I have warned you before to keep your distance from her. A woman like this, for the sake of Meng Qingran, she has offended Xin Shiwei. Lu Mingxiu replied, I had no idea there were these complications. I thought she merely had a past with Pei Yunxiao, and they had already parted ways. Zhao Tingdeep, seated nearby, addressed Lu Mingxiu, Mr. Lu, you seem rather temperamental, daring to bully even my people. Moreover, during my time in Yun City, Uncle Shin was quite benevolent towards me. Do you dare to touch him? Do you think I am inconsequential? After his mother's tragic leap, his father fell into despair. It was Shin Shiwei's mother who brought him back to the Shin family, allowing him to live alongside Shin Shiwei. Later, she took him to Yun City, enabling him to live with his uncle. The situation clearly placed Lu Mingxiu at fault, prompting him to apologize. I will dismiss Meng Qingran and will also extend my apologies to President Shin. Miss Shin, I am truly sorry. It was my fault, I indeed overstepped my bounds. Zhao Tingdeep responded, since you are so sincere, I shall grant you an opportunity, bring forth the items. No sooner had Zhao Tingdeep spoken than several individuals entered, carrying boxes of white wine. Zhao Tingdeep instructed the servants to pour out the wine and set the cups on the table. All were water cups, filled to the brim with white wine. For a normal person, consuming even 2 cups would be challenging, yet now there lay so many before them. Zhao Tingdeep calmly addressed Lu Mingxiu, do you not enjoy drinking? Go ahead, I shall accompany you. Lu Mingxiu glanced at the bottles, realizing Zhao Tingdeep was serious about this. Tingdeep, is this not a bit excessive? Is Mr. Lu implying that I lack dignity? Do you believe that, having spent so much time in Yun City, I possess no voice in the Zhao family? Or is it that you perceive me as beneath your notice? Despite being several years younger, Zhao Tingdeep exuded an undeniable aura of authority that made Lu Mingxiu feel the pressure. He conceded that he had previously underestimated Zhao Tingdeep, of this fellow, at such a young age, was increasingly resembling his father. How could I ever think so little of you? Then drink, Zhao Tingdeep insisted, you shall not leave until this wine is finished. As he uttered these words, Kuyang and others approached, taking turns to toast Lu Mingxiu. When he refused to drink, Kuyang took a more aggressive stance. Mr. Lu, this is rather disrespectful to the brothers. Last night, Lu Mingxiu had treated Shin Wenbin in the same manner. Shin Shiwei sat on the sofa, observing the scene with an expression of amusement, finding it somewhat absurd. Just the night before, Lu Mingxiu had relished tormenting others. Now, he found himself the one being tormented. Zhao Tingdeep, seated beside her, paid no heed to their antics, his gaze resting on Shin Shiwei. I apologize, Wei Wei. Apologize? Shin Shiwei replied, what is there to apologize for? If I had been present yesterday, this would not have transpired. Fortunately, it was not your doing, and besides, your brother only intervened out of regard for you. Zhao Tingdeep remained beside her. Once he finishes the wine, I will accompany you back to see Uncle Shin. They lingered, watching the commotion unfold. Lu Mingxiu had consumed a considerable amount, clearly reaching his limit. Madame Zhao, witnessing their relentless attempts to force more alcohol upon him, grew increasingly anxious. Fearing for his safety, she approached. Tingdeep, he has already had quite enough. Please let him be. Zhao Tingdeep did not even glance at Madame Zhao. If you are concerned, why not join him in drinking? Generally, Zhao Tingdeep was quite affable, yet in this moment, he showed no mercy, even to Madame Zhao. She was filled with dread, fearing that they might cause a tragic incident in their home, and worried about her brother's well-being. Thus, she hastily called Zhao Qi. As dusk approached, Zhao Qi finally returned home. Madame Zhao rushed to greet him. Old Zhao, you have finally arrived. Look at them. Lu Mingxiu had long since lost consciousness. Zhao Qi sat down beside him and inquired, what happened? Madame Zhao recounted the events to Zhao Qi. Upon hearing her account, he observed Lu Mingxiu before addressing Zhao Tingdeep. Since he has already consumed so much, let him off this time. Consider it a favor to me. Zhao Tingdeep remained seated next to Shin Shiwei, cracking sunflower seeds for her, remaining silent as if he had not heard Zhao Qi's request. Zhao Qi turned to Shin Shiwei. Wei Wei, please persuade him. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again. Not if anyone troubles your father, I shall be the first to deal with him. Your father has done much for Tingdeep, I remember it well. Zhao Qi was aware that the Shin family had greatly aided his son. Zhao Tingdeep had a special bond with the Shin family, which explained why he had never opposed their relationship. Many would claim that Shin Shiwei, given her humble background, was aiming too high by marrying into the Zhao family, and that Zhao Tingdeep could easily find someone of better standing. However, he realized that if he did not fulfill even the small hope for Zhao Tingdeep, their bond would be irreparably severed. Seeing Lu Mingxiu in such a pitiful state, Shin Shiwei felt a sense of satisfaction. If this continued, it might truly lead to a life-threatening situation. She turned to Zhao Tingdeep. I have no objections, what about you? Zhao Tingdeep replied, since Wei Wei has no objections, then so be it. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao promptly instructed them to cease their actions. Kuyang also ordered the others to release Lu Mingxiu. Madame Zhao insisted they take Lu Mingxiu to the hospital. Fearing for his life, Zhao Qi turned to Madame Zhao. As for that Meng Qingran, instruct your brother to sever ties with her. Also, refrain from inviting Lu Mingxiu to our home in the future. I do not wish to see him. Understood. Madame Zhao regarded Zhao Qi, whose demeanor remained calm amidst the chaos. Even in the face of such turmoil, he exhibited remarkable composure, his expression devoid of any emotion, as though he were merely addressing a trivial matter. Despite having been by Zhao Qi's side for many years, Madame Zhao could not help but feel a chill at his cold, unyielding presence. As the group exited the Zhao residence, a car awaited them at the entrance. Zhao Tingdeep and Shin Shiwei returned to the Shin family to see Shin father. Meng Qingran looked at Madame Zhao and asked, Madam, may I visit Mr.Lu at the hospital? Madame Zhao glared at Meng Qingran. Do you not think you have harmed him enough? The previously amicable woman now bore a gaze of utter coldness. Initially, she had thought her brother merely hired an assistant and saw no harm in it, yet now, this woman had nearly jeopardized Lu Mingxiu's life. Madame Zhao could no longer muster any politeness towards Meng Qingran. Should you ever appear before him again, I will not spare you. With that, she commanded those around her, call the company and inform them not to let her appear in any of Lu Mingxiu's associated enterprises. Yes, madam. Madame Zhao ordered Meng Qingran to leave the Zhao residence immediately. Seated in the car, Shin Shiwei felt Zhao Tingdeep leaning against her. She looked at him. Why are you leaning on me?
Zhao Tingdeep replied, I fear you might run away. Why would I run away?
She had suffered, and he had avenged her. Zhao Tingdeep raised his head to look at her. If today's events had not been resolved satisfactorily, would you still choose to be with me?
No. Chapter 99. She doesn't remember. Shin Shiwei's response was devoid of hesitation.
Although she held deep affection for Zhao Tingshan, her father remained an irreplaceable kin in her life. No one was more significant than her father. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, saying, I knew it.
Shin Shiwei replied, knew what? You are always prepared to forsake me. He was the one who could be abandoned at any moment.
Thus, he felt compelled to tread carefully in her presence. A smile graced Shin Shiwei's lips as she said, how could that be? I merely think that if staying in the capital means being bullied, it would be better to hide away. If I cannot provoke them, I can certainly evade them. Rather than enduring grievances at the Zhao family, you might as well accompany me back to Yin City. After all, while you are at my home, I shall ensure no one dares to bully you. As she spoke, she extended her finger, gently caressing his brow.
His eyebrows were truly exquisite. Shin Shiwei couldn't help but exclaim, but Tingshan, you are so wonderful, you even dared to offend your father and aunt.
Zhao Tingshan did not perceive offending them as a significant matter. If being with me causes you distress, then I see no reason to remain in that household. The Zhao family, to him, was essentially inconsequential. However, he recalled that his father had insisted he stay in Yin City until the age of 18, after which he was obliged to return to the Zhao family. Shin Shiwei grasped his hand, you treat me so well. How shall I reward you? Zhao Tingshan looked at her, no need.
Who says there is no need, I insist. Shin Shiwei declared, how about we find a room together?
The driver abruptly hit the brakes, causing Shin Shiwei to tumble into Zhao Tingshan's embrace. Zhao Tingshan held her, feeling somewhat uneasy as he recalled her previous remark, don't speak nonsense.
Shin Shiwei replied, what nonsense? Are you afraid?
Zhao Tingshan chose to ignore her. He sat beside her, reaching out to unfasten a button on his shirt. It was indeed sweltering. Despite the air conditioning in the car, the heat was unbearable. The driver eventually returned them home. Shin Wenbin was seated on the sofa. After a day's rest, he appeared to be recovering well. Uncle Shin, Zhao Tingshan greeted him politely. Shin Wenbin responded, Tingshan, please sit. Shin Shiwei settled beside her father.
Dad, are you feeling any better? Tingshan was worried about you and came to check on you.
Shin Wenbin replied, I am much better now, it's just that I haven't consumed so much alcohol in a long time, so it feels a bit unusual.
I am fine now, don't frighten Tingshan. Shin Shiwei remarked, Lu Mingxiu drank even more than you did yesterday. He was carried straight to the hospital.
She recounted how Zhao Tingshan avenged him. Shin Wenbin looked at Zhao Tingshan, saying, young man.
Regardless, they are your elders. Do you think your father will be upset with you for this?
It's alright, Zhao Tingshan replied, no matter what, I cannot simply stand by and watch Uncle Shin being bullied. I wasn't bullied, Shin Wenbin insisted, not wanting to create trouble for him.
In business, one must engage in socializing.
I often drank until I was sick before. It is entirely normal. Your father isn't angry with you, is he? He had just returned to the Zhao family, and now he had a younger brother and stepmother. He hoped it wouldn't affect his relationship with his father. No, Zhao Tingshan said, he wouldn't be angry. Shin Shiwei conveyed to her father the words Zhao Qi had spoken. Upon hearing this, Shin Wenbin felt somewhat reassured. That's good.
Curiosity piqued Shin Shiwei. Dad, why did Tingshan's father say that you owe him a favor? I was unaware of this.
Upon finishing her sentence, Shin Shiwei felt Zhao Tingshan cast a glance in her direction. His gaze was complex, seemingly tinged with reproach. Shin Wenbin looked at Shin Shiwei, whose demeanor was carefree. Don't you remember that Tingshan lived with us for a while?
Did he?
Shin Wenbin continued, true, you were quite young back then, and later, after falling ill, your memory was affected. It's entirely normal for you to not recall. Some individuals have memories from as early as 2 or 3 years old, while others forget events from 5 or 6. Clearly, Zhao Tingshan belonged to the former category, while Shin Shiwei was of the latter. She genuinely could not recollect living with Zhao Tingshan. After her mother's departure, her father, fearing her sorrow, had hidden away the old photographs. Shin Wenbin instructed Aunt Zhou to retrieve the photo album. Shin Shiwei sat beside him, flipping through its pages. Indeed, there were pictures of her with Zhao Tingshan. He had been quite handsome as a child, with large, expressive eyes and beautifully shaped brows. Bai had once been a small puppy. In the photographs, she, her mother, her father, and Zhao Tingshan posed together as a family of 4. Despite Zhao Tingshan's youth, his expression was utterly devoid of emotion.
Shin Wenbin gazed at Shin Shiwei. Do you remember now? It seems there might be some truth to that.
Shin Wenbin elaborated, after your mother passed away, you were ill for a while. To prevent you from constantly thinking of her, we didn't allow Tingshan to visit.
When he came again, you hardly played with him. Shin Shiwei turned to Zhao Tingshan. Is that so?
Zhao Tingshan replied earnestly, it's nothing, I've grown accustomed to it. He watched her without recognition, as she regarded him merely as a friend from a relative's household. When she saw him, she barely spoke to him, likely not remembering him at all. He had always been reticent, seldom approaching her, fearing it would remind her of her mother's sorrowful passing. Little did he expect that she would ultimately chase after Pei Yunxiao, her gaze towards him filled with disdain. It was as if he were something unsightly. Even upon learning of their engagement, she reacted with utter repulsion.
Shin Shiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan, sensing a calmness on his face. Why do I feel as though you are angry?
I am not angry, Zhao Tingshan replied, I merely have a stoic expression. Were it not for the joy that illuminated his face when he smiled, she might have believed him. Clearly, he was upset. After dinner, Shen Wenbin retired for the night. Shen Shiwei and Zhao Tingshan remained in the living room. He sat nearby, intently watching television. Shen Shiwei peeled a lychee for him. Would you like to have some?
No, thank you. It's delicious.
Shen Shiwei fed it to him. Come on.
Don't be upset. The mere mention of past events had him fuming even now that he offered her not a single word. Did he truly think she couldn't perceive it? Zhao Tingshan focused intently on the television. You eat it yourself. Shen Shiwei declared, if you don't eat it, I'll kiss you.
Upon hearing her words, he took her finger and bit into the lychee.
Shen Shiwei exclaimed, what do you mean by that? Are you so afraid of me kissing you?
She was utterly speechless as Zhao Tingshan turned to her. You don't remember me or Dubai, and I've heard that you always keep your distance from Dubao. Although she had seen the photos today, Zhao Tingshan understood that she likely hadn't recalled the past. Perhaps she would never remember. Those memories were far too distant for her. People tend to forget memories that hold no significance to them. Chapter 100. Your presence is enough. Just like that, the matters concerning her were things he had never forgotten. Yet, she had completely erased them from her memory. This indicated that, in her heart, he held no significance. Shen Shiwei never anticipated that he would bring up old grievances here. Had she known, she would not have posed those questions in front of her father. To placate him, Shen Shiwei spoke, actually, I do remember some things.
Then tell me, what do you remember?
Noticing her silence, Zhao Tingshan immediately understood.
Lying?
He furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with disappointment. He turned away and resumed watching television. Shen Shiwei placed her feet on the sofa, situated herself beside him, and entwined her arms around his, playing with his elegant fingers. In this world, she was the only one bold enough to be so unrestrained in his presence. As she gazed at his fingers, her thoughts wandered. In her past life, she had been entirely oblivious to her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Was he, then, always cherishing those childhood memories, waiting for her for so long? The thought of her own amnesia struck her, and when he finally attempted to take her away, she had uttered so many hurtful words. How heartbroken must he have felt at that time? Now, raising her head to look at the person beside her, Shen Shiwei felt a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, it was fortunate they had a second chance. Seeing her grow quiet, Zhao Tingshan remarked, if you're tired, you should rest. I'm not tired, Shen Shiwei replied. Reminiscing about the past left her feeling somewhat apologetic towards him, and her eyes began to redden. Hearing the quiver in her voice, Zhao Tingshan, who had just moments ago been reluctant to acknowledge her, reached out and enveloped her in his embrace.
Why are you crying? I was just joking, I'm not angry with you.
In that instant, Shen Shiwei felt like a small child in his presence. Although she was the one who seemed carefree, the one fearful of loss had always been Zhao Tingshan.
Despite their similar ages, how could he be so mature and composed? Shen Shiwei lifted her gaze to meet his. I have treated you so poorly, yet you remain by my side. Are you a deity?
Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. His deep voice, resonant like a cello, replied, your presence is enough. Meng Qingran's belongings had been unceremoniously tossed out of her dormitory, and she now returned to Pei Yunxiao's residence carrying her things. Pei Yunxiao had just returned from the company and was somewhat taken aback to see her squatting in the hallway.
What brings you here?
With reddened eyes, Meng Qingran replied, I was expelled.
Weren't things going well?
Pei Yunxiao recalled how happy she had been when she moved out, assuming her job was secure.
Meng Qingran stifled the urge to cry. I have nowhere to go, Yunxiao, I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Weren't you saying your boss valued you?
It's Shen Shiwei, Meng Qingran explained. She knows our boss, so she found a way to get rid of me. I truly don't understand why she seems to want to see me suffer before she will let me go.
Seeing her in such distress, Pei Yunxiao's anger flared. Is she out of her mind?
It was incomprehensible why Shen Shiwei would leave no avenue for others to escape. Meng Qingran lamented, I never expected she would harbor such hatred towards me.
Come inside.
Pei Yunxiao insisted protectively, helping her carry her belongings through the door. Meng Qingran settled onto the sofa, while Pei Yunxiao regarded her intently. Why is she targeting you so specifically? She knows about the time I asked you to approach her, Meng Qingran replied, lowering her gaze. So she has harbored resentment ever since.
Moreover, she has recordings? Yes, Meng Qingran confirmed. It was back in the woods when I told you we would be together after graduation. She overheard everything. Recalling this, Pei Yunxiao furrowed his brow.
It became clear that Shen Shiwei had been aware of it all along. No wonder, despite his every effort, she had never regarded him with any warmth. His gaze had grown increasingly cold.
Even so, she has no reason to continually target you, does she?
Originally, he had held a favorable impression of Shen Shiwei upon their reunion. However, he never imagined she would bully Meng Qingran in such a manner. Upon hearing that Shen Wenbin was unwell, he seized the opportunity to visit the Shen family under the pretext of concern. Shen Wenbin had always treated him like family, having watched him grow up, thus he was quite cordial towards him. The last time Pei Yunxiao visited, Shen Wenbin had been absent, and Shen Shiwei had directly expelled him. Today, however, Shen Wenbin was at home. Pei Yunxiao had brought some items along, intending to check on Shen Wenbin's condition. Shen Shiwei had just finished dressing in her room when Aunt Zhou came to summon her. Descending the stairs, she spotted Pei Yunxiao seated with her father. Upon seeing Pei Yunxiao, Shen Shiwei remarked, you have the audacity to show your face again after I chased you away last time? Pei Yunxiao countered, why did you have Meng Qingran expelled? Shen Shiwei hadn't expected him to come for Meng Qingran's sake.
You seem quite concerned about her. Did you not say you had blacklisted her and ceased all contact, so, are you two back together now?
Noticing her icy demeanor, Pei Yunxiao softened his tone. Wei, please don't be like this. Xinran has had a hard time. She has applied to so many jobs, all of which were sabotaged by Jiang Yu. Just as she finally secured a position, you refused to let her be. What will happen if you push her to her limits? We are all classmates, must you be so ruthless? Ruthless? Xin Shiwei took a seat, fixing her gaze on Pei Yunxiao. If I were truly ruthless, would you and Meng Qingran still have a place today? But since you've said that, I shall grant your wish. I have already spoken to General Hu and instructed him to expel you. He has agreed. Expelled? Pei Yunxiao, ignoring Shen Wenbin's presence, was immediately furious. Why? Are you out of your mind? After all the effort he had put into securing that job, Shen Shiwei could not simply decide to have him expelled. Shen Shiwei retorted, did you not just say I was being ruthless? Once you lose your job, that would truly be ruthless for Meng Qingran. It was baffling why Meng Qingran had spoken to him about her troubles. He had come to her house to defend Meng Qingran early in the morning. With that energy, he might as well focus on his own affairs. Uncle Shen, look at her, Pei Yunxiao said, turning to Shen Wenbin when reasoning with Shen Shiwei proved futile. I have never wronged her in all these years. I was polite when I saw her at the company last time, yet now, she wants to have me expelled. Shen Wenbin turned to Shen Shiwei and said, Wei, can this matter not be discussed further? Dad, Shen Shiwei replied, he works at Dama, and I'm interning there. Meng Qingran even claimed I was pursuing him. If I don't have him expelled, should I expel myself instead? Pei Yunxiao glowered, Qingran would never say such things. So you mean to imply that I am wrongfully accusing her? Seeing his reaction, Shen Shiwei was reminded of the times in school when Pei Yunxiao had protected Meng Qingran. She let out a light laugh. I have no objections to Meng Qingran seeking employment. However, she herself instigated trouble before her boss. She brought her boss to trouble my father, which resulted in my father being hospitalized. How could I possibly let her off the hook?